In place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. gifting or gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me.
Tick-tock goes the clock as the group stages approach their stop. Some teams can sleep peacefully and prepare their minds for the week ahead, but for others, it is still a fight for their lives as they teeter on the edge of elimination. For others still, their fate rests behind enemy lines and all they can do is watch, because time is almost up and no one gets to reset the clock. This is VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. It is the penultimate day of the group stages and all the playoff pieces are just about in place. Almost there, almost there. Who gets out of the danger zone today? Let's find out. This is the updraft. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is day 9 of the group stages of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines, the second to the last day of the group stages. Mika Fabs here leading the panel alongside my constants here, G10 and Fluffy. Penultimate day, my guys. How are you guys feeling? A little bit nervous, G10? A little bit nervous for SBE, are we?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I've always kind of admired SB and how they came into the Valorant scene kind of proudly swinging themselves around and letting everybody know that they're one of the best teams, that they're a force to be reckoned with, especially after winning our last stage. But now it does look like they are in serious danger of not even making it to the playoffs. There's quite a lot of rungs that they have to climb on this ladder, and many things must happen for them to be able to even stand a chance of getting out of the Deadly 2. But the rest of the squad isn't going to make it easy for them at all.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Southbuilt Esports, although their fate rests upon the matches today, they aren't even playing today, actually. So they kind of just have to, close their eyes and hope everything pans out. Because as we saw from yesterday in our series highlights, it was a heartbreaking loss on their end. But we started out with Team Secret cementing their top spot, looking dominant as always. And I think the match against Action PH was the last big push for Team Secret. Fluffy, especially since Action PH, they brought it really close in both of these maps.
Yeah, they brought it pretty close, but at the end of it, Team Secret, just with that discipline and constant pressure that they push out, as well as how well they move together. They're like a SWAT team whenever they move and try to control things. We saw them play on that split, on that breeze, especially where they had such a dominant hold over the middle there, even flexing not only their roles, but their players. They brought in players like both Wits and Jeremy subbing Dispenser out on that map. So it just goes to show that this is a type of team that is trying to constantly improve. So I'm very excited to see how they're going to do for today.
Yeah, and also I think a little teaser as to what else Team Secret has up their sleeves. But this was Alpha Esports Pro and RRQ, which on paper, G10, we really thought this was going to Alpha Esports Pro, but RRQ showed up big time.
Yeah, well, I think Alpha Esports, they really got a little bit too confident, maybe, thinking that, RRQ, they may be a little bit easier to take on, but really, RRQ, man, the aggression that they displayed and the map control that they showed on their attacker's side, and I think that was the key for RRQ, is that they didn't mince words. Whenever they were attacker's side, they went first, usually in the games, so they got 12 rounds on attacker. They really gave it to Alpha Esports Pro, and well, it really shows that the midfield of our teams is just too close to call at the moment. And SBE still, they had such a terrific display against Oasis yesterday, and as you can see here. But oh god, Papi Chulo, this is the biggest clutch I think of that series, with the classic, the right click, saving that round. But ultimately, it was Oasis who brought home the win in that very, very, very tense series up to that incredible game 3.
Yeah, heartbreaking loss indeed. And as we mentioned earlier, Southbelt Esports, they are, they are in that danger zone, and their fate will rely heavily on the matches that we will see today. But before we jump into our matches, we want to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible, just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $29.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience that you deserve. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16.
I actually just Googled bezel-less, and because I was just curious
It has
about
no
it.
bezels.
Yeah, it has no bezels. That does not help me
It's
at
so
all.
sexy. No, it looks really nice because there's no annoying fake bars, at the edges of your screen.
Today I learned. And you can also head on over to our other streams. Who knows? Maybe you might learn something on the Filipino broadcast. Very entertaining indeed. We have Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. While for the English broadcast, we have Twitch, YouTube, and Vera Esports. Yeah, it's still up on my tabs. Bezel-less. I would just see it on the spiels, and I was like, new word.
What is
Okay.
what is a bezel-less?
What is it?
It's fun to say though. It's fun to
You're
say.
bezel-less. You're bezel-less, G10.
I have no bezels. I'm sorry.
Well, but yes, we have, of course, our format. We have a single round robin format for our group stages. It's been very interesting, to say the least, with the top 6 teams qualifying for the playoffs. These teams are competing for the lion's share of $30,000, the championship title, and of course, being one step closer to representing the country and the Southeast Asia region in one of the biggest esports tournaments in the world. Hey, Fluffy, have you ever been to Copenhagen?
No, but hopefully one day, maybe.
Maybe we all go.
Let's all go.
Fingers
Okay.
crossed.
Maybe we all go. What?
Maybe we go
Why not?
anyway. Maybe we go anyway. It's just,
That's what I
viewers.
was thinking. Okay, I have to blame Tayrar for this because we suddenly got to talking before the show opened, and like she basically ignited my wanderlust. So now I'm like, yeah.
Oh yeah,
okay,
let's go to Europe.
Maybe we go anyway. But checking out our standings, we are getting a sense now of more or less like how the bracket is going to be once we enter the playoffs. But there is, of course, still something to be decided, and that's who takes that seventh, or rather, who takes that sixth slot and avoids that seventh slot. Right over here, we saw yesterday how just one series, just one day can change everything. And interestingly enough, if Bren Esports, if they lose their match today, Jitan, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the seventh spot means it's still up for grabs and it's a competition
Yes.
between Bren and Southbuilt Esports.
Yes. So the thing is, with the standings right now, the only way that Southbuilt can convincingly get in the playoffs is if Bren fumble their next two games and Southbuilt wins their next game. That is mathematically, the only way that they're sure that they'll be safe from the elimination zone. But that's kind of like, betting on a cat not to eat cat food 2 seconds after you poured it into their bowl. It's just very, very difficult to say that it's actually going to happen, because Bren, even though they have 3 losses, have been showing some, amazing strats, some really good gameplay all around, especially in the games that they did win. They look really, really composed and solid. It's just that the matches that they've had so far have been incredibly tough.
That I just want to say that's literally what happened before we went live. I put cat food into my cat's bowls, and they've gobbled it up right after. That's
Me
Bren
too.
Esports. Bren Esports is our cat today. And I mean that in the highest compliment possible, of course. And checking out our match schedule, this is the final day, I believe, for RRQ and Oasis Gaming to play, and that's why you guys better stick around for that final match. Also because in the span of a few days, Fluffy, it's pretty amazing how RRQ managed to jump from like near elimination to the upper half of the bracket.
Yeah, I think there's a massive improvement in the second week compared to the first week for RRQ and Oasis Gaming also. Both of these teams have a stellar performance yesterday, with the favorites going in for their opposing teams in their own game. So Oasis against SBE, people thought SBE would win, and for RRQ, AEP, who had a stellar trajectory going into this week, had a bit more favoritism in them. But unfortunately for those two teams, RRQ and Oasis both triumphed, and they're going to be our third map for today, our game.
Yep, it's going to be action-packed all the way to the end. Of course, we have Naos and Team Secret starting us off, followed by Action PH and Bren Esports. That match that Southbuilt Esports is going to be watching very, very closely indeed. And then we have the swan song for the group stages for RRQ and Oasis Gaming. G10, other than the given over here, are there any interesting player matchups that you think we should keep our eyes on? This is a little bit of a teaser into the head-to-head, I know.
Player matchups, you say?
Yeah.
Very interesting, because Naos, even though they are at the bottom of our standings at the moment with no wins, they still have some very, very cracked players, some really amazing mechanical performance. But I don't know whether or not Team Secret will be allowing them to kind of display it. So for me personally, I'm kind of looking at Kakarot, because he has been, he's been the, I think, guiding light here for Naos Esports. He's really been kind of the thing holding the team together, the glue that keeps them, in the game at certain points, because honestly, the rest of Naos, they just have not been able to perform to the same level as most of their competitors here. But I would say that they're still incredibly strong, just not maybe in this meta. But on the other side, I do think that my eyes are a little bit more on I think Wits this time around, if they do put him in, because that man has had some really great moments whenever they have subbed him in, and I do want to see Team Secret, kind of flexing their roster a little bit in the series.
Yep. Same here, same here. More on that in just a few, because we are going to take a very quick break. But when we return, we have got Team Secret and Naos Esports coming right up. Don't go anywhere. VCTPH will be right back.
is Oscar Farin Jr., commonly known as Kakarot from Naos Esports. Nilulook forward ko sa stage 2 is yung makalaban lahat ng teams and mapatunayan sa kanila na malakas kaming team. Again, I will say this again, I think it's our bonding deep, like we get along together very well and that's the difference. Yes. Nilulook forward ko na makalaban is yung SB again and yung Team Secret. Kasi to be the best, you need to beat the best. And I think they are the best. SBE. Thank you sa pagsuporta and continue on cheering for us and we will not disappoint you. We promise. Yes. Again, this is Kakarot from Naos Esports. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Welcome back to VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. We have got our first series of the day. It is going to be Naos Esports and Team Secret. It is the team at the top of the standings versus the team at the bottom of the standings. So I know how this looks to everybody, but I think it is indeed a fair salute to the former stage one, front runners. And we did hear it from Kakarot himself as well. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. And that the team has been looking forward actually to this series. So I think it is I think it's a good salute, I guess. Of course, numerically, now Esports can no longer qualify for the playoffs, but they can still choose how they want to leave the group stages, so to say. So here is a closer look at the roster of Naos Esports. Naos Esports, this is all in your hands. They can choose how they want to do their, last two swan songs here at the VCT. They are at the bottom of the standings, but they still have to play this series and the next with their heads held high against none other than Team Secret. G10, it seems as though, Naos kind of like drew, I feel like the short straw for the single round robin, because on the last 2 days of the group stages, they get the top two teams. So looking back, how important is it? Like, should they have gotten that early momentum early on, and would it have been different coming into this?
I would say that Naos, they are kind of one of those momentum-heavy teams that usually lasts within like a day or within the span of a series. That's how they do use their momentum. But so far, it does beg the question, if they did get a win versus South Built, would they have been able to kind of rally behind that and have had a better performance for the rest of their time? I don't know if that may have been, a solution, because right now it looks like Naos, even with all of the strats that they had and how good they looked in the last stage, it feels like it's not a them problem, it's everyone else being able to counter them and read them kind of problem, which I guess it would make it a Naos problem. It's just that the book that they've been using has kind of been read by everybody, and they're kind of tearing the pages away and throwing them right back at Naos, and Naos kind of have no answer at the moment. And Team Secret, they have been kind of the ones to be a little bit more creative, a little bit more free with their compositions and their strategies, since they are a little bit more less at risk. They're a little bit less at risk. They're basically secured in the upper bracket, and they have so much leeway to do basically anything they want, to try anything they want right here, while now they have to find a way to try to counter that, even with the book that they have. They have to kind of stray away from that and go back to the roots of what made them so good as a team, and try to leverage that against Team Secret today.
I just kind of saw Kev's, and I was like, that's exactly how I feel right now. I saw him blink his eyes a little bit, then stifle a little bit of a yawn. I'm like, that's exactly how I feel right now. But of course, they will have to wash that sleepiness away, because they will be up against the champions themselves, Team Secret. Let's take a look at Team Secret's roster. it wasn't clear as day that Team Secret would be making it to the playoffs, Team Secret are ready to cement that even further with this series. We heard from Dubstep yesterday about how the team's heads are kind of like already in the playoffs. Fluffy, I'm actually wondering, is this where we start to see Team Secret get a little bit more playful, a little bit more experimental?
I feel like, these are the champions of the past. And as Vash said the other day during one of the interviews, they are challengers today. So they are trying to constantly innovate. We've seen it in their lineup and their comp. So I think there's two big trains of thought or schools of thought. One, you could use this as an opportunity to use something that you've already done because, to be blunt, the game is inconsequential for your standing. Or the other side is you can use this as a way to test against one of the still top teams in the Philippines now, Esports, and try out a composition that you might think would pay it forward later on. Or I even think that there's like low-key a third school of thought, which is you can show things in this match knowing that your playoff spot is basically secured to confuse other teams that you might pull this kind of stuff in the playoffs and throw them off later on, like a very, very mind game thing.
Yeah, it could be because of course we see Team Secret as a team that is very unafraid to step out of their comfort zone, especially when it comes to games like this. I mean, we did see them bring out, for example, it remains to be the only team to have brought out the Yoru in stage 2. Whether or not it worked, that remains to be debatable. But it shows that they are not afraid to pull out something like that. Jumping into our head-to-head here, it is going to be a tall order, and I'm actually going to shift the focus over here to, I believe we have Kakarot on the side of Naos Esports, and he is going to go head-to-head with Dubstep, one of the best duelists in Southeast Asia in the world right now. So G10, the spotlight heavily falls on Kakarot to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, in all of the games of Naos Esports so far, Kakarot has kind of been the linchpin that's been holding them together. We talked about how he's been, very reliable for Naos Esports, even though Naos themselves have not had the, the best of starts, the best of runs here. 0-5 right now, and competing against Dubstep, one of the, as you said, the best duelists we've seen in VCT. Just kind of in general, the man is so incredibly talented. That is a tall order, especially and considering the fact that Kakarot is not a duelist and their duelist Blurred kind of is not performing at the moment. I do think that it's a pretty fair comparison for Kakarot and Dubstep to be going head to head, because Dubstep has been doing amazing things in the name of Team Secret, while Kakarot he's trying to hold Naos Esports together, but the very big but here is that Naos Esports, they're still not down for the count. They may be 0-5, but really anything can happen here. They can pull out a flash of brilliance we haven't seen in a long time and finally make the undefeated Team Secret bleed. I mean, I saw Team Secret yesterday. They already tweeted after their 5th victory. They were knocking on the door of Naos, with that Grim Reaper scythe, looking to kind of seal Naos Esports in the coffin, but I don't think that Naos is going to be going home without, a significant fight. So I do hope to see them make the Giants bleed a little bit, make them feel like they're not invincible.
I love how that meme makes the rounds every time there's a major tournament that comes around. It seems to be the constant for most teams, so it's always a lot of fun. I mean, there's how else can you better put it rather than the Grim Reaper knocking on your doors? And I also have to say, G10, you said big butt.
Oh,
yeah. I had to point it out. It made me laugh. I'm mature. I'm sorry.
I like them. I cannot lie. I don't think Fluffy can deny. Let's go.
Wow.
Wow.
Good morning, Fluffy.
Yes. I was also talking about the series more. I was going to add that I think that we talk a lot about the Team Secret perspective because for obvious reasons, like they're going to move on to playoffs. We're probably going to see them more throughout this tournament. But now Esports still has the role to play. And I feel like for this series, I just want to remind people that, one, Naos Esports still might not be able to affect the standing as much as they like to overall, but they can still make a lot of impact this game and cause a lot of ripple effects towards all the other teams. If they beat Team Secret today with whatever they bring out and they play their A game, then other teams have a reference point moving forward to know what weaknesses Team Secret has and has been exposed by Naos Esports. What did they do right, and what can they abuse in the game plan of Team Secret and those chinks in those armor to really find what works against that team. In addition, I also think that Naos Esports is a very innovative team. I know we say that the meta early on in stage one, they really brought into it. People like didn't know how to adjust into them, but now they're more figured out. But I would argue that they're trying a lot of things now, and even though their score doesn't reflect it, now Esports does have a lot of impact throughout the tournament. We saw even I think their Haven game, they tried something the other day where they played a no duelist comp. They played 3 initiators and one smoke, one scent as chamber like duelist slash scent, and that is a comp that other teams like Oasis Gaming yesterday in their performance have adopted, removing their old, more basic stage one composition and adopting the Naos Esports style of play with a few changes with the Astra. So I feel like although on the leaderboard it's not that big of a shift that might happen, that this game is pretty important because on the flip side, Team Secret also has that opportunity to express themselves. So like I think anything could come out. You could see like a Phoenix, a Yoru, any small strategy that they might be able to try. Now is truly the time to try it out.
Yeah, that is actually so important. As we jump into the map vetoes, it's exposing the chinks in the armor of Team Secret. So while this, yes, again, numerically, this might not have bearing for Naos Esports. This is indeed, I agree with Fluffy, this is incredibly important as we jump into the playoffs. This is Naos Esports kind of like poking and seeing where other teams could possibly attack Team Secret. So G10, part of this is, of course, the maps that we're going to be seeing playing out here. It's going to be a balance for Team Secret to show. Do we show this? Do we not show this? Do we kind of like mess with them? But at the same time, it's like, going into the brackets for the playoffs, Team Secret still have to maintain that standing.
Very true. I mean, it's not like Team Secret's just going to pick any random map. Of course, they're going to pick a map that gives them quite a bit of advantage, and that's going to be Haven. I mean, we've seen how clean of a Haven Team Secret has. It is, very possible for them to get a 13-0. They've done it before in day one, might do it again, but now they've only really won on one map so far, and that map is the one they picked, Icebox. This is the only one that they've really had a fantastic showing on. It's the only single map that they've won in stage 2. Unfortunately, that is a very sad statistic. But with the Team Secret picking defense up on Icebox and having such an incredibly solid defensive half on Icebox, I wonder if Naos can even take this to a game 3.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 there. Interesting map bans and picks from both teams. I'm surprised that Naos Esports chose to ban out Split, considering that this is one of the few times Team Secret has lost. Both times, I think, on that map in this whole competition. We have Team Secret picking Haven, a team that has been very strong historically, but now with their more updated plans and roster, I wonder how that's going to fare. Although, obviously, with the standings, with how far they are at the top, we cannot question that whatever they're doing is actually working.
And a Breeze as the decider map. It's gonna be interesting to see if we do indeed come. If we do indeed get to a map number 3. And I feel like, like what you said earlier, Fluffy, about, Naos Esports kind of like still having the final say, that last laugh as we enter the playoffs, because this and Team Secret's match tomorrow as well, it's pretty much going to be how they look like to other teams going into the playoffs. And if they choose not to show that playoffs face, it's still something, because push comes to shove in the playoffs, they might need to innovate, and it might expose certain rare cards that they have in their hand. Maybe something that might be planning. It could be possible that Naos Esports actually pushes them, or maybe even like if they have their hands, Naos Esports actually just decides to like swat at them and all their cards fall apart. G10, I think this is gonna be actually Naos Esports, and in a way, like their last laugh, and at the same time their contribution to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if Naos does find a way to be best Team Secret here, no matter how long the series, I think that it's going to send a very strong message to the rest of the teams here, to the rest of our bracket, that Team Secret as Fluffy said, they have certain weaknesses. These weaknesses have not been found by anyone yet, but after 5 games of playing absolutely insanely, of playing pretty much perfectly, Team Secret has to slip up sometime. They have to get a little bit careless at one point, and maybe Naos can exploit that. Maybe Naos can find that little chink in their armor that other teams could potentially exploit in the further games in the playoffs. And maybe Team Secret, they are looking so solid, but there could still exist that chink that Naos might be able to find. But that's a big if. It's because really Team Secret, they're so solid at the moment.
And speaking of Team Secret, I just really, it's part of what makes them so, I guess, beloved in the community as well. It's because they have reached, what the pinnacle, I guess, of this, of this esport title, and still they remain so humble. They, in their interview, they mentioned how they're actually honored to be challengers and be considered challengers, and that means something, especially carrying yourself as a professional esports athlete. The fact that they can always reset and say that, for anybody that they come across in a series, that you are my equal, no matter how far I've gotten in this series, you are my equal, and I will meet you in the series at my very best, as I expect you to be. That is just so incredible. And I think that sends such a strong message to the standard that we hold esports athletes to be. And I think that speaks as well to the veterancy of Team Secret, and how these guys have had such a very experienced career. And for all of these matches they've had, some of them have had international experience before as well, and they carry this over. They carry the sportsmanship over. And Fluffy, coming from a pro player background, coming from a coaching background, I think that's so important, especially for esports, where we can get a little bit carried away with the intensity of the game sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how you carry yourself in and out of the game, having that sportsmanship and the ability just to bounce back and have the stability in the mental, aside from in the game and outside the server, is a valuable thing that is very hard to quantify, but is equally as important to have in a team.
Yeah, speaking of things hard to quantify, we're actually going to see how much of Team Secret's armor can Naos Esports chip away. That is going to be the question as we head into our first series of the day, Team Secret and Naos Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Isang magandang umaga sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon dito sa VCTPH, dahil sisimulan na natin sa isa sa mga magagandang matches na pwede nating mapanood dito. Tayvil nga pala ang maghahatid ng storya para sa araw na ito. Good morning, Bes! Kumain ka na ba?
Kumain na ako, Bes! Masyadong masarap ang kinain ng kuya mo.
Anong ulam?
Siyempre, Nutella, tsaka bread.
Breakfast of the champions pala.
Momsim. Pero pero Lola, Granny Remedy pa rin talaga ang pinakamasarap na inumin natin. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan, kami nga pala ang The Mods. At bubulabugin namin ang umaga nyo. Kasi it's time!
Gising na!
Para sa Team Secret at saka sa Naos Esports. Nakita na nga natin yung ginawa ni Coach Fade. Ginawa niyo yung cursed meme. Naku po, mahirap yan. Dito natin makikita ngayon, ladies and gentlemen. Ganito na. Si Ray. Lahat ng 5 matches ng Naos kinast niya.
Siya yung nag-cast, di ba?
Siya yung nag-cast.
Oo, tama.
If ever nanalo ang Naos ngayon na kami naman ang magkakast, kilala nyo na
talaga
kung sino ba talaga ang sumpa.
Oo, kilala nyo na ang tunay na sumpa pag natapos tong matchup na to at series na to na Naos ang mananalo, no? But talking about it, ito nga ang posible isa sa mga games ng Naos na pwede silang makakuha ng una nilang puntos. Pagdating kasi sa leaderboards, nahihirapan pa rin sila, no? They are still stuck in a 0 position right now. At alam mo ba, Vil, na pagdating sa mga undefeated teams, hindi lang dito sa VCTPH, kung saan sa buong mundo. Madami. Sa VCT MYSG, PaperX 5-0 din. VCT Thailand, Sersha 5-0 din. Tapos sa Pilipinas, Team Secret 5-0 din. So, pakiramdam ko itong mga OG teams na lagi nating nakikita sa Masters, biglang nagsulputan muli dito sa huling stage eh.
Tama-tama, nagkita-kita sila and malay mo talaga makikita-kita sila sa Masters. And syempre sa Champions, si Fever ganun nga talaga ang nangyari ngayon. Pero napapansin dapat natin ngayon, si Kevs, biglang nag-fade ata ang kuya mo. So this is gonna be really interesting talaga if ever ano bang gagawin ng Naos Esports dito. Kasi this is the second time partner na ikakas ko ang Naos. So I'm really excited on what's gonna happen today. Lalo-lalo na ang Team Secret, halos lahat ng matches nila ako yung nag-cast, diba?
Oo.
Halos lahat ng matches nila na ako yung nag-cast, panalo sila.
Feeling ko ikaw ang tunay na bias. Kung may tatawagin na gano'n, ikaw na yun. Oh.
Alam mo ba, ang yung mga viewers talaga natin, nag-mature na mga kaibigan.
Nag-mature na?
Oo, kasi wala na talaga nagsasabi na bias yung caster.
Totoo, no? Last stage, mga siguro yung mga isa o dalawa lang. Ngayon wala talaga eh, no? Para zero, malinis eh.
Talaga,
parang... Alam mo, Vil, kahapon nagkakas ako, di ba? Last game. Nag-comment, syempre, yung number 1 fan, si Meralco Spratlis. Hindi ko alam kung fake account mo yun, no? Ano, laging present eh. Hindi ba sa'yo yun? Hindi sa amin yun ni Ray Ray eh. Ang effort mo naman kung gano'n. Nag-comment siya, sabi niya, pag wala ka daw, wala daw toxic sa comment section. Walang nag-aaway. So, ikaw talaga ang source of entertainment dito sa VCTPH.
Di, sorry akin pa rin
pumasok!
Nangyari ngayon. Chup-chup sa mukha! Giliso, short sa mukha ng mga players niya. Pero nagkakatamaan ngayon. Let's see if he's gonna be...
Nag-reload sa harap!
Pero that is, Diyos ko po, shorty like a melody! Dalawa agad! Dalawang putok! Dalawang ulo! Sumabog!
Napakanta na lang sila dun eh. Pero ito, 4 na players pa ng Naos ang buhay na buhay. At alam naman natin, ang Team Secret, pagdating sa pistol round, laging talo yung Team Secret pag pistol round eh. Pero sa simula pa lang yan. Magandang simula para sa Naos.
Yeah, tama. I mean, really great start for the side of Naos Esports right now. Para syempre itutuloy nila ang kanilang momentum dito. Pero grabe yung ginawa ni Gelicious, mga kaibigan. Isipin mo, shorty, magkano yan? 150. Tapos dalawang napatay mo, 400. Isipin mo, may kumita ka ng 250 pesos.
Laki ng tubo rito ni ano?
Tubo, grabe. Feeling ko. Uy.
Akala ko
gagawin.
Bawal yan, sir.
Bawal yan. Tigil mo yan. Bawal yan. Kasi napagalitan
na yung mga iba dyan. Ako, tigil-tigilan nyo na yan, guys. Double up draft ang sagot. Sa mga ganyan. Si Gelicious, nag-aantay na kung mayroong lalabas. Ginawa ng slide, kaya umatras na lang eh. Namin nakatingin yung camera. Pero mukhang itong fade pick na nagmumula sa Naos na si Kevs at may tulong pa ng isang KO, malaki potential nila when it comes to even defense and also offense.
Pero ako napapansin mo talagang...
Nag-buy ang Team Secret!
Galit na Team Secret, nag-buy na rin sila. Hindi to ina-expect ng Naos magiging mga kami. Pero si Black sa kakusin isa dito. Pero that is Swift pushing in already. Catching Blurred right now. Si Borkum nakaisa pa, friends. Sila talaga ang gamit niya. Gelicious, the only man remaining. Medyo masakit to kasi tinan mo yung buy niya, partner. Phantom pa talaga ang kinuha niya. And if ever na 3v1, meron siyang chance. Pero mahirap na lang din talaga.
Dalawa na lang.
Catches Qeon already. Pero at least si Borkum naman, meron siyang friends dito. Pwede siya makakuha ng probably Spectre if meron dun sa may gilid. Pero let's see if ever kukunin ba na yan. Wala na silang blind at all. Owl drone, wala. Recon bot. Oh my God! Gelicious!
Yung malaki ang buhay!
Through that smoke, 1v1 with a great one. Borkum, super low on HP. Nakakuha na siya dito ng Spectre. Chinup-chup na nga dito sa may likod. Mga kapi, pero nga lang, just play with the time. Oras lang sa kalam dito, men.
Nakap niya na sana to kung sakasakali, pero hindi pa rin lumalabas si Kuya mo Borkum with a very low na HP. Lalabasan niya to, hindi pa rin nakakalahati. Hey, Gelicious, napakagandang hold naman na nagmumula sa Team Secret. Sabay 500 crouches per minute.
Ang ganda! Ang ganda ng ginawa nila Borkum doon, ladies and gentlemen. Hindi talaga ina-expect ng Naos yun. Nahala? Round 2 pa lang, nag-force buy na kayo? tapos isipin mo, bes ha, napakamahal. Sobrang mahal. Nun para sa Naos, kasi gano'n, Phantom pa ang binili niya.
And wala eh, ganun talaga. Hindi yata ina-expect ng Naos na bibili itong mga players ng Team Secret, no? On the other hand, isa to sa mga Team Secret games na posibleng makita natin yung mga kakaibang galawan nila. Yung kumbaga, mga press W play nila, knowing they're facing off Naos right now. But they're still pretty secure kung paano sila gumalaw dito as Dispenser, shutting down Blast immediately using just a Spectre pagdating sa wallbang na yan.
Kahit anong mangyari dito, puso lang. Kumbaga kahit 0-5 tayo sa leaderboard sa kaibigan, puso lang. Pero Wits, catching one, trying to go for the second one right now. Pero kakarot. Si Optimum Pride nakapatay ng isa, pero paranoia, perfect paranoia na ginawa dito ni Mukrob. 1v4 partner, Delicious, mag-isa. Ito na si Vilma Santos, the star of all seasons.
The star of all season. Isa na nga lang yung pwede niyang lapagan na star dito kung sakasakali man. And in this kind of situation, pagdating sa retake, mababa ang potential pagdating kay Delicious, knowing that 4 pa ang pwede niya makatapat. Aside from that, itong dalawa may Vandals na rin, no? And he doesn't have any info at all kung nasaan nga ba ang mga players ng Team Secret. Ready at handa na sila pagdating sa post-plant position. Kaya naman si Delicious unti-unting gumagapang baka sakaling makakuha siya ng mga frags. At least kahit pa paano mabawasan niya o madamage niya yung economy on the side of Team Secret.
Pero one tap to the head, yun talagang kailangan gawin ni Je. Uy! Nakakatingin na lang nga dito, pero si Jesse Bash muntik nang tumama.
Muntik mamatay yung ding-ding!
Oo nga wala nakakakita ng butiki sa Gately. Yun na lang ata yung binaril Pero they need to push in. Pero ang ginagawa ng Delicious dito, kailangan na talagang mamatay. Pero that is Dispenser. We're gonna take you down. Jesse, basta paghahalataan yung edad no? Medyo kailangan mo na ata
Salamin na yan.
Salamin
Nakasalamin na si Jesse Bash. Di ko lang alam kung suot niya ngayon. O baka nakapatay yung monitor habang naglalaro.
Oh, pwede.
Alam nyo naman, mga tito, ganun na lang ang ginagawa.
Kailangan mo na rin atang lumaklak ng Granny Remedy para sa
Granny Remedy. Lahat na ipahid mo. Vicks Vapor Rub.
Man, ito na yung tropang katingin ko.
Ipahid. Yung papasok ka ng kwarto, amoy na amoy.
Tiger bomb.
Sino yung tito dito? Malalaman mo agad na meron ka ng titong kasama. Kaso nga lang, nakapitas na ng dalawa ang Team Secret. Ito na yung buy round coming in from Naos. Blurred, secure the kill on Wits. Kahit pa paano nabawasan yung pag-entry ng Team Secret. Isama mo pa sa hukay si Borkov. May Prowler na lumabas, si Tony. Nakakita ng isa.
Nginat si dubstep ng Tony Prowler, mga kaibigan, pero pushing ito at 3v2 right now. Blurred and kakarot, buhay na buhay pa dito. The spike is dropped. They need to get it back. Pero kalau dubstep catching one. That's gonna be Blurred. First dubstep right now, and he is tropang salon pass, mga kaibigan. Getting the 3-1 scoreline here in this game.
Nako, gising na si Ray Bes. Nag-good morning sa comment. Tulog ka ulit, Ray. Patapusin mo na muna kami dito bago ka gumising. Please lang. Grabe yung mga wallbang dito na Naos Buti na lang talaga nakita nung nakuha yung info using the fade. Kung hindi nila nakuha, di sila makakapatay kahit papaano. On the other hand, Team Secret, sila pa rin ang mananaig dito. Na 3-1 score. Dalawa pa ang puntos na kailangan habulin ng Naos. And right now, mapapa-time out ka talaga.
Wala silang RF best, medyo mahirapan din talaga. So,
3-6, 3K? Walang mabibili dyan. Mahal ang bilihin ngayon.
Makakabili naman sila, tamang sherry pair lang.
ROI nga nila kanina, 250, tumubo sila sa
Sa shorty,
sa shorty
Sipin mo, 150, bang, bang, namatay yung dalawa.
Tubong lugaw Makakabili ka ulit ng shorty next round.
May kita ka pa, di ba?
Shorty next round secured, mga kapatid. Ay, may sa upper left, tignan mo. Current map, Haven, secret pick. Ayos yun Pero hula ko, madami pa rin viewers magko-comment. Sinong map pick to?
Nangyari dati kasi sa Masters ganyan, partner. Tapos yung next map makikita rin. Tsaka yung mga scores ng mga dating mapa.
Araw-araw may dumadagdag sa broadcast natin. Nung isang araw yung diffuse bar bumalik.
Diba? Siyempre, nag-upgrade tayo, paganda tayo ng paganda. Hindi tayo
no way but up. Lahat tayo dito sama-sama. Sampalakpak!
Sorry.
Power.
Isa't kalahati yung sa akin 1.5.
1.5 no? Merong may tubo rin Pero itong Naos ngayon, they are forced into an eco perspective and it seems like Team Secret, they have an idea kung sakasakali man. Pero ang bagal pa rin nilang gumalaw. Ine-expect ata nila may aggressiveness na manggagaling sa Naos knowing na eco nila.
Look at the discipline of Team Secret right now. Knowing na alam naman nila na walang pera ang Naos, talagang sobrang, like what you said, talaga mabagay talaga silang gumalaw dito, trying to anticipate kung ano ba talaga yung pwede mangyari. Probably gonna push here in A, pero kung napapansin mo si Blurred, nagbabantay lang talaga if ever, kasi meron naman siyang dash anyway, pero ang problema hindi pa niya talaga na charge yung dash dito. So kailangan talaga niya i-charge ngayon na, kasi what if bigla na pumasok sila Wits ngayon, pero ito na yung, pero si Wits pushing in already, pero yung alam, meron tao doon sa Regum, pero napakasakit si Eddie kasi napakasakit nung nade ni Qeon dito, pero hindi ko alam paano tinit sila dubstep right now. Pero Borcom and Dispenser catching the two players of Naos Esports, pero Jimmy catching open blast, buhay na buhay pa rin dito, trying to catch off, trying to get the heads. Kasi Sheriff lang din naman talaga ang gamit niya in terms of utilities. Yes, Delicious, meron siyang
nag-whip si Dubstep.
Oh, meron siyang Assault Divide yung pwede nang gamitin right now, pero ang kept him on all these C's, not gonna catch anyone. Wits,
may chance pa.
Vash, Wits, Dispenser is super low. Delicious as well. Pero kept him on, siya ang pwedeng mag-anchor ngayon, pero meron pa dito sa may Heaven at Dispenser. Dinala mismo sa langit si Kev Simon.
Di pa nila nasama si Jesse Vash kahit papaano, very low in HP. Still, was able to get those exit frags that they need. Yung at least kahit makapitas sila ng ilan sa mga players ng Team Secret. Malaki, or rather, hindi ganun kalaki yung magiging difference when it comes to economy, no? Dahil nanalo pa rin naman ang Team Secret dito. And they've been winning for more consecutive rounds compared to Naos Esports. But this at least will damage a little bit of the economy side. At aside from that, makakapitas sila dito at makakuha rin sila ng pera from those skills. On the other hand, bumili na ng operator. Ito na ang tunay na ROI of the century kung magagamit nila ng tama.
Pero tingnan natin if ever that's gonna happen. Pero medyo mahirap din partner kasi titignan mo wala siyang updraft. Isa lang yung smoke niya. So, medyo mahal talaga to na round for Blurred kasi buong pera niya na wala dito. Ever matalo na naman sila dito, allows na naman silang arep, dude, para chong orb. Pero dito lang ngayon sa mga players ng Team Secret, all they need to do is go in and probably trying to be aggressive right now. Kasi nakasmoke naman yung Heaven, pero wala silang idea kung nasa ba yung mga players kasi wala pa silang informasyon dito sa backside, which is ginagawa na ngayon ni Wits para lang syempre makakuha pa sila ng information para makapasok sila dito sa A. Meron tao dito sa may Heaven, which is si Kakarot, that KO is waiting for the perfect execution of their opponents. Wala pa silang idea, pero ngayon narinig na nga nila. Lear onto Reyna, sabi ni Kakarot pa rin nandito sa A, pero tamang
bakit kaya ganun, no? Pasok na sila sa site, men, pero matagal silang mag-plant. Nag-aantay ng reaction ang Team Secret. Ito ata ang pinaka-inaantay talaga nila is actually them planting the spike dahil ilalabas nung KO yung kanyang nade. But it wouldn't connect at all dahil sa ibang pwesto nag-plant si Kuya mo Jesse Vash, and that is planted for A long. Habang ang 5 players ngayon ng Naos, they are complete for a 5-man retake. Hinapag na nga yung Cosmic Divide. Meron na rin kasamang lockdown yan at meron pang Hunter's Fury para sirain yung lockdown. That is out of the equation already. This is still a 5v5 situation. A retake bound to happen as Naos Blast comes in. This will be Dubstep answering them away. Tamang dismiss away lang at dito naman susunod si Kakarot. Pero hindi enough yan with Kakarot spotting Dubstep. He gets the kill. 3v2 situation. This retake is quite possible but time is ticking. Time is running. Meron pang Borcom na nasa taas. Halfway there ang Naos Esports in making that retake happen. But not gonna happen at all because of the time. Hindi enough.
Walang oras, sayang lang din yun. And syempre, tinry ni Blurred na mabuhay pa. Pero ilang centimeter, ilang inches lang yung pagitan para mabuhay siya doon. Sobrang sayang lang din talaga nangyari kay Blurred dito. And yeah, sila already, napakamahal na round pa rin talaga dito sa Naos Esports. And syempre, ang TS kahit ubus lahat sila. Kahit ubus silang lahat, meron pa rin silang oras, ay meron pa rin silang pera pang bili. You know, sino mo to, partner? O diba, hindi mo nakita? Kasi nga hindi siya nabuhay doon.
Sabi nga nung, eto si Kakarot, nakapitas na siya agad. All the way to A or A short, if I'm not mistaken. He's just holding Heaven. Mukhang isang mabilis na execution ang magbumula sa Team Secret. Kakarot, nasa gilid pa rin pero namatay na. That is Jesse Vash getting the kill. Apat pa ang buhay. Dispenser already here on spawn. Nag-aantay lang ng rotations na magbumula sa Naos Esports and just completely demolishing the players of Naos one by one. And this eco disadvantage, mahirapan at mahirapan talaga sila. Clear and a very clean 6-1 round coming in from Team Secret.
Naos just got demolished. Naos just got destroyed by Team Secret dito sa mapa na to. Well, pwede talaga natin sabihin, talagang Team Secret pa rin talaga partner ang Kings of Haven. Mapa pa rin talaga nila to.
Memorize na nila yan.
Tama, back then hindi lang talaga nag-workout sa kanila kasi isipin mo partner nung stage 1 Action PH versus Team Secret. Action PH ang pumipili ng mapa na to and nanalo pa ang Action PH noon, and Team Secret at least nakabawi na rin sila sa kanilang really deep slump. Nakaahon sila sa hukay, started from the bottom, now we're here.
True.
Literal na ganun ang kwento ng mga sekreto.
Oh, si Kakarot, naspatan na naman ni Wits. Malinis pa rin ang galawan ng Team Secret dito. They're still clearing up every corners kahit na sila yung may malaking advantage against Naos Esports. Isang mabilis na tahimik muna sa buong mapa. At kita mo naman, may bagong dagdag na si Giancarlo. Sabi, yung caster dito, pati nagko-comment, akala mo di nagwi-whiff. Miski sa tents, di rin tumatama. Hindi naman namin trabaho maglaro. Ang trabaho namin mag-commentate at sabihin kung anong nakikita namin. Ano bang nakita mo, Giancarlo, na walang profile picture?
Alam mo, Giancarlo, hindi talaga ako nag-whiff kasi malakas ako. Oo, wala ako dito kasi give chance to others yun.
Oo, bigyan mo ng pagkakataon yung iba. Kawawa naman, hindi makaka-represent. Hello?
Diba? Di pag sumali ako dito, hindi ako nag-champion. Ito syempre, give chance talaga, diba?
Oo, yung mga pangarap nila yan eh.
Oo. Tagasira na ako wasak ng pangarap nila. Pero last, super low right now. Pero at isa ako yung mga kaibigan. Pero napapansin talaga natin yung mga players sa Team Secret just gonna get that spike done. Pero Borkun catching one lang naman ng seize dito. Pero kitang-kita ni Blurt yung haba ng baril ni Jesse Bash. And finally, nakabawi na rin talaga ang Naos right now. Slowly and surely. And kay Blurred, at least, diba, nakakuha na rin siya ng enough money for him to get that operator that he really wants. And in terms of positioning, hindi nila napansin si Blast na nandun lang sa hill.
No? 6-2, yung mga ganito, minsan, especially if the teams are much more comfortable knowing na mas malaki na yung mga rounds na nakukuha nila dito in an advantage position. Minsan nabibitawan mo na eh, may mga loopholes na tayong nakikita slowly but surely. But it seems like, in the other end, props din for Naos for actually having a good read this time around pagdating sa retake na meron sila. Even with an operator, they were able to save it up and save it away from that round. And aside from that, nakuha pa nila yung punto. So 6-2 ang score natin ngayon at buy round nga for everyone. At Blurred, sinotdown din ang operator ni Wits.
Oo. Pero may shoutout nga pala kay Pico na dito sa background.
Still inside.
Pero si Borkong gawin ng pero si Dubstep natamaan ng Tony Prowler ngayon, medyo masakit doon. Nilabog siya. Pero this is the ultimate coming in from Gepsimov right now. Just trying to get the information. Kaya sabi yung mga ibang players ng Team Secret. Pero biglang naubos na rin talaga yung players ng TS dito. Dispenser, the only man remaining. 5 ang pumupunta sa kanya. Dispenser, what you gonna do, boy?
Save? Blast? Defusing spike already. Wala, mukhang magsasave na lang si Dispenser dito. And this is a 6-3 scoreline at kung di mo mapapansin, Vil, kung kanina 6-1 ang score, unti-unti, pakit ng pakit yan. Baka makabawi itong Naos.
And,
sa bagay, kung same-same lang naman din yung ginagawa ng Team Secret when it comes to entry, inaral naman na rin naman nila to.
Yun naman kasi yung trabaho nila, mga kaibigan.
Sinalo ni Borkum lahat.
Sakit eh, no? Talagang mapapasalon.
Borkum time! Napasigaw na lang siya ng time! Time first ang sabi!
Altab na lang siya pagkatapos eh.
Wala na pag-asa to. Hindi ko makatakas eh.
Oo! Hindi nag-chat yun. Nag-chat yun dito sa game. Sabi niya, aw.
Sabi, sandali! Outs!
Oo. Tapos dash clear. Yun ang nilagay niya. Pero, Blurred, waiting on that corner pero meron naman, andito naman si Uy, Diyos ko po! Hindi nakapag-react si Blurred agad sa nangyari. Nagulat na lang siya na si Wiz nasa harapan niya. Pero Kevzimov, mga kaibigan, catching to. Kakawin another one right now. Pero Borkum nakakuha na siya dito. Pero meron tao dito sa may likod. And kakawin ka din tayo with a big nade. Dispenser, 1v2 situation right now. Kukunin niya yung spike. Meron tao sa may heaven. Is he gonna get that kill? Pero tamang wallbang lang naman. Kahit dito nakikita, mapapatay kita. Pero, less than minute left in the clock right now. He needs to reposition. He needs to go here in B. Ang importante kasi nakuha niya yung spike. So, in terms of utilities, yes, in 35 seconds, meron siyang turret, meron pa naman siyang alarm bot dito in 20, and that nanostorm grenade na pwede niyong gamitin para lang syempre just to anti-flank. Or like, not anti-flank though, pero just for them na makita ko sa mga informasyon na pwedeng tignan na di dispenser ngayon. Pero, it's gonna be CT. Doon sila iikot and hindi alam ni dispenser kung nasan ba ang Naos ngayon. Delicious is low. Blast, siya ang pwedeng mag-anchor ngayon. So ang mangyayari, si Blast ang nasa unahan, si J ang nasa likod. Or sabay silang papasok dito. Aasa sila sa trade-off. Mga kaibigan, tamang chup-chup lang dito sa may backset para naman sila makikita dyan. Pero they need to represent, they need to move already.
Oh my God! Trigger discipline lang!
Dispenser! With a trigger discipline and an ROG clutch! Catching two!
Kasalanan ni ni Jelicious. Hindi na-check yung corner eh. Typically, meron talagang nagtatago doon. But I feel like dahil Jelicious was able to use the gravity well doon sa corner na yon, naramdaman niya na baka walang tao kasi nung ginamit yung gravity well, wala namang nasipsip eh. So baka wala talaga. And this time around, hindi na nga nila nakita at hindi na nga nila nasilip. It's too late to apologize. Yan na lang masasabi ng Naos Esports on that specific round. Very much winnable yun eh. Sayang lang talaga. Whatever happens, happens. Mistakes happens and we move forward. Ito na nga si Blur getting that first kill already on the side of Naos. Habang ang Prowler naghahanap kung pereng makakuha ng information pagdating sa A short habang si Dubstep at si Wits nandito sa sewers. So,
Kaya J ba yun? Si J ba yun?
Si J kasi nag-check nung corner eh. Siya yung nag-gravity well eh.
Medyo masakit yun pero at least dito na ngayon sa Team Secret they have the information. Dubstep with the dismiss going in plus that clear waiting patiently pero si Wits nakapag-charge up na rin dito ng dash mga kaibigan. Where is the entry? Wits with the dash and the Dubstep with the lead right now pero Wits biglang sumilip dito sa may city. Sana hindi talaga niya ginawa yun pero si Blurred pwede siya mag-double updraft dito para lang syempre makakuha siya ng mga players dito sa may loob pero Borkum eto na naman!
Ano na? Rappel na naman?
Ginawa na naman ni Borkum yung ginawa niya last time mga kaibigan.
It's Borkum time!
Jebaited! Na-jebait na naman ang Team Secret. Pero look at Dubstep. Cutting off the players of Naos. Trying to catch them off guard. Getting that information. Getting all these easy kills na pwede nang gawin. Pero Borkum will be falling down into the hands of Kakarot. Blast! At si Very mga po ba dito pero nga nagtinatak na yung spike pero Blast and Blurred we're gonna take you down. Akala nyo magagawa nyo sa amin yung ginawa nyo dati? Nope! Hindi na!
Oh, nakapag-plan ka man pero hindi mo ma-save yan at hindi mo maliligtas para makakuha pa ng isang puntos dito, no? 4-7 yung score dito and still, Team Secret has that advantage. Hindi naman nalalayo ang Naos. Hindi to typically yung nakikita natin na one-sided match. Kung sakasakali, pwede pa nilang gawing 5-7 to bago mag-swap ng sides. Especially on the attackers, lalo na meron silang KO, meron silang Fade. Tapos, obviously, nandyan si Blurred na nagpa-pop off ngayon. Malaki ang potential ng Naos dito sa mapa.
Placing swarm grenade.
Kala nila, magagawa nila ulit eh. Kala nyo Pero, tulad nga na sinabi ko kanina, hindi ko naman nasabi. Kunyari na sinabi ko.
Nasa isip mo lang.
Oo, nasa isip ko lang. Hindi lang nila trabaho maglaro. Trabaho din nila mag-aral. At yan ang pinaka-importante. Hindi lang laro-laro. Kailangan mo rin mag-aral. Kailangan mo rin malaman yung mga timings, kung ilang seconds ba yung ganito. Yung mga ganun.
Kagaya ng mga Omen na di ba yung pag nagti-TP out, tas 2 seconds remaining pagdating sa lockdown, tas makakabalik ka ng site. Mga timing na gano'n, hindi biro. And now, Kakarot popping out. Kaso nahuli siya ni Dubstep. Tamang dismiss na ang Dubstep yet again to get another kill here with the help of Dispenser. And that Nanos swarm. Sinalo lahat ng utilities. And this is Blast going down. 8-4 is the score. Utility usage ang pumatay sa Naos.
8-4 just to end the first half of the game, mga kaibigan. And the Team Secret, galit na galit, gustong manakit. 8-4, men. Pero napakadami nangyayari yun. Napakita na nga dito ang Longadog ni Daddy Vash. Sinampal si Kebs Mob right now. Sinampal si Tony Prowler no?
Oo. Tsaka sayang yung sayang yung labas ni Kakarot dun kasi Kita naman niya yung nasa hell eh. Ang kaso nga lang si Dubstep ang natapatan niya. Napatay siya ni Dubstep doon eh. Nakakuha pa ng pangalawang kill si Dubstep during that time. And with the help, especially of a dismiss, alam naman natin, once Arena gets a kill, kahit nga hindi kill eh, kahit ano lang, support lang, makakakuha pa rin ng heal yan, overheal o kaya ng dismiss na pwedeng gamitin. Eh naka-empress pa ata si Dubstep during that time.
Yeah.
So hindi talaga nila
syempre,
makikita.
Pag naka-empress ka, isipin mo ba nag-dismiss ka, invisible ka na, tapos hindi pa nagko-consume ng orbs, tapos at the same time nag-heal up ka pa, 'di ba? At the same time, para ka pang Beyblade. Beyblade ni Brimstone.
Brimmy ni Steamy.
Oh, ayun, Steam Beacon.
Steam Beacon.
Nakakalimutan.
Steamy ni Brimmy.
Beyblade tawag ko dun.
Mga Tony Prowler, naaalala mo, pero yung mga Steam Beacon, di mo na maalala. Patay tayo dyan. Kukomment na naman si Giancarlo niya na walang profile picture.
Ba't alalahanin ko yung mga sa lalaki? Bakit ha? Bas! Pero, ito lang I mean, syempre, meron akong, sa inyo, meron akong trivia. Ang Haven, mga kaibigan, nasa ano yan? Nasa...
Totoong trivia ba yan? Teka lang fact check lang. Totoo, sige.
Butan.
Sa Butan.
Butan.
Kaya pala maraming puno. Sabi din sa Butan. Makakimpress ko siya, maraming puno.
Actually, dito sa Marikina, maraming din puno.
Parang hawig lang din naman to ng Chinatown eh. Kaya marami rin puno doon, guys.
Sa Binondo na lang.
Actually guys, sa Binondo talaga to. Napilitan lang silang gawing Butan. Kawawa naman daw yung iba. Wala raw yung mapa eh. May agent na daw tayo kaya okay na yan.
Yung pinto sa kanan, engbitin yan, men. Pwede ka bumili ng hopya doon. Pero, yung mga players ko yan, medyo sneaky ata yung...
Uy, nakita si Julie!
Pero, Diyos ko, wala yung timing sa kanya. And Julie still gonna get there, but with a big trade-off. Pero, Diyos ko, last push again. Pero, si Dispenser nag-jumping lasso na lang din talaga. What if papatay niya yung isa? Pero, blast! Oh no!
Oh no! Yan na lang masasabi ni Blurred dun eh. Huling-huli sa akto. 4 HP.
Ayun o! Just on to things ba? Kaibigan! Jesse Vash! Dinaan na naman sa edad!
Ginripuhan, sir!
Minama! Ginripuhan!
Pinahiran lang ng Vicks. Kailangan mo rin to, boy. Kailangan nyo makabawi para maganda ang laban.
Masakit ba ang kasukasuhan mo, kapatid?
Akong bahala sa'yo. Planax mo na yan.
Pinahiran.
Not sponsored, by the way.
Yun ang pinahiran ng Vicks eh. Masakit ba kayong likod?
Napadapa na lang eh. Just on the things dito. Yung isang miyembro ng Naos. 4 na HP na nga lang. Hindi pa pinagbigyan eh. 4 na piso na lang. Hindi binigyan ng sukli.
Wala eh. Vash yan eh. Kindraw na yung isa. Pero,
buti na huli.
Buti na huli. Dati kasi hindi. Pero, shoutout nga pala kay Yam Yam.
Si Madam Yam.
Yam. Napakatagal na yung ano namin, yung tawag doon.
Pizza namin, hindi na dumating. Nabulok na ata yun, Madam Yam.
Ilang taon na yun, Yammers. Ano ba?
2 years na atang tumatakbo itong VCT. Wala pa din.
Tapos sinasabi na, di ka kasi sumasama. Bakit nagyayaya ka ba?
Hindi namin alam kung saan kami pupunta.
Pero yun, napakabait niyan si Yam, mga kaibigan.
Mabait yan. Manager Lodi Cakes yan eh. Pero anyway, going back to the game. Mag-comment na naman si Giancarlo na walang profile pic. Huling-huli sa akto. Dubstep. Nagkakasagutan lang sila dito with their respective kills themselves. Pero dalawang napitas sa side ng Naos. Ikaw na naman sila. Parang rarely ko lang nakikita na nakakabili ng baril ang Naos Esports. Pero ano naman to eh, second round pa lang to guys. Second half naman na.
Pag si Borkum daw naging Korean, Park Borkum.
Park Borkum. Yun. Yung mga banks na, makikita mo si Borkum next time, hindi na, yung mga sayaw-sayaw niyan, mga pang K-pop na.
Yung mga kinakain na,
yung mga dynamite na yung pera. Pumipitik-pitik na yan si Borkum.
Ay, sa Michael Jackson pa.
Ay, hindi, iba pala yan, Bes.
Sorry,
Hindi Korean
sorry.
yan.
Hindi Korean yan, men.
Walang sense of direction eh, ano?
Sorry. Pero dito sa Team Secret, I mean, 10-4 na sila, guys. Nakita natin yung game kanina. Hindi na natin pinag-usapan yun.
Ang dami na namin nakwento, hindi pa rin nagsimula yung next round, di ba? Okay, eto. Dito naman ngayon ang Team Secret, sila ang kulang pagdating sa mga baril, no? In a firepower situation, si Wits may operator naman. But the rest, holding on pagdating sa kanilang mga baril din dito. On the other hand, si Blast, medyo magkadikit na sila ni Dubstep. Hindi ko alam kung narinig niya to o baka inaasahan niya na may nagtatago dahil nakita!
Nakita masyado! Oo, nakita ang tewop, mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po!
Nahuli!
Hindi!
What you doing?
Talaga, diba? I mean, huwag kayong magalit kasi what we see is what we say. Totoo naman talaga nakita ni Blast yung tewop. Anong ginawa? Binaril.
Oo, pinatay.
Diba?
Di yatabi. Wala na si Dubstep. Apat na lang ang problema nila dito. Kapag di sila nahuli at least ng mga operator shot na magmumula kay Wits, kayang-kaya ng Naos. Ayun na nga. Kayang-kaya ng Naos makakuha ng site. Ang problema, si Wits nasa B. Mukhang magre-reposition dito. He's trying to get another shot in and he gets it successfully. Dalawa na ang napitas ni Wits. Isama mo pa ata si Blurred. Pero hindi muna. Dahil naatras na. Ito na ang entry na inaantay natin with the alarm bot popping off. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin niya. Nakapasok ng saglitan. Pero makikita dito na si Blast ay umatras na kaunti. Porcum on the other hand, spray and pray ang ganap. Pero Delicious secures the kill. Tatlo laban sa dalawa ngayon, Vin.
3v2 right now. Dispenser super low. Wits super low as well. This is gonna be a match for now. Si Fever kailangan talaga nila makuha to kasi hindi pa. This is over, partner. If ever talaga na wala silang pera next round at pwedeng para talaga manalo ang Team Secret dito if ever, pero pupusuan ba nila? Kailangan talaga nilang pusuan to. Pero Vash, siya ang dapat mag-anchor dito sa site na to if ever. Siya ang pumasok, siya ang makakuha na impormasyon kasi yung mga dalawang players naman dito na Naos is nandun naman sa may garage. So, Dispenser with a frenzy, waiting patiently, pero muntik na makakuha ng isa, pero Blast catching one, at muntik pa ata, baka ata makuha pa ng Naos itong game na to, itong round na to, at baka maging 5-10 pa, at dapat mangyari yun. Kasi pag wala I mean pag natalo sila dito, wala 11-4 tapos save sila 12-4. So match point na, 'di ba? So kailangan talaga nilang hindi na matalo agad-agad. It's all about the discipline na pwede nilang gawin. And syempre, bawal sila magkamali.
Oh, no room for mistakes. Double digit na yung score on the side of Team Secret Kaya the pressure, mas malaki ngayon no, na Naos sa side. And knowing that this is a map pick by Team Secret, ang dami ng VODs na itong mga players na to. Ang dami ng VODs ni Naborcum, Wits, Dubstep, Bash, Dispenser. Pare-parehas na tao lang yan na naglalaro sa Haven. And this can be capitalized by Naos Esports. And to knowing ano nga ba ang plano ng Team Secret dito. Pero kung may iba silang dadalhin sa table pagdating sa Team Secret, mabibigla pa rin nila tong Naos. It doesn't seem like it as Dubstep secures that kill onto Kevs and Blast goes down with the rest of the team as well. Si Bird nasama na rin sa hukay, pati si Kakarot in the wide swing. Tumama yung paranoia. Isa na lang ang bullet na kailangan at binaril ng Ghost. Hindi sila makalabas ng base.
Kung hindi tumama ang operator, ilabas ang Ghost. And we're gonna take you down and oh no. Half buy. Kailangan nila mag-save dito sa side ng Naos para syempre bumawi nilang sila doon sa match point na ang Team Secret. Maratalo sila dito sa round na to. Pero partner, I mean, ang Naos kasi, nothing to win, nothing to lose. If ever manalo sila dito, napakaliit ng chance ang makapasok sa playoffs. Sa totoo lang.
Knowing na nag-aagawan din ang buhay pagdating doon sa 7th place at saka sa 6th place natin pagdating sa leaderboards. On the other hand, pasok na naman sila ng B na trigger na ang alarm bot with the Nano Swarm. Di na kailangan lumabas ng players ng Team Secret. A very well-placed utility will able to cancel out the players and live. This is Jesse Bash securing that first kill. May sagot naman si Blast. On the other hand, Team Secret just completely demolished the players of Naos. Hindi sila makapasok ng site at all.
Match point na for the side of Team Secret and partner, isipin mo nag-start tayo ng 11 o'clock, natapos ng 11:39. Hoy,
isipin mo, 15 minutes pa tayong nagkwentuhan sa simula niyan, Bes.
Ang bilis nito, isipin mo, 39 minutes na ang nakakaraan. Ay, 39 minutes na. 30 minutes tayo nagkwentuhan. 9 minutes tayong nag-shoutcast.
9 minutes! 30 minutes kwentuhan, 9 minutes shoutcast, tapos patapos na. Hello? Hindi kasi makapasok yung ano eh. Hindi makabuelo ng entry yung Naos Esports. Kapag di talaga sila makabuelo, paano sila makakapag-plant ng spike? Kailangan ubusin nila lahat ng kills. Ang dami na itong players ng Team Secret na watak-watak pa. They have to plan out something, map out something on how they can take sides here. It's not too late para sa side ng Naos Esports. At never don't give up. Yan dapat ang quotes.
Never gonna give you up. O diba lahat yun na-recroll? O diba lahat yun na-recroll?
3K viewers tapos plus 1-3. Oo, lahat na-recroll.
Lahat kayo na-recroll. Kala nyo.
Kala nyo, ligtas na kayo.
Kala nyo, immortal kayo. Hindi.
Nako, eto, si Jelicious. Atras na lang siya dito. Nagmo-moonwalk pa atras. At yung ibang players ng Team Secret, walang gagawin kung hindi magantay. Ito na nga ang unang first nila. The thing is, nagda-doubt yung Naos Esports whenever they do picks. Kaya yung confidence naglalak pagdating sa players ng Naos dahil hindi sila sure kung kaya nilang i-take yung kills na yan. Ang importante ngayon is have that confidence to actually push in the side as for Jelicious not checking corners again!
Ano bang meron kay Jet? Check mo yung kaliwa mo! Kaliwat kanan! Jet!
Ba't ka nagagalit?
Kanina pa
13 seconds remaining to plant the spike.
10
It's up
seconds
to
left.
Blast right now to make something happen. Pero si Dispenser, already low on HP, di siya makakalabas dito. Wala nang oras.
It's
ang
over.
Naos Esports at doon na nga nagtatapos ang game number 1 natin.
Defenders win.
Gusto mo pumatay. Kaya mga mananaksak pa Hey, at least that was a very entertaining match, at least, that we just saw here at Team Secret secures that first game at gusto pang tumondo things ni kuya mo, Jesse Bash.
Tino mo si Bash yung saya? Itsura.
Walang salamin kaya may konting ano kanina yung ding-ding yung namatay.
Hindi nakakatama. Uy, hello.
Ay,
nahiya ako.
sorry. Kami pala yun.
Nahiya ka bigla sa
Wala very much one-sided yung match na meron tayo. Makikita mo talaga, especially when the switch happened, kung saan nasa attacker side na yung Naos Esports. They're having second thoughts whenever they do picks and lagi lang silang nakukuha ni Wits dito, especially with the help of an operator. Madaling-madali yung shot kasi nag-wide swing lang din sila There's no usage of utilities na pwede mong ma-punish yung mga players and the rare times that we saw them use up the utilities to actually get those kills, hindi pa na-check yung corners.
Yung nga yung mahirap hindi sila sumisilip sa kaliwa Dapat yun.
Dapat
Kasi tingin sa likod.
Oo, lahat. Check your 6
ganun,
to 9. Lahat na.
Lang.
6, 9, 12, 3. Orasan yun. Sa clock yun
Nice.
No, Team Secret. 13-5 is the score for this first map. Kitang-kita nyo naman. Pagdating sa ating team stats, 10 frag wins. Total objective wins, mas konti. Pero mas marami. Kompleto, 10. Frag wins lahat. Ubusan.
Kala ko makakabawi ang Naos dito. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi gising na si Rere.
Kasi wala si Rere no? Kala namin si Rere yung curse.
Team Salon Pass getting that 1 point away dito sa Naos Esports right now and they only need 1 more win in order for them to be undefeated. Na naman.
May isa pa namang match nakasunod. Hindi pa tapos yung series natin. Yung puntos hindi pa nabibigay sa Team Secret o Team Salon Pass.
Kasi meron pa sila bukas na laro
Oo, meron pa natitira. Meron pa ba?
Oo, tama, meron pa.
Wala, nagmamadali yung mga players ng Team Secret. May lakad ata ito pagtapos. Kakain ata sila sa labas.
Oo, tapos hindi naman tayo invite
tapos sasabihin, lilibre tayo pero hindi tayo invite.
Bukas best, ang kalaban nila is Alpha Esports Pro. So, parang deja vu to on what happened.
Ng Team Secret o ng Naos? Naos?
Bukas, Team Secret versus Alpha Esports Pro. Back then, no Stage 1 2021, yung first game ever ng Alpha Esports Pro, ang kalaban nila is Bren. Itong Team Secret, sila Bren yun. Yun, sila yun. So, after 1 year, maglalaban ulit sila, partner. Dito naman, sa Stage 2. ano ang mangyayari doon?
Marami ng changes from the respective teams. Nag-grow na, nagbago na ang lahat. Pero dito pa rin sila magtatapat sa VCT Stage. Dito walang bago. And just going here to the game highlights itself, ito na yung pinahiran nga ng Vix sa likuran. Si Blas, inalagaan lang ni Kuya Jesse Bash. Pero ang dami talagang moments dito no na kayang-kaya sana na bawiin ng Naos Esports. But there was doubt. Again, not checking corners. There's just a lot of mistakes that needs to be polished on the side of Naos because Team Secret, they are a pretty polished team knowing that isa sila sa mga malalakas talaga sa Pilipinas.
Yeah, the discipline is there already. And syempre, dyan si Coach Fade na nandito na talaga sa Pilipinas para syempre si Sidestep. Syempre para mas maalagaan pa niya and mas ma-polish pa niya yung mga strategies na pwedeng gawin nga ng team nila dito. Pero wag mo na kayo umalis kasi meron pa naman tayong game number 2. Once again, you're watching VCTPH Group Stage 2, Week 2, Day number 4. Once again, Tayville here. The Mods! We'll be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
Oh, gulat kayo, no? Come kami lang to! Ladies and gentlemen, we are Tavin, we are the mods, and you're watching VCTPH Stage 2, Group Stage, Week 2, Day number 4. And nakita na talaga natin yung
Okay, context lang. Bago kasi magsimula yung stream, nabinasa ko yung comment ni Meralco. Sabi niya dahil daw sa comment ng isa, nanalo siya ng oven toaster. Congratulations! May kasama rin yan, not only one, but with temporary restraining order, mga kapatid.
Tapos meron nagsabi na hindi daw bagay yung buhos ko sa mukha ko. Ano gusto mo sabihin?
Tinanong ko nga, trash talk ba yun o ano?
Compliment ba yun o trash talk, Ben? Hindi ko alam eh.
Ay, nako.
Ano ba? Magte-thank you ba ako sa'yo o magsasorry ba ako sa'yo? Men, hindi ko.
Parang kasalanan mo pa eh, no? Na magkaiba yung boses mo sa mukha mo. Diyos ko. Alam niyo na guys, ito, game number 2. Pupunta tayo sa game number 2. Kung yung unang mapa, pinili ng Team Secret, itong pangalawa, Naos naman ang pumili nito. Alam mo, susunod na mapa natin? Sa malamig. Rainy season na, malamig-lamig na ngayon. Pero dito, mas malamig dito, men. Icebox ang susunod na mapa. Pinili lang na ako si Esports.
Gusto nila yun.
Kaya nga pick nila, di ba?
Oo.
Mahirap ipiliin nila yung hindi nila gusto, di ba? Mahirap yun, sir.
Mahirap pag pinili.
Malakas din ang Team Secret sa Icebox eh. Paano kaya yun? Lahat ata ng mapa eh. Malakas ang Team Secret. At unang ban nila kanina eh, Fracture.
If ever lang na talagang pinili na Naos ang Icebox, syempre, they really need to have this advantage. And syempre, mga nasa isip nila kung paano nila ma-reverse sweep to. Medyo mahirap ang pwedeng mangyari. Pero syempre, puso lang.
Meron ng comment dito na nakita ko na. Sabi dito, sino daw po yung lalaking caster? Ba't ang pogi? Ayan, at least malinaw yung pagkakasabi. Hindi ikaw yan sa English stream na nanonood, men. Anyway.
Seryoso ba?
Hindi, joke lang sa Filipino stream. Nalungkot tuloy si Phil. Pero ito guys, game number 2 is gonna be Icebox. Kung kanina, napaka one-sided and almost as if Naos is a little bit lost. This time around, map pick na to ng Naos. So baka mag-iba yung storya dahil sila yung pumili ng mapa, no? Mas maging confident sila. Kasi yun talaga yung isa sa mga kailangan bumalik sa side ng Naos Esports. The confidence to make peaks happen, to make kills happen, and to make takes happen.
Yeah, let's see if ever talaga makakayanan pa na ma-reverse sweep talaga ng Naos to. Kasi yung mga plays nila back then, nananalo sila ng 1 eh. Minsan. Most of their matches, lahat yon 0-2 in favor of their opponent.
True.
So, sa totoo lang, napag-usapan nga namin ni Taylor kanina nung in-interview si Kakarot, di ba? Parang sinabi niya na, we will not disappoint you. Pero this happened. Pero nangyari na dapat nangyari. All you gonna do is just try to get the first point in.
Oo.
Hindi, ganito yan partner. Tama. Kumuha ng isang point, then syempre, use that as your momentum. Use that. Parang you have the point to lean on already para na syempre makapunta na na 2-0 if ever. Kasi yun din yung problema nila eh. Like kunyari, dumarating sa point na lamang na ang Naos, pero hindi nila ginagawa, hindi nila nata-13, hindi nila nata-13, hindi nila nako-close out, wala yung finisher, kumbaga. Kumbaga, parang bumili ka ng Prime Vandal na binili mo yung dalawang yung dalawa pero yung finisher hindi mo binili. Kumbaga ganun.
Binili mo yung variant eh, no?
Walang
pero
panapos,
walang finisher.
Walang panapos, mga kaibigan. So syempre, finisher.
They really dropped the ball in the middle or somewhat in the latter game pagdating sa side ng Naos, especially here in the current stage na tinitignan natin lahat. On the other hand, nandito na nga yung agent picks na meron tayo and it seems like Kakarot is going for a fade here in this map and for Team Secret, a very OG pick aside from the chamber.
We're gonna see it. Kung ano ba mangyayaring lineup ngayon. Pero ang Team Secret, napapansin naman natin, this is the same lineup na pinakita nila sa Stage 1. Stage 1 Icebox.
Sino kaya Sino kaya yung magje-jet? Si Dubstep o si Wits? Kasi kanina si Wits yung yung nag-jet eh.
Sa ganito, sa Icebox,
si Wits yung nag-chamber,
si Wits yung
diba?
nag-chamber, tapos si Sidestep yung nag-jet.
Ikaw, basically. Tingnan natin, malay mo, ibahin nila. Siyempre, they are currently at the top of the leaderboards anyway, and they have secured the match point as well. So, ito rin yung sinabi ng panel kanina, no? We might be expecting little changes coming in from Team Secret. Dito yung chance nila actually to try out some compositions if it works out for them. But it seems like Team Secret, they're just focused on securing the top spot right now dahil they're still choosing or picking yung mga comfort picks nila dito or yung lagi nilang pinipili once Icebox comes up.
Yeah. And tingnan natin if ever talagang makakabawi na ang Naos because it's gonna be right now! Kung ano ang mangyayari dito sa game na to, talagang is it gonna be 2-0 or 1-1 dito sa mga matches dito sa Haven. Pero that is the players of Team Secret pushing in. Partner, anong ginagawa ng Team Secret? Parang sila yung nagiging attacker. At Naos parang nagiging defender dito. Blurred check all the corners na meron dito sa may likod pero not gonna catch anyone. Pero dito naman sa side ng Naos, they need to stop the possible push na pwedeng gawin ng Team Secret kasi medyo mahirap yung, sa totoo lang, medyo mahirap yung pwesto ng Team Secret ngayon kasi lahat sila sa may B. Bilong lahat sila, men. Ang hirap, ang pangit ng pwesto ng Team Secret.
At least sabay-sabay silang magre-retake.
Yun na talaga, pero yun nga, pinapalibutan na sila ng mga players ng Naos right now. Pero nga lang, Dubstep catching one, pero si Blast mga kaibigan si Favor makakuha ba sila? Pero pinaplant na lang yung spike, pinipilit na yung spike mga kaibigan. Wala na, Wiz with a big 3! Hined Hunter!
Sinecure na eh. Diniretso na dito ng Team Secret. It seemed like nagkumpulan sila on B long. And the thing is, might be not the best position to do retakes. So you wanna take up two sides o kumbaga dalawang sides of B side. But this one, lahat sila nag-B long and this was an eco. Anyway, or pistol round naman yun eh. So lahat sila dito, lahat naka-pistol lang din. And they were comfortable enough to go and secure those kills. And lalo na si Wits na naka-triple pa with the Headhunter itself. So yun yung masakit, no? Kasi wala silang chamber eh. Wala silang ganong firepower on following rounds or like first rounds like this.
Yeah. Isipin mo, meron kang power ng sheriff na buffed. Kasi of course pwedeng i-ADS eh. Tapos in terms of recoil, baba ng recoil ng Headhunter close to none. Pero Dubstep, oh my god, crispy headshot na ginawa ni GFC Move dito. Dubstep, asim mo ha? Masyado kang maasim, nagpupush ka ha? Delicious.
Huli ka tuloy.
Is he gonna do it again?
Very quiet in the entire map. Delicious, naghahanap ka ng isa. Tingnan natin kung makakahuli siya, no? Gaya ng sabi mo, Vil. But it seems like the smoke will help him cross instead. And the players of Team Secret, they're not aware. Baka mahuli si Wits kung sakasakali man dahil yung ibang members, papasok na rin. This is Delicious going down. Si Wits, sumama na rin with the Blurred as getting that kill. This will be the wall from Dispenser. Sumubok din si Jesse Bash with his own Marshall getting that first kill. Ngayon, naubos ang side ng Naos Esports ng bigla-bigla.
Yeah. Napakabilis na pangyayari. May namatay nga na talagang ilan, which is 3. Pero ang gagawin lang ng Team Secret dito is, for sure, they're gonna buy up. Pwedeng Vandal, pwedeng Spectre. The safest thing to buy is Spectre. Gonna keep everything, gonna do that right now. Wala, parang inaalay na ni Blurred yung sarili niya para makapasok pa talaga eh. Kasi trade-off lang din naman ang kailangan nila dito eh. Pero it's just si Borcom nasa may likod. I mean, it's gonna be really hard for them to do a take dito sa B if ever talaga hindi nila malaman kung nasan ba yung mga players ng PPGL with pushing in, catching one again!
Pick off mula kay Wits.
Putok sabay alis.
Oo hit and run. Hit and run tong mga players ngayon ng Naos Esports. And you can still see, Naos, sila yung may baril ngayon, sila yung may mga Vandal. Kailangan nilang makuha tong round na to. But Dispenser already picking up the Vandal as well from the kill that he got a while ago. Kaya naman kahit pa paano, mababalik or magiging tie pagdating sa mga firepower. But on the other hand, for Naos Esports, they're taking this really slow pagdating sa mga take nila, no? Kaya rin mabilis na rotation ng Team Secret. Naiipit at naiipit sila. And with that info, papasok na nga ang members ng Naos Esports. Huling-huli ni Wits, si Delicious na naman. Kakarot on the other hand, what a swing! And this is now them planting the spike in a 3v1. Si Borkum na lang ang naiiwan and he will be pinned down by Kevsimov. That's Jesse Bash goes down as well.
Naos, nakakakuha na sila dito ng mga early kills finally, pero partner, medyo kinakabahan tayo kasi pag yung Team Secret natatalo sa gun round, sila yung sa pistol round, sila yung panalo, pero ngayon, sila yung nanalo dito sa pistol round, baka
may yan eh, may kasamang sumpa yan eh, yung mga pistol round ng Team Secret.
Kaya medyo
nakita ko yung comment, pinansin yung mali ko. Sabi ko kasi si Wits yung nagda-dubstep. Pasensya na, hindi ko na kasi mahiwalay si dubstep sa jet eh. Diba? Minsan, nakala mo jet na pero si dubstep pala.
Sidestep.
Sidestep.
Kalimutan.
2-1 ang score natin. Parehas sila dito, by round nila at kompletos Ricados pagdating sa mga utilities, pati na rin sa mga barrel, no? And this is Wits, again, advancing on the map. Lagi niyang ginagawa to para makahanap ng pick-off, tapos sabay TP out lang.
Tony Prowler not gonna catch anyone dito lang sa may A, pero Wits, mga kaibigan, pushing in, waiting for the perfect execution, catching the head of Foncher over the second one, pero tamang mamba out talaga agad siya dito. Hit and run. Yan lang ang ginagawa talaga ni Wits. I mean, pick off one. Ganito ganito yung ginagawa ni Wits. Off-angle play. Pag nakapatay, mamba out. Yun lang yun. Off-angle. Paano ba ito? Off-angle man. Ito na.
Yun ang kailangan.
Pero hindi off-angle yung position ni Wits ngayon. Pero that is dubstep catching one already with that operator. We're gonna take down the main smoker of Naos Esports. Pero 3v3 onto this game. Blast pushing in dito lang sa may A. Pero Dispenser, is he gonna catch them off guard or not? Pero kung napapansin mo yung mga players kung wala talaga itong site na ito. Flash Dispenser, the only remaining dito. Ito na yung long gatog na meron dito si Kevsimov. Pushing ito at 2v2 situation right now. Wala ata siya makuha kahit isa. Pero meron silang oras for them na mag-antay-antay lang din for them to get that information. Pero yung turret nakita ngayon si Vash. And Dispenser needs to catch them off guard. Pero napaka-bliss ng heart natin.
Nauna pa sa first eh. Masyadong advanced at excited. On the other hand, i-refresh natin yan. Naos taking this round though. At kahit papaano, napantay nila ang laban dito in a 2-2 scoreline. On the other hand, si Wits, pwede siyang talagang mag-shine in this specific map. Knowing an icebox map is more on the long-range battle and long-range aim duel, malaki ang potential ni Wits dito to get most of the kills as well, to get most of the frags. And he utilizes the chamber exactly the way he utilizes it now, na 7-3 na yung kills at deaths niya dito. Magtutuloy-tuloy lang to for the side of Wits. On the other hand, tamang farm lang ng orb. Hindi kuya mo dubstep dahil meron ng ulti na pwede gamitin.
Sorry, narinig niyo pala yung ubo. Hindi ako nakapag-mute. Pero at least ito na yung brainstorm ngayon si Dubstep na naman natin pag-ibig. Hindi kumakapit. Pero si Borkum nakakuha na isa pero kakarot with a spray and pray, run and gun. We're gonna take down Borkum again. Pero 4v4 onto this game, si Dubstep talaga ang pwede makakuha dito ng mga early kills, early frags, one tap to the heads if ever makakuha siya ng someone dito sa brainstorm. Pero dito naman ngayon sa Naos, they need to play slow. Narinig nila si Dubstep dito, and that Tony Prowler not gonna catch anyone for sure. Meron pa wala na siyang hunt pero meron pa siyang seize, pero that is the hunt coming in from Kakarot right now for him to catch them. Kung nasan ba yung mga players natin dito, kung saan sila nagtatago. Likod control sa may likod natin siya din talaga, pero walang Kakarot nakakuha isa dito. Dispenser catching one as well. Pero Delicious tinatamaan siya. Mga shockouts ngayon, pero Dubstep double out pa rin siya matamaan. No snake bite. It's all up to Wits. 1v2. Is this going to be a winnable match coming in from him? The Wits! Low on HP. 1v1 with a great one. Kevsimov versus Wits. Si Wits pwede siya kumuha ng Vandal dito mga kabigay, pero kukunin ba niya? Pero mukhang hindi. Sige, headhunter na rin talaga. Pero Wits gonna defuse the spike. 8 seconds in para sa Recon Bolt mga kaibigan. Pero Wits pushing. Oh no, meron siyang Vandal dito. Nakakuha na. Pero okay, meron siyang pang mamba out ngayon. Meron siyang rendezvous. Meron siyang Recon Bolt mga kaibigan. So may kita na kung ano ginagawa ngayon. Pero tamang half din talaga para syempre mas mahirapan pa si Kevsimov na makakuha dito ng kill. Pero alam ni Wits kung nasan ka! 3-2! Big ROG clutch.
Alam mo,
Team Secret did.
Alam mo, Vil, kung actually tinap ni Wits yun, tas tinuloy niya, kanina pa half yun or maybe even kanina pa panalo. Baka nahabol pa niya talaga, natuluyan niyang i-defuse kasi hindi talaga sa unang tap, hindi talaga lumabas si Kevs at all. And despite having a recon na half na yung spike and just the timing is a little bit off, and knowing Wits, he's definitely on point, nakapulot na siya ng Vandal, he has the firepower, he just has less HP. So what he needs to do is actually just find Kevs first and get the first peak and get the first kill before it happens sa kanya. This time around, Team Secret, sila kailangan mag-defend dito. 3-2 na ang score natin. And para sa Naos, papasok na ata sila. With the lockdown being placed in, may wall na rin from the Viper, si Blurred, and nandito na rin. As Pipes is getting cleared out from the side of Team Secret here. Sa corner, makikita si Borkum. At least this time around, nag-check na sila ng corner. Kaya naman si Jildicious magpaplanta ng spike habang may Viper spit pa.
Men, grabe yung crowd control na meron ang Naos dito. Isipin mo, pinaalis na muna nila with that lockdown. Then pagpasok nila sa loob, Viper spit para mas syempre mas mahirapan pa na mag-retake dito ang Team Secret. It's all about the utilities na meron ang Naos, mga kanipa. Pero nga lang, Wits, nakakuha siya ng isa. Alam ni Gelicious na meron tao doon sa may gilid niya, pero Bash! With a huge flick! We're gonna take down the Viper spit right now. 1v3. Dubstep, can he do that ROG clutch or not? Yung dalawa dito sa players ng Naos is low. Magko-commit ba siya? Wala siyang pera ngayon. Frags, yes, he can do that. Pero partner, gusto muna pag-usapan yung talagang crowd control na meron talaga ang Naos. Isipin mo, nagsimula kay Blast, tinapos ni Jake.
Oo, kasi lalo na kapag online na yung mga utilities nila dito, laki talaga ng possibility nila to take site completely and put up or raise up pagdating dun sa percentage ng probability na makuha nila yung site, no? And aside from that, yung problema ngayon ng Naos is iwasan yung pagkaka-pick off nila isa-isa from the other rounds na wala silang ganitong klaseng utility. Kasi nahihirapan silang pumasok each and every time eh. And because of this utility usage na may ulti sila, kaya sila nakapasok freely, what will happen without it?
Yeah. And for the side of Team Secret, napatimeout sila eh. I mean, ano nangyayari? Ano ang nangyayari?
Hindi. Sabi.
Nag-time out sila, partner. Kasi
Time
syempre,
first.
gusto muna nila na magpahinga yung mga casters. Maraming salamat, guys.
Oo. Ginawa talaga tong timeout para sa aming dalawa ni Vil eh. Para makapag-relax muna kami dito. But it's the perfect time din naman para i-reset ang HUD.
Oo.
Para hindi na advance.
Advance mag-isip eh, no? May date yung HUD eh.
Oo eh. Nagmamadali. Gusto nung tapusin. Huwag kayong mag-alala guys. Re-refresh nila yan at maaayos din yan. Pero itong round na to, walang pambili si Kakarot tsaka si Je. Makakabili naman siya. On the other hand, half armor si Kakarot, no? May phantom siya but half armor is there. And they have to rely on this as well. Not too bad, I would say. Lalo na kung makukuha mo rin naman yung mga headshots agad-agad.
Big shoutout nga pala kay Bes.
Sino?
Kay Maring May.
Si Maring May.
Oo.
Si Maring May.
Biglang
Masarap
pumasok.
magluto din.
Pumasok sa kwarto at binigyan ako ng
pagkain?
Knock. Binigyan ako, men. At saka ng saging. Tsaka bread, grabe naman talaga.
Alagang Maring May pala yan.
Oo, shoutout nga pala kay Maring May.
Salamat sa pag-aalaga sa partner ko. Sana all hanggang nakakarating dito. No, face your fears. Yan ang sabi as the Nightfall being used already. Ito na nga mabilisang entry ng Naos. Kaya ba nila with the first pick-off coming in from Dispenser? Kailangan nilang umatras dito ng saglitan. The Nightfall has been used already and it's been working on for such a long time. Mawawala na lang yan pero hindi pa rin nakakapasok ang Naos Esports.
Mga kaibigan, medyo mahirap talaga sa pwedeng gawin ngayon ni Wit because of that. 44, pero meron nakita ngayon yung hunt ni Kakarot, pero that is with the shot you down already. Wits na nga isa pa, Diyos ko po, natutuldukan yung mga players ng Naos dito and sobrang sulit kasi partner kasi isipin mo, ilan lang naman ang bala ng Tour de Force 5. Tapos ilan na yung napapatay mo? Ang dami na. Dalawa na, diba?
Tatlong bala pa yan. Bakit may tatlong player pa? Dalawa na lang yan. So kayang-kaya pa. Diba? So si Wits dito, men, di na niya kailangan bumili. Sipin mo yan. So, ibig sabihin, sa isang tao dito, may 2 chances pa siya. Si Wits, for the third kill already. 13 HP or 13 seconds remaining right now as Jesse Vash secures that final kill. That is delicious. This is a 4-3. Malinis na malinis. Ginamit yung ulti nung fade. Kaso walang follow-up, man. Kasi hindi nakapatay si Blurred.
Yun nga talaga. I mean, they have the hunt. They have all the utilities na meron talaga yung mga players na Naos dito. Pero wala lang din talaga na follow-up. Yun ang mga kailangan natin dito, mga kaibigan. To follow-up kung paano natin gagawin yun. Isipin mo, napakamahal. Napakaganda ng isa sa pinakamaganda sa Valorant. Yung ulti ni Fade. Siyempre, anong kailangan dyan? Entry. Sino ang mag-entry? Pero wala, may Great Wall of Wits eh. Hindi nila natin...
Oh, man.
Because of, tarang grabe yung tour de force na ginagawa ni Wits dito. Okay lang na makapatay siya ng isa. Pero dalawa?
Tama na yan. 2022 na. Oh, pinahirapan sila dito ni Wits. Anyway, baka pahirapan na naman sila dito sa next round. Iba talaga ang bebe buff. Alam mo naman, nanonood si Madam. Diba? Nanonood si Madam eh.
Shoutout kay Colin.
Oo, shoutout kay Colin. Anyways, eto na. Tony Prowler, nilabas pero wala rin namang makakagat. Pero alam nila na may nag-aantay dito sa may long o sa may yellow, no? Already, dubstep gets the kill instead of Blurred. Sinusubukan nilang mag-entry gamitin yung mga utilities dito ng Fade, pero minsan nagpe-fail eh. On the other hand, si Kakarot, nakapitas naman siya ng isa. This Recon will spot the players of Naos Esports. This is still being held down by Team Secret, but they're crumbling one by one.
Napakaganda execution lang din talaga na ginawa dito ng Naos, mga kaibigan. Tulad nga talaga ng ginawa ni Kakarot because of that hunt na meron siya. At doon nag-push, doon nag-rumble din talaga yung mga players of Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Pero if ever meron naman siyang rest dito, and they will really gonna push it for a big ROG clutch lang din talaga. Pero Dispenser nakakuha ng isa, pushing it out 2v2 situation right now. Wala na ball. Pero meron pa siyang slow. Meron tao sa may taas, meron din tao dito sa may baba. Pero Hunt will gonna reveal exactly kung nasan pa kayo ngayon. Pero Kakarot and Jet will gonna get one by one. Dito sa Team Secret, isa-isa silang nagpakita, isa-isa lang din silang namatay. Naos, ganito kalakas ang utility ng isang Fade. Kitang-kita kayo kung nasan ba kayo. At meron pang natulbukan eh. Nakita ng Prowler eh.
Basta mahanap mo yung buwelo, yung momentum mo as a teammate into actually playing with a Fade. Ang laki talaga, ang daming possibilities na pwedeng gawin. Mabilis ka makapag-clear ng mga sites dito. And on the other hand, talagang mahihirapan din yung nagdidepensa. Lalo na kapag hinahawakan nila dito yung mga close angles. Kagaya ng mga choke points on yellow. And if you manage to clear out that angle using a Fade, immediately you're 50% there. You just have to plant spike and napakadaling sabihin. Pero mahirap gawin. And still, Team Secret, kung tutuloy-tuloy lang to ng Naos, papantay at papantay talaga yung laban natin. Despite all the disadvantages, now si Esports, it's still a tie.
It's really a tie right now. And technical
pause. Si Ray pumasok na sa Discord eh.
Oo nga.
Tech pause tuloy.
Tech pause tuloy, di ba? Once, oo nga, no, grabe, no?
Di ba? Sabihin mong hindi. Nasa mali, totoo, di ba?
Pagkapasok ni Ray sa Discord, kami nag-take pause.
Oo, di ba? Sinasabi ko sa inyo, guys. Walang naniniwala sa sumpa. Totoo ang sumpa dito sa VCTPH. Iba ang dala-dala ni Ray dito. Nanonood na naman siya ng game ng Naos eh. Alam nyo na.
Wala.
Ray nagkakast eh. Laging tatalo. Nagising na naman si Ray. Alam nyo na kung sino sisisihin.
Report nyo na yung page, guys.
Ay, mag-i-report si Ray.
Oy, joke lang.
Some beses sa stage 1, pinareport mo. Nireport talaga ng mga tao na
Joke lang.
Na shadow ban yung account ni Ray dahil sa'yo eh.
Joke lang. Yan. Actually, mabait yan si Ray sa totoo lang. Kasi may utang ako dyan eh. Ayan.
Mahilig mag-charity work yan si Ray.
May utang ako dyan.
Naalagaan ng mga dapat hindi.
Maraming salamat, Ray, sa lahat ng ginawa mo. I mean, na-appreciate ko yun. Sana sa mga susunod na araw, huwag ka magbago, Ray. Ayoko magbago.
Mabuhay ka hanggang gusto mo. Wala eh, tech post tayo eh. Mag-aantay at mag-aantay talaga tayo dito.
Sabayan mo si Enrile.
Tsaka yung ano niya, pet.
Si Brownie. Yung dinosaur niya si Brownie.
Yung dinosaur. Yung kahon, di naman pumapasok eh.
Oo eh.
Ano ba to? Airport pa talaga to?
Airport yan, man. Airport yan.
Sasabi ko sa'yo,
At
Baka
least,
sa ano to? Oh.
at least alam na
Ganito
natin.
pala feeling ng baggage, no?
Bagahe, di
Kapag
ba?
pinapaikot sila sa turnaround, pag kukunin mo na.
Ano ko po?
Makikita mo si Ray Ray dyan sa corner, nag-aantay.
Tapos na ba,
Paglabas siya
guys?
ng surprise! Hi, guys!
Tapos na ba, guys?
Maganda. Pag liko dun sa kanto, no? Nakaabang na si Ray Ray.
Hello! Go, go, go!
Go!
Ganun na siya. I mean...
Pag tayo ginaya ni Ray Ray, matatanggalan siya ng trabaho.
Pag tayo ginarere, tigil mo, huwag mo kaming gagawin.
Ayan na! Bumalik na tayo! Tama ng mga teluk. Dahil nandito na tayo sa ating susunod na round. That is round 9.
Nakabusi dubstep dito. Grabing palumpalo. Hindi to ine-expect ng Naos for sure. Pero ang problema lang dito
walang tao.
Wala na siya makikita dyan. Dubstep.
Kahit
5 taon kang nandyan, wala kang makikita dyan. Kailangan mo nang gumalaw. Kailangan mo nang pumasok kasi yung Naos nandito sa A. Pero, blurred. We're gonna fall down to the hands of goods right now. Kakarot. Tinatry niyang buhayin ang moral ng Naos right now. Pero Diyos ko po, Jesse Vash, sinampal na naman ang longganong si Blast. Gigil na gigil pa. Dispenser, tinanggap niya yung sakit ng snake bite ni Julius right now. Para lang syempre mapatay niya yung isa. 3v2 onto this game. Recon bot, not gonna catch one. Pero wala rin makukuha yung kay Jesse Vash right now. Pero Kakarot, grabe, galawang
tamang
action.
zipline lang ah.
Galawang action.
Parang ano ah.
Borkum nakakuha na isa pero Sol up to Kevs. Kevs catches 1. Kevs catches 2. And he got that 3 though.
Eto na, ang hinahanap niya, yung pangatlo na nanggaling sa mid na nakaboost na walang nakita. Si Dubstep yan, sir. Kev, making a sound right now. The opportunity was there but he was making too much sound and he was trying to go up. Wala nang tsansa pagdating sa panahon na yon, and this is still Team Secret's round to take. It's still a 5-4 score. Now, napatay kasi napitas agad using the ultimate coming in from the Hunter's Fury.
Grabe naman talaga siya. Big shoutout nga pala kay Georgie Del Pilar.
Si Georgie Del Pilar?
Si Georgie yung napakadaming yung best friend dito sa comment section. Kasi siya lang
number one best friend.
Siya lang yung player na commentator. Di ba?
Oo.
Siya lang! Tsaka silang dalawa ni Ching. Pero si Ching, ano yun malagkit yun Kaya... Pero tropa yun.
Tropa yan si Ching, si Georgie.
Ayan, lahat yan. Magtropa rin silang dalawa.
Starbucks lang yan dati.
nga.
Ngayon, nandito na. Naku po. Eto, eco round pala to para sa Naos. Uy, si Je. Gripuhan mo, Je. Gripuhan mo, para makabawi. Naku po, ginahandahan niya. Best kung pinindot niya na lang yung classic na double tap niya sa head. Baka sakali pa.
No? Pero...
sayang yung kill.
Ewan ko ba?
Di ko alam ba't di na lang pinutok.
Di ko alam kung ano meron kay Je ngayon kasi kanina hindi nag-check ng corners and itong mga ganito na meron na siyang tsansa na mapatay yung mga players. Diba? I mean, wala, nangyari na. So, all we need to do is, syempre, kailangan na lang natin mag-move on. Borkum nakakuha ng isa. Kevs! Borkum
Tap lang.
Tap lang talaga nakakuha pa ng 3.
Para lang siyang naglalaro ng ano dun. Para siyang nasa range. Alam mo yun, tinatap niya lang ng tinatap. Pinilit talagang lumabas kamo ng players ng Naos Esports. Pinilit pa rin nilang i-pick si Borkum dito. At syempre, Team Secret. Mapapatime out talaga ang Naos Esports rito. It seems like it's quite a bit of a mess when it comes to making entry happen. At nakikita naman natin yan in each and every round. There's always one pick-off. After nung isang pick-off na yon, parang doon nagsisimula yung domino effect.
Yeah.
Kasi pag kumpleto silang nakakapag-take ng site, hindi nagkakaroon ng domino effect na ganun Pero ito talaga parang may halong takot at kaba bawat silip ng players.
Kailangan na dito part is all about the consistency that they have. Kasi if ever na talaga hindi sila consistent, wala talaga mangyayari dyan. You really needed to do whatever it takes para lang syempre manalo tayo sa mga lahat ng games na ginagawa natin ngayon. And it's like what I've said, consistency. Dapat tuloy-tuloy lang din. Kunyari, if ever magaling kayo sa na 1-0, 2-0, 3-0 nyo sa mga rounds, kailangan ituloy-tuloy yan. Di ba? Hindi yung medyo, meron kasi tayo mga times na nag-choke tayo Which is currently, that's gonna be the hardest thing to do. Nag-choke talaga.
Ano to pagkain mo ngayon? Nagtatanong lang yung comment section. Masarap na wata May pa ASMR Huli kami. Wits securing the first kill already. Ulo lang, noo lang ang nakita kay Gets, pero huling-huli pa rin. Double kill from Wits. Jalish securing that trade-off. 2-1 trade ang nangyari. But still, in a disposition right now is Naos. Kakarot goes down in the hands of Jesse Vash. Slow laban sa dalawa. May pag-asa pa. But they have to take a side here. And this is already a double stack on A.
What's gonna happen dito sa mga matches natin ngayon if ever talaga nakakakuha tayo ng isang malaking mga kills, which is, ito na nga, Jesse Vash catching one again, pero Village is super low on HP. That Viper needs to do a big clutch, pero lahat muntik ng tamaan ng shock dart dito, pero si Jesse Vash kalawang action star. Nakalambitin pa rin talaga, pero Diyos ko po! Muntik ng ma-shock dart, muntik ng manyak dart.
Nyak dart!
Jesse Vash, pero that's gonna be a big kill na ginawa dito ni Mukrob. Pero tignan mo naman si Wits, palong-palo, 16 kills.
Baby buff nga yan, sir. Sinasabi ko sa'yo eh. Kaya malakas si Wits ngayon, nagpapakitang gilas. Pero naman dati, kung tutuusin, para sa mga kakagaya ng Icebox, isa talaga sa mga agent na magsashock lang dahil nga sa mga long-range duel na kaya niyang gawin. Lalo na with a Tour de Force online, and exactly like that, meron na namang Tour de Force na pwedeng gamitin si Wits dito. Tignan natin kung makakapitas na naman si Wits. Parang deja vu mangyayari kung sakasakali. Ay, nag-zipline. But the Nightfall being used here by the Fade. Mabilisang take ba to mula sa Naos side? This is Kakarot already pushing on side. Meron siyang nakita. That is Wits na tumatalon-talon lang para magpa-plant sila ng spike. Ito na ang all-in usage of utilities with the Viper Spit. Pagka-plant mo ng spike, patay ka. Yan ang sabi ni Jesse Bash dito. In a 5v4, si Kevs, pinatay na rin si Dispenser. Yung flank, binabantayan na maigi. Pero si Porcom pa ang isang nagpa-flank dyan. Porcom goes down and together with Dubstep, dalawa na lang ang natitira. That is 2 players from Team Secret. Going down slowly but surely. Naos Esports, ang daming utilities. Every time na may ganito silang utilities, gumagana para sa kanila. Jesse Bash, Recon, hindi enough.
I mean, it's gonna be really hard for you. Tulad na ginawa na naman talaga ng Naos yung thing that they did a while ago. It's all about the lockdown. It's all about the Vipers. Kasi napapansin mo, hindi nila ginagamit yan kung hindi pa up yung ultimate nung isa. That is a wombo combo of these players lang din. I mean, yes, walang damage, but it can move out everyone out of the site para makuha nila yun, para ma-invade nila yung site nyo. Lockdown the Vipers, and after that, kahanap ang mga kalaban yun. All they're gonna do is wait inside the Viper's pit or probably outside, getting that verticality, getting that high ground para lang makakuha pa sila ng enough advantage for them to get that win. Pero dito ngayon sa halftime, mga kaibigan, Team Secret still getting that 2-point advantage for the side of their team. Pero Naos, they're actually really struggling. Look at Blurred. He's the duelist, pero 2-11 yung score. Hindi din talaga siya nakakapag-entry din ng successful. Kasi kung napapansin natin kanina, if ever nag-entry si Blurred, bigla siyang napapunish, bigla siyang napapatay. Parang nagdadash lang siya, bigla-bigla nagugulat yung mga kalaban niya. Pero imbis na ma-advantage pa ni Blurred yun, no. Advantage pa yun ng Team Secret. And for Kakarot naman, mga kaibigan, talagang ibang klase talaga eh. Ibang klase talaga ang Fade na initiator ngayon eh. Plus, may kasama pang Sova, double initiator setup, double information, double damage. Well, kay Kakarot, hindi mo talaga super like extreme damage yun kasi decay yun eh. Pero, makakayanan pa ba ng Team Secret knowing na naka-defending itong double ini natin? Malaking tsansa na baka makuha nga din talaga ng Naos to if kaya nilang ma-finish. Which is, dyan sila na mo problema, hindi nila na-finish.
Minsan nga hindi sila nakakapasok ng sites altogether. And grabe rin kung mag-quick mats itong players ng Team Secret. Isipin mo, nilapag lahat ng utilities, nag-Viper Spit na at lahat-lahat, pero tinimingan pa rin ng Team Secret. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, si Jesse Vash yun, tinimingan niya pa rin si Blur dito habang nagpa-plant ng spike. Alam niya na may oras siyang mag-push para patayin yung nakapag-plant ng spike. At least mabawasan niya ng isa before everything or everyone is already on site to do the retake. Ngayon, nag-swap sila ng side. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi ba ang Naos dito. It's still, for the first half, that's not too bad of a score.
Yeah. And dito naman sa pinapakita ng mga players natin ngayon, marami pa silang pwedeng marutunan, and syempre marami pang pwedeng mangyari dito kung paano ba nila talaga tatalungin yung isa't isa. Pero magsisimula muna tayo dito sa may B. Hahanapin niya muna with that Aldro kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya. Pero kung yung nga natin si Dubstep pushing in already with just that Sheriff on hand. Yes, meron siyang Sheriff. So alam oh, Diyos ko po, Dubstep! Ano nangyari sa'yo?
Hindi niya in-expect yung wall dun, Bes. Didiretsuhin niya sana. Kaso nga lang, biglang may wall ng Sage. Saan galing yung wall? Galing din naman sa kanila.
Hindi ko alam anong nangyari doon, Dubstep, mga kaibigan.
Yan kasi talaga plano nila for the take eh. Hindi lang nila in-expect na biglang may nano swarm na ganun. Tapos nag-wall si Dispenser, hindi na nakatakas. Yatapchi!
Yatapchi, wala nangyari dito. Pero kalang Wits nakakuha ng 3 na naman. 3v2 on this game, Dispenser.
1 enemy remaining.
Wits, is this gonna be an ace na gagawin ng Wits, mga kaibigan? Ibibigay ito kay Wits for sure. Pero Blurred 1v1 with a great one. The clock is ticking already. Halos wala na siyang oras ngayon. At baka manalo pa dito. Oh, yun nga. Oh, Diyos ko po. Tamang mamba-out lang. Pero Wits with an ace! Just to start off this second half. Mainit si Riley ko.
Tabi, may lakad to, may date to mamaya, kaya nagmamadaling tapusin. 21 kills, 9 deaths. Tabi, mainit. Halos lahat sa kanya na napunta, doble na ng mga kills ng teammates niya rito. And talagang nagsashine si Kuya Mowitz.
Grabe si Riley ko, ibang klase ang pinapakita na ngayon, na knowing na if ever tumigil yan sa Valorant, Riley Stop ang pangalan yan. Pero,
hindi na Riley go.
Stop na. Pero
tumigil eh.
Pag nag-break ng konti, Riley break. Pwedeng ganun, di ba? Ikaw na bahala kung paano niya gagawin niya. Pero Jesse Fash, malisira ang outdoor niya ngayon. Pero kung napapansin mo, si J, ang ganda ng position na ngayon. Dito lang sa may kabi. Pero snake fight, gusto po, ang sakit! Men, sinakdart niya, snake fight pa! Wala kang magagawa doon, kapatid, Dubstep!
Yung shock dart, nag-connect din!
Sinagasaan ang lahat ng players sa B! Pero, it's all up to Kakarot and Blurred. Medyo mahirap na gawing transpo. Halos wala pang bawas ang pisigat ngayon. Pero si Dubstep na umamatay, pero...
Grabe.
Men,
bumangga-giba.
Sinagasaan eh!
Bumangga-giba, men! Ang ganda ng utility usage dito, specifically on the hands of Jesse Vash as well. Kasi aside from clearing that corner kung saan nagtatago si Jelicious, na-clear out na rin na itong yung shocker to, kukonect kung hindi naunahan ni Dubstep eh. So still, that utility usage is definitely a big deal when it comes to Team Secret, aside from the firepower capability na meron sila. Kumbaga, ito yung team na nilapag lahat ng cards nila on the table, and you could definitely see how they improved as well.
Hopefully,
linis na maglaro.
Sobrang linis lang din talaga. The executions are perfect na pinapakita ng mga players natin ngayon para si Kakarot. Denying that trap na meron si Wits, waiting on tinatarikan ball dito lang sa may backside.
Hindi nila alam.
Ang Avengers sa boiler, pero meron dalawang tao dyan doon sa may backside, dalawa. Pero makikita ba yan ng mga players ngayon ng PS, mga kaibigan, pero 4 pa naman natitira sa kanila. Pero Dubstep dashing in dito sa may B, pero si J waiting on to that corner dito lang sa may taas. Pero Diyos ko po, si Wits hindi alam ko na gagawin ng winasiwas ang kanyang vandal, pero Delicious Wenabek taking down the players of a Team Secret. Pero Dispenser waiting on that corner dito sa may profile. Meron siyang heal. Yes, Delicious, low on HP. Dubstep with the second swing. We're gonna take down him. Pero 2v2 on this game. Dubstep planted the spike already, pero Kemsamo will deny with that wallbang as well. Pero Dubstep alam niya kung nasa yung isa, and blast with that easy kill. 6-9. Nice.
Mahirap yung lineup na meron ng Naos ngayon. Kahit nakuha nila tong round na to, no? Dahil wala rin silang heal dito eh. Yung mga wall na pwedeng gamitin ng isang Sage. But this is already a step towards the right direction. Getting that retake and making it happen. At napitas nga rin si Wits on long B as well. Although, hindi dapat mangyari pagkapitas ni Wits sa unang kill niya kanina. Kasi, binasag ng Naos Esports yung trademark kanina on long B. After that, bumalik lang sila at kunin yung orb. Tapos bumalik din ang long B. And this is the perfect opportunity for Wits to actually peek out because no one knows kung saan yung location niya. And doon nila nakuha yung first kill na yan. This is the tour de force up in action. Ang sakit na dink niyan mula kay Dubstep. Walang heal.
Wala siyang heal at all ko. So kung paano sila mga kababoy dito, pero napakaraming snake bite pa rin naman talaga. Pero dahil sa Tony Prowler, meron nakuha dito lang sa may A main. Pero out drone, namarkahan yung isa. Kita ko lang sa switch ngayon, pero tamang round of out lang din. Pero the swing of Blur going to take down these players, pero at least mabubuhay naman siya ni Dispenser agad-agad. Shock Dart will not gonna catch these players. Pero, that timing!
Timing?
Okay, Dispenser, mag-wall pa naman sana siya. Pero binalik si Dispenser, si Kakarot ngayon. Kevs him up, denying all the big ng ng nilalabas ngayon ng mga kalaban. Pero nga lang Borcom nakakuha pa isa. Pero at least the Trainers gonna come. Borcom!
Borcom time!
3! Diyos ko, nag-line up yung tatlo! Napitas yung tatlo! 3v2 on this game. Kakarot, super low on HP. Piso ang natitira sa kanya dito. Vash as well. Well, na-decay naman siya. So mag-decay naman siya dito ng kahit konting damage at all. Pero, oh no, bakit? Nasan yung ibang players dito ng Naos?
Nasa B.
Lahat sila nasa B. Isipin mo, pagka Nightmare, lahat sila, umalis na. Pero wala silang idea at all na si Wits nasa likod lang din. Merong nakita, alam nila na pwede mag-flank si Kakarot yun. Pero nasan si Blast? Napakalayo nito. Paano nila gagawin to? At sama-sama lang sila dito sa may city. Pero Dubstep, waiting on that corner, Wits as well. Vash, meron siyang mga recon ball dito in just a few seconds. Hunt will be activated, but Wits will gonna shut you down. Blast all the way from screens. Is this gonna be a 6-10 or
Save
not?
to?
Mahaba pa ang pwede natin gawin dito, pero ang gagawin ni Blast, Evas para Evas.
Time. Bars lang, mga kapatid. Blast! Kailangan niya makapag-save ng baril. This is not gonna happen right now on the hands of Naos Esports. Maybe on another round here. Kaso nga lang, double digit na naman ang Team Secret after mag-detonate ng spike na to. Mainit talaga si Kuya Muwits. Yung mga shots na gusto niyang i-take, nakukuha niya talaga. Especially with the help of the Tour de Force as well. Di niya kailangan pumwesto ng naka-forward, no? Yung mga kakampi niya yung bahala. Sayang din yung mishap kanina. Na-detect na nung recon or nung drone ata ni Kevs, yung isang player, which is probably Jesse Vash, that was jumping going back. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi nila alam na hindi nila na-detect dito si Borcom na nag-aabang lang kung sino yung hahabol dun sa tumatalon.
Si Mukrob,
kaya naka-triple si Mukrob dun eh.
Pinakita na galit na si kaibigan Jim eh. Hindi niya ba alam ang Borcom? Pag ginugil niya yan, lalabas sa
Island of Germany yan.
Island of Germany yan. So talaga makakapunta sila doon. Tapos natin ngayon sa Dubstep. Tamang up the plan din talaga, pero we're gonna be punished by Kakarot. Ano ginagawa mo dyan, Dubstep? Hindi ka naman langaw. Pero Dispenser nakakakuha naman ng isa. Pero Blurred, is he gonna rotate or not? Pero look at Wits, nagpa-flank ata. Pero pwede siyang makuha nitong turret. Pero oh no, na-disable.
Wala offline eh.
Na-disable na offline siya. Pero ito, lumapit na.
Hindi niya ata alam na offline.
Oo, hindi niya alam yun. Pero lumapit. Hindi! Narinig yung partner ko na offline eh.
Hindi ata alam dito ni Blast na offline yung turret niya kung sakali man. Alam niya ba? Kasi yung turret hindi naman malayo eh. Hindi ko alam kasi kanina nung sinilip natin, baka naka-forward ng kaunti. Si Blast offline yung itsura. Pero feeling ko online niya naaabot dun sa bilog eh. Hindi ko lang sure. But here, focus muna tayo sa A site. Mukhang dito ang setup ng Team Secret ngayon. Si Borcom, nagdadalawang isip muna kung papasok ba siya. There is a trap at online yung turret. Finally, the confirmation. Making some noise. Wits getting that first kill. This will open up the B site. Ang kaso, hindi nagro-rotate yung dalawang miyembro dito ng Naos. They're quite aware that there are players from Team Secret already swarming in on A. This is still an A take for them. Dalawa na nga napatay. The spike has been dropped. And this is Kev making his way, making his moves right now in a 1v1 situation. There is 11 seconds to plan. May spike na nandito na sa Gedli. Kailangan kunin ni Wits in this 7 seconds. Grabe ang pressure. It wouldn't happen any longer as the ROG clutch settles in.
Yun yung mahirap if ever hindi ka pa nag-rotate, partner. Pero yung oras lang din kasi ang problema.
Sipin mo kung nag-rotate yung Naos dun. Sila pa yung mahuhuli.
Oo, talaga. Pero kita mo talaga, lahat nakita ni Kev, lahat din pinatay niya. Isipin mo, partner, ilan yan? 4 yan. That's a 1v4. Kevsimov winning that team fight even if 1v4 ang labanan dito. Pero si Dubstep,
I think
Guardian lang.
gauging sila doon sa rotation na gagawin ng Naos immediately dahil nakapatay si Wits sa B-site. So akala nila magro-rotate ng mabilisan itong players ng Naos. Ang kaso, hindi. Nagantay sa Gedli at nalason sila doon. Jesse Vash, babato lang ng utilities. Kung merong mahuhuli, nasa aktuang nag-outron, huli ka, sir! And this is now Blurred, firing the shots in with a 2-kill. 1 trade lang para sa kanya. 3 versus 2 pa rin ang sitwasyon ngayon as they plant the spike right now. The Hunter's Fury comes out on the hands of Naos as well. Si Kevs tumatrabaho lang to delay that. And this is also Team Secret finding a person. This is gonna be Blast going down, being shot down with a 2v2 right now. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike finally.
Para sila makabawi dito, well, at least si Kevin Bomber naman siya recon bolt, pero yun nga lang, dedirect naman talaga yan. Wala siya makikita at all, kahit isa. The clock is ticking already. Delicious, 2 snake bites, yes, pwede siya makakuha isang damage, pero nga lang Dispenser waiting on that corner. Owl drone onto one, and look at Dispenser swing again! With a kill, Dispenser with a 4K! Kevin Mob did it. Oh, Diyos ko po! Tinurbo na!
Tinurbuhan?
Tinundot! Naturbuhan na nga si Kevs dito, mga kaibigan. 700 crouches per second. Gigil na gigil pa. Yung control button yan, men. Pud-pud na.
Wala na. Wala nang CTRL na nakasulat.
Oo, pud-pud.
Ganon na lang.
Oo, ganun yung ginawa. Dinutput eh. Alam mo yun? Alam mo yung bigil ni Coco Martin? Yung lip bite, yung ganun.
May naka-lip bite pa habang dinudutot yung control para lang talaga mapakita yun. Sakit lang para kay Jesse Bash, nahuli siya habang pinapalipad niya yung CCTV. Lang SD card Ayun, yatap, chi.
Yatap, chiwap. Wala siyang nagawa 11-7 peso.
11-7. Ano meron? Wala lang, share mo lang.
Hindi. Save ang Naos ngayon. Kailangan nila mag-save.
Oo, kailangan nila mag-save.
Kasi
kailangan nila mag-time out din.
Oo, tsaka if ever next round, if ever na manalo ang Team Secret dito, nako po, Diyos ko! Makakabawi, pwedeng maging 12-7 to. So, Naos babawi. Naos magka-comeback doon sa punto na match point na ang Team Salon Pass.
4 na segundo bago magsimula ulit ng bakbakan. At dalawang players dito, si Witz at si Borkum. Half armor lang ang kaya nilang gawing puhunan at this moment. But this Recon wouldn't attack anyone. They have to clear out the corners here on B-Long as well. Habang yung players ng Naos Esports nagpapakiramdaman lang kung nasan kaya ang mga players ng Team Secret dito. Pero mukhang narinigata nila yung pagkuha ng orb na yan. And especially, this Aldrone is hopping out already. They have a very much idea that there are people here on B side. Na up na ang wall coming in from the Viper. Kailangan na rin lang i-up din yung wall ng Sage dito and secure that plant before anything else. But on the other end, nandito si Blurred na nag-aantay with just a classic shot. Natamaan siya dito. 20 HP remaining. The shot that connects perfectly. That is Jesse Bash on the hands. And now, with the 4v5 na eco disadvantage ngayon ng Naos, mahihirapan sila dito for the retake. Vil, ayun na nga.
Grabe. Tito Vash, naka-4 pa.
Match point.
Talagang habang kumakain to, lumalaklak ng Granny Remedy to.
Grabe. Ang init ngayon ng mga players ng Team Secret. Talagang ayaw nilang magpatalo and as well ayaw nilang mabahiran yung very clean sweep nila here in the VCT Stage top seed. Mga tropa natin sa TS. And just goes to show how strong they are as a team. That's why I'm quite surprised why Naos pick a map like Icebox, knowing that Team Secret is very much capable of getting this map as well.
I mean, wala na silang no choice. Wala, ito na yan. Dito na sila sa punto na bahala na si Abatman, if ever. Pero kung napapansin mo, yung utilities ng Killjoy dito sa may A, grabe yung linya. Beso, Diyos ko.
Do not cross the line yung mangyayari. Yung tumawid, patay talaga
Tumawid giba grabe. Pero
ready pa yung ult. Maagang ulto. Delicious, nakapita siya ng isa. That is Jesse Bash, pero
may nag-flank sa Naos.
Yung si Borkum. Sino yung naka-flank?
Naos lahat, dalawa naka-flank.
Kakarot. Isa nga sa
standing.
flank. On the other hand, nasalo naman ni Je yung kill na yan. Hindi pa rin napaplant yung spike ha. So yung pressure definitely nasa side ng Team Secret. And this time around now, si Esports, it definitely work out in their end. Magandang flank yung pinakita ni Je doon kahit na namatay yung Fate.
Ito I mean, actually ganito, yung ginawa ni Blast, okay rin goods din kasi nag-lockdown siya para mag-back yung kalaban niya. And para mas makapitalize pa ni Jet at saka ni Viper ng Naos yung pagbabak nila para syempre to catch them off guard, di ba? So matalino din. Sobrang talino ng ginawa din talaga yung Naos. Pero ang importante dito is sila talaga yung nanalo. Pero dito naman sa mga matches ngayon mga kaibigan, is this it? Ito na ba yung huli? Pero kung napapansin sa pero alam!
Good read.
Alam ni Jack kung nasan ka! Hindi ko kailangang makita ka! Pero kakaroon pushing in. Kitang-kita na may natamaan na nga si Tony Prowling ngayon na isa. Pero Jesse Bash, tamang mamba-out lang din. Pero tayo sa Viper Split coming in from the players of Team Secret sa B! Oh!
Laka! Nabaliktad na naman ang sitwasyon. Na-stuck ang players ng Naos here on B-Long. On the other hand, nandito naman yung spike. Kaya alam nila na may konting delay pa rin yan. Ang kailangan nila dito tignan is si Borkum na nag-rotate na at nakagamit na ng Viper Spit. Pero yung spike, wala dyan, sir. Kaya naman nasa side to ng Naos right now. Silang may lamang. Huwag silang magpapahanap kay Borkum dahil kung sino man makita ni Borkum seryosong nasa peligro. No? Narinig na nga na may tao sa tube. So, ibig sabihin, alam niya, Sova yan dahil sa Rico na yan. And this is already Borkum trying to get the kill. It's not gonna happen as Kev shuts him down. Kailangan ng mga rounds nila ng ganito. Mas maraming ganito.
Pwedeng bumawi. May oras, may tsansa ang Naos dito. Kasi ang kalaban ng Team Secret dito pera.
Kasi lalo na the latter parts of the game na meron tayo rito. Pag nabasag talaga yung economy na meron ka, mahirapan ka makabangon. And Team Secret's hands, they can still buy on this round. At si Wits naman, meron ding tour de force na pwedeng gamitin. Kung onti-onti mang nababasa ng Naos Esports yung movements dito ng Team Secret, mabuti para sa kanila. They need this. They need exactly like this. At isa na nga sa mga nababasa nila dito is actually yung mga pwestuhan ni Dubstep. Kagaya ng kaninang read ni Jelicious na napakaganda. Killing Dubstep immediately before he even makes an action. Another execution mula sa Fade. Trying to pinch down here Dubstep. Hindi nila pagbibigyan na makawala. But still, with low HP, makakatakas pa rin siya.
Kaya pa na makakuha dito ng mga quick frags if ever. Pero Kev Simov, muntik nang lumabas yung ulo niya. Pero Jesse Bash, tumuturbo mag-isa.
Tumuturbo mag-isa Ano lang daw? Testing lang.
Kung wala siyang maturbo mag-isa, turboin mo na lang mag-isa. Ganun na lang pwedeng gawin na dito. Pero,
TP out?
Low on HP. Tinan mo, hindi sila makapasok. If ever matalo dito ang Team Secret, Besiwap, wala silang pera next round. So, ito talaga ang ginagawa ng Naos. Naos the time na ba na makapag-comeback? Or Team Secret, tatapusin na nila. Pero Dubstep together with Wits pushing in dito sa may B. Pero, yung mga players ngayon ng Naos, nagbabatay lang isang tao dito sa may Snowman, isang tao dito sa may Orange, dalawa yung nasa Orange rather. Pero, Alarm Bot, nandun sa grenade presence sa baba. Pero, Diyos ko po!
Si Kevs pala ang tatrabaho.
12 seconds in. Kailangan nila to. Men, may oras pa sila. Pero bigla nakapasok sa dispenser right now. Wits catches one. Meron silang oras ngayon. Pero Blast, dispenser is stuck step bro. 2v4 onto this game. Blurred, one gonna defuse that spike. Wits, kailangan mo na matapos dito. Pero just po, butik na makakuha.
Pinuloy lang, sir.
Snake fight onto these players. Pero wala na siyang oras, wala siyang damage, wala siyang barel. 12-10. Team Secret, anong nangyayari sa inyo mga step pro?
Good pick-off. Ang ganda ng pick-off ni Kevs doon in the first hand. Hindi makakapasok yung Team Secret ng tuloy-tuloy lang kung hindi napigilan ni Kevs yun. And because of that kill, he was able to kill off Dubstep. Alam natin na isa si Dubby sa mga may init rito. On the other hand, wala rin nagawa si Wits Even with the tour de force, siya na lang yung nag-iisang natitira. And with the snake bite coming in, hindi siya makabuelo on yellow as well. So a very good lead, very good take coming in from Naos. If they continue this might be possible na makakomeback pa sila. Blurred, shutting down Dubstep again and again for 4 consecutive rounds. Dubstep is being shut down. Ito ba yung plano?
Hindi na sila makakapasok. Isipin mo, ang sinasabi ng Naos dito, pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo. Pero si Witz at saka si Borkum, super low on HP, 2v3. Kaya pa lang ERG clutch to or not. Pero si Blurred, yes, meron siyang dash ngayon. Pero kailangan nilang magpakita ngayon. Kailangan nilang kunin yung spike. Pero nasan ba yung spike? Diyos ko po, andun sa may taas ng maze, man. Napakahirap kunin nun. Paano mo kukunin yan, Bessie Wap?
Zipline ka pa ng matindi, Bes.
Diyos ko, ang hirap nito. Pero 56 seconds.
Ang goal ata dito, patayin na lang lahat ng players eh.
Ganun
Si
na lang.
Borkom, low on HP. Nahuli na nga ang isa. That is Witz. And this is Borkom trying to fight right now. It's not gonna be enough. Again, Team Secret, 12-11 from a one-sided match a while ago. Napunta tayo dito in an almost overtime. Ganda ang attackers nila. Ang defense pala, rather, ng Naos.
Yeah. Sobrang solido ng depensa. Hindi ko kanina pa sila ganito.
Sabi ko sa'yo, madami kasing VODs. Marami na silang pwedeng panoorin sa Team Secret. Tsaka yung mga moves ng isang Jet dito, kayang-kaya talagang i-punish. Dahil alam mo naman kapag nag-smoke na, matik, alam mo, either an updraft o merong nag-tailwind papunta dun sa smoke para makapag-entry. So dun nila nababasa kung paano naglalaro si Dubstep. And with this good read, seems like a good positioning right now for Naos. Wag lang nila i-drop yung ball. Ngayon napapunta na tayo ng timeout or rather papunta na tayo ng overtime.
Ito na yung chance na makakuha sila ng overtime ngayon. Makapipera nga ng Jesse Bash! Wag gonna take out these players! Oh no! Ang napatay pa is yung main smoker nila. Kaya si Bob catching 2 na kasi nila. Pero Borkum with a swing catching 1.
Si Kebs ang pag-asa ng bayan, men!
Grabe
si Kebs kanina pa si Kebs. Mainit si Kebs eh. Siya talaga yung ano dito. Kumbaga siya yung nagbibigay ng ng buhat. Aside from that, nako si Blast.
Oh no!
Trigger discipline lang. Ito ang trigger discipline, men.
Dinodrawingan. Blast to sa likod. Oh no, naghahanap pa siya ng
alam nila. At least alam nila yung info. Yan lang importante. Patay ka, sir. Ganun ang ginagawa daw, Je. Binabaril daw.
Pero ito si Blurred! Pero ito, Bash, hindi ka pwedeng magkamali. Pag nakratch mo to, may buko Diyos ka kayam. Pero wala ka ng buko Diyos ngayon.
Overtime. Yan ang sasabihin, men. Na overtime ng Naos. Kung iniisip nyo na tapos na ang laban natin, hindi pa, ladies and gents. Because we are going to our first overtime here. Nahirapan talaga yung Team Secret when it comes to the opposition or the attackers dahil napipitas yung mga players dito isa-isa. Lalo na si Kevs, mainit ngayon.
Sobrang init ni Kevs. Siya talaga yung nagbibigay buhay sa mga
lifeline
players talaga. Napakatindi. Tsaka at least, diba? Medyo bumabawi na, ano yun? Parang sa ospital yun Pero sana di ba narinig mo yun?
Hindi. Baka may naririnig kang hindi ako naririnig. Dahil narinig yun. Sa game ata yun.
Kinabahan ako kala ko.
Pantay-pantay. Kung titignan mo yung mga kills na meron on Naos side, pantay halos, no? Maliban lang kay Blast, obviously he has to wait on side, set up traps, and not go into fights as well. Just get information. Ano na nga, uy! Dubstep! Operator! Ang puhunan! Sabay kill from Blurred!
Blurred nakakuha na isa pero at least si Blast birikado ka Dispenser ngayon. Pero yun nga lang! Dispenser will gonna catch you first! Dispenser low on HP pero meron naman siyang heal. Borkum nakaisa pa po siya kita. Right now, the Flaggers may beat. Pero Blurred! Will gonna catch 3! Mukrob! Piso Peligro! 1 HP! If ever nakalatch to, best, bibigyan kita ng RGX.
Sige 1v2. RGX body. Kaya pala namatay na lang si Borkum. Sabi niya, Bessie Wap Terror, wag mo nang tanggapin yan. Bigay ko na lang tong kill. Diyos ko. 13-12, mukhang Naos pa ang nasa match point ngayon. Maganda ang pinapakitang opensa at defense dito ng Naos. Kung kanina, parang lost ang itsura ng mga players ng Naos Esports on game number 1. On this map too, they're now officially saying to us, we picked this map and we know how to play it, even against the best team right now in the stage.
Bring them down.
Yeah, we're gonna see that later on if that'll happen. Pero naman yan sa game na to. Recon about on 3 players para syempre mas mahirap pa sila sa pag-retake, sa pagkukuha na lang ng side. Pero with mga kaibigan, waiting patiently dito sa may garages. Pero Delicious knows it already na baka meron talagang tao dito sa may taas ng B. Pero Dubstep needs to be careful din talaga sa mga pwesto niya kasi if ever matalo sila dito, man, talagang Team Secret we're gonna lose this game number 2. Pero pa naman tayong game number 3, so it's fine. So, malay mo, ito na talaga ang pagbawi ng Naos. Malay mo, that'll happen dito sa mga game na to. Pero yun nga lang, Kakarot. We're gonna take down Dubstep right now. Napakabilis ang pangyayari. Parang si Dubstep mukhang dito ata sa dulo. Parang hindi ata naging okay yung ano niya eh. Yung performance niya. Pero nga si Jen nakakuha pa ng isa. Pushing ito 5v3 right now. Hot on 3 players para mas
Last player standing.
Oh no!
Makalat yung mga shots na nakikita natin.
Mahirap intindihan kung ano nangyayari though. Pero Dispenser, nasa kanya ang sagot. Catching one. Kemsimov, alam niya na nandun lang sa may likod ng yellow. Pero Blurred, nandun sa may likod mo. Mukhang gigripuhan ata itong mga players na to. Pero yung nga ng turret will be revealed. Pero Dispenser, we're gonna fall down and it's gonna be game number 3.
Ipit na ipit si Dispenser on that final round. A very good job indeed mula sa side ng Naos Esports, proving that they can still get back to the game and they are still one of the teams to look out for. Lalo na in this matchup against Team Secret. Ang ganda ng performance dito ni Kevs. Siya talaga yung naging lifeline towards the end ng Naos side, kaya sila naka-comeback. Aside from that, with the help of other players as well, at least mas polished na tignan si Delicious on this specific round compared doon sa game number 1 natin kanina.
Yes, and talagang finally nakabawi din talaga ang Naos dito.
Nangyari sidestep!
Meron kasi nagsabi kanina na wag daw ako mag-altab.
Nag-altab ka.
Nag-altab ako eh. Pasensya na kayo guys. Pero dito sa game number 3, for sure si sidestep magdaalaro na. Kaya talagang malay na talaga makabawi ang Team Secret or talagang Naos Esports mananalo na doon sa mga match na hindi nga talaga kinakast ni Ray. Pero here in this game, talagang napansin natin si Dubstep, hindi siya nag-perform ng maayos doon sa latter part ng buong
map natin.
Pero kung napapansin mo, best parang nahirapan lang din talaga eh, no? Talagang sobrang lupit na comeback na ginawa ng mga players dito ng Naos.
On the first half, kita mo naman kung gaano nagpa-punish si Dubstep kanina. But I think once the swap happened, basang-basa ng Naos kung saan pupunta si Dubstep. Every angle, every corner. Remember, Dubstep, he tried Long B. Nung nasa Long B siya, nag-updraft siya with the smoke. Alam na alam ni Delicious kung saan siya makikita. Hindi na nga kailangan makita ni Delicious eh. Kailangan niya lang i-pre-fire yung loob ng smoke, no? And exactly that is where Dubstep is. Second time is the one above tube. Nag-boost si Kuya mo Dubstep doon. And even with an operator, if I'm not mistaken, or a Blade Storm, if I'm not mistaken, no, I'm not quite sure anymore. Pero alam, inipit pa rin ng Naos side si Dubstep. Kaya talaga hirap na hirap makapag-entry yung players ng Team Secret because of that. And this is exactly what Naos needed.
And finally, talaga nakukuha na rin talaga ng Naos yung sobrang kailangan nila dito, stopping the momentum of Team Secret sa mga latter parts talaga ng mapa. And sa totoo lang, big prop dito kay Kevs. Sobrang nag-pop off si Kevs dito. Si Blurred nakabawi na dito kahit papano. Kasi ano ba yung score ni Blurred kanina? Ang score niya is 2-11. Hindi siya nag-perform pero sa mga dulo, nakakuha din siya ng momentum, getting that advantage, getting all these skills na kailangan ng team niya. Kasi in order for you to win this, hindi lang naman to individual plays eh. Group effort to eh. And pwede nating sabihin na sobrang na-outplay na din talaga ng Naos ang Team Secret. Pero pagdating dito sa game number 3, ang tanong, magiging undefeated pa ba ang Team Secret or hindi na?
Oo nga, baka sa Naos pa manggaling ang unang talo nila, no? Hindi natin alam, malalaman naman natin yan when we go to game number 3. And like you mentioned, yung team effort when it comes to players like this, you may shine individually but not as a team. That is very much quite possible. And maybe a good example of that is how Wits was shining on this specific map, getting all those skills that he needs and everything else, but still, hindi pa rin enough yun to actually win objectives. And very clean take lang from Naos. Even on the overtime, kahit nung attacker sila, nagkaroon din sila ng magandang read against Team Secret doon. And alam naman natin na medyo tagilid ang bapor during the first half, but they still managed to do it. Congratulations now, Esports. We're still going to game number 3. And if I'm not mistaken, yung susunod na mapa natin for game number 3, kung di ako nagkakamali, Breeze.
Yeah, it's gonna be Breeze, which is apparently malakas din ang Secret dito, malakas din ang Naos dito. So we can say that it's gonna be a really big 50-50 matchup dito sa mga players ito. Pero yeah, once again, you're watching VCTPH Stage 2, Group Stage Week 2, Day number 4. Casters here, Tayville, the Mods. We'll be right back.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control.
Welcome back sa VCTPH. Busog ka na, Bes. Huling-huli pa Diyos ko. Welcome back sa VCTPH. Nandito pa rin ang The Mods. Ahatids namin sa inyo ang game number 3 kung saan magkikita-kita tayo. Kung kanina malamig, ngayon napakainit naman ang mapa natin because it's gonna be Breeze, the decider map for this game. Naos nga pala versus Team Secret ang naglalaban para sa araw na to. 1-1 ang score natin. Sayang, muntik ko na marinig.
Kasi ganito kasi mga kaibigan, yung mga iba kasi nagre-reklamo, ingay na feel, ayan na. Ako na nag-adjust para sa inyo ngayon, naririnig niyo na ako ulit. So yun nga, tulad yung sasabi ko kanina, kasi yung mga players kasi dito sa side ng Naos, of course na they don't want to finish VCT without a win.
True. Yun talaga yung ano eh.
Ang sakit nun, man. Ang sakit nun, it's gonna be really painful. Of course, they want to finish VCT. Just at least they're trying to get 2 wins. Probably kasi 2 wins na lang yung makukuha nila max eh, di ba? 2 games na lang
matches.
Sa mga matches. So, 2-5. Yes, worst case, 1-6. Pinaka worst case, 0-6.
Yun nga. Yun yung iniiwasan nila talaga dito. Tsaka, kumbaga, sila...
0-7, sorry.
Oo, sila yung nag-champions from the previous... not champions because it's obviously SBE. But they had a really, really great run during the other stage that we had before tayo pumunta dito. And I feel like isa rin sa mga triggers nun is we have different teams heading here sa stage na meron tayo. Kung last time hindi natin nakita ang Team Secret kasi hindi sila nakapasok, this time around they came stronger than ever. They are now at the top of the leaderboards at wala pa rin silang talo kahit isa. And maybe, this time around, ito yung unang talo pa nila na makukuha and the first win coming in from Naos side.
Yeah, makikita natin nga dito sa mga matches natin kung paano ba talaga nila i-pursue yung career nila dito sa VCT kasi it's now or never. Tulad nga na sinabi ni Fade, ni Coach Fade, nako po, yung curse meme na pinost niya.
Yun nga, men. Hulas na daw ang Naos, kumakatok na sa pintuan. Yung curse meme na yon, ano ba yung context nun, guys? Simulat sa pool ng Esports, pag merong mga matches na talagang tuloy-tuloy na nanalo yung mga teams natin, ginagamit yung Reaper na meme na may pintuan. And usually, pag ginagamit nila yon, nagiging curse meme siya. So, ibig sabihin yung matatalo ka instead na manalo.
Yun nga eh. So, yun ba ang mangyayari? Matatalo ba sila or talaga makakabawi pa dito ang Team Secret? Kasi like what I've said, pwedeng maging reverse sweep to if ever talagang makuha nila, di ba? Kasi tingnan natin if ganun ba talaga ang mangyayari dito sa mga games natin. I mean, it's not yet the end. As long as hindi pa naman talaga tapos yung buong best of 3, puso pa lang din and knowing na Breeze to, partner, this is gonna be a really different thing. Ano ang magiging lineup nila dito? Si kaibigang Jeremy, nakita mo na ba? Hindi pa.
Hindi pa. Wala pa si Jeremy. Lagi ko lang nakikita sa mga story kumakain na tinuturuan mag-chopstick. Pero hindi ko pa nakikita ngayon na nakalaban, no? Kasi this is probably the second time na i-casted Team Secret as well. So, with that, baka ilabas na nga nila si Jeremy. Baka makita natin today. Etong mga players natin, feeling ko naman on the side of Naos Esports, kayang-kaya rin nilang i-take tong Breeze. Ayaan mo, lalo na kung mag-online pa yung ibang members like Kakarot is actually, if he pops off, he's also a force to be reckoned with, lalo na with the KO picks na nilalabas niya lagi.
Yeah, makikita natin yan if ever na nag-pop off yung mga ibang players dito ng Naos. Pero, I mean, isipin mo, kasi sila yung pinaka sobrang hirap na talunin na team ng stage 1. Pero, this stage, walang nag-expect na ganito ang mangyayari. Wala na-expect na ganito ang mangyayari sa Naos. Miski sila, feeling ko nagulat lang din. Anong nangyayari natin?
Nakita ko nga yung tweet nila. Sabi nga nila dito, ang bilis daw mag-grow nung mga teams na meron tayo here on VCT. Immediately like that, parang punished agad yung team ng Naos Esports. Pati ng Southbuilt ha, not only Naos side, but also Southbuilt Esports are just waiting basically dun sa mga next matches, specifically for Bren Esports dahil dun gumagalaw yung scoreboard natin right now. And remember, top 6 lang yung makakapasok and this is a total of 8 teams. Naglalaban ngayon sa 7 at 8 or rather 7 and 6 spot is Bren Esports and Southbuilt Esports. So yun yung mga kailangan talagang abangan dito ng mga matches.
And in terms naman sa mga gameplay ng mga players natin, grabe rin talaga yung pinapakita ni Wets kanina. Naka 30 bomb siya. So, pwede nating sabihin na wala rin talaga sa role. Kasi as long as you're gonna get these skills, diba si Kevs, with an initiator role, with that Sova, you really popped off a while ago dun sa mga matches nila. Pero, tingnan natin. Kasi, pwede silang maglabas ng Raze, pwede silang maglabas ng Reyna, pwede silang maglabas ng Jet dito. Yun lang yung tatlong pagpipilian nila. Kasi,
or Fade.
Or Fade. Yeah, Fade. Yeah, pwede talaga yan. Chamber. I mean, there's a lot of course, number 1, Viper, for sure. Kasi, if ever na Breeze, Matic Viper na yun eh. Kasi, ang pinakakailangan mo talaga dito sa Breeze, so syempre yung crowd control. Why? Kasi napakalaki nitong mapa na to. You really need to lock down a big portion, a big chunk of that site or that map for you to get that advantage. How will you do that? Syempre, number 1, sino ba yung may mga crowd control? May crowd control si Breach, may crowd control si Reyna, si Fade, lahat na. Nakita na natin sa mga players natin ngayon. And we're gonna get to see these men. Men and boys.
Bilisan mo na, pagod na akong umiti dito.
Talagang gagawin nila ang lahat.
Gagawin talaga nila ang lahat para talaga makabawi. Hindi sila lalabas ng VCT stage hanggang hindi nila nakukuha yung kanilang panalo rito. At para sa ating huling mapa na to, next up na matches pala natin, no, since baka maraming nag-aabang na rin. Bago tayo pumunta sa draft, na ipapakita na namin sa inyo ngayon, guys. Ang susunod na mga matches na pakakaabangan nyo ay susunod ay Bren Esports versus Qeon PH, tas may RRQ versus Oasis pamamayang gabi. So, yan yung mga magagandang match. Lalo na yung Bren Esports. Pag natalo sila, magdidikit sila ng Southbuilt sa baba. Tapos, pag nanalo sila, lalong lalaki yung gap.
Oo. Grabe yung mga numbers, yung mga math. Kaya kami nag-casters, guys. Laming pa kasi numbers.
Tapos pagdating namin dito, may economy.
Oo, may economy. Magbibilang kami. Meron kami, mag-save tayo. So, dapat meron kami 4-3, 4-5, 4-6 next round.
Oo, kaya pala, ewan ko ba. Pero masaya naman dito. Sige na lang. Breeze! Ang ating susunod na mapa. Oh!
If ever magsisave kayo, kailangan nyo talagang isipin kung ano yung meron sa kung magkano yung pera nyo next round. Is it gonna be 4-3, 4-5, 4-6? Kasi isipin nyo, if ever Vandal and Phantom plus full armor is 3,900 na yan. Syempre, bibili ka pa ng utilities. Minsan, hindi ka pa bibili ng... Minsan, hindi mo pa gagamitin ng utilities. Parang literal na nagsisave talaga.
Mm-hmm.
Para lang syempre makakuha kayo ng at sabay-sabay kayong Vandal Phantom. Kasi if sa mga comps nyo, sa mga rank game nyo, isang malaking dahilan kung bakit natalo is hindi kayo pare-pareho ng barrel. Yung iba nakabay, yung iba nakasave. Isipin mo, tatlo sa inyo nakabandal, tapos yung dalawa naka-martial, naka-spectre lang. Hirap nun. Hindi kayo sabay-sabay, hindi kayo in sync in terms of firepower, of economy. Tapos isipin mo, lahat kayo walang pera, tapos isa 8,000 yung pera, hindi man lang nagda-drop. Anong gagawin mo sa 8,000 pera? Hindi mo madadala sa hukay yan. Hindi mo madadala yan sa langit. Ibigay mo naman sa iba.
Hindi pa nagsisimula yung laban. Galit na si Bill. Hindi ko alam kung saan nang uhugot to eh. Kasi kala mo, nagkakas na agad. Ito na yung round number 1. Dito natin sisimulan yan. And it seems like si Jeremy pinasok na Bill on the chamber itself. At nandito si Wits, no? So, ang tinanggal nila is actually dispenser.
Answer it is. Pero ngayon, Jeremy, mga kaibigan, wala
Tsaka
eh.
si Zay, pinasok na rin.
Pagod na si Dispenser. Kailangan muna niyang magpahid ng salon pass. Kasi once again, TS.
Sumakit yung kasukasuan eh. Pinalitan muna ng Atabs.
Oo. Pero, ito ng mga players ito mga kaibigan. Ito talaga sinisip na sila. Wait, mga kaibigan, nakakuha ng isa dito. Pero that is with tamang rigid na talaga ng HP na meron siya. Pero Blur, nakakuha pa rin. Pero wala nung ball na yung biglang nawala. Yung mga players ng Naos, bigla. Jesse Vaz naka-apat pa.
Best. Isipin mo na lang, nung game number 2 natin, nakakuha ng pistol round yung Team Secret. Anong sinabi natin nung panahon na yon? Pag Team Secret ang nakakuha ng pistol round, parang tagilid ang vapor pagdating sa dulo. Ngayon, Team Secret na naman yung nakakuha. Tingnan natin kung totoo yung curse na sinasabi natin rito. On the hands of Naos Esports ay, syempre, eco pa rin yan. Ito na yung economy na makukuha lang nila on this specific round. So they have to save again, and Team Secret, kailangan nilang pigilan yung players ng Naos. Not gonna be too difficult, lalo na may mga specters rin naman sila to actually burst down the players. Pero kung may magandang entry na ipapakita ang Naos dito, it's still quite very much possible.
Yeah. May shoutout nga pala sa mga direct natin. Tigil-tigilan niyo ako!
Aroma!
Pero, ito na ngayon si Blurred. Nakakuha siya ng konting damage dito because that wall para sa top side. Catching wall pero Diyos ko pagkagilid ni Porto pero Blurred! Gonna dash in and Wits gonna punish you agad! Wits nakadalawa pa! Mukrobs, low on HP! Z! Tamang titik lang doon sa may headhunter pero not gonna catch anyone pero kakarot. And ZZ, buhay na buhay pa dito sa A and B. Pero mukhang mag-rotate ata sila. Dubstep, Diyos ko po, binaril sa ano?
Oo, masakit yun.
Masakit yun.
170 damage. Mas malala pa sa headshot.
Masakit yun. Nakita mo ba, San?
Oo.
Sige po, masakit.
Hindi lang 150 damage eh. Secured, pati 200 damage. Abot hanggang next round.
Ang sakit. Natamaan sa tukneneng mga kaibigan.
Papahawak na lang siya at papapasigaw ng hihi.
Aray!
Di ba ganun ang pwestuhan ni Michael Jackson?
Mom.
Team Secret with the 2-0 already here. Knowing na sila naman yung nakabili during this round, especially in a far end situation kagaya niyan. Mabilis talaga makapunish dito players ng Team Secret.
That's a good spot.
Andito na pala si Rudy.
Andito na si Rudy?
Ayun na nag-comment.
Nagbabalik si Rudy Welcome back.
Gusto ko sanang i-shoutout yung sinabi na pero mawawalan ng trabaho eh. Si Rodrigo nandito, si Rudy.
Si Jay pala guys pinasok na dito on the side of Naos. On the other hand, may trades happening here on Halls. 3 laban sa 3 pa ang sitwasyon as Team Secret already trying to get that positioning dahil nga may disadvantage na when it comes to firepower. On the other hand, Vash, he was seen by Delicious here on Hall. Si Borkum na lang ang naiiwan with the Sheriff on his hand. It's not gonna be enough as Naos takes this round to a 2-1.
Mainit. Parang Naos, TS, ganun lang talaga nangyayari ganun pero wala naman pera ang TS kanina so makakabawi sila ngayon.
Here.
Dami ko sinabi.
Oo, dami ko sinabi. Parang may ano naman.
Para may sense eh.
Parang may sense. Basta naman yung mga viewers kapag may naririnig na salita. Hindi magre-reklamo.
Pagpasensyahan nyo na si Taylor guys. Pabayaan nyo na wala naman siya ginagawan, tama?
Exactly. Kaya naman wag na kayo mag-expect. Anyway, moving forward, makakabili na rin on both sides finally. Nasettle na nga at 2-1 ang score natin with Team Secret on the lead right now. But that's just only one round. Mukhang entry na nga si Blurred with the dash and the smoke coming in. Meron ding Sova drone. They spot Jesse Vash and they get the kill immediately because of that recon. On the other hand, apat pa rin ang buhay on both respective teams that we have right here. Borkum, bumubuelo na rin with his own kill.
Pero pushing ito 3v4 right now. Dubs with that operator, not gonna catch anyone. Pero sige, Kevsimov, kunin mo na yung spike. We're gonna go here in A. Pero marami pa naman mga turret dito. Pero Jeremy, nakapitas pa nga ng isa dito. Pushing ito 3v2. Pero Kevsimov again and again, popping off. Pero ito na, muntik na tumama si Dubsep. Natamaan yung kilay ni Kevsimov dito. 2v2 partner. From 2v4 to 2v2. Naging ano pa nga? bumaliktad pa nga, naging lamang pa nga talaga ang Naos. If ever matalo ang Team Secret dito, wala silang pera next round.
Bye-bye,
Kailangan
operator.
nila ng ekonomiya. Pero mukhang ito na ata ang makakatalo sa Team Secret. Pero, Borcom, hindi sila nagkita. Hindi nakita ni ni Jay kung nasa si Mo. Push ko 1v1 right now. Kevsimov all the way dito sa may game. Alam niya kung nasang kwa. Kevsimov with a victory. Kobe!
Out of charges.
May kasama pang foul no? Yan yung disadvantage ni Borcom during that round. He didn't have any info kung nasan ba nagtatago si Kevs during that specific one. At in the end, it was Kevs already waiting in cave at nag-aantay na lang siya ng perfect opportunity, no? And it was so much time to actually go around the site to try and find para makapag-defuse o kung saan ka makakabuelo ng defuse as well. Kaya naman grabing pressure yon para kay Borcom. On another note, eco disadvantage ngayon ang Team Secret. Wala pa silang operator na nakuha si Dubstep kanina nahuli. On the other hand, ito na, meron pa kasamang rendezvous, Trailblazer out pero walang makakagat.
Walang mga hurt. Walang mga hurt si Boss Dogs, pero ito na si Jay. Ito na.
Hawa ka din sinabi mo
Na 10% lang daw pero si Blind nakakuha pa ng isa.
Ayan, 10% lang kita.
Jay, low on HP si Jeremy, 10% na lang ang buhay niya dito. Pero sana makabawi para si Kakarot, galawang sneaky Dubstep. Hoy! Hindi ginripuhan. Grabe ang disiplina ang ginagawa ng Naos dito. Si Jesse Bash hindi no? Pag nakakita ng nakatalikod, hindi sila Jerry Sal
Wala, ayun.
Ginigripuhan niya Galawang tondo talaga no? Kala mo naman talaga. Pero pag dinaya mo sa personal, magsisorry yan. Pero, with 1v5, with that frenzy, proteksyon bago umaksyon.
Yan lang talaga, puhunan. With Wits on a frenzy right now, he's gonna try to hold in onto this corner. Baka sakaling makapitas pa siya ng isa. Pero long range duel talaga ang hanap ng Naos. Alam nila na meron silang kalamangan dito I'm not quite sure kung alam nila position ni Wits, but now that the gunshots is there, the double peek is definitely there as well. Flawless round para sa kanila. At gusto ko lang din sabihin doon is, good try for Team Secret. But Naos, they're looking stronger.
Excited na ako sa APAC Best. Alam mo kung bakit?
Alam mo, gusto ko sabihin, alam mo yung nag-aaway-aaway yung comment section sa mga team na gusto nilang suportahan. In the end, ganun din naman, pupunta tayo ng APAC, isa lang din naman yung ibabayas natin.
Yun nga, di ba? Hindi, mali ka dyan, Best. Hindi tayo magiging bias. Ito ang unbiased casting. Sa Filipino.
Pilipino laban sa ibang bansa, unbiased casting, table.
Oo, men.
Hello.
Pag nagbarong, naku po. Magugunaw ang mundo.
Best, maswerte na lang ang mundo. Wala akong Pilipinyana. Yan na lang tandaan nyo.
Best.
May barong ka pa ba dyan, extra?
Wala.
I-hook up mo naman ako, Saint.
Hindi.
Kay tropa mong Peter ang pangalan.
Hindi, teka lang.
St. Peter's.
Nakaburol pa kasi kaya hindi ko makukuha.
Ay, di pa. Balitaan mo pag tapos na ang natin
sige.
dyan.
Pag nalibig na, sige. Pag nalibig na, makukuha mo na yung barong.
Salamat. Ngayon wala pa Sa APAC pa.
Sa APAC pa yung most explosive na casting natin doon. Talagang yun talagang inaantay ko, partner. Kasi if ever na nangyari yun, my God. Lalo na pag pumasok isang team sa sa Osanya. Yung BOBO. Naku po! Pag pumasok yun!
Di ko alam kung matatanggalan kami ng trabaho
Nanggigigil ako doon. Nanggigigil ako sa team na yun. Sana nga wag sila magbago ng team name Sana yun din talaga yung team name nila. Pero ito lang yung long shot ng mga players sa kanya. Pero Jeremy, dito ko po. Wala tumama kahit isa. Pero at least nakakuha naman na isa dito. Jeremy is eager to take down one. Pero
muntik na makita yung Bren.
Right now. Pero si Chilin sumunod na plan. Fight for ready. Pushing it off 5v2 right now. In this game, Jessica's catching one. It's all up to Kev. Doon sa may dulo. Kev nakakuha ng dalawa. Pero dito walang malakas sa tatlo.
Ang ganda ng pick-offs ni Jeremy. Kahit na nag-miss yung unang shot, na-punish niya naman yung sumunod na dalawa. Even with the smoke coming in from Naos side, napitas niya pa rin yung mga kailangan niyang pitasin. This is now a defuse coming in from Team Secret and a round for them as well. Pantay pa rin ang laban natin dito and mukhang mainit na mainit ang natin dito. Lalo na, nagpapalit pa ng mga players.
Ayun, talagang
daw kita. Mas nakakatakot yun, men.
Ay, oo, nakakatakot yun kasi lugi ako if ever.
Wow! Nahiya ako ah. Dapat lang.
Dapat lang. Kapal naman ang mukha mo pag di ka nahiya.
Ay, nako. Tech post na naman. Sino kaya may problema? Sino nga awayin namin?
Dali. Sabi kayo ng pangalan. Awayin namin dito.
Itang na.
Anong oras na eh?
May vaccine pa ako ng alas 2. Ngayon lang papabooster eh, by the way.
Papaturok ka na, bes?
Oo, papatusok.
Papatusok ka na, ako po.
Epas naman, epas.
Meron ako naisip, pero di ba sabay-sabay tayo natusok nun?
Oo, sabay-sabay tayo na natusok nun eh.
Grabe na
lahat ng VCT talents natusok.
Nung tinusok ako, biglang napapikit ako.
Napaaray ka. Tumawal ka ba nga, Ate Ribis, yung nahanap sa'yo?
Ang sakit. Kasi yun.
Right here.
Ngayon lang papa-booster kasi nagka-COVID ako eh. Insta-booster talaga. Anyway, going back to game. Ito na ang Hunter's Fury. Longadog finally connecting. Dalawa pa.
Grabe!
Sino
pinagsasampal na Jessie Bash?
Nagalit sa nag-techpos eh.
Galit eh. Ang tagal-tagal nyo. Ito yung Longadog nyo. Tikman nyo. Yung jumbo hotdog. Kaya si Z. Catches one already. We're gonna take one. We're gonna take down Jessie Bash right now. Pero 4v3 onto this game. Z? Makakuha ba siya ng isang kill dyan gamit ang kanyang operator para si Jeremy. Kalawang sneaker. Andito lang sa Gedli.
Nag-aabang lang eh. May rendezvous naman siya kung sakaling ma-stuck siya sa position na yan. On the other hand, si Wits nakapitas na nga ng isa. Walang nag-check ng corner and this is the perfect opportunity with the trademark detecting Kebs and Zay to be punished as well. Team Secret, malinis na round.
Mas malinis pa sa clean ang pinapakita dito ng mga players natin. Pero wala eh, 4-3. Kailangan pa rin talaga silang bumawi dito. Wala silang no choice. Kung hindi, maipanalo ko. Pero kitang-kita talaga natin yung jumbo hotdog ni Jessie Bash, mga kaibigan. Wala eh, hindi nila kinaya eh.
Tinanong ni Jessie Bash, kaya mo ba to? Sumagot ng hindi, bes eh. Masyadong mahaba. Umaabot, isipin mo sa base ata, sa spawn ata nag-ult si kuya mo Jessie Bash, pero umabot hanggang kabilang dulo ng mundo. Umabot hanggang Haven, bes eh.
Habang nag-Hunter's Fury si Jessie Bash, naka-lip bite pa yan.
Pinipindot yung left click eh.
Talaga sinasabayan niya eh.
Ganun. Diyos ko Lord, time out na naman.
Pinapasaya na lang natin yung mga sarili natin.
Actually, kami lang yung masaya dito ni Vin. Sana nag-enjoy na lang yung viewers.
Kung di kayo masaya, sakin namin.
Kasalanan ba namin yan?
Di na namin problema yun. Pero walang pera. Walang pera si kaibigan.
Yan ang problema.
Talaga napakalaking problema niyan. Kasi si Naos, wala naman siyang, si Blurred, wala siyang pera. Si Z, tamang headhunter lang. Pero tandaan nyo mga kaibigan, magiging problema lang ang problema kung pinoproblema.
Tama. Kaya huwag mong isipin ang problema.
Tama. Huwag mo nang isipin yun. Kasi lahat ng problema, masusolusyonan yan. Hindi mo lang alam kung paano. Basta gawin mo ng tama.
Isipin mo na lang, ang dami ko ng problema sa mundo, dumagdag pa si Vil. Kaya hindi ko na lang din siya iniisip dito. Anyway, moving forward, round 8 na nga, may operator nang ininvest ang Team Secret.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope, the stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure.
Pero hindi nakita ni Bren, hindi na nasa likod niya, pero dyan si Bash! Wilas ito mas yung bantal kalabat kanan, namatay pa si Blurred. 5-3 on to this game.
We back, boys. Ito nga, Team Secret getting another win here in this round as well. And mapupulot pa rin nila yung operator ni Dubstep rito. Kaya naman meron pa rin sila niyan. Ang daming pera ng Team Secret dito. Diyos ko, sobrang dami. And just to give a quick replay dito sa mga nangyari sa site kanina na hindi natin napanood at nakita kanina dahil naging itim yung screen natin. Ito, Naos entering here and with Dubstep holding on operator a while ago as well. Hindi nila nakapitalize yan. Pero nakuha pa rin ng Team Secret.
Hawag nga pala kay Meralco Spratly. So yung isa sa pinaka feeling ko bayaran na ng PPGL yun no?
Oo. Pwede na maging moderator
Oo Feeling ko pwede na maging CEO ng PPGL
Siya lang naman lagi nandito.
Oo. Actually, dami na lahat yan
Oo, parang dati lang. Puro tayo viewers ng Wild Rift. Akala nila ito yung stream. Nagulat sila, barilan yung nakikita 5-3 yung score natin guys and eco disadvantage for the side of Naos Esports. Napatay na nga si Blurt. May Seekers pang ginamit. And this is probably in the hands of Wids right now. Jesse Vash, nakapitas na naman ng isa. Jeremy spots one here on halls as well. Rendezvous lang para to get that repositioning as well. And this is Zay, the only man remaining right now. Only with a pistol, only with a headhunter.
Uy, grabe naman talaga. Tatlo ang sumilip, isa ang namatay. Borkum will gonna get that 3! Kobe.
6-3.
6-3 talagang, this is gonna be, ito guys ano ba to? 6-3? 7-5? Or 8-4? Or 9-3?
Hula-hula na!
Yun lang yan. Yan guys. If ever nanalo ka,
meron kang restraining order!
Oo nga.
May isa kang rice cooker, may kasama pang restraining order.
But wait,
there's more! Meron din niyang free, free trial pagdating sa Bilibid.
I've got your trail.
Yung mga nangyayari sa iyo, talagang gusto mo talaga mangyari din sa iba Pero ito na, Jesse Vash with that recon ball trying to catch all these players off guard. Pero tamang recon lang din talaga, pero hindi ko alam kung natamaan ba yung iba. Pero ito na yung Fletcher in the Sky. Napakita din talaga yung bird dito ni Wits mga kaibigan, pero meron na ata na flash dito na isa. Pero out drone for the side of Team Secret. We're gonna know the information kung nasan yung mga players dito, pero Kevsi Bog! Galawang sneaky! Muntik lang hindi tumama! Kakarot with the push and Wits with a kill. 4v4 onto this game right now. Alam nilang meron tao sa may likod. Wits nakakuha ng patayan na yun. Vash waiting on that corner, waiting para dito sa may arches. Para lang siyempre makakuha siya ng mga enough kills ngayon ng alam. Borkum! Catching one! Z with a 2! Borkum with a 2! Blurred with another one right now. B versus B. Borkum versus Blurred. Who's gonna win? This game, pero Borkum with a swing. Pero may oras pa! Oh no!
Oh no!
Walang oras si Bukrob!
Walang oras? Napatay niya si Blurred pero ang ganda ng paglalaro ng oras ni Blurred doon. Dahil doon, hindi na-diffuse yung spike ni Borkum agad-agad, no? And the position of the spike being planted as well, isang magandang advantage in the post-plant position from Naos' side. This is perfectly executed for Naos. Ang dami nga lang naging casualties as well. 4 din yung namatay sa kanila.
Ay.
1 enemy.
6-4 into this game. Pero maging 7-5 or 8-4. Pili na!
Place in your votes dahil magsisimula na itong next round natin. At si Pastor Chamber. Let us pray.
Do you want to pray?
Let's pray.
Ito na si Pastor Chamber.
Sabay tatawa yung kaklase mo.
Oo, nakakabad trip no? Pero si Borkum medyo... Oh, grabe naman! Ibang utang! Pumunta dito si Borkum. Ito lang si Kevin. Si Bombay. Nakakuha pa na isa talaga. Oh, ng second one. Pero hindi mo tamaan si Wit. Pero, hindi talaga siya natamaan kahit isa. Meron pa naman siyang doggy dito. So, if ever talaga makuha niyan, pwede. Pero meron din tao sa may hold, which is Jack. Napapaligiran na ng Naos ang Team Secret. Pero Jet onto that side, onto that corner. Ooh, patay Sara. Patay sa lang ng pinto. 2v3 on this game. Zay will gonna shut you down. And 6-5 here in this game.
Last
At baka
round
mag
before
6-6
the
pa.
switch.
Kasi mainit na eh. Ito na eh. Parang somebody call 911. Kasi sobrang init na ng dance floor. Para
Mainit yung
Naos
dance
eh.
floor. Ngayon lang, ulit nag-iinit ang Naos Esports, no? And obviously, that started from the momentum na nakuha nila kanina on Icebox itself. At makikita naman natin, Kevs still performing in this specific matchup na napapanood natin. Kung sakasakali man, kung isipin natin, parehas na pick to pagdating sa agent. Pagalingan na lang mag-execute.
Mainit ang mga
Silence.
nangyayari, pero we are back. And 3v3 on this game, Kakarot muntik na makakuha dito ng dalawa, pero that is Jeremy pushing in with that tour de force on hand. Spike is prepared already. Jeremy just denying that recon ball, pero not gonna do that kasi meron pa naman diyang outdoor para syempre malaman pala kung nasa ba yung mga players dito ng Team Secret. Pero dito naman ngayon, Shock Dart not gonna connect onto the side of Team Secret pa rin, pero they need to go and wala silang no choice dito man. Ito na yung huling match para sa half na to, pero Jelicious all the way from the backside.
Sayang.
Nag-whiff! Grabe yung pag-whiff ni Jet dito, pero Bash will gonna go down! Daddy!
Swerte na meron pang dalawang miyembro na naiiwan on Naos' side. Kung hindi, that is still a possible round for Team Secret to take. And this is now 6-6 as Naos Esports. They're slowly coming back in the game at mukhang dito talaga sila nagpapakitang gila sa laban pa talaga against Team Secret, no? Lumakas bigla eh. Nag-online yung mga players. Binuksan na ata yung mga monitor.
Sim, nagkabukasan na nga ito. Pero ang pinapakita naman ng mga players ito is as long as hindi pa 13, kaya pa. Puso pa. Di ba, Pico?
Diyos ko. kunwari hindi ikaw yun, no?
Hindi ako yun. Tamaan na ako ng kidlat kung ako yun.
Buzung patay. Wala na si Vil, guys. Hindi na siya nagsasalita. And apparently, tinamaan na nga siya ng kidlat dito. 6-6 at halftime post natin to, ladies and gents. Breeze is still the map as of this moment. At si Je, mukhang nahihirapan pa rin siya getting those frags. Ganun din naman si Dubstep, knowing that he is actually the Jet or the duelist here in the group.
Tama. Pero Dubstep. Yan guys, si Dubstep naglalaro na, hindi si hindi si Sidestep ha.
Pasok!
Sige, mamaya na. Cast tayo.
Pagtapos mag-cast, tapos na yung game.
Basta pag nakapatay si Dubstep, si Sidestep ang may gamit nun. Ganun lang yun, men. So meron ng 4 na kill si Dubstep. Sipin mo si Dubstep yung pumapatay, pero si Sidestep yung pinupure.
Grabe, ang daming trabaho ni JB.
Oo, grabe naman si JB. Tropa yan.
Tapos, kukunin mo lang. Ano yun?
Ano talaga? Ano talaga? Wala tayong magagawa dyan. Buti nga kayo. Ako, si Vil nga, tahimik lang eh.
Oo, tahimik lang kami dito. Maingay lang kami pag nagkakas. Pero pag na-meet nyo kami in person, guys, tahimik lang talaga kami. Hindi kami nagsasalita.
Actually, kami, introvert.
Oh,
tapos
introverts kami.
Tapos si Taylor, inverter.
Inverter?
Inverter kami kasi, sorry guys.
At least tipid. Oo, kuripot kasi ako eh, kaya inverter tawag dito sa akin.
Inverter.
Kita mo, lahat na lang hinihingi. Anyway, moving forward, Zay! Getting the first kill already. Napitas din siya ni Jesse Vash somewhere over the rainbow na hindi natin nakita. 4v4. Nagkapitasan lang. Jeremy though, tumatanggap ng damage on Gebsy. Hindi nag-connect yung shot dart na yan.
Pero si Jesse Vash, naghahanap na siya na pwede mo patay dito mga kami. Pero ito na, si Kevs mo all the way from mid. Pero this is the take na ginagawa ng Team Secret para makakuha pa sila ng enough money. Plus 300 din yun doon sa plant na yun. Pero si Blurred, all the way from Arches. Jeremy is low. Delicious all the way from the backside right now. Pushing it a 3v3 situation right now. Pero lamang pa dito ang Team Secret if ever. Kasi the spike is planted. Pero hindi nga sila nagkatamaan. Pero grabe naman si Dubstep.
Ito pa, one more chance. Tap and pray. Kung may spray and pray, may tap and pray din. Delicious! Good swing. Ito na ang susunod. Si Dubstep na-dink na rin with this recon. It will detect the last player and that is Delicious. Pag na-detect ka ng recon, wala ka ng takas kahit may smoke ka pa.
Ang hirap nun, nung position ni Delicious. Hirap. Pero at least si sidestep. Yan na, naglaro na. Saka 2 kill sa round na yun.
That works.
Na-online na. Binuksan na ang monitor. Binuksan na ang PC.
Nag-install na ng Valorant.
Sumali tournament, wala pang Valorant eh, no? 7-6. Now Esports. Hindi nalalayo yung score nila. And this will force Team Secret also to, obviously, makakabili sila. Dahil sila yung nanalo sa pistol na yun eh. Ang kaso, si Dubstep, insta-upgrade agad. Vandal. May nakagatata ng Trailblazer dito. Nasaktuhan na nga with Jeremy just spraying it down.
Nangert-ngert. Kinagat na 7 Lions ng mga players ngayon, pero hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari kay Taylor. Okay ko ba? Pero si Boricom pushing in already. Pero meron tao sa may likod mo! Always check their corners. Pero andyan naman si Jeremy para tumingin para sa'yo. Pero sakarot, low on HP, the only man remaining.
Linis.
For Naos, we're gonna go down. Down, boy.
To be fair, yun yung buy round ng Team Secret. Tsaka wala talagang pera ang Naos doon. Kailangan nilang mag-save. Lalo na pahirap na ng pahirap eh. Kasi magkadikit yung scores na meron tayo rito. Hindi sila nakapitas kahit isa though. So, hawak pa rin nila dito yung mga baril nila kanina. This is the bonus round of Team Secret. They played it flawlessly in this specific one. Ang daming na-detect nung recon ni Jessie Bash dito. Lagi yung mga kills na nakikita natin. There's always one being detected and getting them just firing it out.
Spectres lang din talaga ang puhunan dito sa side ng Team Secret. Tsaka tamang Marshall lang din ng Jessie Bash. Pero it's fine. As long as may butas! Grabe! Ano yun? Semi one-way smoke. Pero yun nga lang, kitang-kita ni Mukrob. Kung nasa ba si Kev si Moverda. Pero pag ito BB4. Tamang wallbang lang na baka may pumasok sa may double doors. Pero oh my God! Kitang-kita natin yung pag-ulo ni Mukrob dito. Pero at least si Jessie Vash andun lang naman sa Gedi. Nagbabantay kung pwede makakuna isa. Pero for Witch at si Vash, I mean, Vash Classic, yes, pwede nang gamitin yan. Pero malay mo, pwede kunin yung barrel ni ni Kakarot siguro dun sa may kung saan man.
Feeling ko titiisin lang ni Jessie Vash yan eh. Kasi mas okay nang makuha na nila yung positioning na hinahanap nila rito, no? And isa na nga dyan is double doors. Habang umiikot yung isa, naghahanap ng pick-off dito is actually Wits. At baka makahanap pa siya dahil itong si Blurred nandito rin on T side. This is CT. And this is, once you turn to the right, makikita mo si Blurred. Kaso nga lang, naunahan pa siya rito ni Blurred. Wits going down, not getting that info. This gives Jessie Vash the go signal to actually try and tap the spike. He has to plant it kung sakasakali man, and that long game of waiting didn't pay off.
8-7, walang 6-9.
Wala, nag-waiting game sila dito eh.
Wala rin naman talaga silang barrel. Talaga yung pinaka-problema. Pero sana makabawi pa kayo pa, if ever makayanan nila. Well, sabi namin lagi, ito talaga yung pinakakailangan ng Naos if ever. Kasi kung matalo sila dito, mahirap na. Pero dito naman kasi, ang kailangan sisihin dito guys, si Coach Fade. Dahil dun sa curse meme na
pinost niya. Yun talaga yung sisi, no? Yung curse meme.
Si Coach Fade guys, siya yung may kasalanan. Pero at least si Boricom nakakuha ng isa dito. We're gonna take down Lord. Napakahaba na itong game na to. Bes, grabe, magki 3 hours na.
Totoo. Wala na. Then late na ako sa vaccine pero okay lang. Sige. Laban lang ng laban. Blurred. Already dead here on the side of Naos. Binibigyan ito ng butas yung depensa na meron ng Naos Esports. But can they still defend the site properly despite the man disadvantage na meron sila? To be fair, Wits, or rather Jeremy, is already rotating on site and he might have that mid control. Maaari niyang ma-cut off yung rotations na manggagaling sa rest of the players of Naos here.
And natawa din sa inverter na. Pero Ito na si Kakarot going in. Pero let's see if ever ito na ang the great wall of Naos. Pero anong ginagawa mo dyan, Kevsimov?
Nahuli. Na-picture ni Jeremy. Tamang selfie lang. Oy!
Ito na. Delicious na ka. Isa pa. Pero that is Kakarot. We're gonna take down one. Borkum. Nakatatlo siya dito. Jesse Matthew with the planted spike. It's all up to Z! Yan ang kailangan.
Nilalabanan talaga ng Naos yung mga entry ng Team Secret no?
Inaano nila, dinuduel nila.
Every angle, dinuduel lagi ng Naos Esports tong Team Secret. From the previous rounds, it might have worked, but making a retake happen, lalo na napitasan ka na ng isa kanina pa, lalo lang pabawas ng pabawas yung manpower na meron yung rest of the team. Saka ito si Jeremy, free lurk eh.
30 seconds left.
May nagchat sa Twitch. Phantom Helix 2 Gaming. Sabi na, Vilsanity, chicks ang kausap mo ah. Si Taylor, chicks?
Hello?
Nagkakamali kayo. Hindi chicks si Taylor, man.
Nasa mali.
Nasa mali yan. Nasa mali yan.
You want to play? Let's play.
Ayan na si Pastor Chamber. Nilabas na ang Tour de Force. Tignan natin kung meron bang mahuhuli. Makikita rin naman natin yan pagdating sa kill feed. Habang focus muna tayo sa play for picks ng Team Secret dahil tahimik pa ang buong mapa natin. Hawak nila yung host dito. Kung kanina, libre makapag-rotate around the area si Jeremy. Not this time. But it seems like Jeremy is choosing to be in B windows. Kung meron siya mapipitas, magandang opportunity to. Pag may sumilip talaga, ma-GG.
Isang malaking, kung tatama, isang malaking GG sa mga players natin. Pero ito na si Jazz, ito na si Vash with that owl drone right now. Pero
wala, natag na naman. Insta-kill yun.
Si Borkum pa mga kapatid dito kay Kevsimov. Pero dubstep, moving slowly to my backside. And blurred. Dead.
One enemy remaining.
Kulit
Jeremy.
na, matelo.
Quick scope on that headhunter catches one pair with denying that possible winner pwede gawin na Naos.
Team Secret, definitely on the lead right now. 3 rounds pa ang kailangan habulin ng Naos to make this a tie. And isa nga sa mga gusto nilang gawin dito is to actually invest on that operator. Lalo na nasa kamay ni Zay. And on a Chambers perspective, kaya mo mag-rendezvous and reposition yourself using this operator. Ang ganda rin ng ikot ni Dubstep dito. Just making sure everything is clear and secure for the rest of the team as well. Kasi yung gumagalaw ka pero meron pa palang natitirang isa on site. And they might have had a bit of a delay clearing out the site. It's still an eco disadvantage for Naos anyway.
Isang malaking eco lang dito. Eco matos ang mangyayari dito.
Eco matos eh.
Pero si Blurred, one more kill on that Blade Storm. He can actually use it. Pero si Kakarot, pero naman siya mga pera dito. So, yeah, one thing is for sure, si Blurred mag-ano na lang siya. What do you call this? Orb na lang.
Pero pakiramdam ko kasi,
pero mahirap
saan ka kukuha ng orb, diba? Siyempre, magde-decide ka kung sa cave ka kukuha ng orb
pwedeng
o sa mismong opening ng B main. Maswerte ka kung walang tao doon. Pero kung
pwede
meron,
maging aggressive.
Lalo na nagro-rotate yung mga players ng Team Secret dito. Si Jeremy umiikot ng mapa to So baka mahuli ka.
Kita mo yun, partner? Double operator.
Uy.
Double up setup for the side
investment
of Naos. Napakamahal niyan. So far, ito yung pinakamahal na round ng Naos. Pero di ka naman niya mahal. Pero,
worth 10k, 2 tao pa lang.
Oh, yun
11k nga.
Hindi, 4-7 isa eh.
Mama, 10k. Alam mo naman,
hindi. Plus armor, 2k. 4-7 plus 4-7
man.
is
Nasa 11k
9-4.
plus. Huwag ka na mag-mat. Mamaya, mali-mali na naman tayo.
11,400.
Sige na,
11,400, man. Ano ka ba?
Ayaw papigil.
Ano? Ituloy mo!
Next round!
Kala ko, tutuloy mo
Minsan, nakakalimutan ko ng kakastay. Nagkakwentuhan lang.
Alam nyo ba guys, pag kami ni Taylor naglalaro, ganito rin kami.
Nakakalimutan ko, naglalaro ako, tapos patay lang ako, nag-aantay lang ako.
Ganito rin kami pag naglalaro ni Taylor, napakaingay namin.
Okay lang guys, mission success. May trabaho pa rin.
Hindi na tuloy. Oo.
Munti ka na ako dun. Okay.
Kinabahan.
Kinabahan ako ng slight na humble down ako, Bessie. Ito na. Oh, may operator pero hindi tumama. That is Zay doing the rendezvous. May ultimate na coming in from the Viper. That is on the side of Team Secret. Makakapag-plant pa sila agad ng spike. Mabilis ang take lang for them as Kakarot secures one. This shot isn't connecting at all sa taong nagpa-plant.
Pero at least dapat nakakuha rin sa dito. Pero Diyos ko po, napakadaming operator na nakikita ngayon ng players ng Naos Esports. Medyo mahirap to if ever sila yung magre-retake ha. Kasi ulitin ko, dalawa yung operator nila. Pero si Tabset nakakuha pa ng isa. Pusin ito ang VT right now. Pero blind catching one Borkum with another one right now. It's all up to Kev. It's all up to Z. Borkum 1v2. Wala na siyang utilities dito. So kailangan talaga niyang mabuhay pa dito kahit papano. Medyo malayo si Kevs. Kailangan na pumasok ngayon. Pero
di nila makahanap, Bes.
Already, kailangan mo ng pindutin. Kailangan mo ng pindutin. Pre-iping mo, pre. Ano lang yun? Hoy, ano ginagawa mo dyan? Wala nang oras. Napakamahal na round for the side of Naos. Dalawang operator ang pinili nila. Isipin mo, magkano yun? ROG cards for the side of Team Secret. Magkano yun, men? 11,400 yun.
That works.
Down the drain. Just from the two players that we have, that is Blurred and that is Zay. Ang kinagandahan naman nito, at least secured sila for the next round pagdating sa utilities. Meron kasing Hunter's Fury ata na available. Meron ding Blade Storm para kay Blurred, tsaka may Tour de Force pa na pwedeng gamitin. So may chance pa rin dito ang Naos to actually take control of sites na meron tayo, no? At makikita natin, Borkum, napakatalinong ganda ng laro ni Borkum dito. Viper Spit sabay labas para lang ma-psycho yung kalaban, tas ikaw na bahala mag-ping.
Wala eh.
Talagang saktong-sakto yung timing niya na lumabas siya sa Viper Spit para mawala yun, tas masasaktuhan niya makikita yung kalaban.
At saka knowing na low HP ka na doon, literal na 1 HP ka.
Galing!
So talagang Borkum,
Good game. Good
grabe yung mat. Grabe yung mat na nangyari. Gusto ba yung i-compute ko, partner?
Wag na. Kilometers per hour nung ano niya, nung Viper Spit niya.
Okay, di na.
Okay na.
Ano ko, i-compute ko pa eh.
Baka ma-impress pa yung viewers natin eh. Nakakahiya naman.
Ito na nakapatid na si Jeremy, mga kaibigan. Sabi na sa mga kamila, Tito, pasok na! Okay na, nakapatid na ako, Tito. Tito, go na! Pero, let's see if ever makakapo. Uy, isa pa siya, pero Diyos ko po, wala siyang idea.
Patay ito, patay ito.
Ito na! Ay, si Hunter's Fury ni Kemsimum. Ako, ang mga ngaso. Let's see if ever makakapatid mo siya ng isa. For completely patiently, catching one, catching two. A big flawless round for the side of Team
Match point.
Secret.
Ang ganda ng mga rounds na nakikita natin from Team Secret right now. At kung mapapansin nyo naman, Borkum is definitely on his time at his moment right now. 24 kills total, 9 deaths only. And this guy is just popping off left to right. Lahat na, pati clutch moments when it comes to post-plant position na ikaw na yung lugi, pero siya pa rin naman nanalo. This is Team Secret really showing what they're capable of. And Naos, hirap na sila, lalo na pagbangon dun sa damage na binigay na sa ekonomiya. Yung double op setup, di gumana, Bes.
Medyo mahirap yan, kapatid. Pero ito na si Jesse Vash ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pushing in, mainit-init niyang jumbo hotdog. Talagang pinakita na sa mga players ngayon. Pero muntik na siyang makabawas dito. Pero yun, kakarot, inert-inert na. Natamaan na nga ni Boss Dogs. Pero Diyos ko po, Jesse Vash pinakilig si Kakarot right now. Pero ito na, Jesse Vash 1v3. But delicious, we're gonna shot you down with a 3. Pero ito na, napanood na natin to, partner.
Nakita na natin to eh.
Nakita na natin to.
Yung mga
baka mangyari yung mamaya.
Yung mga isa na lang yung score, tapos mahahabol pa ng Naos. Oy, nag-overtime pa. Mukhang magandang usapan ang mangyayari. But it seems like right now, kung compared kanina na ganito yung scoreline na nakikita natin, Naos had control over the map that they were holding. But it seems like on this specific matchup kung saan breeze yung mapa, naliligaw pa rin sila minsan ng landas. Nahuhuli sila sa mga positioning nila na hindi naman dapat. And obviously, yung mga positioning na yon, courtesy of Team Secret's positioning. And a very well executed plan here from Team Secret is what they're bringing to the table as well.
For the side of Team Secret, kailangan na mag-isip-isip dito. Mga bes, ito na naman nangyari, napunta na naman tayo dito sa ganitong sitwasyon Baka na naman mahirapan tayo dito. Baka naman mag-ano tayo. Baka Baka matalo din naman. Alam ko na yung gusto mong sabihin kanina.
Ano?
Ang pogi.
Oo, man. Ang pogi mo. Hindi ko siya masabi. Hindi lumalabas eh.
Oo, man. Wow, ha? Nabaliktad mo pa yun, ha? Okay.
Safe. Epas. Sinabi ko, hindi. Nasa mali ako? Hindi, men. Kahit sabihin kong ang pogi mo, nasa mali ako nun. Hindi masagot ni Ben. Kita mo naman, speechless. Tama na yung timeout. Tapos na yung timeout eh. Tutusukan lang to si Dubstep saka si Wits. Anyway, moving forward, ito na ang finale round na manggagaling kung sakasakali man Team Secret takes this away from Naos Esports. Naghahanap pa rin dito ng pwedeng ma-pick off kung meron magiging aggressive. Pero Naos, they're playing it really safe.
Here.
Sobrang efas na mga pinapakita natin dito. Pero ito na. Pwede ito na yung katapusan or pwedeng ito na yung pwede lang ituloy. Yung
Actually, ginagaya lang namin yung English. Alam mo sa English, may mga 5 seconds na tahimik sila doon
diba?
eh. Mga ganito yung style niyan eh. Dubstep. Naglalakad na. Nag-ping. Turning right. In 100 meters, turn right.
Naging ways.
Ay, hindi pa ganun yan?
Hindi.
Ay, hindi pa ganun?
Hindi.
Sorry, akala ko ganun yung style sa English eh.
Ganun sa English eh. Kaya sila nandun.
Sila nandun. Parang hindi ako galing din ng isang araw.
Pero Delicious, waiting for the perfect execution. Pero that is Delicious! Taking down one for Coop. Ito na yung Vipers na talaga inaantay nila. Jeremy nakaisa pa. Dito, pasok na. 3v3 onto this game. Nasa ni Spike. Pero that is Blurred catching one. 2v1 situation right now. But what?
Hindi na plan, Bez. Hindi abot yung oras. Tinap nila yung Spike around 4 seconds. Tapos kailangan ata nilang bitawan at some point. And because of that, ayun.
Besi Wap, may Viper spit yun!
Buti na lang, hindi sa Naos nangyari, kundi napakasakit, napakalungkot ng pagkakatalo nila doon. Diba?
Oo.
So, still, they had a plan in mind. They had a plan to plant the spike. Nagamit nga din nila yung Viper spit rito eh. Pero hindi successful. Isa lang ibig sabihin yan, good hold.
Si Andre, 2 ops parang total ay 9,400. Oo nga, plus 2K, 11,400.
Inaaway mo pa. Muntik na nga kami mag-away dito sa stream. Tapos awayin niyo pa si Bill sa comment.
Hindi na nga masabi ni Taylor na ang pogi. Inisip ko muna kung tama ba yun.
Baka ikaw ang sunod na malagot, Bes.
Inisip ko muna kaya meron post doon ng konti. Pero
wala pa. Tahimik pa ang tropa natin dito, Team Secret at Naos. Pero mukhang i-entry na ata sila once this recon comes in. O kaya yung mga shock dart, pati yung snake bite. Trying to force out lang kung meron bang tao sa corner na yan. Nahuli na. Naging aggressive yung Team Secret, Bes.
Wala, tinry nila mag-push ng slow. Doon sila na GG. So ngayon, itatry naman nila pumush ng sobra. Tuloy-tuloy lang. Jeremy,
you want to play? Let's play.
Kalawang stick. Ito na si Pastor Chamber naghahanap na pwede na makakasapi.
Makakasapi.
They want to pray? Pero
Let's
si Z,
pray.
30
andun lang
seconds
sa may likod. Pero kakakarot mga kaibigan, waiting patiently for the quarter of the game right now. Pero Diyos ko po, medyo mahirap na kasi si Jeremy makakakuha ng isa agad. 4v3 onto this game. Jeremy onto that corner, pero wala siya makakuha dito sa mid. Pero this is the players of Team Secret para to spike already. 3v4, Jeremy all the way dito sa may, dito sa may double doors para si Blurred! Huwag gonna take down Dubstep right now, Jeremy. Alam na niya kung saan siya papasok dito. Nakakarot na tamahan nga ng snake, pero Jeremy will gonna take you down. 3v2 on this game. Delicious will gonna be down. Blurred, 1v3. Is this the end? For the side of Naos and Jeremy will having 4. Team Secret winning 2-1.
Pinaglaruan talaga using the Viper smokes. Naglaro na lang sila and nag-end up pagdating sa mga aim duels na meron tayo. They weren't able to take out the site and actually plant the spike, but what they did is actually clear it up. Patayin lahat ng nandun, and Naos Esports just crumbled in that last moment. And to think of, syempre, Naos Esports, hindi pa rin nila nahanap yung first win na hinahanap nila.
I mean,
undefeated pa din ang Team Secret, best.
Still undefeated. The reigning top 1 sa ating leaderboard is still Team Secret. And yeah, for the side of Naos, really thought na makakapagpanalo na ang Naos dito na hindi na si Ray nagkakast. Wala pa rin.
Wala pa din talaga, best.
0-6. Pero ito, meron pa silang isang tsansa. Which is sobrang nakakatakot to, partner. Kasi isipin mo, sino ba ang last game ng Naos sa susunod? It is Action PH.
Oh, meron pang isang laban ng Action against Naos.
So partner, pwede natin talagang sabihin na medyo mahirap na talaga yung chance nila. Close to none na makapasok sa playoffs. Kasi 0-6 na, wala pa silang panalo kahit isa. Pero ang Team Secret, meron pa rin naman laban bukas, which is Alpha Esports Pro. So, for Naos Esports, na kay Action ang sagot if ever magkakaroon ba sila ng isang panalo o hindi. Tatapusin ba nila itong VCT na 1-6 sila or 0-7 sila? That's gonna be our last game tomorrow. Naos versus Action. So, before that, check mo naman, partner, tinan mo naman, Kev Simov, talagang nag-pop off dito sa Naos, and for Team Secret, si kaibigang Mukrob nanginginig pa.
Oo.
With a big MVP.
Yung ano yan, kinikilabutan bawat shot na tinitake. Ang ganda rin nung play ni Borkum dito, specifically on that round kung saan nalaro niya pa yung Viper Spit against the players of Naos in a 2v1 situation. And this is just Naos Esports, of course, a run against Team Secret. They failed again this time around, but they still have one more matchup to look forward to into trying to get another time, another game, and maybe that first game. Pero balikan muna natin ng isang mabilis ang ating game highlights kung saan makikita natin ang Team Secret pati ang Naos. Isa sa mga naging lifeline talaga ng Naos dito is actually Kevs. Even from game number 2, kung hindi nag-up or hindi nag-online si Kevs Imov doon, feeling ko hindi game number 2, hindi mapupunta sa kanila eh.
And syempre, a big shoutout din talaga sa lahat ng mga players ng Naos na talagang sobrang pinilit nila nakabawi sa game na to. Of course, medyo masakit lang din isipin partner na kahit isa wala tayong panalo knowing na last stage tayo yung sobrang lakas. Pero ngayon, wala eh. Pwede nating sabihin na sobrang nag-improve ng mga players dito sa Pilipinas. Grabe yung improvement nila. Isipin mo naman, di ba? Yung Vietnam dito na naglalaro, Jin. Si Doktor.
Pati players natin ini-import na to Japan. Shoutout kay Josh S.
Tsaka kay Bolski.
Mga blurred na rin yung mga tropa natin dyan. Anyway, that was game number 3. Team Secret was able to take it away. At para sa aming dalawa dito ng The Mods, syempre, ito na ang pagtatapos ng ating unang series. Para sa araw na ito, pwede na akong magpabakuna pagtapos. At para sa the rest ng nanonood dyan sa Facebook, sa Twitch, sa YouTube, sana nag-enjoy kayo sa game na to. Nag-enjoy kami mag-cast. Nag-enjoy ka ba, Bes? Parang di naman.
Hindi. Kung kasama ko
Matik! Muntik na mawala ng trabaho, guys, pero nandito pa rin tayo at tuloy-tuloy pa rin. May game number or rather series 2 pa tayo mapapanood later on, but right now we're just gonna go in a very short break. When we come back, it is gonna be the panel and interview. Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta at panonood. Para sa akin, mamba out na muna ako and see you guys later on. Don't go away.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2, where we see Team Secret yet again with another win. It is a 2-2-1 versus Naos Esports, but the big news here is that one, though, because we were ready to write this off as a 2-0, but Naos really did deliver and give the best fight that they could. Let's jump into our series highlights for that, because as we mentioned, G10, this, we were pretty much like, we know how this is going to go, but Naos really surprised us.
Absolutely. I mean, they brought the fight to Team Secret. They kind of were really feeling themselves here. Blurred, I think, really was on for today for the past how many days. It didn't feel like he was really getting the performance that I was kind of accustomed to seeing from him, but let's see that we got some really good performances from Naos. Even though they did lose, it was an incredibly competitive match, more competitive than I think you would have given it credit for coming into this day, and definitely closer than it should have been. Now that knife from Jesse Vash, though, was just a tiny bit disrespectful, but still, it is part of the game. You gotta check your corners when you're in a 1v4. Check behind you, but this icebox was absolutely beautiful. Now they were so behind after Team Secret, they kind of went wild in the first half, but then when the chips were down and Team Secret was at match point, Naos, man, it really lit a fire under them, and they were able to bring it back. They were able to tie it up and then win in only one overtime, which I don't think anyone has been really able to consistently do against Team Secret. Even when people do beat Secret in overtime, it's usually, after 2 overtimes or something, and in the case of South Built, it was, well, 7 overtimes. So bringing it all the way to the last round of regulation and then beating out Team Secret in an overtime is no small feat at all.
Yeah, that's still our record, I think, here so far in stage 2. But yes, absolutely, that icebox. I mean, I have to say, it was getting really close, and when I saw, okay, the score is like, I think it was like 11 and 12, and I was like, all right, getting ready, setting up everything, and getting ready to go back on air. But then they just brought it back, and Fluffy, I think that got everybody off guard, and we just have to, one of the big questions was if Naos would evolve beyond stage 1. I think this is what we were expecting from the very beginning of the group stages.
Yeah, I think Naos has really proven that they are more put together this stage, especially during the last series. But it's unfortunately, I feel like, a little too late for the squad. Even on their last game, it was a nail biter till the end, because essentially when you hit that 3rd map of a series, it's just a best of 1. And moving into Breeze, even at the end of it, 13-9, Naos Esports really holding their own against the forefront of our competition today, which is Team Secret. Team Secret, on the other hand, also showing more of their flexibility, playing without dispenser a couple times. And we can see here that our MVP for the series is Borkum, who also on that Viper, such a big presence on Breeze.
And look at that ACS. I mean, if that doesn't spell a win on its own, yeah, that's pretty incredible indeed. And Borkum definitely one of the players that, something like this, it's pretty incredible, but it's no news when it's Borkum. Borkum time indeed. And of course, Team Secret, once again proving that they are still top of the line. I think Dax mentioned this on the broadcast, wherein we do have, the alumni, so to say, of the Masters and Champions run, still dominating and still really elevating the regional scenes of their respective regions. We have like Paper Rex and MYSG and everything, and Sersha in VCT Thailand really upping the stakes for everyone. And it's so great to see Naos Esports able to bring the fight this close to Team Secret, who have set that caliber for the PH scene. And I think part of, what really makes Secret such an innovative team, of course, is this man who we can welcome on over to our panel, to your screens right now. We have Coach Fade here on Team Secret. Let's bring him on over for a quick interview. Hello, Coach Fade. Welcome. And congratulations, and thank you for taking the time to chat very briefly with us. So Team Secret, pretty much locked in the top seed for playoffs. And as their coach, are you able to share what's going on through your head? Are you also already, drafting, what could be possible for the playoffs? You mentioned earlier that you were maybe lacking a little bit of sleep, full of preparations.
Yeah, I think we are ready for playoffs. We still have I think at least 7 or 8 more comps that we haven't revealed to you guys, like the audience and the opponents. Yeah, so I'm pretty much excited for next week's playoff.
Very interesting. And we have seen Team Secret become a little bit more experimental in this stage. And, with your roster rotations and agent compositions too. Dubstep, I think, mentioned the other day that this is actually your doing as well. Are you able to share a little bit what you're doing for the team and how you're pushing them beyond their limits? I mean, how do you talk to a team that has been together for more than a year and suggest maybe something a little different?
I think I just, based on their performance during scrims and stuff, and decide who gets to play on certain maps and not. And I think so far my judgment is pretty on point. I'm pretty satisfied with their performance this stage, except we have pretty silly mistakes towards the end, especially this series against Naos, that we have to clean up. So I think if we can clean up all these mistakes, we will be ready for APAC.
Definitely. And I think you can always point to the top of the standings to show that indeed, you have been doing very, very good work indeed for Team Secret. So, how have you, this is a bit of a personal question, how have you been adjusting to the boot camp? And I think I saw this on Dubstep's Twitter too. Have you picked out a favorite Filipino food already? I think you gave a teaser that it might be tapa.
Yeah, I only tried tapa, Jollibeans, and mediocre sisig. So
Mediocre
yeah, it's not like a proper sisig. It's just like those ready-made ones. So I need to try a proper one. So looking forward.
I see.
Also tried sinigang that day, a home cooked one. Yeah, pretty nice.
Oh, that is the best.
Yeah,
That
the
is
soup
the
is
best.
nice.
And yes, especially since the weather has been a little bit cold. Oh, that is the best if you have homemade sinigang. I'm happy that you're enjoying, and I hope you get S tier level sisig this
S
time.
tier level.
Get you out of that mediocre one. I'm sure the boys have some suggestions of their own. Do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give, especially to all of those supporting Team Secret since day one?
No, I need to shout out to this hater we have on Twitch chat called Nachos29. This guy has been doubting us since the map 1 today. I think our performance today may not be the best, but I think we still won. So please don't hate us, guys. We are not bad guys. Come on. And thank you to all the fans that defended us in chat. Appreciate all what you all say, and we all read chat as just like you guys. So yeah, spread love, not hate, guys.
Absolutely. And yes, there is a battle going on in game and elsewhere in the comment section too. But thank you so much, Coach Fade, for that. And hope, of course, that all the supporters of Team Secret are right behind you. And eventually, you will be able to put all of those bashers to rest. Good luck on the rest of your games. We are very, very excited to see Team Secret at
Thank you very much.
I really hope he gets, that premier CC.
Real CC.
Yeah,
yes.
real CC.
You gotta go to Pampanga. You gotta come on, Coach Fade. Go to
Yes.
Pampanga. Go to Aling Lusing's, and then go crazy. You can't
True.
have any of that. That free pre-frozen stuff. You gotta get the real stuff with the calamansi and the sili.
Yes.
Right there.
Sizzling on a platter. He
Yes.
needs that. He needs that, definitely. I know they're a little busy going into the playoffs and maybe afterwards for a little reward. Boys, you gotta give him that, the full CSIG experience. We are off to a very, very quick break, but when we return, we have Bren Esports and Action PH coming right up. VCTPH will be right back.
Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
Hi, this is Philip Vergara, more commonly known as RU from Action PH. Is Team Secret qualifying for Stage 2 because before they didn't have any boot camp, but now they have a boot camp. Therefore, I think their skills will be tested against our fellow countrymen. I think what makes our team stand out from the rest is we actually create our own meta right now thanks to our new member, which is a doctor from Malaysia. He encourages us that we shouldn't stick with the comfort picks, but rather try to immerse ourselves to the new agents such as Fade. The team that I'm looking forward to play against is Team Secret. As I stated earlier, that they have a bootcamp right now, and they had ping issues back then in Stage 1, and now I think they've fixed it. So I can see the champion Secret back then that we would fight against in the group stage, hoping to meet them once they qualify for the group stage. I think the team that we would like to beat is Naos and SBE, because Naos, they're the ones who put us in the lower bracket in Stage 1, as well as SBE coming back from the third map even though we had the advantage, which is 10-5. And I hope that we can get our rematch against these teams because we want to prove that we're just not the third team in the Philippines. My message to our fans and supporters is thank you so much for supporting us, since I'm also reading the comments every stream by PPGL that they're supporting us, that we're the underdogs, and we would like to thank everyone that their support motivates us to go even further. Again, this is Aryu from Action PH. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys!
My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working.
Welcome back. You are watching VCTPH. Mika Fabs here on the panel alongside Fluffy and G10. We just saw Team Secret win series of the day, and now we're on to our second series. It's going to be Bren Esports versus Action PH. Action PH currently well off in the standings, while Bren Esports are well within danger, so to say. This is quite an important match for the standings too. So let's get right into it. Starting with Bren Esports, let's take a closer look at their roster. That was Action PH, and they are up against Bren Esports. Once again, a call back to the group stages of Stage 1. Back then, it was a 1-1 score with each team taking a series off of the other. Today, Action PH is looking to settle that score, G10, while getting their heads into that playoffs mindset, hopefully.
Yeah, Action PH, you did say they were one of the ones who were kind of sitting comfortably in the standings, but I wouldn't say they're that comfortable themselves because looking at their record, they still have a very, very, very small chance to actually not make the playoffs if they do lose the next two of their games. But that is, something that may be a little bit unlikely. The squad has just been looking very, very competitive, very solid, a lot more evolved than we have been used to seeing them, because we usually think of Action PH as kind of a little bit of an aim heavy team. But lately they have been pretty solid in terms of strats as well, and you can see it in the record, 3-2 at the moment, looking to go 4-2 against Bren. And I would say that the addition of the Doctor is such a boon for Action PH. Even though the past few days, I think Georgie has been performing really, really well. The Doctor has been consistently performing throughout this entire group stage. And even though, they do have very, very obvious stars, the rest of them, Ryu, Eman, and I forgot the last guy is a Batman. Sorry, I always forget a Batman because
He's been jumping around.
He has been jumping around. He has been jumping around. So these three have also been pretty solid on their own. Very dependable as compared to when we used to see them always kind of leaving somebody to clutch it out. Sometimes that still does happen, but now they have a lot more, as we like to say, discipline in their composition, in their strategies, with the way that they've been playing. They're not as gung-ho, but they still possess that certain explosiveness that they like to use when they are attacking a site or when they're trying to retake. They still have the command of that ability, but they don't make it their entire identity at the moment.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. And this vent thing is always blowing smoke onto my screen. I'm at the edge, so it's always like blowing onto me. But yes, Action PH will be up against Bren Esports, a team that is fighting as elimination closes in on them. Let's take a look at Bren Esports. The team with a lot on the line entering this series. Our eyes will be on Bren Esports in the upcoming days as they try and make their way out of the danger zone. Fluffy, we know what they look like when they're on point, we know what they're capable of, and we know that Bren's biggest enemy tend to be themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Bren Esports, you can see it from the results. They started out this stage incredibly strong, defeating the likes of RRQ and Naos, but soon after, kind of slowing down and falling from grace a little against the teams that currently happen to be the teams at the top, like Oasis and Team Secret. Today will be one of their last chances for them to basically reignite that fire that they had early on, which I feel like has been fading a little bit over this week. But every new day is a new start, and it is their start to reclaim their position as one of the staples of VCT. This team has the heavy hitters. They have Savvy, they have EJ at the forefront of the lines, but they also have players in different positions who we've also seen pop off in different maps in the past. We've seen Brain Freeze pop off, especially in that Fracture map, and Hot Sauce as well, being the carry in some of their matches. And Symbol, with his addition, I feel like gives them a bit more dynamic feeling, where they're not the team that feels very one-dimensional with a one-set strategy. I feel like with the addition of Symbol and their coach Evo, there's a bit more tactical depth that this team can come up. The question is, which Bren Esports are we going to get today? Is it the one that might be a little bit too ambitious and be their own enemy, or is it the one that comes in with a cool head trying to take their last games to a W?
Yeah, I think that in a way, it kind of has reversed the roles between Bren and Action PH, where Action PH, usually we're used to seeing them be a little bit more explosive, a little bit more aim heavy, as we did discuss, but it seems that the ambition that Action PH used to possess now is a little bit of a problem for Bren Esports. And it's not just Bren Esports playoffs run that is on the line here. South Built, a lot of their hopes are actually also riding on this match. They need Bren to lose today, and then they need to win against Bren tomorrow to secure their own slot. But if Bren do get BW today, then that puts SB under a lot of pressure. So it's not just Bren riding on this match and its results, but also SBE.
Yeah, I'm sure Southbuilt Esports are watching right now. Hello to you guys. I hope you guys aren't too tense because yes, their VCT lives depend on this match as well. Let's actually jump into our head-to-head because as we can see, these rosters for Action PH and Bren Esports, they actually pretty much revolve around two players. Georgie over here on Action PH, we pegged him as like the guy sort of like that Action PH plays around. And for Savvy AK, we know that Bren Esports, Fluffy, he was actually one of the first. He was the first, I think, on the new Bren Esports roster.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the supporting agents and players will revolve around the plays that the duelists make, and in a lot of ways, these two players are the tips of the spears for both of these teams that they're trying to drive into their opponents. We can see that, of course, statistics alone, they're also very close, but in role and function as well. If these two or either actually gain the momentum to get the space for their team, it could make a rollout effect where it'll turn into a wrecking ball in case it keeps growing and growing and growing, because if you can't stop either of these players, if you can't really shut them down, there's such a nuisance to deal with their mastery, not only of their utility from the agent they provide, but also their ability to just frag out.
Yeah, and I think like for Bren Esports, it's tricky because like they started off really well up until day 5 against I believe that was Alpha Esports Pro, and since then their opponents have managed to best them. G10, do you think this is a case of Bren losing steam in a way? Could the 1 day break from yesterday, do you think that that's what they need to kind of like reset and regain that?
So if it's a question of losing steam, I think Bren, it's not that they've lost steam, right? It's just that other people's trades have been going for a little bit longer and a little bit stronger than Bren at the moment. I still think that they are, an insane team. And honestly, if they didn't have to face up against some incredibly tough opponents, Alpha Esports Pro, Team Secret, Oasis Gaming, if we saw those matches a little bit later, I think the story would be a lot different for Bren. But we are here now, and Bren, they have 2 matches to go. And honestly, I want to go back to Savvy and Georgie, the Boracay Jet versus the Collegiate Goat. And we know how these teams can be kind of centered around these two. And we have seen, especially, I think yesterday in the game, or the other day, the game versus Oasis, when Savvy was getting caught out, it kind of felt like Bren were a little lost. So that does tend to happen a little bit to Action PH, but at least if Georgie's lost, they have the Doctor, who's a great quote-unquote backup IGL, although I'm pretty sure they're very flexible on that role. It's kind of more of a collaborative thing. And they kind of don't have a head to be cut off, where with Bren, it's a little clear that if you eliminate EJ, if you eliminate Savvy, the round is going to be a lot easier for you. So I want to see if Bren has kind of shored up that weakness, or that dependence on their star player / players, and if they can be a little bit more well balanced, a little bit more disciplined coming into this match.
You actually bring up a very interesting point because whereas with Bren Esports, you mentioned it's very clear where the heads of the Hydra are, but with regards to Action PH, it can be a little bit more muddled. And that's why we saw how this team struggled early on in stage 1, trying to get that identity going. And we've seen that they've always been at the cusp of getting to the top of the standings. So the big question is whether they're going to enter some kind of stability here on stage 2 to get that extra push. And I think that this series is going to test that. Jumping into our map vetoes here, as I mentioned earlier, this series has actually happened before, twice actually, during stage 1. And for the map vetoes, Fluffy, we did have, I think consistently, these teams played on Icebox, Haven, and Ascent during stage 1 for both of those series.
I think those 3 maps are very viable, but
good
based on the playstyle they also have now, we see that the first ban that we have for the entire series will be split. My predictions for this is I am going to expect Haven to be for sure in first phase picked by one of these teams. They both have a great Haven gameplay. They have a lot of different comps they can try out. They Bren had this old comp where they ran a lot of Breach, and then now they have one with Sky. So, and as I'm mentioning this, Haven is the first one picked by Bren Esports. APH banning out Ascent is also very interesting. I think
that's a fair ban.
Yeah, but I find that Ascent is it's very 50-50, and APH has a very strong Ascent because they run this very unique stage comp as well, at least in stage 1. But we see that the 4th map is Breeze, which Bren picks defense on. I think that is a little favored for APH. We saw, I believe Bren play it recently, and I'm not sure how well they did, honestly. Like from a tactical standpoint, I feel like there's a lot of mistakes that they have to clean up.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Fraction Bind going to be taken out here, so we only have the last map left.
That's going to be Icebox.
Yeah, it is going to be Icebox. A great decider here. I think they both have a fantastic Icebox, but Split here, I want to go back to that first ban. Split is an amazing ban for Bren. They have seen that APH has been doing really, really well on Split lately. Even just yesterday, they brought a pretty close series, against, the undefeated Team Secret, the 6-0 gods right now, but they had a very, very decent split. I mean, Georgie almost dropped a 30 bomb. He got the 29 out fragging Borkum, even though they did lose that match in overtime. So Action PH, that's what a good map for them to not play on. But Haven, I think, is a little Bren sided if we're inclined to believe kind of trends and stuff. But for Breeze, it's a little Action PH sided, but not enough to say for sure that we're going to be going to game 3. While Icebox really, I think, is the decider, the pinnacle decider map for the series.
It also took me this long, by the way, to realize that in this layout of this universe that we're in, the map beaters are over there. I just realized it as a camera. I just thought PSA. By the way, we are looking into the map vetoes. They're like beyond ahead over there. So I just realized it when the camera like panned and turned around. I was like, oh, whoa, there we are. Yeah, clearly somebody has been geographically. I've been geographically challenged, and I didn't realize that until now. It's day 9. But yes, Fluffy, you had something to point out with these. Do you think that these map picks are favoring anyone?
I feel like Haven is a 60-40 for me. I think both teams have a strong Haven game plan. I'm leaning towards Bren Esports to take that map. But on the second map, Breeze, very interesting. APH, I feel like they had the opportunity to watch I believe it was Secret versus Bren game, which did not go very well for them on that map. So it's a lot of lessons for one team to learn, but another thing that they can pick up for the other. And for the last map, I think, aside from pointing the obvious because it is a decider map, it really feels like that's the map that is the most important because the first two are just so swingy.
True.
Yeah.
True.
So you think it's going to go like a 1-1? And
yeah,
then
I think it's going to end 2-1 for me. I think that Bren's going to win.
Now, while I agree with you, Fluff, that it is going to be a 2-1, it's a little bit too close to call it a 2-0. I'm on the opposite side. I really think that that Action PH has been a little bit more consistent, and that consistency and that discipline, if they're able to kind of get into Bren's head, then they will be able to take this 2-1. And of course, I want SV to have that chance. I want them to get out of the danger zone and into the playoffs, even if that means that Bren can be the sacrifice here, because that's the game that actually will decide SB's fate tomorrow, is Bren versus Southville.
Yeah, I was just checking out the stats from stage one when these two teams faced each other. It was basically, of course, we're not seeing Ascent right now, and we are going to see a new map enter, which is Breeze. But Haven has consistently gone to Bren, while Icebox has consistently gone to Action PH. And Fluffy, you mentioned that Breeze might favor Action PH a little bit more, so it should follow that.
Yeah, I
Action
feel like
PH?
I feel like it'll only lean if they really did their homework for this stage, because as we are going to a close for the group stages, I mentioned this a couple times already before, but there's just so much more information that's relevant to this stage out there for other teams and your team. And as much as every team should focus on themselves first, because it's hard to learn to react to something if you don't even know the basics yourself. So having a strong foundation is important. A lot of teams should be taking advantage of the fact that there's a lot of information that they can process, and the teams that do it the most and adapt the fastest against certain teams, maybe even run certain comps against certain teams specifically, are like, I think that's what Team Secret is doing, are probably the teams that are gonna take it all.
Yeah, and just to point out as well, G10, you mentioned this, that Southfield Esports, of course, are watching very closely. So here is just a recap of what is at stake for this series. Should Bren lose, and forgive me, like you guys gotta help me with the math over here. Should Bren lose this, then that means that the decider of who will be eliminated, who will get that other slot alongside Naos Esports for elimination, it's going to be decided with the Bren Esports and Southfield Esports match tomorrow.
Pretty much. Mathematically, yeah. That checks out.
Which is gonna be very, very, very dicey indeed. So it's not just actually two teams right now in this series. It's actually three teams, as Southfield Esports are peering over Bren's shoulders and making sure that, hopefully they get that chance tomorrow. But first up, we are going to take a very, very quick break. And when we return, we're going to get right into this second series of the day, Bren Esports and Action PH. Don't go anywhere. VCTPH will be right back.
Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy. me know I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. Ain't no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Kapit patalim ang Bren Esports ngayon laban sa Action PH dito sa ating group stages bago sila matumba. Who is really chilling in the third place of our leaderboards? I'm Manigli CDW, kasama ko ngayon si Rayray at kami ang mag-aatid sa inyo ng pangalawang series natin between Bren and Action PH.
Excited ako ngayon! Dahil, balita ko, maangas ang dalawang teams na to, syempre. Pero kaninang angas din talaga eh. Akala ko magkakaroon ng meme curse na pinost ni Coach Fade. Pero dito,
Fade, no?
sa Bren together with APH, I love the map vetoes. I think both of the maps, or rather, 3 of the maps are really favoring both of the teams. Pero there can only be one nga, as what we usually say here, only one winner. Pero magiging madikit at matinik tong labanan na to, Honey Glaze. But on the other side, I'm still waiting dito sa Bren dahil crucial tong match na to against APH.
Napaka-crucial to the point na isa sila sa mga teams na titingnan natin kung makakasurvive sila from the last 2 na pwedeng ma-eliminate na nga dito sa group stages. Sabi mo nga, pwedeng maging madikit itong laban na to basta't magkaroon ng composure dito yung Bren na manatili nga in the leaderboards. Nakakatakot itong isipin dahil syempre yung pressure nandun, Ray nandito pa yung pagkakaroon ng momentum ng APH throughout the last few preview series na nakita natin sila in this week.
Talagang dami crucial matches ngayon. Pero, syempre, pagdating sa Bren, minsan lang talaga nagkakaroon sila ng a lot of struggles. But when they're back on track, you definitely know that it's gonna be okay. But then, I think APH this time around, they improved so much. And I love how they're doing it. The reset coming in from Georgie. More discipline mula sa kanya. And looking at it, sa Haven side nga, most likely it's just gonna be the usual comp. Are you with the Sova, the Doctor with the Astra, Georgie and Eman with the duelist by Eman. But on the other side naman sa Bren, Brain Freeze with the Omen. Oh, Javi! Together with Simple. Okay, we're getting that Fade pickups once again. And we have that TJ. So, technically, no Sova lineup yet. We have 1 duelist and 2 initiators. So, okay.
Yeah. Ito yung usual na nagiging trend na here in the map of Haven. Nakikita natin yung mga wins ng ilang mga players dito, ng ilang mga teams dito with the double and triple initiator setup. Nakita natin before yung laban ng RRQ against another team na 3 yung initiator nila. We have the Sky, Fade, and even have the Bridge. So imagine yung mga utilities na sinesetup nila dito to delay in SBE from trying to get in the sites. Pero this time, this is a different story. Remind you guys, this is the battle between Action PH at ng Bren Esports. Bren Esports, katulad ng sinabi namin ni Ate Ray, may hirap itong laban na ito dahil kailangan nila manatili dito in our leaderboards bago sila pwedeng malaglag. Pero this time, with a change of face, Ray, nagulat tayo sa Fade pick dito ni Javi 8K.
Alam mo, on the other side, pagdating kay Javi, sobrang flex na niya eh. Lahat ng mga agents na ginagamit niya. And parehas lang to katulad ng ginagawa ni Kakarot ng Naos. Maraming flex rules na nakikita natin. But here it is. Sino nga bang mananalo? Is it going to be APH or Bren Esports dito sa Haven? A map where technically all of the PH teams, all of the SA teams are really good. Pero sa attacking side, sisimulan ito ng Bren Esports. Just some few concuss, pero ang ganda kasi agad ng mapag-clear ng utilities dito. Ni Javi naglalabas ng Tony Prowler, lahat na nilalabas. Pero nga lang may crossfire sa Valorant ang mga katulad ng APH. And speaking of, they were able to spot him out. Trade-offs nga lang sa trade-offs. Pero nga lang si Asus ready na kagad for an answer. Pero on the other side, we have the frenzy buff. Georgie, maka-clutch niya ba to? Okay, maka-cut off ata siya sa flank. Okay, may kita ni Hot Sauce. Oh, not yet.
Uy, nagkasalis eh. Tas nang bait out dito sa Xavi 8K, nag-iintay siya all the way from sewers at walang kaalam-alam si Georgie dito. it was the numbers advantage kanina ng APH. Pero ano nangyari doon? We had EJ na umikot all the way from B, nakapasok siya in window ng garage at na-eliminate niya yung nakaabang dito from APH. So, pwede mag-entry doon. Ito kasi yung nagiging trend, Ray, na kapag may fade as the attacking side yung kalaban mo, usually gagamitin niya yung mga utilities dito para makapasok in garage, going and take in C side. So, nakakagulat yung naging pick-off nila dito, especially na nakapwesto na kaagad, naka-adjust na kaagad dito ang Action PH to eliminate in that strategy. Pero, first round ay naipanalo kaagad dito ng Bren Esports, and now we have the save and eco round lang for Action PH.
Good pistols ang kailangan. Ayan o, current even. Power lang rin. Diba? Ang galing ng Oasis. I don't know. Pero, EJ? Wala pa. Advantage by Hot Sauce. Taking down one by one. Ooh! Flawless. Okay. Just some sweet revenge mula sa side ng Bren. Clean take here in mid. They know their advantage. Good setup. It's connecting all together. Kaso napakainit talaga sa Pilipinas. At ngayon, buti na lang na pick off kagad ni Hati si Bren. Kundi, walang mangyayari. Possibility pa. Na
ang dami
baka
kasi
manalo.
pang delay ng Bren Esports. Si Tony Froller kanina umikot going into B-Link, into C-Link rather, para mapigilan niya na kaagad yung pagkakat ng pagpasok dito ng Bren Esports. So now, speaking of, we have your Tony Froller lumagapang na naman here all the way from garage. Let's see kung magkakaroon siya ng survivability dito dahil natagpuan at narinig na siya dito kaagad ng Astra. The doctor is just waiting patiently to pick them out, pero may gun advantage naman sila dito, Ray. Pero let's see pa rin kung ano ang magiging survivability dito ni Georgie, lalo na lalabas na dito yung hunt. Georgie dito makakakuha ng isa, Batman naman for 2K. We have a brain freeze all the way from long at mapapatay siya kaagad dito ni Georgie. One member remaining, Hot Sauce with the Bulldog. Mamamatay siya ni M&FES at mapuputakan yung ulo niya dito. 1-3 or 1-2 na ang scoreline natin. Still in favor of Bren Esports, but then again, that is a buy round for APH. At ngayon, nakapag-save up na ang Bren Esports. Tingnan natin kung paano nagkaroon ng problema yung Bren Esports. Pagpasok pa lang at sa pag-hold dito ni Georgie, Ray.
It's just starting good sa APH. Tatandaan natin, best map nga nila to. Best map ng APH. Itong Haven. Same goes with Bren. So talagang mapapansin nyo na pagdating sa APH, comfortable naman sila. And ngayon na, stronger na din sila sa defending side nila, which is usually their problem. And tatandaan natin, hindi basta-basta ang APH. I think so far, sa mga nakalaban ng Team Secret, aside from Naos, yung laban talaga nila with APH, sobrang close, pero may nakagat na ARF! Nerk!
Kinagat ng 7 Lions.
Oh, kinagat ng 7 Lions. Pero that won't stop Bren from still contesting ang side. May mga between walang ningning na nga na sinet up dito si The Doctor para lang talaga makapag-push ang Bren. Pero nga lang, wala pa. Nigris, wala pang call mula sa kanilang side to actually commit this. Ato na yung call. Naglabas na kagad sila ni Tony Prowler. Pero naman, niwis niya kagad. Alam na niya. Next, Origin to ko. Nilabas pa kagad ng contest sana. Pero wala pa rin.
Wala pa rin talaga eh. Oo, good stun and good delay ang ginagawa dito ng Action PH. So, parang left behind na lang tayo sa option natin ng Bren na pumasok na lang in A side. But the problem is, nag-aabang dito sila Georgie and even have your RU in both entries. We have one from sewers, pero this time we have the smokes. Hindi pa rin ito magiging reason kung bakit madedelay pa further ang Bren Esports. But this time, they have the smokes as well na na-place in na. Ito ang kalakasan ng dalawang initiator. They have the blinds, but unfortunately, hindi nila ito nagamit dahil kailangan nila magpadali. Georgie with the kill, Georgie with the 2K. Makakancel naman dito si The Doctor with the trade-off. But RU and a Batman is this ready enough to cancel them out from their lead na kinuha nila for the first 2 rounds. APH ngayon na nakakuha ng pang-equalizer nila dahil lang sa buy round na sinesecure nila dito sa Bren Esports.
Pinuin mo? Honey Glaze? Na-delay na nga. Pinadelay pa ng sobra. Ang gata-kagad ng Hadouken sana. So nilabas ni Brain Freeze. Kaso nga lang, lahat ng response nasa side na ng APH dahil alam na nila nakakuha na sila ng information. And then yung formation na meron ng APH. But once again, on the 50 round, ang mga taga-Bren, naglabas na rin kagad ng Bladestorm si EJ, pero si Georgie din gusto magabol. Jet diff ba to? Jet malalim? Or merong katulad ni Hot Sauce na pwedeng mag-cut off ng flank na gusto i-execute ng APH.
Speaking of, ang layo na kaagad ang pinupush dito ni Georgie. Dahil expected na rin naman na ito. We have the smokes, pero mamamataan pala siya dito ni Hot Sauce. 2 members down already, pero this time we have a trade. Numbers advantage for Bren Esports at makakapasok na kaagad sila dito here in B. Pero hindi ito yung pagpaplanta nila ng spike, or rather, ito pa rin pala ang pagpaplanta nila. We have the aftershock to deal a lot of diversion plays at isa na lang natitira. Biruin mo, Ray. Eco round ito ng Bren Esports at nananalo pa sila. Argue na lang ang natitira dito. We have the Recon. We also have the Seize. So, more delay ang mangyayari dito for Argue to try and retake in the side. Pero problema niya dito is numbers advantage ng Bren Esports. 3 laban sa isa. Let's see kung itratry niya pa bang i-push into at may i-retake pa ang B-side.
Medyo mahirap na to para kay RU. Save na lang is key. And masyadong aggressive ang APH doon. Honey Glaze. Mahirap talaga pag-aggressive. Ano lang, chill lang, diba? Chill lang. May chance ka naman eh. Lalo na kung may assurance naman.
Maaga pa.
Oo. Pero diba, mahirap pag masyadong aggressive kung nahalata mo naman na panalo ka pa rin. So, wag ka nga amin hanggat wala ka. Ayaw mo. Diba? Wag ka amin, guys. Tandaan nyo, kahit anong mangyari, bakal ka! Pigilan mo! Maging marupok!
Dapat talaga makita mo yung tamang senyalis muna bago ka umamin eh. Kesa naman yung aamin ka nga, gumawa ka nga ng first move, magiging problema naman dito kung ano yung nararamdaman niya na hindi mo naman alam.
Ay!
Pero ngayon,
oo, naramdaman ko yan eh.
Ay, naramdaman ni Ate Riri, patay tayo dyan.
Ramdaman na ng APH, Honey Glaze. Ano ba ang gusto pang ipakita ngayon ng Bren? Pero still, si Georgie, si Jorge, nakahawak na kagad ng operator ngayon.
Tapos si Hotsus na naman na makakatapat niya dito here in A lobby, no? Let's see kung magpo-push ba dito talaga si Georgie. Parang patalinuhan na lang kung sino yung mas may mahabang pasensya dito laban kay Georgie and Hot Sauce. Dahil makikita naman natin nagpo-push na sila, pero mamamata pa rin dito si Hot Sauce. Ang cute ng pag-crawl niya dito laban kay Georgie, pero he was able to still flick it out. And now 4v5. Again, with the shot and with the kill ni APH dito, ni Georgie dito with that operator. Kamangangamba ngayon ng Bren Esports na pumasok na nga dito here in D. We have the blinds. Makakapag-cut naman dito si EJ, pero he was quickly traded off. Pero quick save naman din ang ginawa dito ni Symbol. Trade after trade dahil the doctor is just ready for Symbol to go up. We have the blades with the right click dito laban kay Brain Freeze. He's already down. Happy 18 na lang ang natitira dito. Pero ipupush niya pa rin dito ang dalawa all the way from A-League. But unfortunately ready si Georgie sa kanya with that frenzy. Hindi na muna papa-actionin pa dito ang Bren Esports para makabawi, para makalamang muli sa APH.
Kita mo yun, pro-match. Tinamaan pa kasi expected nga nila na si Georgie is gonna really pick at A. Pero nga lang, with the use of the Bladestorm, they already dictated the pace. And yung Bren, natigil yung fast takes nila kagad papunta sa side versus APH.
Nakinig sila sa'yo,
Ray. Oo, nakikinig sila sa akin. Kinig kayo kay coach. Sabi ko, share ko lang. Pero, on the other side, kapatid 1 once again, may marireveal nga lang. Ganda rin kagad ng recon mula sa side ng APH. They know how to take a read sa Bren, and that is very smart.
Maganda rin dito for Bren na naagapan nila kaagad dito si Georgie after niyang makagat ito ni Frawler. So this is a problem kung hindi niya nilabas kaagad dito yung recon para madali pa dito yung Bren to try and pick and to try and push through A side. Pero Georgie dito, ready na naman kay EJ. Nandito na naman ang statement nila Georgie na talagang kahit magsama-sama pa kayo, hindi kayo makakaisa with the operator at hand by this guy. We have sheriffs lang na hawak dito, nila Hot Sauce and Symbol. Pero look at this, yung killjoy natin from the other team is also beside him. Let's see kung makukuha niya pa rin dito dahil they are playing in for trades, they are playing in for distraction. Nakita na dito ni Savvy AK kung Saan ba dito? Magpipick si Abatman pero mas mabilis si Abatman sa kanya. Naparanoia dito si Abatman. He will be quickly traded off naman dito ni Bravesys. But unfortunately, hindi pala magwawagi dito si Bravesys ngayon. Problema na naman dito for Bren Esports dahil si Simple na lang natitira at itong Sheriff lang ang kanyang maasahan ngayon. Another kill from Georgie. Action, or well rather, protection bago umaksyon na makukuha ngayon ng APH. 4-3 na ang scoreline natin. Still in favor of 10 by 1 round.
Protection kagad bago. Grabe ka naman doon, Honey Glaze. Kung ano talaga
natutunan ko kay Kuya Bin.
Oo, ako hindi ako ganyan eh.
Left.
Simpleng tao lang.
Yan.
Para rock. Hihi.
Para... Sino naman tayo dito?
Ayan. Yan na naman tayo sa MJ. Oh! Yun! Saktuhan. Ang ganda ng play. Alam mo, yun yung meron maganda sa about your feed. You can actually deny those operator shots even if you don't have a crash. Pero big shout out kay CMR. Yan. Yan. Okay lang yan. Sub ka sa akin. Total masipag ka. Ayan.
Total masipag ka.
Di naman kayo required tumawa dito. Di naman kayo required manood. Wala naman akong sinasabi. Pero ngayon, Eman tries to go for a retake. Pero nga lang, you gandang opening. Oh, sumunod-sunod na condition! Brain freeze! Low HP na Dream! Aryu!
Oh no!
Pinakitaan ang pangalan na Aryu. And that's just it. Ano nangyari? Yung post-plant ng Bren nagkagulo-gulo.
Nagkaroon kasi ng opening dito ang APH tingin ko sa mga blinds na naibigay dito ni Eman FPS. And there was also the trade-offs na pumaboard dito kina the Doctor. Kaya naman ngayon, ready na kaagad ang Cosmic Divide niya for cancellation of the entries dito ng Bren. Balikan natin yung info na meron nga ditong eco round lang ang Bren Esports. Kaya nahirapan sila, nakapasok sila inside the site. Pero look at those trade-offs na ginawa dito nila, the Doctor, Eman FPS, and even have Aryu. Narinig ko nga kanina na nag-from the shadows pa dito si Brain Freeze, pero hindi siya nakakuha ng magandang reposition to get in those back and damage from APH. But at the moment of time, Eco once again for Bren, 2 rounds lead na kagad for APH ngayon. At tingin ko pwede silang pumasok dito here in B. Ang problema na lang nila is yung retake, Ray.
Tama ka nga dyan, Honey Glaze. Retake. Somehow, big problem. Pero to, nag-a-assume na naman taga-APH. Kailangan na naman ingat. Pero buta na lang. Sabi ni Georgie, the second time around, hindi na ako magkakamali muli. Si Georgie, nandilim ang paligid. Sabi nga sa kanta ng Eraserheads, EJ na lang together with Javi. Javi J. Hep hooray! EJ! Oh, wall back. Alam na, low HP na rin. The Doctor gets the second. Sinabi niya, healings for everyone. 6-3, APH is popping off.
Laki kasi talaga na pagkakataon dito ng APH na mananalo here in Haven dahil isa sila sa mga teams na tinitingala nating makakuha ng mga win streak dito here in our group stages. Tandaan natin na nasa 3rd place sila ng leaderboards ngayon in our groups. At Bren Esports, they are trying to be pressured out throughout the series na meron pa sila dito. They are struggling para makuha pa yung comfortable lead or comfortable placing dito bago sila malaglag laban dito kana SBE and also Naos Esports. But this time, this is a good timeout for Bren Esports para maputol nila yung ongoing momentum ng APH ngayon. Dahil nga nag-iinit si na Kuya Georgie mo nakita natin kung paano siya mag-warm up in the comment section. Kaya naman ngayon, si Kuya mo Georgie, 12-5 ang KDA. Ray, ibang klase dito mag-pick si Georgie at ibang klase niyang ma-shutdown dito si EJ kahit naka-Blade Storm or even Vandal pa yung hawak dito ni EJ.
Sacrifice. Bigyan ang teammate. Malaki ang tiwala. Sana all may tiwala. Ako mahirap na magtiwala.
Ay,
nagbigay ako ng tiwala dati. Na-reveal! Hindi lang pala ikaw.
Mas magtitiwala ka pa sa guts mo.
Ay, oo. Parati kayong magtitiwala sa instinct nyo. 100% prefer. Been there. Tapos galingan nyo din mag-FBI. Makikita nyo
FBI,
talaga
lahat
ang
natin
tunay.
tingin.
Oo! Pwede na akong pwede na akong maging ganun Feel ko talaga pwede na Pati hanggang sa iba mahahalata mo rin. Mga ganun. Pero yun, alam mo,
pakiramdaman
hindi
lang,
naman sa pinag-overthink ko kayo, pero paano if may kausap din siya na iba at sabay kayo?
Kaya i-check mo na.
Kaya i-check nyo na.
Telegram,
Ay,
Discord.
akala ko yung Shopee. Pero nga lang, sabi ni Javi, Shopee, George is gonna go down. At 4 na lang ang natitira mula sa side ni APH. Ay, hindi mo alam, Haniglis. Here. Ito na ang mga bagong kausap. Nasa Shopee or nasa Lazada. Shopee Seller, LBC Delivery, AJ. Takes down RU. 3 na lang, Eman, The Doctor, Abatman. Abatman tries to save the day. No, hindi na mag-work. Ang bahala na si Abatman, pero naniniwala ako may bebe buff pa rin to dahil napakalupit. At 5 na lang. Sa dalawa, kung ako sa side ng APH, save ko na yan. Hindi ko na i-risk. Pero sige, risk taker daw si Eman ROI naman daw yung pera It's gonna be 6-4.
Good take for Bren Esports. Dahil doon sa lineup na binigay dito with the hunt of Savvy 8K, nagka-problema tuloy sa repositionings dito ng APH at napasok agad sila inside the site. They were able to control in a Batman holding into A kahit nandun na yung ilang mga utilities sa dito. Nagpasabog na siya ng mga swarm grenades. Pero balikan natin yung pagkakataong na kapag wide swing kasi si Savvy, mapatay na lang dito. Sila Georgie picking through Silong at inantay dito ng Bren kung ano ba kung gaano ba ka-aggressive dito ang action PH. Mala-action kasi ang buhay dito ng mga tao dito from APH. Kaya naman hindi sila magpapapigil kahit sila yung defending dahil they know their advantages. Even though na alam nilang kailangan nila mas hold ng side, kailangan nilang makakuha ng retake advantage with their numbers. Pero this time around, it's already still in their favor. Pero nagkaka-momentum na ang Bren Esports. We have Symbol and EJ dito still holding into A. Pero this time magkakatunggali yata sila nila Kuya Bo Georgie. Double pick, hindi niya alam na dalawa pala yung nag-aabang sa kanya dito. Symbol, nangangamba siyang mag-pick through na dito si Georgie. Georgie, ano na, hindi ka ba talaga magpapakula dito? Nauna-unahan na ni Kuya Bo Symbol and now 1 man down. There's deep lines. Maunahan na naman nila ni FPS dito. So now it's already 3v5.
What can APH do right now? Okay, Game Labs! Hindi daw, sabi ni Hatos, mas mainit pa daw siya sa hot. The Doctor na lang ang natitira. Meron siyang pang-retake with the Cosmic Divide pero going up against 4, mahirap yan. Wala naman siya yung pang-TP in. TP out, satchel in, satchel out. Mahirap yun.
Stagnant lang siya, no? Nakatayo lang siya in place. Ang problema pa niya dito is paano kung malikodan siya kaagad kapag nag-play siya ng mga stars. Isa na lang yung pwede niya maasahan, pero he tried to still pick through Savvy 8K all the way from A main. So now, nakakahabol na ngayon. Ang Bren Esports, isa na lang. At equalize na kaagad ang scoreline natin. Pero thankfully kasi dito for APH at Ray, we have double initiator setup din from their team na pwedeng maging maganda yung setup nila as they are the ones attacking. Kang kailangan lang nila dito siguro is magkaroon pa ng composure na mag-stay put lang inside the site at makakuha ng mga pick-off. Look at that. Nananalo sila Hatos dito pagdating sa mga utility placement sila and even with the trade-offs and even with the swing. So doon sa fundamental settings natin na nakikita for APH, meron na nagiging pulido na for Bren at nakakaroon na ng pang-warm up dito ang Bren Esports laban sa APH para makuha nila yung first half.
Close sa first half nga mula sa APH together with Bren. Kompleto. Recados, ang mga baril. Check. Check the label. Wala. None. Pero buto na lang may nightfall mula kay Javi. Get out of my way! That's gonna be a big opportunity for Bren Esports side. But then, ang APH, kita mo naman, no? Ready ang 4 na ultimates na pwede na lang gamitin at si Abatman pag naka-3 kills pa yan, hindi may bonus pa pero medyo imposible na ngayon. Pero when it comes kay Abatman nga napakailangan niya ng mga teammates niya.
Oo. Siya pa yung Iisa dito is separated from the team. May Seekers na kasama dito kagad ang APH ngayon. So now this is a good decision made by Brain Freeze na umexit na lang muna from that certain point of time na pwede siya maisahan dito ni Kuya Bo Georgie. There's also Flatman waiting in garage. There's the OP shot. Nandito naman yung Nightfall na magiging problematic dito for APH kung paano sila makakakuha ng magandang retake. The blinds are already opening in the spot for EJ to get in the kill. Makakapasok siya, makakat niya through dito si Abadman. Pero the Doctor, makakapatay siya! Kahit wala siyang naririnig dito, FES all the way from the back. Georgie naman para sa isa. Blades are ready up. Pero ito ay 2v2 situation na kaagad. Makakapag-plant in na kaagad sila ng spike dito. But with the operator at Andy Hansos, hindi tumama. Makakaligtas silang dalawa dito all the way from A-Link. Pero Bladestorm ang hawak dito ni Kuya Bo Georgie. Will it be happening in favor of him? At hindi ito mapapag for Hansos. Another operator given. Pero 1v1 with the great one. We over the frenzy na magiging laban lang. Protection bago umaksyon for Action PH. Makukuha nila yung 75 scoreline in favor of their team. Laban dito sa Bren Esports. Akala natin, yun na yun for Bren.
Ayan na nga sinasabi ko. Georgie, once again! Balita ako, Georgie, sa isang horror movie. Ayun.
Switching sides.
Naging nakuha ng kanal eh. Si EJ, ganda ng right click sana, kaso nga lang.
Ready si
Dito, ready. Dito mama, si Hatsus, huwag tumama yun. Tapos ang boxing. Pero frenzy lang.
Frenzy
naman palang solusyon sa lahat. 7-5.
Matindi umaksyon?
Oo, matindi umaksyon yan. May kasama pang fireworks. Yan.
Good half talaga dito for APH. Pero it was also a good struggle na pinupush dito ng Bren Esports na sila dapat ang makakuha nung half na yun to a 6-6. But the problem is, yun nga, hindi kaagad napatay dito ni Hot Sauce. Si Georgie sa pagkakataon na ready na siya for him. And that was a good opening for Georgie na ma-secure nila ito 2-round leads laban sa Bren Esports. Pero Bren, dalawa lang naman yan. Kaya nilang manalo dito in the pistol round. They have what it takes. They have Symbol and Hot Sauce dito for their holds at Savvy 8K pa. Dagdagan pa natin dito yung problemang na ibibigay ng Hunt. There's also the Prowlers. Dapat magkaroon lang sila ng magandang synergy dito pagdating sa paggamit nila ng mga utilities. Alam natin kung paano rumagasa dito si Kuya Bo Georgie. Diba, Ray, nakikita natin na may magiging trade-off lagi at may parang ginagawang opening si Eman FS dito para makapasok lang lagi ng site si Georgie.
And ito pa. Both are popping off. Georgie together with EJ. And you can really see na if it's their peak performance, ang consistent na hindi na to yung Georgie dati na, Georgie. Medyo nahihirapan siya with this jet. Actually, hindi na. May mga times nagpa-pop off, may mga times na hindi, di ba? Pero also at your stage, I think he improved so much. Kasi with the amount of space na binibigay sa kanilang teammate Ni RU, ni The Doctor, ni Emma at ni Batman. Kahit comms niyan, English, nagiging Tagalog yan. Naiintindihan nila yan. EOP dyan, English only, please. Tignan mo yung sa Naos, di ba? Kinakausap nila si Bird. Japanese dapat. Here. Omaywo. Sabi. Shindairu.
Omaywo, no?
Omaywo, no? Shindairu. Hindi, joke lang. Eumenu. Ganun. Pero, APH.
Garage na naman.
Uy, garage check. Alam, may nahabol, may nakita, pero buti na lang may kasama pang paranoia na hilo-hilo, pinaikot-ikot. Nasaan daw ako sa'yo? Pero nga lang, The Doctor, hindi nila alam na meron na nakapag-push sa may long. Kaso nga lang, sabi ko sa inyo, wag na wag kayong mag-aasim. Hindi kayo sampalok. Ayun, nakakuha pa nga. Nakakuha pa ni Tony Prowler. At ngayon, 2v2.
Last player standing.
Kaso nga lang, there's that... Oh! Yung post na tinayaan nila si EJ. Ayun, naging kabilang bang-bang Ganda ng term ni HG
Wala na backfire, nakatalikod siya, tinira pa talikod. Dito, ang natitirang player natin from Action PH. And this time around, this is a good one for Bren Esports para makahabol, para ma-equalize ito for a 7-7 scoreline. Pero ang nakikita natin ngayon, Action PH, Ray mukhang gusto nilang planuhin ito for the anti-eco. Sabayan nila yung Bren Esports. Gusto nila na sila yung mala-action dito. Sila yung attacking, sila yung makakapagbigay ng tempo laban sa Bren Esports na dapat kami lang ang mataas, dapat kami lang ang malakas. We have here them already waiting here all the way from grass. Pero nag-decide pa rin pala sila dito, no, na pero pa rin naman tayong composure in the next few rounds. Kaya naman, wag tayong magmaasim pa na makikinig tayo kay Riri muna dahil kailangan natin yung mga game na ito para mga balos na lang din laban dito kana Georgie. But hot sauce with just the Bulldog once again. Georgie agad ang nawala sa mapa.
Hindi nila ni-risk yung pagbili sa side ng APH. Mahirap na. Side pa yung tables, but EJ, mababawasan na naman ang isa pa. 3 na lang. May mga barel natin na katulad ni Emma, pero walang hinayari. Sound ayo. Nakadalawa pa si The Doctor ka. Munti ka na. 7-7. 7 Lions. 7 is the lucky number. 7 ang dating mansari ng ex mo.
Uy.
Ay.
Hindi ko yun expect yun.
And it's gonna be a tie between APH saka Bren. Matanong lang kita ni Glaze. Sa previous mong relationship, kailan ang mansari nyo?
Wala akong previous relationship eh. Current relationship ngayon yung
di
first
sana
ever boyfriend
all! Ilang taon na kayo ha, ni Glaze?
4 years.
Sana all. Ako may malas ako eh. May taning yung buhay ko. Share ko lang. Hindi, may taning parati yung mga relationship ko. First ko,
relationship
3.
kasi hindi buhay.
Ay, sorry.
Pinapakaba mo naman kami.
Hindi na kita papakaba.
May APAC pa tayo.
Talaga may deadline ako parati. 3 taon. Promise, hindi ko alam kung bakit. Kaya alam niyo kung ano meron. Pag nalagpas ako ng 3 taon sa isang tao, siguro yun na yung para sa akin. Pero ngayon talaga share ko lang. May deadline talaga at nagtataka ako bakit. Pero ganoon talaga kapag divisible by 3, it may end up again with an unhappy ending. Look at that. Gagano lang eh.
Nabeluhan ng right
click. Oo, nabeluhan. Nagtasa lang. Oo, nagtasa. Nag-dash in, dash out, can't commit, pero may iba lang naman palang kausap. Ganon ang nangyari. Pero nga lang, bagal pa ng APH. EJ, nakatingin na to na. Tinignan ng anak kumukoms dito si Aryu. He takes it 1, pero di nila na-realize na meron pa magagaling sa may Seavers. Pero may pull pa mula sa kanila. Javi takes down 2, dumeng-deng-deng. At The Doctor na lang kagad. Going up against Hot Sauce together with Brain Freeze. Makuha ba yung clutch na kailangan mula sa kanya na may Forsaken Vandal. And please check your curse. Advantageous Spectre! What is that? Lumilipad!
You're not allowed to do that. We have the possibility sanang mapaktora niya ulit dito yung dalawa. Sayang lang at kasi nangangamba na siyang may nakapasok na yun. Na paranoia siya, na blind siya dito ni Brain Freeze. Nakapasok nga yung dalawa. Wala siya ka-idea na hindi pa pala sila nagko-commit for the retake. Hot Sauce dito and Brain Freeze. Thankfully, si Hot Sauce lang yung napatay dito ni The Doctor. At hindi nakapag-reset kaagad ng aim dito si The Doctor to eliminate in Brain Freeze. So now, ito ang punishment ng Bren Esports. Sila ngayon ang may eco. Sila ngayon ang may hawak na operator. Nag-iinit na rin si EJ dito matapatan si Georgie at kanina doon sa right click pa lang na yun kakabahan na tayo kung paano ba nila dito ma-shoutout si Kuya Boy Georgie, but this time we have the sheriffs at hand. Ray mukhang madedelay pa sila dito dahil ang daming umuulan na utilities dito sa garage para hindi lang makapasok sina Georgie.
Ayaw sila Georgie papasukin ng Bren. At dami kasi gano'n wala sa fade. Together with that type of composition with that bridge. Tapos, kilala naman natin si Hot Sauce is really being consistent. Pero, kinagat lang ng onte. Alam na rin kung saan manggagaling ang mga miyembro ng APH. May Nightfall na kasama muli mula kay Javi and mukhang mahihirapan ata ang mga taga-APH to get those angles working unless they hit the shots, they hit the crispy shots dito ngayon.
Chacha na lang dito for EJ and Brain Freeze. We have here the hit and switch. Brain freeze with the one tap all the way from window. Nandito naman din yung pag-pick ni EJ. One member remaining. Sheriff na hawak dito ni The Doctor. Pero with that quick pick ni EJ, tatlo ang mapapipitas na ngayon and another round for them to take. But this time, let's see kung ano ang magiging sagot ng Action PH. Bren, Esports is just really doing it. Kahit na alam nilang naka-eco lang ang Action PH dito, hindi sila nagdalawang isip gamitin yung Nightfall dito ni Savvy. Basta magkaroon sila ng advantage dahil napaka-crucial ng rounds na ito ng series na ito, even though na nandoon siya sa loob ng 3-man crossfire here in mid. Hindi siya na problema, basta at least makapatay siya ng isa. Focus lang dapat sa isa. Yung mata mo dapat sa isang tao lang para makuha mo yung commitment na gusto mo. Maging loyal ka sa isang tao at mapatay mo yung hero na, yung agent na ito all the way from window.
Ay, hindi ako loyal eh. Faithful ako. Yan. Anong loyal?
The difference ng faithful at loyal.
Alam mo, ganito kasi tayo, stick to one tayo, Honey Grace.
Sakto,
Stick to
time
one
out.
group. Stick to one group. Grabe, kanina nakambak ng Naos, mapapaamin na ako. Clue.
Ay, clue yan.
Clue tayo habang
kanina mo pa kami pinapainit sa mga clue mo yung yan.
One is hindi siya shoutcaster.
Ay.
Second.
Paano na?
Paano
na?
ang
tambalang Asoray?
Best friend ko lang talaga yan si Asoray. Alam niyo naman yan. Second. Ay, isa siyang pro player.
Ay. Napapanood natin? Charades, no?
Okay. Pag hindi ko na sasabihin kung napapanood natin. O, hindi. Pero isa lang ang sigurado ako. Kinast ko na siya. Hindi ko alam kung last year. Hindi ko alam kung anong stage yun. Pero, EJ! Oh, EJ! Oh my God! Hinapol ni Georgie, pero nagpapol. Si Georgie, si EJ pang nagpabagsak. At apat na lang ang natitira mula sa side ng APH na punish. Uminit lalo ang Bren sa defending.
Kapit patalim talaga. EJ dito with that quick end. Reaction time dito laban sa Action PH. Action ngayon na uubusan na kaagad ng lakas. Parang hindi nakainom ng Lola Remedios, Kuya Bo Georgie, para makapasok lang ng site. Dahil nakaabang na kaagad dito yung dalawa. Nakita ko pa nga na parang nababangga si EG at hindi makareposition dahil dito sa turret ni Hot Sauce. So let's see kung ano pa yung magiging push dito ng Action PH. Dahil medyo may taranta factor na eh. 4v5. They still have one member to think about all the way from B at nakaabang dito si Symbol. There's the alarm bot. Nandito naman din yung fault line. Tama lang din yung paglabas dito ng aftershock. There is the smoke. So pwedeng ilagay kagad the brain piece. One-way smoke for the doctor to make. There is also the shot itself. Walang ka-idea dito yung Action PH. Nasa top side na pala si brain piece. Kaya makakakuha siya ng isa. Make it two. We have an argue for the trade. Nandito naman din ang natitira pang members from Bren Esports. Dalawa sa dalawa na lang magiging eksena natin. Nandito pa sila nakakapag-plant in the spike. Na Hunt is hopping in the players here from APH. And wala pa rin yung argue.
10 seconds
naman
left.
dito. Kuya mo the doctor kay EJ. There's only one remaining member here and 17 HP na lang ang natitira. Hindi na siguro nga ibibigay pa dito ni Savvy AT dahil marunong siyang magpaubaya.
Oh! Guys, ha? Sinasabi niyo ako nagkakast ng Love Life lang, ha? Kita nyo. Si Honey Grace, sinabi niya, paubaya. Kanta yan ni Moire. Pero, Javi, 17 HP na di makakayat. Ay, naku, alam na kung nasaan siya. Pwede na lang siya ipadali ngayon ng mga taga-APH. At aalis na lang siya. Tatakbo, tatalon, isisigaw ang kanyang pangalan. Takbo! At it's gonna be 8-9. Hindi kanta yun. Sabi ko lang, takbo. Mahirap na, no?
Oo, mahirap.
Oo, mahirap na. Pag kinomit mo na, italo ka na. Ganun lang yun. At humahabol ang APH even if we don't see that much of a pop-off coming in from Eman, but at least we see right now the doctor getting those good those plans. And ito very early kills. And even if Georgie won't pop off, even if Eman is trying, is kind of having a hard time, dahil punish siya parate when he tries to pop off that hawk, at least, yung composure ng APH nandun pa rin. And ito na yung mga rounds na importante. Round 18 to 21 usually yung mga rounds. 4 rounds.
daming utility kaagad silang na-face dito ni Fade. Pero quick reaction time for AJ para makapatay ng isa. Good enough for the trade ang ginawa dito ni Savvy. Low on HP naman na si Kuya mo Georgie. So let's see kung ano pa ang pwede nilang gawin dito. Naiipit sila in A lobby at pwede pa silang malikuran dito ni Hot Sauce. It's just waiting in for something to happen. At ito na lang din ang kailangan nilang laruin. They want to play in for the patient game dahil kailangan pumasok ng APH. Kanina nagka-problema tayo with the doctor's placing of the stars kaya nakapag-reposition dito si Brain Freeze but now sila ang pwedeng magkaroon ng momentum. Good trigger for Symbol to use in the blind. Nandito na rin yung Seize. Hunt also as well is used. At ngayon, ang dami tuloy nilang binabato dito pero hindi pa nakakapasok ng site ang APH. Good enough na 40 seconds remaining na lang dito. At Ray, ano pa ba ang pwede nilang gawin dito ngayon? Dahil pwede silang malikuran ni Kuya mo Hot Sauce.
Talagang pagdating kay Hot Sauce, we already know that he's getting those cut-offs pagdating sa flank. Pero nga lang masyado siyang malayo. Kailangan ma-handle nito naman. Pagka-friend, buti na lang si Brain Freeze. He did something pero nga lang. Mag-audition 1v1. Maririnig niya kung saan magagaling. Alam na niya kung saan pupunta si Hot Sauce. Pero nga lang, nakuha niya. Abot langit ang hawk ni Eman. And sabi ko nga, di ba, even if nananamig si Eman, but when it comes to crucial matches, when it comes to the crucial times, he's able to save the day up for grabs sa APH. At nag-iba pa nga ang ihip ng hangin. We're down to the 9-9.
Ang galing sa mga naging execution dito, especially yung paggamit dito ni Eman FPS ng kanyang Seekers. Sobrang crucial ng Seekers na to know where the whereabouts of Hot Sauce para mapatay ka agad siya at kailangan nilang mai-equalize agad yung score rate at ma-eliminate na din yung eco advantage ng Bren Esports mula nung nagsimula itong half na ito. We have already the stars placed in all the way from window kaya nagre-react on time kaagad ang Bren. Look at the buys. We have EJ with the judge. Si Hot Sauce dito, walang nakakatingin sa kanya all the way from window. So this is very crucial dahil pwede niya na naman ditong mabatay si na Ellen na walang kaalam-alam na pwede na pala siya mag-push. At yun na nga ang nangyari. Si Abatman ang nawala. We have your no anti-flanks given by Abatman with his utilities. Kahit meron silang mga vandals dito, it will be hard kapag hindi kayo ready at hindi nyo na-expect yung kalaban nyo na mumula pala sa likod.
Maraming nagmumula. Pero nga lang, bigla na siya oh! Napakaganda ni EJ! Pero buti na lang na si Georgie, taga ni Eman. Alam niyo tawag dyan? Hawak kamay! Hot Sauce na lang together with David. Kamunti ka na sila maboga tuloy-tuluyan. Buto na lang si Georgie nagising sa katotohanan na meron ng boboga. Pero nga lang, Hot Sauce tries to cut off something pero won't be able to. At nakay-heavy 8K ang kasagutan. Honey Glaze.
Headlines pa naman silang kasama dito. Heavy with the Seize. What I see going to now, nothing. Dahil nakapagbigay na kaagad ng pangkatsa dito si Georgie. 3K for this guy. Masyado na siyang napapunish kanina pa Riri nung nagsimula itong round na ito. Kaya naman ngayon, it's time for Georgie to come back up stronger. We have the ultimates ready enough for APH to have so much pace and side to side. At ang magiging problem na lang dito is ano ang pwedeng gawin ng Black Esports to eliminate in a Batman to have enough control laban dito ka ng RU. So pwede nilang maging post-ban. Pero ito ang replay na pumapor nga kay Georgie na sobrang init niya at agresibo niya pumasok ng site at eliminate nga yun nakapag-hold sa kanya dito even though may naboga si EJ with the shotgun.
Ganda na sana ng hold ni EJ doon. Tingnan mo, 24-14. Si Georgie, 20-30, no? Anong ano to? Anong era to? Georgie and EJ, mga letter Y yung last na letra ng pangalan ay palong-palo mag-jet eh. Georgie, EJ, Marky.
Naalala ka ba sa letter Y ang dulo?
Wala. Wala akong natatandaan or nakalimutan ko lang. Wala. Say, EFAS. Wala mga letter Y yan. Kasi alam mo ibig sabihin ng letter Y?
Ano? Wala akong experience yan eh.
Yun ang tanong yan. Why? Why?
Hindi ako ng punchline.
Why? Why is that?
Pero magbubulan nga pa. sila ngayon sa pasok ngayon. Bren, masisi sila dito. We have here the lockdown. Nice placing of the lockdown to compromise in C-side. They will be able to plant in the spike. The problem is here, paano nila matatapatan. Ang retake naman na gagawin ngayon ng Bren. Georgie dito will be pushing out all the way from garage. At hindi siya makakakuha ng isa dahil ready si EJ sa kanya. Si Prowler dito, medyo naipid in that corner. Pero at least they can play for all action PH. They have RU. Meron siyang Hunter's Fury dito, pero ang problema dito is there's also as well the lockdown na may bibigay dito ni Kuya mo hot sauce. Nakaso nila ito. So now, the problem is paano nila madedeliver yung pag-defuse in the spike. There's no one to spot in anyone from the side of action. Tony Prowler maghahanap ng kalaban. EJ dito makakapag-pick. The Doctor all the way from garage para sa distraction. Tatlo, laban sa 5. Brain Freeze, makamawas pa nga sila. Batman dito, going in for 2 and EJ. Clean things out, pero hindi sila nakapag-defuse in the spike. Nice delay from APH to give everything that they have to cancel out Bren Esports na makakuha pa ng lamang.
Goodness! APH pa! Ano yun? Pero to, ganda na eh. Looking at that, oh, hindi na sana pinibitawan ni Abby. Still tries to go for the defuse, but it's too late. It's too late to apologize. At napakasakit, but that was really a nice delay coming in from APH. A lot of pressure. And this is round 21. Bren loses this dahil finors na nga nila. It's over already. Hindi na nila gusto ibigay yung match point pa sa side ng APH. At kita mo naman paano nila in-outsmart yung Bren eh. They shot down that fade. They shot down Symbol. Kapag hindi sila nata-timing yan ni Symbol, it's gonna be a freeway already sa kanila. And that's the harsh thing na talagang pinapanish ng APH. And knowing na palong-palo na si Eman, nanlamig lang no first half, pero no second half. Talagang ready na siya. Pala. Kasama pang repolyo sa sinigang na pwede niyang gamitin pang pakuha ng information.
Hindi talaga repolyo.
Ano?
Pero, this time, tama ka eh. Kanina nalalamig na sina Eman ngayon. Init na yung mga tutok nila dito. Mga pasok lang ng site. Tama yung decision na ginawa nila to play outside of the site dahil meron kasi dito si Sigil na naka-ready na Rolling Thunder. Ang hirap dito for the post plant. But speaking of, will they be able to plant in the spike dahil makakapasok sila inside. We have your Georgie, very low on HP. Mag-disengage na siya dito dahil nauluhan siya kaagad ni Sabi 8K. They have planted in the spike though, but will this be the chance para ma-eliminate na ngayon ang Bren Esports para makakuha na rin ng match point. They are again playing outside and they can easily take in the flanks na pwede mangyari pa dito for Bren Esports, but they are taking too much time. Ang hirap dito really, lalo na ang tagal nilang pumasok, ang tagal nilang mag-decide kung ano yung unahin nila dahil wala silang makita sa loob ng B.
So much for recon.
Whoa! Abby's doing it, no? Ang dami pang post pati the Doctor. Sobrang ready siya lahat ng stars. PJ! 3 kills! Always check your back! I got you, fam! May oras! May 1.12 second. Rather, 1 point. Basta yun. Na pwedeng ikunin ng Bren. At sabi ko sa inyo eh, always check EJ. Get that 30, bro! 30-14! Ang ginagawa ni EJ na doon na sa likod, oh. Naghabang hindi na-realize ng Bren. At hindi na-realize ng APH strategy. Nasa post pa sila. Focus sila eh. Kasi akala na lahat nakastack agad sa Ritik. Walang nakuha ang information. Hindi walang na alarm bot. Wala lahat ni turret. At EJ! Diyos ko po, ginawang aim lags.
Kaya nga,
sakto pa yung
pindot lang sa mga ulo nila. Tapo, may na-concuss. There's an opportunity for EG to get in the kill. Cloudburst para maka-alis. Reposition muna, malalalaban dito kina M and FPS. So it's already down. Now with Tony Flawler, wala sila makikitaan ditong magpo-push na nga here all the way from sewers. Grabe yung punishment ng Bren Esports pala sa APH. So wala silang eco na papangawakan, no rifles, just sheriffs, pero they can still pop on the heads of Bren Esports. Tamang timing lang in usage of utilities, pero magkakaroon ba sila ng tamang timing dito dahil tatlo ang nakaabang sa kanila. EJ all the way from A main with that operator, they can still win this pick-off, pero abangan natin kung ano ang magiging decision dito ng APH, lalo na't magiging alanganin nito sa mga nakaintay sa kanilang mga utilities ng initiators.
Whoa! Si sumisilip pa si Happy. Sisilip!
No more green.
Ang
One
ganda
enemy remaining.
ng flash!
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, symbol! Kailangan na kailangan ng Bren yun, kaya make your wish 11-11! Sino ba ang gusto nyong team na manalo ngayon? Beautiful flash symbol! Yan talaga symbol of winning. When you have symbol, you can always do it. Ang ganda nun. A beautiful Valorant talaga. Dito mo si EJ nagpo-audition na. EJ Katal, pero doon nakakiyami. Take the risk. Fine. Ang ganda ng call. I love that call. Mula sa side ng Bren. The amount of confidence and plus the prediction na nakaka-info na kagad eh. Naka-info kasi kagad doon si
Actually.
So,
You are divided!
if they lose this round, they it's gonna be crucial.
Nakakainis.
Bakit ka
Tingnan mo naman ngayon. Sobrang daming pang-bebate nila dito sa Ultimates. Nightfall ginamit na Cosmic Divide. Wala siya makikita pero Brain Freeze dito makakakuha ng isa. They have opened up the space here in A. May lahat ibibigay nila dito here in C para isipin ngayon ng Bren Esports na dito sila magpa-plant, dito sila mag-commit, dito sila magra-rush. Pero little that they know na universal kasi yung paggamit dito ni The Doctor ng kanyang ultimate. Yung Cosmic Divide niya ay nagamit na bait out niya dito sa C. So now, retake na lang ang gagawin dito ng Bren Esports. Problema na lang ng APAC dahil 4 na lang sila. We have here a problem for Bren Esports though dahil hindi nila alam kung saan magagaling si Ario all the way from City. Pwede niya mapatay kagad dito si Abatman. There goes Brain Freeze. Mapapatay siya ni Abatman ngayon. We have your Abatman with the use of the lockdown trying to secure in the side but unfortunately for Abatman, siya na lang ang natitira. Symbol dito, medyo healthy pa nga pero makokontrol niya nga ba yung lockdown dito. Kailangan niya na nga mag-push through pa para mapatay na nga dito si Abatman and Abatman goes in with a wide swing but no following time for Bren Esports to defuse and the spike. Match point already for Action PH.
Si Batman! Nakipaglaro lang ng patintero. Nag-delay lang na panalo ng APH.
Tinatalo.
And Bren on the other side, EJ and friends! 35-15! Ako di ko kaya yan eh. So far, pinaka-highest ko.
Last player standing.
Bagay-bagay na di na dapat kinakataan. Yun no, tingnan mo may lockdown. Lahat na fake
At least na pressure.
Oo.
Si Symbol.
Na-pressure talaga siya doon, ha, ni Chris. Pero this is it. Will this be an overtime dahil nga may Rainmaker sa wala pero kala na ka si Georgie. Oh! Nakapasok pa rin siya!
Oo.
May second chance pa siya ngayon dahil wala naman sila dyan eh. Yung spike di naman niya karga-karga na kay Eman FPS. And speaking of, ang ganda ng kuha nila. Pero nga lang, mag-iingat, medyo maasim si Eman together with Georgie. Na kay RU, The Doctor, a Batman, pero may post-plant. Line up po. Uy, may line-up. May shock to dart. Oy, meron pa follow-up. Pero nga lang, 2v. Oh, 2v5. Pero may magagaling! May magagaling sa may leg. Pero nga lang, we're gonna go!
Galit si Kuya Mo or yung mapapatay pa nga dito si Kuya Boy EJ.
Overtime.
With the 3K, hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat pa. APH, sayang yung round na yun. Especially yung fact na may nakakuha na silang site. Na bait out na nila dito ang Bren Esports. Panoodin po natin kung ano ang nangyari doon sa magandang synergy ni Brain Freeze at ni Hot Sauce. With the play of the Paranoia, naunahan na lang si Georgie dito makapag-pick through. Mula doon sa smoke, hindi tuloy siya naging sapat pang makuha yung pick-off na yon laban kay Brain Freeze dahil alam niya kung saan magagaling yung Paranoia. Alam niya kung sino yung uunahin niya. But the problem is, yung crossfire and also the synergy communication is just truly on point ng Brain Freeze dito and Hot Sauce for Bren Esports. So now, overtime ang mangyayari dito. Pero we saw earlier kung paano tayo nakakita ng may hirap na eksena dito for Bren Esports as they are the ones attacking dahil ito na nga Georgie 2K agad laban sa Bren.
Tumuhog muli ang APH pero nga lang ganda ng info. They already know. Coming in from RU na may dalawang manggagaling sa may sewers. Kaya ngayon na bail out sila. They still have the spike but Hot Sauce, may maka-cut off ba siya? Oh! Shit! Oh! Georgie gets the flick! Tapos kayo makakapag-brainstorm na siya! Napakataas naman ng sense na yon, charot. Pero nga lang, Brain Freeze together with Avi. They still commit up here in B. Pero nga lang, naku po, makikita niya Batman kung nasaan si Brain Freeze at si Javi na lang going up against 4. Isa na lang ang meron siya. He still gets the wall bang. Naglabas na kagad ng kuha lang ng information muli kung saan pwede may galing. Pero this is giving him a lot of pressure. Remember, 32 seconds na lang, 45 HP, wala nang armor, 24 seconds pa.
May turret pang
Oo,
kasama.
may kalaban para 6 man. At lahat hinihintay siya, oh. Pag ito na-catch ni Javi, aamin ko na. Uy, buti na lang may isa pang naghihintay sa kanila. Si Eman FPS and it's already a match point sa side ng APH.
Match point.
Ibang klase ang plays nila dito, especially the fact na Action PH, hinayaan lang nila si Georgie dito na makapag-push through, makakuha ng third kill. 2 kill kaagad ang nakuha niya dito, especially yung nag-start off yung round dahil hinayaan siya ngayon ng Action PH. What I mean by this is, talagang binigyan nila ng freedom dito si Georgie to get in those pick-offs all the way from mid at reposition na kaagad. It was a high-risk, high-reward play. So now they are in a match point and they are rewarded fully by those stakes. We have here Bren Esports as they are the ones attacking on this one. Let's see, or defending on this one. Let's see kung mapipigilan ba ngayon ang pag-plant ng spike. We have Georgie suffering a lot of damage here by just the utilities, pero look at that. With that diversion play, makakapasok sila dito ngayon in C. Maririnig siya na makakupunan natin at makakakuha naman din ng kill dito si Javi 8K. 1 member down and they can still plant in the spike while Georgie is giving a lot of distraction here in Garage.
Post plant. They need to take care of it. Aryu takes one frag. Oh, Eman also, sunod-sunod! Tatlo na lang natitira. Hotsos was able to cut them down. 3v3. May pang post plant si Batman para makakuha ng informasyon pero may ina-expect na sila. Aryu gets the third! At it's all up to Simple to make the clutch pero nga lang alam na nila kung saan siya magagaling. At ano na ba kagad ang confirmation para sa mapang to dahil yung oras nga kailangan. Kunin ni Simple, he tries to get one but I think it's gonna be it. And APH umabot pa sa overtime. Pero pagdating sa pag-close up ng isang mapa at kahit close ang kanilang mga matches, they'll still get this bag.
Ibang klase ang game na ito. Ibang klase ang laro ng Action PH laban sa Bren Esports. Although they had the fade, they had the meta lineup, but the problem is kung paano nila i-execute ito para mapigilan ng APH dito. Especially sa pag-iinit ni Georgie. That is one of a hell of a battle inside of Haven. Masasabi kong dikit talaga eh. Tama yung mga sinabi nila in our comment section na madikit yung laban. Talagang nakaglue sa isa't isa dito yung mga players natin. So with that being said, it was a good overtime, but the winner will prevail. Action PH gets game number 1.
Action PH, even if there are a lot of mistakes, but when it comes nga sa individual plays, sa mga crucial moments, they still get it. But unfortunately, sa Bren, nandun na sila sana. They started real good, yet pagdating nga sa mga sa second half, hindi na talaga sila nakagalaw at all. They tried to put on a stop kay Eman together with Georgie. Pero nga lang, walang nagawa gano'ng kailangan nilang gawin. Medyo kinulang pa sa amount of firepower and medyo nag-out of space na sila on that last round, Honey Glaze.
Yeah, it really is good. The amount of execution dito ng Bren Esports nung pumasok tayo ng second half. Napigilan nila for a bit ang APH pero kasi ang problema, nag-init sina Georgie at Eman FPS. Nakita natin yung mga times na nahihirapan sila dito with the utilities of the initiators ng Bren, with those hunts, with prowlers, tapos makikita pa natin na may sagot din naman with the trade-offs dito. Looking back into the percentage of the headshots, talaga makikita mo yung lamang ng experience dito ng APH laban sa kanila. But the damage is also on par laban dito sa Bren na nakakakuha naman din with good usage of utilities. They just need to hold on to the sides para hayaan nila dito si Georgie na rumagasa at makakuha nga din ng pang-bait out dito laban sa Bren. We have here our MVPs, EJ naman in pair of Georgie, pero mas makikita natin ngayon yung combat score ay pumapabor kay EJ dahil siya talaga yung nakakakuha din ng magandang momentum for the team. But the problem is, hindi nila na-put to a stop sina the Doctor. At bukod kay Georgie kasi there's also Eman FPS to secure in those trade-offs at yung opening na ibibigay dito ng APH for Eman FPS to use in those blinds. So, with APH, tingin ko, nakikita ko dito is purely playstyle and team synergy para makuha nila itong game number 1.
highlights sa lahat ng mga players. Mainit. Dahil nga, it's a do or die, especially sa Bren. This is really important. This match is definitely the game changer. Sino nga ba ang sasama? Sa dalawang mamamaalam. Mukhang may kinda get already na meron na tayong isa na mamamaalam nga most likely. Pero for the seeding, for the next to the playoffs, sino kaya yung top 6 teams, diba? Ang daming ginawa ni EJ, so much. Ang ganda ng performance. Exactly. Which is one of the maps, but EJ's been really consistent, diba? Even pa sa dati niyang teams. Pero dito talaga, I really love how he performed this Jet. A lot of impact use. Not the highlights. Get also the highlights, but then the first frags, the trade-offs, it's very clean, but unfortunately nga, sa stats, mas naging much better ang APH.
Exactly. Talagang hindi natin makakaila dito. Yung mga impact plays ni EG na it's either mag-play siya with the operator order or also the aggressiveness of this guy na gamit ng Blade Storm niya, hindi siya agad-agad magre-react once makita niya dito yung mga members ng APH kung ano ba yung strategy nila. So that is one of the confusions na ibigay nila sa APH, but the problem is they were cut off short. Look at how happy the doctor was para ma-clash out yung last round na yon from that overtime dahil sa hinaba-haba ng mga naging pressure dito ng Bren Esports from that second half, talagang hindi mo mapipigilang ilabas yung gigil na naipanalo mo finally yung ganong klaseng overtime from Bren.
Paano yung gigil mo na, Honey Grace?
Ayaw.
Ayaw.
Alam ko, mag-screenshot ako eh.
Hindi ka namin screenshot. Huwag ka mag-alala, mas marami na kaming naging screenshot dito. Pinopost pa talaga nila. Pero all in all, I think it was just really a good performance between these two teams. Alam mo na, ito yung mga araw kung saan kailangan ilabas mo na lahat. Ilabas mo ng powers mo, di ba? Yan yung kailangan talaga nilang makita, Honey Glaze. And let's see if it's gonna work also here in Breeze onto the side of APH. But I really do think also they might get the things started once again. But as for Bren, how will they actually reset? So guys, alam ko marami pa pwede mangyari between these two teams, but we're heading on a short break here in VCT Stage 2. Once again, ako si Rere, kasama ko dito si Hannah Grace, guys. At kita-kits after the break.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me. Then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Hi guys! Nandito muli tayo sa second series between the guys of APH versus Bren Esports at nakita na nga natin na first map which is in Haven na naipanalo nga rather ng APH. Ngayon, pupunta na tayo sa Breeze. Mainit katulad dito sa Pilipinas. Talagang free trial sa ibaba.
Sa Breeze,
Pero, sa Breeze. Pero ngayon, Honey Grace, tatanungin kita, pagdating sa APH, together with Bren dito sa Breeze, I really find it a real struggle sa side ng Bren to actually play it here in Breeze rather than APH losing the Breeze map. But you know, the magic works sometimes. It's not just about the strats anymore. It's the actual na panggigigil ng isang team sa pagkapanalo. And I think Bren, they still have the chance.
Yeah, ang nakikita ko rin dito is that there are also some plays from Action PH na komportable sila dito in Breeze, but the problem is there's also such a tyrant na kailaban nila dito here in this map, kaya hindi nila na-fully execute yung gusto nilang playstyle, yung comfortable playstyle nila dito, especially from Georgie. Pero tingin ko naman may mas malaking edge pa rin talaga dito ang Action PH in this map, lalo na we all saw the wonders of Georgie na ma-finish out yung final round kanina in Haven. So, with that being said, pwede niyang matuloy-tuloy yung momentum na yon from that game hanggang dito sa mapa na ito laban sa Bren Esports.
Nagang excited ako. Will there be changes right now? May makikita ba tayo ng fade? Will it just be the same? Or it will never be the same as before? Ganun na questions. Pero maglalabas pa rin sila ng mga bagong strats maybe, or they will still follow what they hope to win in this map. Pero so many questions. Gaya nga ng kanta, diba? Pang-odds tayo. So many questions. But kidding aside, it's good to see that this matchup between APH together with Bren is really, really on point. And lahat sila nagpe-perform. Akala ko nga parang mahihirapan na ba ang katulad ni Eman mag-perform well here in Haven? Mahirapan din ba kagad on the other side ng si Brain Freeze? Mahirapan ba siya ngayon? But I think hindi. Talagang lahat sila may ginagawang particular play just to be able to shut down each other. Sadyang sa pag-end na lang din kagad how you face the fears. Mas na-face ng APH yung takot. At ngayon, nagbunga na din naman ng maganda.
Yeah. Kaya ang trabaho na lang dito ng Bren Esports is to prove to us na mali tayo sa mga speculations natin na kaya pa rin dito ng momentum at na na-cover up nila Georgie dito laban sa Bren Esports. Dahil nakita natin, EJ kanina, he was already popping off in the second half. Na-outfrag niya pa dito si Georgie between the jet players natin from Action and Bren Esports. Kaya naman ngayon, let's hope for the best in this map dahil never pa silang nag-play dito in this stage. So, in the last week ng group stages natin, natin ngayon kung ano ba yung magiging adjustments nila dahil kanina meron na silang synergy pero nasimulan na kasi nila Georgie dito yung mga upward lead na nakuha nila yung 7-5 scoreline in the first half, and the problem for the next ones is paano ba dito makaka-comeback stronger ang Bren Esports.
And talagang nakita din natin Honey Glaze last time, APH here in Breeze was spectacular, pero at the same time, I think maraming changes lalo na't palong-palo si EJ. I think this is also a good time to recognize yung pwede pa niyang capabilities. Imagine a high ACS rather earlier on. So, dito kaya sa agent selection may pagbabago. Will we see a KO from Avi or the Sky from him? Or sa side
Most
naman
likely,
ng APH, will it be a KO also? Kakakita pa tayo ng fade, but I think medyo okay naman ang fade sa Breeze actually. I just want to see someone who can execute it much better. Yun lang naman yung para sa akin pagdating sa Breeze comp. But then, this is one of the last chances na sa Bren. So, they really need to grab this. Dahil marami pang kumakapit sa patalim. Honey Glaze. Kung sino man na makakapasok going in to the playoffs. So happy to see this guys popping off. But then, when kaya ang agent select?
Oo nga. Dito tayo magiging excited Kung meron pa rin ba silang fade, na-mention mo kanina kung magki-KO ba dito si Avi 8K or kukuha ba siya dito ng Sky. Ang dami niya kasing possibilities dito na magkaroon ng mga change of pacing here for Bren Esports dahil nagsisimula na yung pag-iinit ni EJ. So why not magkaroon pa siya ng pang-enabling factor dito at makuha nila kaagad itong game number 2 to push it to a game number 3. Pero as we mentioned, nagre-relay ito sa mental stability ng Bren Esports. Sa mga bata natin from Ben, sa mga atoms na ito kung paano nila mas secure yung sarili nila na kaya nilang labanan yung Action PH after losing in one game at nalalaman nila ngayon na in their thoughts, we have them also as well almost in the lower half of our leaderboards na pwede nga rin mawala ka agad in our scene pagpasok ng playoffs.
Ano kaya makakapasok papuntang playoffs? Ano pa Pwede pang may possibility pa na mag-iba ang ihip ng hangin. At talagang marami pa tayong expectations mula sa mga teams. May next pa tayong laban just in case hindi alam ng mga nanonood. It's going to be Oasis versus RRQ. So still it's a crucial match for RRQ. If they get that against Oasis, then it's really big already for them to actually go into the playoffs. Yung Oasis kasi nananalo na sila So, dati nagkaroon sila ng struggle, especially last week with their loss. Pero, nung bumawi sila sa SB, talagang kumambak sila. Nakakatuwa lang kasi, di ba?
Kailangan lang ng warm-up, no?
Heartbreaking Nung natalo sila ng SB last time nung stage 1, we already know na it went into a lot of overtimes, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 5 beses. Tapos, nag-fall short sila into being part of the top 3. Instead, it went to SBE and they had a clean run. They had that lower bracket magic, defeated Naos, became the top 1 of PH, pero ngayon, they're also struggling. So basically, yung dati nating mga top 1 and top 2, sila ngayon yung nahihirapan. But as for APH, at least they're consistent. They end up at top 3 seat. Hindi sila nakapasok nga lang going into the group stage kasi nag-play-in sila kapag top 3 ka Hindi sila nakapasok sa play-ins. Nag-improve sila all over the time with their changes. A Batman, dati nag-stand-in player lang siya. Bilang APH at right now he's part of the roster. Then nag-add sila ng taga-Emo at I think if I'm not mistaken si The Doctor is from Malaysia. So talagang naging maganda yung kinalabasan ng roster nila as of now. But on the other side, Bren, they still stick to their roster. Meron ng onting changes. They added symbol. Dati si Josh
nawala lang din
sa
si
kanila.
Josh.
Nagkaroon sila ng few adjustments. Si Hot Sauce din also, they brought the Hot Sauce already to the main roster. I'm so happy yung mga changes nila at after a few months, maybe I think around 1 or 2 sa yung stage 1 nag-start ng buong February. Mga 2 months, almost 3, they were able to manage already into sticking together, di ba? Ganun din nangyari sa Team Secret. A lot of practice came through and ngayon nakita naman natin yung successfulness. Pero talagang hinihintay ko pa rin Glaze hanggang ngayon yung next map.
Oh, Breeze pa naman ang lawak na possibilities dito na katulad ng kanina, 'di ba? Sina Hot Sauce nakakapag-flank, sina Hot Sauce nakakakuha ng kills all the way from the back. Tapos sina EJ dito, biglang mag-iiba yung pacing niya para may iba din yung impact na may expect dito ng side ng Action PH to how to counter them out. Dahil isa lang din ang gusto nilang mangyari, makapag-plant and a spike nung nasa second half na sila. But the problem is the lurks and also the rotations na ginagawa dito ng Bren Esports na they are playing in the ways na hindi nila ito ma-expect. So this time, ito ang mapa na pwede nilang laruan ng mabilisan dito laban sa Action PH. Basta masigurado nilang ma-shutdown nila kaagad sina Eman at sina Batman dito. There are times na si Georgie, yes, he's continually popping off, pero wala naman parang problema ito for EJ to cancel him out dahil nakakapag-pop off rin naman siya. Nakikita natin yung mga matchup na yan na pumapabor si EJ dito with his executions, but it all relies on the trade-offs kung sino yung members na natitira for APH to clutch it out. Dahil si The Doctor kanina talagang kahit numbers advantage siya dito, ang Bren Esports, papabor pa rin sa kanya yung composure niya at para makaisip ng tamang isolation play from Bren Esports to win out that overtime in the map of Haven.
A lot of expectancies. Pero ngayon, Glaze, mukhang ang tagal bago tayo mag agent select. But ngayon, matanong lang kita, Glaze, anong paborito mong baril sa Valorant?
Vandal. Never ako nakapatay gamit ng fan.
Talaga? Phantom.
Wala akong tutok talaga sa Phantom.
Ayoko ng
Pero
Vandal. Hindi
more
ako,
on, one-tap person ako eh.
Ako mas mahilig ako sa Phantom talaga. Hindi ko alam. Iba talaga yung feels kapag, Vandal. Hindi nga ako fan ng AK, diba? So, medyo ganun yung hawig niya sa Vandal. Pero worth it pag magkaroon ng crispy pata. Pero gusto ko rin operator. Ayan. Yung Marshall, parang hindi kaya ma-headshot sa ulo eh.
Yan pa naman ang crucial, no?
Oo. Talagang mahirap. Pero big shoutouts nga pala sa 100,000 viewers natin dito sa Facebook, sa Twitch, tsaka sa YouTube. Hindi namin kayo napapansin masyado sa Twitch. Gusto namin mag-sorry. Pero dito sa PH Broadcast, papansinin namin kayo. Ayan. Pero, on the other side, syempre shoutout na din natin yung direct natin na tatago natin sa pangalang Bea. Yan. Si Ayeb. At syempre ang ating mga co-caster na si Bill at si Taylor. Ang Tavio.
Trader lang ngayon. Si Bill ngayon. Sumakabilang bakod ng laro. Para makapag-host. Pero shoutout pa rin naman kay Vil. Talagang the grind is real. Pero syempre, tatay na rin namin yan talaga si Vil. No? Nandito tayo ngayon in the comment section na mainit sila kanina, especially sa mga facts na kaya nila Georgie na mag-init at kaya niyang makapag-warm up in the comment section. May mga nagtatanong bakit parang nabibait out nila dito yung mga members ng mga katabi nila dito for that double pick. Dahil meron tayong tinatawag na bait and switch eh. Ayan ang natutunan ko from casting with Taylor na meron yung nagiging bait and switch na malaking bagay din. At least, hindi ito nakukuhang advantage ng kalaban na wala siyang alam na there is also another one to go in for the pick and for the trade. So with that, talaga may implement mo na kaya mo manalo sa mga fundamental skills na pwede mo makuha throughout playing Valorant, throughout the experience na naiipon mo nga throughout the tournaments as well. So now, dito na lang natin makikita din kung tama ba yung expectations natin na na-master na nila yung fundamental skills nila dito or talagang mas may upper lead pa rin talaga kapag mas audits kang pumasok dito in Stage 2 VCT.
Talagang excite ang meron. Pero ako pag-usapan lang natin. So far, nakita mo naman na maraming teams, mga 5-0. Pasensya na kayo guys may inaayos lang po kami. Parang relasyon lang yan, kailangan ayusin. Nakita ko yung mga teams na magaganda ang scoreline so far. Dito sa run nila sa VCT, ang Sersha, 5-0, Team Secret, 6-0. Talagang talagang palong-palo, valong-valo ang mga teams
Out of
natin.
all teams, no?
Oo.
Sila lang yung undefeated. Grabe yun.
Dati binugbog ng sobrang Team Secret, ginawang fishball. Pero ngayon, comeback
Nakapaglola,
is real.
Remedios.
Wala pa rin comeback ang Blackpink. Pero ang Team Secret nauna na. Ganon katagal ang comeback ng Blackpink, guys. Pero ulitin ko lang, may kanya-kanya ng may kanya-kanya ng Instagram ang mga taga Twice. So hindi naman sa pinag-overthink, pero paano kaya kung magdidisbanda sila? Pero balik na tayo ngayon. Diba? I am excited sa mga if I'm not mistaken, Paper X din. They're on a streak also. Pero nakaka-excite. Papuntang APAC. Ako favorite kong team talaga yung Sersha na yan. Lalong-lalo na yung isa. Minsan lang ako talagang maging fan ng mga ibang bansa. Siyempre, bias tayo
Sa Thailand, no?
Sa Thailand. Favorite ko talaga. Since dati pa, last year pa lang, extend pa lang sila, or bago sila mag-extend. Extend na pala sila si Foxy. Or Foxes. Wala Foxy kung ano man yun, kung saan siya masaya. At, alam mo ba, na wala lang, may itsura lang. Pero balik tayo ngayon na Bren versus APH. Sova and Sky, or hindi siya magkikeo. While on the other side, we have sa APH, we're gonna be seeing a Batman, not with a Killjoy, but with a Cyber. Hindi na din siya mag-chamber. Okay, that's a good one.
Better. Kasi kung Killjoy ang ginamit niya dito, parang hindi magiging enough yung lockdown to secure a lot of space for the retakes or even have the security ng site na gusto nilang atakihin dito. But basing on their lineup, I think they are more in a passive-aggressive playstyle. Meron dito ang Action PH ng dalawang initiator. With that KO and even have the Sova, pareha silang may availability or ability na pwedeng makakuha ng info at makakakita na lang tayo dito certain adjustments from APH kung ano ba yung magiging decision nila, playstyle na gagawin doon sa infong nakuha nila. Other end naman is also Bren Esports with that Sky and that Sova. Also as well na parang in par lang dito sa lineup na meron tayo ngayon for the side of Action PH. And the difference is, yung Sentinel sila, they have the chamber, has more firepower pagdating sa mga range fights with those Headhunter and even have Tour de Force compared dito sa isang Cypher na syempre with the Trip Force, pwede mo makancel out yung mga anti-flanks. But the problem is, paano mo lalaroin ang puso't ang dami na isipan ng Bren Esports dito na pwedeng umeksena kaagad once they are the ones attacking to get inside the sites and commit and fully at makuha nila yung mga round win and even have this game and map number 2 to proceed in the game 3.
Talagang agad na. I think this is the first time I'll be seeing Abat again playing Cypher. I'm excited. Kasi usually Killjoy talaga eh. I'm a big fan of a Batman's Killjoy. Ever since nasa previous
stage 1, no?
sorry.
Oo.
Medyo yung boss ko talaga, nasa point na siya of breaking up eh. So,
humihiwalay na sa
leeg. Tumatagos eh. So, pagdating sa
lineup, no?
I think APH also has the capability, but I'm happy to see Abby with the Sky. Yan din talaga inaabangan ko. Almost just the same lineup as what Naos had earlier. Diba? Tama ba ako?
Killjoy lang siguro ang nagkaiba from their team. Saka si Fade.
At ngayon si Hot Sauce, he still stick with the chamber. Okay, we're seeing a lot of differences here. But sino kaya ang mananalo? Is it going to be Bren or APH on a run with a clean 2-0?
Nice Trailblazer though para makakuha kagad ng info. So now, madidelay ng bahagya dito ang APH. There's the blinds, yes. Pero feeling ko talagang walang makakabigil dito kina Georgie. Pero si EG pala dito ang nakakuha na ng pick-off all the way from the back na isahan lang dito si Atos from lang. 2 members already down. 2 rin naman ang tutumba dito from Bren. Georgie dito, very low in HP. Makakatapat niya si Sabi. And Sabi gets in that kill. Si Abadman dito, hindi siya nakakuha ng headshot against Sabi and Symbol. And now, that is our pistol round given in favor of Bren Esports laban kina M and FES.
Good pistol yan. Pangkagat ng aso.
Spike down.
Wala kang
Spike
anti-rabies.
down B.
Mahihirapan ka talaga.
One enemy remaining.
Pero, APH? Curse lang ba to ng kanilang early aggressiveness? Or talaga nga tong Bren, mapangahawakan nila tong Breeze? But I really do think, because of the sudden adjustments ng Breeze map, it kind of favors talaga ang defending, di ba? Ang dami mong lalakbay pag nasa attacking
ka eh. Oh, ang dami mong iisipin, Pat. Katulad kanina, nalikuran dito sila ni EJ. They were down with 2 members dahil nga sa mga push na lang yun. Pero look at that advantage of Symbol with the Spectre. Goes in for 2. Makatatlo pa nga siya at hindi na makakawala pa dito. Pang-apat goes in for the potential ace. At isa na lang din ang natitira dito. All the way from shop pa si Aryu. But he is very low on HP. Ibibigay nga ba ito ni Aryu or he will take that kill to cancel that ace out? He's already low, so I think he can go in for that pick off. Pero syempre with the numbers advantage, parang ang hirap na sabihin na makaka-survive pa siya, especially na nakaabang nakaagad sa Symbol sa kanya in first ace ng Bren Esports here in our day. That is a clean of a game, lalo na't isa lang naman ang napitas ng Bren.
We would Symbol! Audition 1, 2, bam! 3,
One enemy remaining.
ay, kailangan ko
Spike
booster.
down.
At isa na lang. Diba? Grabe naman yun.
Grabe yung pick na yun. Uy.
Binigay sa kanya yung ace. Grabe naman yun. Pinag-audition. Symbol got talent. 6-0. Hindi pa namamatay. Pero, PPH. Oh, no! What? EJ, hello? Ano yun? Ang kinis nun.
Linas to the fact na hindi ka agad naka-react on time si Georgette, makaligtas man lang. Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina na mahirap isipin kung ano or expect dito kung ano ang iisipin nila EJ dahil lang sa pwesto ng mapa na ito sa mga entries na kailangan mong tingnan as you are the ones attacking, and now they are in a tight of a push. Naiipit sila dito here in mid. 4 sila ngayon naglulungga, naghahanap ng mga magpipick pero wala ang binibigay dito ang Bren Esports. Sila yung defending, sila yung kailangan na maghintay. Pero look at this, EJ is already down. Pero low on HP naman dito si Batman. Pwede niya masama ito sa hukay. But it's all up to Brain Freeze all the way from that corner. Pwede siyang makakuha ng mga pick-off dito. Pero he can still delay in the time na makapasok na nga doon ng site. But with those snake bites, I think it's really hard to survive. With the snake bite again na tinatrow in dito ng APH, they can still have the site given to them. But the problem is the man down already on their team. At sobrang costly nito, Ray. Kahit na mga Vandals ang nakapatay dito sa Bren Esports, bonus round lang ito ng Bren.
Bonus? Parang SM. SM bonus.
SM bonus?
Pagbaba. May magpapakita. Oh, you still get it! Sipol! Yan ang ano. Bebe ba? Alam na kung nasaan siya. Oh! Ba't ganito? Immortal ata to si Sipol eh! Hindi pa namamatay 3 rounds na! Dinaan!
Ibang klase.
Sa hindi sa HP!
Cage triggered.
Oh my goodness!
Parang lalo siyang nag-fuel kapag low on HP, no? Talagang gusto niyang umarangada, makapatay ng ilan dito for APH. Kahit na cover na for APH sana yung round na ito, they had the Vandals, they had the side. It's already down to 2 members. 2v2 ang naganap, pero yun na nga ang nangyari. Naipit dito all the way from the back sina RU, and now ngayon, ang hirap nito, Ray. Imagine yung mga Vandal na binili mula kanina, hindi mo na magagamit at the very point na naka 3-0 na agad ang Bren. This time, Sheriff na mapanghahawakan kahit mag-abang pa dito si Batman, makakapatay pa rin ng isa dito si ET. Pero quick trade off, Heavy 8K naman dito, he's trying to get in those pick off at still. But the problem is, the members of APH is ready enough for him. TV3, nakaagad tayo in this round.
Eman FPS together with Georgie na lang.
One enemy remaining.
Ang nagtira. Diyos ko po si Symbol. Nakakatakot. Pero Eman, may pag-asa pa ba? 1 minute pa, marami pa siyang oras ha. And he's just waiting for a pick off. Hindi na siya nagpakita.
Enemy remaining.
Kasi, oh no! May pag-asa pa. Pero si Brain Freeze,
Nasa si Brain Freeze.
maglalaro sila dito ng tagu-taguan ng feelings. Pero, dito, Eman tries to just di walang info eh.
30
Wala na din
seconds
siya
left.
pang info. Hinihintay niya yung knife pero wala eh.
Ayoko nito. Ang daming pag-overthink. Ang daming anxiety binibigay ni Brain Freeze kay Eman. Gusto niya lang naman mag-plant ng spike. Gusto niya lang makaisa ng round. At ito thrifty round ito ng APH. Tama lang nila dito siya sa backside nag-plant. So now he can expect Brain Freeze all the way from the back. At yun na nga ang mangyayari. 4K for this guy. Clean off a first point for APH. Yung take laban sa Bren Esports. Riri, kinabahan ako doon dahil baka may potential din dito si Brain Freeze na mag-travel siya going into cave at makapunta siya sa mid. Mapatay niya dito si Eman FPS.
One enemy remaining. Stand.
Ang ganda na sana ng performance dito pero yung timing niya kay Sibo
Enemy
sobrang
remaining.
important. That was really important. At buti na lang, in-expect niya that Brain Freeze is just gonna go in for that flank sa B main. And the game changer nga yun ni Eman, di ba? When you need him the most talaga, hindi siya nawawala, hindi siya ghoster. Di katulad ng iba, naging Spotify. Free trial lang. Pero
spike carrier
EJ
is
will always check your corners.
Spike down,
EJ
mid.
bumubulong. Kapag
Camera
sa'yo
taken
nakatingin talaga may lilingon sa'yo. Ito pa, next one up. Tima ngayon si Abatman, di ba? Higit sa third. Solo, ha-highlights ba ang Bren? Sa freeze map.
TikTok pa.
Si Doctor, nagpakita pa ng isa. At si Aryu na lang ang natitira.
At least may bundle siya kasama. Problema lang dito, nakaabang na rin naman na si Brain Freeze sa kanya. 4-1. Nako, they are proving to us wrong. Ray, sabi natin kanina, APH has it all pagdating sa mapa na ito. Pero look at this, sila ngayon ang may lead. 4-1 is our scoreline. Ilang beses silang naka-counter out dito yung APH just to get inside the site. At DJ dito, naka-isang one tap to the head. No, isa na nga, one tap pa, laban dun, kina Georgie. So now, with that kind of aim duel, tingin ko ay talagang nag-warm up na dito. Nag-iinit-init na ang bawat joints ditong meron sina EJ para maging komplikado ang second game, ang breeze map na ito for the side of APH. Pero walang pang anilangan ang push dito ni EJ. He needs to back away, reposition lang agad. Dahil may poison cloud. At nakabang natuloy si Adoctor sa kanya. That one tap to the head is now down for EJ.
Here.
EJ is gonna be punished. APH. Okay. Nag-iingat pa rin naman. Ang mga taga. Bren, nagpakita ng abot langit si Javi. Nilabas na din kagad ang Seekers. It's all up to Aryu together with bahala na si Abatman. Alam nila kung saan manggagaling. Pero, as he tries to take him out, wala naglalaro-laro lang sila until si Aryu nakapasok sa site.
3 na lang din pala ito, no? Sabi, napatay niya pa dito si Abatman dahil yun na lang din yung last option dito ng APH to cut off the rotations of Bren Esports. But with that, hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat pa. 5-1 is our scoreline. Clean off games and clean off a defending side for Bren Esports para mahirapan nga dito talaga. Ultimo yung pagkasana nga dito nila Georgie ng kanilang mga Vandals, yung kanilang mga Sheriffs dito. But that being said, momentum given for Bren Esports. Kailangan nilang palamangin pa yung mga sarili na dito laban sa APH bago pa mag-online dito sina Eman FS and even Javier the Doctor. Speaking of, ready na yung mga ultimates sila dito so they can easily take on one site basta't makasecure sila kahit si Hatsus man lang na pwede niya na rin gamitin dito yung 34s.
Talagang pagdating sa Bren here in Breeze, I'm actually surprised. Honeyglaze, na tong performance nila, basang-basa. Basang-basa nila ang APH. They know where Eman is gonna pop off. They know the entries coming from Georgie. They know the trap set off by Batman. And duels palang, rather. Bren is just taking that momentum. EJ nag-a-ascend pero disiplinado, biglang nanggugulat. Parang may earthworm na biglang nakadapa na nga eh. May earthworm na nambulaga sa paahan mo. Pero,
nice ulti. Alam niya may tour de force kasi dito. Hot sauce. Goes in for 2. Kahit wala siyang ultimate dito, walang problema. We have here KO already down. Si Aryu na lang dito ang mag-isa. Nandito naman din ang mga kasama niya dito. That is a flawless round for Bren.
Beautifully.
Imagine, nagkaroon na ng pressure dito from Eman FPS na nakuha niya yung ultimate niya dito ma-activate, makapasok ng site na wala yung tour de force. Pero the problem is yung mga trade-offs dito at yung simpleng hold lang ni Hot Sauce para makuha niya yung simultaneous, yung continuous skills niya dito sa APH at hindi na sila nakapasok pa ng site. Really, hindi nga nila nagamit na maayos dito yung ultimate ni Eman eh.
Talagang pinanish pa rin sila. Kinamit na ni Hot Sauce eh. Kasi kapag wala siyang magamit eh. Yun yung meron kapag you have that ultimate coming in from your KO. Tapos, syempre, heavy utility talaga. Ay, hindi utility. Heavy into the guns talaga. Sa tutok, nasa mechanical skills pagdating kay Chamber. So, Hot Sauce has no choice but to tell that. Kaya ko naman. So, I'll take the kills. And it was very, very successful. But then, APH... Anong nangyayari? Ba't tayo magkakaroon ng timeout?
Yeah, well needed yung timeout na ito, Ray. Ang hirap kasing isipin kung hindi nila puputulin yung ongoing momentum dito ng Bren. Katina nga sabi mo, parang earthworm dito si EJ. Para siya kabutin na kung saan-saan lumalabas, lumilitaw laban sa APH at nakakakuha siya ng pick-off. Umaalis siya kagad. Exit, mamba out, at numbers advantage siya kagad sa side nila at hindi tuloy alam ng APH kung ano yung uunahin. Will it be the flank? Will it be AJ na nakakuha ng pick-off at biglang umexit na lang din? Or iisipin nila dito yung pag-entry na ng site. We have here KO naman to eliminate in the utility usage ng mga nasa loob at makuha nila yung info kung sino ba yung nagbabantay. But now, speaking of KO, magagamit nila dito yung 0 point and there's also the Viper Spit. Meron pa rito ang recon bolt pero wala sila madedetect. EJ dito all the way from the corner. Mapapatay niya kagad si The Doctor, yung pinaka-importanting tao pa na gumamit ng ultimate dito with the Viper Spit. And now it's 2-1. Ang Batman na lang ang natitira. Mukhang mapapatay na kagad siya. This simple all the way from the back and they will try and defuse and the spikes successfully laban sa APH.
So clean! Anong nangyayari sa APH? Bakit sila nagkakaganto? Map pickers ba? Pero malinaw naman na ganito eh. I think the time na meron ngayon yung Bren, it's just they just waited for the plant, that's all. Kasi once that you have that Viper's ultimate, alam mo na mag-stay lahat ng mga taga-APH sa loob yan. Kaya they just tried with the spray through, the information that they've got. Let's fly. And I think, talagang basang-basa lang din ng Bren Esports at the same time. Itong performance ng APH.
True. Nagpa-fluctuate eh. Parang hindi sila nakakasabay kapag nakikita na nila si EJ. Si EJ kanina, alam mo, sa lahat ng mga nasa loob ng Viper Spit, si The Doctor pa talaga yung nauluhan niya. It can be anyone na makakapag-secure na nga ng surroundings around the Viper Spit, but yun na nga, nag-push na kaagad dito si EJ, nagiging worded yung magiging aggressive niya, 1 member down, The Doctor pa ang nawala, no more control for the vision, and now, look at that punishment, 7-1, this is really huge for APH dahil ang laki ng gagapangin nila once na magpalit na tayo ng sides. There's a lot of problems here dahil we have Savvy 8K dito na hindi pa nag-online, so later on, once na makapag-init-init na yan, at hinahayaan na siya dito nila EJ for those simultaneous trades, it will be a problem for the side of APH. But now, Viper Spit, that is a good timing na makancel nila dito ang pagpasok ng APH. Ang simple, reposition ka agad, he needs to back away. And the Doctor dito, wala siya ka-idea. Nananay ko na naman siya dito ni EJ. Kahit saan talaga papunta dito, APH na mapapatay dito, Bren. EJ. There's also Brain Freeze to cancel another one out, pero he was created off. 3v2 na kaagad ng laban dito. Madedetect sila dito ngayon ng Recon Bolt quickly with the use of the Cyber Cage. One member na remaining, and now that is the final round for APAC should secure in that pick-off or the finisher rather laban sa Bren Esports para magkakuha na ng momentum.
30 seconds left.
Kamutikan pa nga manalo yung Bren eh. Buti na lang, medyo naging wide. Tapos nalabas din kagad yung information as to where magagaling ang mga taga-Bren. Yeah, that was a good call for a Batman to actually pop off that neural theft. And after that, swiningan na nila ni Aryo. Very nice post plant pagdating sa side ng APH. But they still have the lead ng 5 rounds. So, they don't have anything to worry about that much yet. But as for pwede ba to 7-5, to be honest? Pwede kasing paglaruan na ng APH yung defending side nila since they're practically much better already in their defending side based on their performance so far. Pero kailangan lang talaga nilang i-contest yung mga angles against Bren Esports. Oh, katulad ng gano'n.
Dumikit siya mismo sa crosshair ni EJ. Ilang beses na to. Pangalawa mo na yan, EJ. Laban dito kay na Georgie. 4v5. Will they be able to get inside the site? Nakaabang na kagad si EJ na naman. Saan ba nanggagaling tong taong to? Someone needs to shut down this guy out with that operator. 2K na kaagad si Hot Sauce dito again with that corner. And this is a good pick. Sabay pa nag-pick dito yung dalawa so they can still survive. We have here as well is the Blade Storm. Pero wala siya matatamaan. Makakakuha naman sila ng info pero he doesn't know where Hot Sauce is. A Batman dito, all the way from double doors. Maunahan, maisahan. Si EJ dito, Hunter's Fury, para madali pa yung pagpasok. Maunahan din naman dito yung mga Cyber Cage na makapasok na rin naman dito sina Simple. But Simple doesn't know where Hot Sauce is. We have here a Batman to go in for the kill using in the shock darts. Dalawa na lang din ang natitira. Low HP pa nga dito ang isa. Pero Eman, FPS, wala kang problema. Kahit low HP pa siya, nakakuha na rin ng pick-off. But it's all up to Aryo with just very low on HP. 8 HP and a 3. Kailangan niyo muna dito si Brain Reese. But unfortunately, Brain Reese, mainit. Patay na yung tao. Tinatad pa ng bala dito. Laban sa APH.
Pinobol din. Talagang itong Bren gusto ata ng 210 or kaya ng 9 triggers Palong-palong gusto pa mag-back 3 guys. Ayaw tayo patigilin mag-casting. Ay guys, by the way nga pala, sa schedule namin ni Haniglaze ngayon, hanggang next game kami pa rin.
Hanggang next series.
Hanggang next series, okay lang.
Hanggang next series nyo kaming maririnig na humugot.
Uy, di na nga tayo humugot eh.
Gusto nyo man o hindi, kami pa rin ang magkasama. Magkakasama pa rin naman na dito ang APH or mag-asa here in B. 0 point to detect in 1. AK won't be able to get in the kill. Bren EG naman dito has his back to get in another one, but now he's being suppressed in a lot of members here from APH. Simple na lang din na bahala sa'yo all the way from mid, and now it's all up to 3 remaining members to plant in the spike to secure in their third point advantage. Pero EG kasi nakaabang na sa kanya. Naku, kakaba na lang din ako kung ako si Aryo, pero that is a good wide swing, pero hindi pa rin pala magiging sapat ito. So with the HP na rin dito si MNFS, nice blind, but unfortunately that is Simple trying to get in that lead. 3K again for this guy. What is just happening over here? Simple just keeps on popping off. Laban dito sa APH at ngayon, we're down to a 9-2 scoreline.
Talaga. Anong nangyari sa
last round before the switch
ng APH na lamig?
Naku, kailangan ng lolo Remedios. Ay, team secret pala. Kailangan.
Ay, talagang kailangan to ng Bren. They needed this. Ang next question na lang, will it be a 9-3 comeback or not?
Kung makaka 9-3.
Yun lang.
Baka 2-10 pa nga itong first na to. Kasi sa mga hold pa lang nila EJ Hot Sauce. Pero Look at this, Ray. Papasok na kagad sila ng site. The Doctor gets in one, even through the smoke. They can plant in the spike now. Pero syempre, hinihintay nila kung ano pa yung pwede maging aggressive push dito ng Bren Esports. Pero hindi na ito ibibigay sa kanila. We have the ultimate up and coming. We heard it already, a Batman with just the sheriff. Alam niyang may nag-aabang dito. He checks in every corner that he can. One member down already. Georgie dito, buhay na buhay pa rin naman. He still has the Blade Storm. Blade Fist dito lumalakbay para makakuha ng isa. But unfortunately dito sa dalawang natitira all the way from the back. APH dito, just one remaining member. The Doctor na lang din na natitira. Guardian lang din ang hawak niya. Without any sprays, up and coming. 10-2 ang scoreline to 10 for the side of Lane.
2-10! Nagising ang Bren! #Bren ng malakas!
Switching sides.
Grabe. Pinakitaan tayo ng 26 KD. Ni EJ, literal jet malalim. Pero, may curse pa rin kaya yan. Malay nyo ma-shutdown na talaga yung AP sa attacking nila. Pero, ang laking napagod ata mga kuya mo from APH sa first map. Yet,
Overtime din kasi yun
Oo, gigil na gigil ngayon yung Bren
Ba yung gigil nila, Ray? Really hard to say kung paano pa yung comeback potential dito nila, Georgie, na wala magawang trabaho to shut down EJ. Look at that overwhelming KDA. 20-6. 6 na beses lang siyang na-pick off dito throughout 12 rounds na lumakbay na nga tayo in the first half. Ang laking bagay nito, lalo na't hindi siya ine-expect anytime na anywhere siyang makakuha ng pick off. Yun yung nangyayari kung bakit hindi siya kaagad dito naka-pick off ng APH is mamba out kaagad. Dash out, hindi siya nag-over-aggressive. Kapag nakapatay na siya ng isa, reposition. Hindi yung pwedeng kumulit ka pa nga ng kumulit kahit ine-expect ka na dito ng APH or ng kalaban mo na magpipick through again since nakakuha ka na at you were confident enough to get in one. Pero discipline is just the key for these kids over here in Bren Esports para ma-secure nila ang game number 2 and potentially get in game number 3 dahil second half pa lang naman ito, we can still see kung paano ba dito mangamba ang Bren Esports sa mga utility usage dito nila M and FPS. There's also the Doctor at huwag natin kalimutan dito as Cypher bilang si Abatman na pwede siyang mag-play with the Trip Wars, even have the one-way cyber cage para mapaglaruan ulit dito yung mindset, yung magiging potential push ng Bren Esports.
Laban-laban. O, bawi-bawi. Talagang no?
Hirap pa rin talaga
Hirap din bumawi sa APH if they're gonna be punished like this. Nanlamig ang lamig! Pero ngayon, malay natin, if they win the pistol, may pag-asa pa. May pag-asa pa itong makambak ng 13-10 or possible to an overtime. And here it is.
Bilis silang pumasok dito. M1 FPS goes into one symbol dito. Ready naman for the trade-off. And Bren Esports, oh no talaga. Dahil tatlo na lang din ang natitira. We have here another pick-up as well from the Doctor. All the way from mid. That is clean off a pistol round. Sabi mo nga, Ray, nasabi mo na dito. No, sa Radamos Ray ang makakakuha ng APH. We have the pistol round for them to take at momentum given for them para maipagpatuloy. Commitment na lang, consistency. Nakuha nila itong second half.
Commitment, consistency, big words.
Big words?
Ang laki nga talaga niyan. Pero,
meron ka ba niyan?
Ay.
Meron.
Meron. Yung commitment. Oo.
Basic.
Alam ko yung tinutukoy mo, Honey Glaze. Ano ba naman yan? Yung trabaho. Kaso nga lang, ang Bren, double digit na sila. So they can just give a lot of time to actually adjust to how APH plays their style. And they're attacking. EJ commits the plant pero na-line up lang with the Doctor. Winner-third lang niya. Kasama pa kagad si Javi. Na nakuha kagad. And it's just only Green together with Hatsos. And Hatsos actually get the clutch. Pero nga lang, looking at the firepower na meron ng APH also in this round, medyo talaga crucial na para sa side ni Hatsos to.
Kahit gawin niya lang na dalawa yung ma-pick off niya. Pero as we said earlier, may guns advantage siya kasi dito ang APH. Look at them, tatlo yung may hawak ng Bulldog, tapos isang Vandal. Talagang ganito sila kadesperado ma-clean out nila yung round na ito, yung game na ito, yung mapa na ito for them to secure in a flawless 2-0. But as we see today na 10-4 kasi, may rounds to lose pa nga ang Bren ng Esports dito. Sabi mo nga, Ray, pwede pa silang makakuha ng magandang adjustments dito para ma-secure pa nila yung next following rounds to the match point and even close this one to have a game number 3. But this time, nag-iinit na sina Georgie, nag-iinit na sina Aryu dito. I-cancel lang nila dito sina EJ and have here the doctor use his utilities wisely. It will be a huge problem for APH. Lalo na ngayon, nakaisa na kaagad si EJ. Pero that is a good trade-off by Aryu.
Oh yeah, we're still pinning this down to 3-3. A Batman. He gets the top. Meron pa yung follow-up. Will he be able to get it? No, there's a trade. 2v2 pa rin. Pero alam na nila saan magagaling. It's up to Aryu and the doctor to actually save this. They have the recall. May shot, rather walang recall. May shot start pa nga. And Aryu spawns the
down B.
And it's all up to Brain Freeze. Kaso nga lang, alam na kung nasaan siya. Revealed na revealed. Nabawasan pa nga siya ngayon. Tinake off ang pandura. Pero, Aryu and Doctor, hinihintay lang sumilip sa kanila. They cross it, then matatagtaran lang siya ngayon. So he needs to really play this smart. At while he's just checking around the corners, mapaforce out siya talaga dito and that's it. Aryu takes the 4-1 at APH!
They're doing it na.
5 rounds, kumakambak! Hey!
5 na lang, tapos eco pa. Dito yung kabila. Bren, they had the opening na mapatay nila kaagad si MNFPS. Akala ko doon na kaagad makakakuha ng advantage yung Bren. Dahil nakaisa-in na sila eh. But the problem is, yun nga, Aryu just did it by himself. 4 yung napatay niya doon sa round na yun, Ray. And ang laking bagay nito, lalo na they just need to place in the impact para ma-pressure out dito yung Bren Esports na pwede pa rin kami mangmama. There's the Poison Cloud na binato all the way from city. Tapos, magla-landing ito sa window and nest here in mid. So, they have the opening. They have to create enough space to have every site to take. But guys, that is a good shot from Savvy with just the Marshall. 1 member down at, naku, yung controller pa dito, Ray ng APH ang nawala sa mapa.
A big statement sa Bren Esports side. Huwag kayo magpa-audition dyan kay Javi. Talagang madedenay kayo niyan. And kumukuha na sa info. Alam na nila may nagtatago. Pwede bang ma-shock dart dito ni Aryu? Uy, tatataran. Kaso...
Silence.
Okay, that was a good spray down. Pero 43 seconds na lang, na kay Emma nakasagutan kung ma-anchor ba niya ito ng napakaganda as it tried to take information as to where he is.
Nice!
Standing ahead.
30 seconds
mo all the way from Metal Doors, naunahan niya pa rin dito sa Savvy. Sheriff lang, yes, ang dala-dala nila. Pero that being said, 3 pa rin naman silang nasa loob na ng site, makakapag-plant in the spike. But they have all the cover that they need. Brain Freeze dito nakadampot ng Vandal. Goes in for 2, possibly go in for 3, but the Vandal just cancel it out. Symbol na lang dito ang natitira, pero unfortunately, siya ay mapapatay pa nga. Thinking na naman dito for Aryu. Ang Batman, wala siyang idea, pero he was able to react on time laban kay Hot Sauce. Cleaning things out. Another round for them to win out laban sa Bren Esports. Imagine, 4 na rounds na ito from the second half na ipapanalo ng APH laban sa Bren Esports.
Ito na ata eh. Gante.
Momentum, no?
Ng slight na up eh. Here. In a breeze with a 2. Pero, dito eh. To get rid of Batman. Kaya mas gusto ko talaga si Batman dito with the setups eh. Either Kidger or Cypher, it's better when he uses that. Kaso, 4 na lang. Bren loses this, it's gonna be a 10-all. And yung mental fortitude na naman ng labanan nila. When they lose 1 round, makakapag-reset ba sila or hindi? Or sadyang may tinatago pang maybe tactics ang APH against Bren just to stop them and get those clean retakes.
Will it be clean for APH to have the retake coming? Dahil meron ng mga Vandals dito full on utilities. Yes, napigilan na shutdown na nila dito sila EJ. Pero with their buys, magiging enough na nga ba ito? MNFS doesn't have any to bring it out. Pero mukhang makakasecure pa rin pala sila dito ng enough Vandals, enough rifles, enough utilities to start off this one dahil kailangan nila ito, kailangan nilang habulin dito ang Bren, kailangan nilang sundan sa mga buys. But speaking of Bren Esports, delayed sila, nakuhaan sila ng info, and let's see kung ano pa yung pwede nilang gawin dito dahil narinig na natin na magka-travel all the way from halls ang dalawa sa kanila. We have here Savvy, there's also Brain Freeze to try for the trade, pero wala pa rin naman magpipick off dito talaga, no? Hindi nila pwedeng i-push yung Poison Cloud na ito kung nang hindi sila agad mapapatay. Dahil nga with the Poison Cloud, mabu-vulnerable at ready si Oreo sa kanya to get in that pick-off at mabawasan sila ng numbers.
Very careful ang Bren. No room for mistakes. Honey Glaze. Kaso kasi, yung APH, kita mo naman, ready sa Batman with that Neural Theft. Ready kagad si RU with the Hunter's Fury. And Eman, just one left.
Delay na lang, no?
Pwede nga na lang ipadelay kagad. Pero sinabayan din, syempre, ang ng mga repolyo. Pero nga lang, the deny from RU. Tries to pick up at least one. And George, sinabayan kagad yung swing na yun. Through the smoke, denying. Brain freeze, nag-audition. The doctor, the doctor yun. Nagdagawat na.
Oh my gosh.
Nurse ka po ba? The doctor. And the 10-7. Good call yun sa side ng APH.
Haryo kasi meron siyang Hunter's Fury. Tapos imagine kung papasok dito sila EJ from the Poison Cloud. May binato din na dura dito si The Doctor. There's also the Snake Bite na magiging problematic pa for Bren Esports na i-secure talaga nila, i-aggressive push nila dito yung B-main. So, pin-off off na kaagad ni Oreo dito yung kanyang Hunter's Fury, yung Longgadog na hinampas-hampas nila dito kaliwat kanan laban kina EJ. This is such a problem now for Bren kung ano ang pwede pa nilang gawin. Pero this time, we have here APH. Eman is losing out. We have your Georgie naman for the trade-off. Symbol naman din, makakakuha ng pick-off. 3 sa 3 na lang ang natitira.
3 sa 3. Pero dapat hindi na ito pakawalan pa ng APH. Albert, but there's RU. He's trying to cut off. Agad na pagka-cut off. Alam na nila kung nasa galing si Symbol together with Brain Freeze even if they already have their
Grabe.
Pero Oasis W. Oh, gets the turn.
RU?
Hello? Nag-back off. Hello? Are you ready?
Are you kidding me? Hindi, nagja-joke time si Oreo dito. Ray, look at this guy. He's just really committing into the sprays. Kahit na nalaglag siya all the way from the heavens above. We have the composure of this guy to get in 3K. Hindi nakareact on time dito si na Brain Freeze to deny him from those pick-offs. At look at this. Talagang siya ang tumatrabaho dito. Kung hindi magpa-pop off dito si Georgie, ako nang bahala. Itabi nyo, ako na. Yung Longgadog ko nang bahala dito para makapitas ng ilan sa mga bata ito from Bren Esports. Pero speaking of, Bren is committing here in mid dahil narinig na nila yung Viper Spit ay kinumit na kaagad from the other side of the map. We have here the cancellation ng The Doctor here in B. So what are they going to do next? Ray, there are also the possibilities na pwede nilang mapatay dito si The Doctor.
Yun yung kailangan harapin ni The Doctor, pero napaka-array nga talaga si Honey Glaze sa ginawa ni Hot Sauce kay RU. Predicted na din kung nasan siya Batman, pero will Georgie suddenly cut them? Oh no, masyado kang maaga, Eman! And Abby gets the 3rd. At si The Doctor na lang ang natitira. Abby gets the 4th. Ang messed up na sitwasyon ng APH doon. Ay naku po, masyadong agresibo ay hindi bagay kapag nakipaglaban ka rin sa contact against Bren Esports.
Ang lupet na mga naging pangyayari doon, Ray. Ang masasabi ko lang din talaga, nung na moment na napatay na nga dito si Abatman, ready ang Bren Esports sa pwedeng maging trade-off at nakaisa rin sila. So, 2 members down, they have opened up in the site, they were able to control in Georgie all the way from mid at na-cut off pa nila yung sudden rotations dito from APH. So, with that being said, pwede na sila magkaroon pa ng momentum dito dahil yung pressure is already given for APH na magkakaroon na ng match point ang Bren Esports kapag hindi nila pa nag-igihan yung pag-hold. Kaya naman ngayon, lesson learned. Georgie dito is just waiting on site. We have here also the doctor na pwede niya agad-agapan yung ibang members dito from Bren Esports na gustong mag-push through. Pero this time, they are still waiting here in elbow. I'm still curious to see kung ano pa yung kailangan nilang abangan dito. Bren Esports is still doing it at thankfully for them, they push it the first half from 10 to 2.
Talagang APH waiting lang. Hindi na, tignan mo, mas disciplined na sila. Hindi na kailangan i-push pa yung mga bagay-bagay. But here's the Seekers. Take all already. Kung meron ba sila makikitang information. And that's really nice of them to come in. Pero kala with the doctor, yes! The doctor got talent.
30 seconds.
Naku, timing.
Pero nga lang, yung sabi mo nga, timing is up here. Pero there's EJ cutting out the Batman. All up to Iron and FPS. And finally, Aryu sees one. But he didn't land that pull up that vision that EJ was able to get him. And it's all up to Eman. At nakita nga siyang information na-reveal ang isa, dalawa, tatlo. Takes off that knife. Takes off that pop flash. Alam niya kung nasa ng isa, pero nga lang may pasabay pa kagad na pangungoryente si Symbol ngayon. At malapit ata tayo magkaroon ng Game 3. At it's up to Eman kung masisave nga pa niya ang araw sa kanyang mga teammates dahil marami pang oras ang pwedeng i-buy ng Bren ngayon para napapapor sa kanila. And he gets it. Will there be a follow-up? He tries to go for a defuse. Tinignan ng EJ. Natin siya kagad. And that's just it. EJ saves the day. 12-8 match point. At malaki talaga ang posibilidad na pupunta tayo sa last map.
Last one si EJ, Ray. Nakakainis. Nakita natin kanina kung kano nakalayo yung pag-cut niya all the way from Nest. Hinayaan niya na rin din ang members from Bren Esports to get inside the site para at least mabawasan niya rin naman yung magro-rotate dito from APH na walang ka-idea kung saan siya magagaling, and it was almost a close of a clutch. Pwede nating ibigay dito for Eman FPS, but at this moment of time, this is so much problem for APH kung paano nila pipigilan ulit, kung saan na naman lulungga si EJ. Ray. We're down to 12-8 in favor of Bren Esports, and now with that being said, makikita na naman nila kung saan nakapwesto si Aryu with the Trailblazer.
Where is APH is APH gonna come back? Yun ang tanong. Ang daming nasayang muli from the previous round. Pero Bren, composed. Not looking at the score, but looking at the rounds. At ngayon din, makikita nga lang si Javi saan siya manggagaling. Good information. Pero kita mo naman, hindi talaga kailangan magpaka-aggressive ng APH kung kaya naman nilang mag-hit. Pero sabay-sabay sila. May setup mula kay Abatman. Dinanay siya ngayon, sinabayan din kagad. Nice! Fury! Pero Abatman! He-risk it against Symbol! Oh my goodness! Abatman, bahala na si Abatman. Nga naman talaga.
One
at ng amount of the credit all up to Abby. Still gets the smoothie. Abatman! Excuse me? Pari-pay po sana direct.
Excuse me?
Gusto ko lang makita. Yung nagpa-excuse sabi niya, you will be excused. Perk naman tong ports na to. Tignan niyo ha. What? Yun na kahit masakit, okay lang daw. Worth it naman daw eh. May assurance.
Anong magpa-ubaya?
Last player standing.
Ipit tuloy yung Bren. Hindi sila nakapasok ng site, hindi sila nakapag-plant. Ray, there's also the possibility na makagkaroon na naman to ng overtime. Ang init kasi ng APH dito for that retake. Hindi nga halos retake yun eh, nang hold lang. Si Abatman from that corner, hindi siya napatay ni Symbol even with the Longa Dog that he has. Mapatay niya lang din dito yung kung sino mang mga nasa backside pa. So now, this is a problem for Bren Esports. Kapag natalo sila sa round na ito, kailangan nila mag-eco and advantage ito for APH na pagpatuloy lang sa mga nakukuha nilang rounds, nakukuha nilang momentum dahil they have the pressure given for Bren Esports na 2-0 ang pwede nilang i-implement. So now, what are they going to do next? We have the blinds already covered there in B. There's also the wall. So let's see kung magwawagigan ba silang kuhanin yung B side.
Magwawagi?
Aba, hindi nila kukuhanin. Bait lang daw pala.
Ano lang pala? Joke time lang. Kamo. Sabi ng Bren, practice lang po. Pero, papunta pa lang sa exciting part ata itong mga taga-Bren. Your daughter daw. Your daughter. Pero,
inside.
Pinarangan!
Last player standing. 30
May
seconds
kasama
left.
ng happiness.
Spike down A.
Happy ending. At si Symbol na lang ang natitira sa isang iglap. Piruin mo, pinasang kapapasok ka lang naman ng site. Hindi ka pa nagpaalam. 12-10, malaking ang posibilidad na mag-iba pa ang ihip ng hangin.
Nag-iba na talaga, Ray. The doctor dito, ang ganda ng gamit niya ng wall. Thankfully for him, thankfully for this guy, hindi siya na early kill dito ng Bren Esports. Kaya naman nagkaroon ng opportunity pa si Eman FS ni Aryu dito. Sidestep lang, Ray, ang ginawa nila. Aryu dito, kung hindi man makapatay dito si Eman FS at kailangan niya mag-reposition after getting in one, siya nang bahala from that angle na nandun siya double doors at hindi naka-react dito ang Bren Esports kung saan nanggagaling yung pagpatay dito ni Aryu against two members. But now, still in a match point pa rin naman ng Bren Esports. We have here an eco. Ray, ito na ba iyon? Thrifty ba itong magiging round na ito for Bren Esports or talagang mas mangangamba tayo dito for Bren dahil nag-iinit na sina Eman FES? Nakita niyo yung barrel ni Abatman. Oh no!
Oo. Oo, talaga. Talagang itong APH, mapipigilan ba ni Georgie? Nilabas ang Hot Fury, 6 out to 1. At hinihintay lang, discipline. Disiplina ang kailangan na higit na natin. Gigi versus W. And that get a deny. Pero si Abby may Marshall pa na upcoming up there. Intense ng laban. Tapos, he's not get the shot against Aryu. It's up to Eman FPS together with the doctor nila. But then Chaga daw.
Last player standing.
Ano yun
Oh
mga
my
bakit
God!
natin? 350. Nangangamoy third map. Naaamoy ko na. Mabango ang third map ng Bren. Pag may clash si the doctor dito talaga, sasabihin ko na ang tunay na sikreto.
Sikretong malupit.
Pwedeng pabulong. Alam ni Javi.
Pabulong na nga bang mangyayari dito ngayon,
Oh,
Javi?
look, it's a sneaky. Oh, ganda na po. Oh, ito, doctor. Hello? Pulls out the snake bite every time. The time is ticking. Wala sa harapan niya. Check na talaga ngayon. He goes for a defuse somehow. Hindi na bibitawan. And that's it. Easy.
Attackers win.
We're gonna go to the third map between Bren at APH Shining Glaze. Comeback is real. Ata to. Walang 2-10 curse.
Walang 2-10 talaga, Ray, dahil sa mga pagkakataon na sila ang umariba sa first half. Sa unang kalahati ng series na ito, nakita natin kung paano pinursige nila EJ, nila Hotsos na magkaroon ng game number 3. Kaya naman ibibigay natin ito dahil ang problema dito sa APH is hindi nila alam kung paano i-counter yung pagde-defend as Jet ni EJ. After getting in one kill, Mamba out. After getting in another, reposition. So now, with that being said, napakalinis ng larong ito in favor of the side of Bren Esports. Pero nangamba tayo for it doon, Ray ha, dahil almost closed out yung game na yon to an overtime. Kung hindi lang iyon siguro 2-10, nakapag-init-init na, nakapag-stretching na sina Georgie, and that is always the time for them to have their momentum. But the problem is, yun na-finish out na dito ng Bren Esports with just 3 rounds in the second half. Yun na ang nangyari. Welcome to game number 3 talaga.
The curse is still there. But I think the fact that it's 10-2 in favor of Bren nung unang half pa lang, I think APH is gonna have a hard time. They really, really had that hard time. Pero nga lang, kamuntik na yun ang Nikis eh. Na 350 sila. Masyado silang na-excite sa panalo. Biglang nawala yung disiplina all of a sudden sa APH. Looks like may mga habits pa talaga na kailangan tanggalin. But Bren took that as a big advantage against them. And suddenly, winning the breeze, which is usually we don't see much nga galing sa side ng Bren. We all thought that it's just gonna be APH getting that breeze map, and yet, once again, denied by Bren. Punta tayo sa map 3.
Nakakainis, no? Dahil nakaka-frustrate na ang dami mo nang naging effort dito bilang MVP of APH. RU has been getting in those multi-kills nung nag-switch na tayo ng mga sites. Panoorin natin dito sa game highlights kung saan napanimulan nga ito na maganda as defenders ng Bren Esports laban sa side ng APH. They have been winning a lot of duels dito laban sa ating mga kumpanan from APH, but there is also the problem na mas nauna kasi itong mga atoms na ito pagdating sa mga round leads. We had also as well is the confidence of EJ na makakuha ng mga push even inside the Viper's pit. Wala siyang hesitations na ipapakita at napaglalaroan nila dito yung mga angle pushes na binibigay nila dito laban sa APH, and with that kind of half secured, talagang hirap na hirap yung APH dito kahit nagkakaroon na sila ng momentum. Tingnan mo, kahit si The Doctor nga nagkakaroon na ng mga clutch moments, even na may numbers advantage dito ang Bren, even na ilan na lang din ang natitira dito for their side. And RU, this is the point of time nung half na ito na ilang beses siyang nakaka-eliminate ng tatlo hanggang 4 na may members dito from Bren Esports. And now, fortunately, 3 lang din naman ang kailangan dito ng Bren Esports na matuldukan nito at makuha natin yung game number 3.
Talagang eye-opener to. Wala sa side ng Bren. Kailangan talaga nila to. And buti na lang nag-gather nila. Masaya si Manager Ish sa background. Pumalakpak. Pero di pa tapos syempre guys. Dahil may last map pa tayo. And looking at it, Bren is back on track I think against Action PH. Pero guys, tatandaan natin na magaling ang parehas na teams na to in the next map, which is going to be in Ice Box. But guys, pupunta muna kami sa short break at may kita na nga natin sino man nanalo sa third map. Once again, ako si Riri, kasama ko si Hanaglis, guys. See you.
Ito na kami nagbabalik para sa kabanabik na eksena binigay sa atin ngayon ng Bren Esports para maipush ito to a game number 3. I'm Honey Gay, si DW, kasama ko ngayon si Ray at kami pa rin naman ang makakasama at mag-shoutcast dito sa larong ito. Icebox naman ang papasukin natin na mapa.
Lilipad nga ang team natin kanina galing sa mainit. Ngayon, nandito muli tayo sa malamig na icebox, which I really do think Bren, together with APH, are really one of the teams dito na talentado. Pero I think kasi aside from Haven, Page teams are also good in icebox. Kaya I do think katulad lang din to breeze map that is just gonna be unfolding into a way na sobrang close ng matches. But then, the momentum itself, I think it shifted right to sa Bren. Yung power nila from the first map up until now in the second map. At ramdam ko papuntang third map, baka ito na ata ang oras nila para lang talagang maybe somehow secure that slot going in to playoffs. So, pero di pa naman tapos dahil may APH pa tayong kailangan tapatin ngayon. At personally, talagang itong APH okay naman kanina. Sadyang kung hindi yung 2-10, siguro if it could have been 8-4, I think APH might have gotten that second map, pero hindi. Talagang the momentum itself, EJ is really scary. He's popping off. It's just like a best day for EJ. Ano kayang kinain niya? Kumain ba siya ng adobong manok? Or talagang it's his consistency all throughout the matches that they have. Nadala na din niya talaga yung kanyang jet.
Na-mention mo nga noon, talagang consistent dito si EJ sa mga times na para talaga siya kabuting kung saan-saan na lang din lumilitaw, makuha ng pick-off, sabay alis, and that is one of the main problems of APH. Kung paano nila tatapatan yung defending side pa lang yon ng Bren Esports. Kaya kung nahirapan man sila in the second half na nag-a-attack na sila dito laban sa APH, hindi naman ito naging problema dahil 3 rounds lang naman din ang kailangan nila dahil they were able to secure it. As Ray mentioned, 2-10 ito for Bren Esports, but this time sabi rin ulit ni Ray na pareha sa mga teams natin dito ay magaling sa icebox. It all matters down kung ano yung momentum na magbubuo dito in EJ's flanks or sa mga magiging attacks dito and aggressiveness dito nila Georgie. May parehas naman silang mga mga positive points and mga strengths nila dito to make it work. Basta't makita nila yung weakness na dapat nilang palakihin dito. Parang butas lang yan na dapat na pinapalaki at magkaroon ng problema pa dito ang isa't isa para makuha nila itong last game of the series. Dahil next series, mas mainit pa nga ang makikita natin. RRQ at Oasis ang nag-iintay para sa atin.
Meron pang haba talaga ng Saturday mula sa mga teams. Alam mo, nararamdaman ko na ng oras na ata tayo matatapos kayo na ni Glaze. But then, I really do think that itong match between APH and Bren, sobrang it's all about the will talaga. You know, Bren, they started really off then last time sa stage 1, something unexpected. I'm expecting talaga a lot from the team. Pero ngayon naman, looking at how good their performance is, talagang kailangan nila mas i-exceed yung expectations na meron ng mga tao sa kanila. But as for APH nga, good game, well played pa rin sila sa Breeze. Pero I am shocked kasi malamig si Georgie kanina talaga. Sobrang lamig. Pero ngayon, baka nakapag-gising na siya, nakahinga na siya, nakapag-keyboard warrior commentator na din siya sa comment section.
Warm up, no?
At nakainom na nga lang din siya ng tubig. Pero ngayon, nice box. Honey Glaze, sa tingin mo, magkakaroon ba tayo ng no duelist comp? Pero sa tingin ko, knowing them, parang hindi sila ganun eh. Hindi sila nag-no duelist.
Actually, nakita natin yung battle between APH at SBE. SBE, they tried to use the no duelist composition pero hindi ito nag-work for Georgie. Tama na lang din at na-mention mo ito, Ray, dahil isa ng mga lineups na naging trend na nga dito in the map of Icebox. So, it all boils down to the fact kung gagamitin nga ba ito ng Bren Esports or ng APH. Tingin ko sa composition pa lang nila at sa playstyle na pinapakita nila RU and even have your symbol together with EJ na mas gugustuhin nila agad na may mobility yung mga agents sila dito to have those engagements na pwede silang maka-disengage after makakuha ng mga pick-offs. At yun yung magmamatter dito for EJ to have that mobility set up for their team and to suppress in any member from the opposing ones with either the KO or even have here the Fade. Pwede rin naman dito yung Fade dahil there are angles na pwede mong i-line up pa dito yung mga hunts to get in info at ma-open up natin yung mga space dito for our duelists to create and plant in the spike as they are the ones attacking.
A lot of strategies up ahead, Honey Glaze. Pero, yun. Habang naghihintay tayo na agent select, ano naman, ang tagal na naman bago
si Georgie yan nag-a-alt pa para mag-comment sa live.
Hinihintay ko nga mag-comment ngayon sa may Facebook. Ikaw, personally, nung ni-release na nga, meron na tayong top 8 teams. Sino yung isang team na akala mo magpa-pop off or maybe siguro yung meron kang one fave team going into the playoffs sana?
Well, to be honest, talagang I expected the best scenarios for Naos Esports. Dahil isa ito sa mga teams na pinag-aralan ko eh. Yan, sila Kakarot, sila Blur, The Blast. They are one of those outstanding teams na nakatapat lang naman nila yung SBE in the playoffs in the latter part ng upper bracket. Tapos, ngayon hindi natin nakikita yung magandang execution sila dito and very unfortunate kasi may mga improvements din yung ibang mga teams na nagawa and Naos just waiting for them para magkaroon sila ng comeback stronger for another tournament dahil feeling ko nahuhuli na ang lahat, Ray. They are down to 0-6 scoreline from our standings and nafe-face off rin kasi nila dito yung napaka-overwhelming ng mga teams natin going in the first week pa lang ng mga group stages natin.
Talagang mataas ang expectations ng lahat sa Naos. Kasi they actually surprised us nung stage 1, diba? No one
They were the underdogs.
Azurai. Yeah, they were basically the dark horse / underdogs. Only Azurai, yung kaya sa isang nagpre-predict that Naos can actually win. Bakit nga ba ganon? Kasi dati nga, diba, ang roster na yan came from Fallen 5. It also came from may iba galing if I'm not mistaken, yung iba sa kanila may background ng CS at may iba sa kanila galing UCFC. Particularly si Kakarot. Tama ba ako sa mga names? Si Kakarot. Tapos si Blast came from 6-man siya ng NGX if I'm not mistaken. Blurred, I completely forgot pero I think
galing siya sa Japan.
Oo, nanggaling siya sa Crazy Raccoons. Hindi, joke lang.
Yeah.
Si Z, alam ko naging UCFC din siya together with Astro and some guys. So, yun, nagbobo sila. Then, pagdating nila dito, they are in, what so-called honeymoon phase talaga nung stage 1. Talagang bago. It's all fresh. Diba? Pero nga lang ngayon talagang nanlamig. There are really times na malamig. Pero ako alam mo kung sino na yung next because it's gonna be coming to playoffs. It's gonna be also Oasis. Pero discuss natin yan mamaya-maya lang. As we're gonna be going on a short break, guys. Once again, ako si Riri. Kasama ko si Honey Glaze, guys. And see you.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please. Respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Finally, tayo ay nagbabalik na muli dito sa huling game ng second series ng araw na ito laban ng APH at ng Bren Esports. I'm Honey Glazy the Double kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray after so long of a break. Makikita na natin yan kung makaka-comeback ba dito ang Bren Esports with a reverse sweep or may i-clean na ba ito ng APH with a clean 2-0.
Hindi pa tapos at alam ko naghihintay kayong lahat, yes, pero we are now back, guys. At pupunta na nga tayo sa exciting part here in Icebox. At ang haba nga talaga ng araw, we're into the second series pa lang, patapos pa lang, then we have the third series. Talagang magsasama kami dalawa ni Honey Glaze ngayon, kabilang na syempre, itong APH together with Bren. Pero I know it took some little while. So, thank you so much, syempre, sa patience ninyong lahat. At napag-usapan nga namin ni Honey Glaze kanina yung mga personal na teams na gusto nating makapasok. Pero alam nyo ba, yung mga set of matches pa natin, guys, ay game changer pa. Whether they take it or leave it.
Ang daming pwedeng pagkakataon na ngayon ng Bren Esports na mag-comeback laban dito sa series na ito against Action PH. So, pagbibigyan ba sila dito nila Chorky and his team or talagang aarangkada na dito ang members from APH to secure this one with a 2-1. Nagkaroon lang ng pampasarap moments dito sila EJ and Breeze. So, hanggang dito ba sa Icebox, hanggang dito malamig na lahat ng mga pagkakataon na yung mga aim nila or even have the potential of the crossfires to gain a lot of momentum. Let's see in the different map this time, ano ang magiging sagot dito nila AJ. Lalo na't kanina, napakalaso ni AJ kapag gusto niya makapick off even as the one defending.
Dami pang pwede ngayon, but let's go in to the draft already. Finally. Kung ano nga ba ang agent selection. Oh my goodness, hintay ko to. Okay. Hi! Action PH, Batman with a Killjoy. Georgie Jet, Eman with, double Sentinel. RU is gonna go for the Sova most likely. Okay. And then the KO would have. Yun naman difference sila. Double Sentinel and sa side ng Bren, double Initiator.
Oh. Let's see kung magiging worth it ito. Lalo na't ngayon, I think Bren Esports will be the ones attacking. Basing pa lang sa lineup nila, especially na may potential sila dito makapagbigay ng pressure dito sa members natin from APH. But again, here we have the lineup of Bren Esports. Sabi nga ni Ray, dalawang initiator ang bumubuo, kompleto sa kanila. Viper, very viable pick in this map. And the other side naman dito is they will be relying on that Sage. Napag-usapan nga natin kanina kung ano ba talaga yung pwede maging lineup here in Icebox. Kung pwede ba dito talagang no duelist composition or gusto pa rin talaga ng mga members or mga players natin ngayon na mabilis at magkaroon ng mobility dito yung kanilang mga agents. They have the lockdowns, they have the sentinels na pwedeng maging problematic ito between the retakes that may happen. So, kailangan na lang natin makita dito yung wise usage of utilities. Ray, may nakikita tayo kaninang mga flaws between the timings and also the pick-offs. Pero this time, nakapag-adjust na nga ba sila?
At malaking adjustments nga ang kailangan. Pero alam mo nga ni guys, gusto ko lang talaga i-shoutout ang
ayun, no?
Yes, sa mga mga
Sino?
beshiwap ko. Ang mga taga-Defy. Yeah, shoutout natin ng mga taga-Defy dyan. Kasama ko kanina.
Yeah. Sinadisrupt. Nakita ko yan sa Twitter eh.
Ay, nakita mo sa Twitter. Ay, di ko alam yan. Nakatag nga ako bigla. Di naman ako kasama eh.
Tahimik lang pala si Rere.
Lang. Tahimik. Kung may tahimik lang si Mark, tahimik lang si Rere. Tama. Correct behavior.
Correct behavior. At least, there's no problem na mag-enjoy na ilang...
Mag-enjoy kumain sa labas.
Yun. Diba? Walang problema doon. Basta't na-enjoy mo yung sarili mo, masaya ka. Yun ang importante.
Ayan, dapat masaya. Dapat choose happiness at the end of the day. Kasi ako di na natutuwa. Start nyo na to. APAC at Bren.
Meron pa kaming isang series. Ano na? Oasis, saka RRQ. Magaling-galing na teams din yan. Kaabang-abang.
At RRQ versus Oasis. Mga kapitbahay ko lang. Yung RRQ bootcamp, siguro mga 20 minutes away. Mga ganun yung layo. 15 to 20 minutes. Ang layo ng Oasis. Guys, wala pa isang minuto. 30 seconds lang ata nandun na ako sa kanila.
Kaya pala. The perks of being in Metro Manila. O si Cavite ako, ang layo ng dadayo.
Oo nga eh.
Hilo-hilo ka na lahat-lahat, hindi ka pa rin nakakarating. So, sad. Iinom nyo na lang ako, ikain nyo na lang ako, magpakabusog kayo para sa akin.
Ayun.
Diba?
For
your happiness. For my happiness. Ganon. Pero ang tagal.
Kanina pa, ang tagal. Bahana nga eh.
Umaya yung bahana yan, nasa paan na nila Viper. Butit, kasama ni Keljo yung turret niya.
Masaya sila. All masaya. Ikaw ba masaya ka, ni guys?
Masaya. Gutom lang.
Ako din eh.
Umaya, kakain tayo pagkatapos itong series. Kasi mahirap na kung kakain ka, tas nabusog ka, tas aantokin ka. Di pwede yun. Dapat mainit ka. Habang dito, sa last round na ito, sa last game na ito yung na-push ng Bren Esports. And speaking of Bren Esports, will be again the defending side dito laban sa Action PH. And finally, we are going into the pistol round, the first game of this, or the first round in this game. Let's see kung ano ang mangyayari ngayon, especially the fact that we have here the Killjoy waiting all the way from B. Possible retake na lang magaganap dito dahil si EJ at ang pagpapamakupan natin itong Bren Esports is ready for the retake.
Ooh! Wait! Coming in from APH. Alisa si Josh, you bail out of time and Mamen! Si Emma, no? Puti buhay pa. Hindi umabot yung dura sa kanya. Katalsikan lang ng onte. Pero, alam ba nila na nandito? Pwede kayo magpa-audition dyan kay Eman. Eman got talent. Speaking of, may na-right click sa mukha. Sumunod, traded off lang ni EJ. Pero daming post lineup. 3v3. At, talagang si Abatman tinataken on sila. Time is ticking. Bailfish goes for a defuse. Okay. Uy, paping naman, pre. Pre, paping naman. Uy, hindi binibitaw. Uy, oh my God!
Uy, oh my gosh!
Di binitawan yan yung dapat ginagawa, hindi nyo binibitawan kahit mahirap na eh. Basta mahal mo. Diyos ko po!
Committed ka.
Brain freeze speed.
Pinigilan. 3-9 ni RU. Hindi lang nag-connect. Balikan natin yung instant replay. EJ dito nagka-problema nung hindi niya napatay dito si RU pero brain freeze dito. May commitment makuha yung first and pistol round na ito. Kahit siya nagulat na hindi siya napatay kaagad ni Aryo at nakapag-defuse siya ng spike. We have here the second round by na ulit for Bren Esports. They have the Spectres, even have the bundle here for EJ. No, dapat maging worth it ito, lalo na ngayon, natag din niya si Georgie. Pagpasok pa lang nila ng site and with that wall, nako po, kasyang-kasya dito. Kuya mo, Evan FPS to plant in the spike, but the lineups are already raining all over them. We have the walls para maging paborito for Bren Esports for the retake. Problema dito is nakapag-push sila Georgie. Georgie was rated up by Symbol. There's also 78k para naman sa isa, at isa na lang din pala ang natitira. Hindi in-expect dito ng Bren Esports yung anti-eco buy dito ng APH, but this time they still won it round. Laban dito sa APH 2-0 against them, and this is not this is going bad pala dito for Action PH dahil kailangan na nila mag-save.
Kailangan mag-save. Kailangan gawin lahat. Pero, nice move mula sa Bren. Pero, on towards this, sinabayan kasi nila ang APH Pero, hindi talaga worth it pag ano na buy. Unless kapag may malaki kayong kalamangan sa kalaban niya. Pero, possible pa naman to? Pwede pa rin. Siguro 3-1. Lalo na si Georgie pag pumalo, dumating. Pero nga lang, pinigil na ng gagat. Jay,
Hala ka! One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh! Yan ang sinasabi ko when you have Y sa last name mo! At ikaw si EJ! At ikaw ay naka-Jet! Hindi pinili ni EJ si Jet! Si Jet na ang pumili kay EJ. Nag-press W lang sa may tube.
Hindi inakala dito ng APH na busy patayin. Symbol all the way from Oilers, at tignan mo naman yun, napakaganda na execution dito. Syempre, ng KO with the blinds, with the synergy, with the composure of two of the members here from Bren Esports. Ito ang pagkakataon na nakikita mo talaga na meron na silang experience na makasama yung isa't isa. 3-0 na kaagad dito, and EG was able to get in that ace clean enough to not make any expectations for APH to have those pick-offs. But now, may mapapatay na kagad dito. Blind na naman given to us by Heavy 8K para maka 3K na dito si EJ. But unfortunately, he was traded off quickly bago pa siya makakuha ng pangalawang ace. But now, 2v2 na kaagad ang laban natin dito. Problema nito for APH. Kung matatalo pa sila, lalo na ito ay isa na namang buy na pinag-ipunan nila from the round na tinalo sila dito ng Bren Esports. Naku po.
Mayano ata to. Strict ng Bren But it's up to Symbol and Freeze. Deny that. Buti na lang. Wario spots off Brain Freeze. It's all up to Symbol. Pero as he's waiting for it, kailangan niya talagang kunin to. Ang ganda ng hold ni Arya. Talagang ika-cut off niya pag may dadaan. And that's Arya for you. Bren, leading pa rin naman sila by 2 rounds against APH.
Turn out. Mas kita mo sa kanila yung talaga ito yung magtropang magkaklase na alam mo they got each other's back. Si EJ dito yung matalinong pwedeng makakuha ng mga magandang grades. Tapos naman ang taga-kopya na lang dito is Heavy 8K para parehas silang sagana. Nakikita natin ngayon in their lineup na pumapabor kay EJ dito yung mga blinds, nila Heavy 8K. There's also the follow-up nila Hatsos for the trade-offs. At ngayon, nakakuha na ng round ang APH. Unfortunately for them, medyo broken yung kanilang economic buy dito laban sa Bren Esports. But now, hindi nila tatantanan ng Bren. They have the lockdown. They have everything to secure in B site. And they need to make sure na mapapanalo nila ito pagdating sa retake.
Spike planted.
And as is, APH still tries to get some takeoffs. Pero maganda na tong post-plant nila. Yan yung maganda pag may wall ka kagad ni CJ. Diretso kagad yan sa may site Unless na-destroy ng maaga, hindi mo naman ina-expect yung mga first hits and family abilities. And lahat ng playing for lineup na lang sila kagad ngayon, Honeybees. Pero may counter flash. Okay, Emma takes the pick off. Sunod na din kagad si Habi. But through the smoke, they get it. Symbol all by himself. And I think he doesn't have enough time left. He needs to save that Vandal. And that's just it.
Pinainit lang daw, sabi ng Action PH. Sila pa rin ang ma-action, sila pa rin ang makakakuha ng habol. Maganda yung mga napamunuan ng mga rounds dito ng Bren Esports. Pero syempre, they still have the vice They're broken though since we have here one member. Si Symbol dito, half an armor lang ang pwede niya ma-secure compared dito sa Action PH. Sagana sila. They have what it takes to be aggressive enough to secure in a site once again dahil si Oreo dito may pang-delay ng post-plant. May pang-delay ng rotation dito ng Bren Esports. They have the Hunter's Fury, M&FES for in case na kailangan nila dito ng following number advantage. But now, na pwedeng pumabor dito ang APH. They need to make sure na mapatay nila kagad si EJ.
They need to do it.
Scanning
But
ahead.
the problem is, will they be able to execute it? Diba? May mga malalaking tanong. Pero EJ denies. Eman, kanyang follow-up. Wala ka, Georgie. Ganda na pag-dash ni Georgie. Beautiful. And dito mo kagad ng refrag mula sa APH, streaming it down. Pero nga lang, Otto is up there together with Brain Freeze. The Doctor nila siya kasi Georgie. Pero nga lang, may nagpapsak katulad ni The Doctor, oh. Nurse ka po ba, The Doctor? And finally finishing out Brain Freeze. Caught off guard. APH ties it with a 3-3.
Good amount of execution, I say, for Action PH. May hinayaan sila dito kahit yung controller nilang enough ng ibato-bato yung kanyang mga utilities niya. They have the toxic wall to create enough space for Georgie to get inside the site. Nakita naman natin kung gaano kalawak yung mga space na create niya dito to have advantage na makapag-plant. But now, with one member lurking all the way from mid, going in backside, at napatay niya pa dito, sina Brain Freeze, ang laking advantage nun, lalo di alam ng Bren Esports kung sino ba yung mga galing doon. It's either M&FES Pan who has that capabilities to go in for the backlines. But now, in different story, Eco lang ang punishment ngayon ng Action PH sa Bren.
Lang. Quick lang. Speed. I am speed. Sabi nga sa Cars. Sorry, Disney fan. Pero, Disney fan, kala mo lahat pinapanood sa Disney. Hindi ko pa napapanood yung yung basta yun, nakalimutan ko na. Pero, alam mo, Batman, step up, no short squad. Pero nga lang, Hat was also the nice. Kasama yung mga Nanos Swarm, lahat, may lineup ko, lahat talaga. Gusto ni Eman, malusaw
lahat
siya.
binabato.
Oo, lahat tinatanggap. Basta, okay lang daw. EJ picks up one, tries to fling it
Out of
to the
charges.
second, pero nga lang Batman ready na nga kaagad. May counter wall ba na available ang mga taga-Bren Wale. Symbol together with Happy na lang Batman takes the third. Na-reveal lahat, pati ang kabel. And that's just it. Georgie gets Symbol. And now, APH will be able to lead already by 1 against Ben. Ang bibilis naman maglaro ng mga to. Magmamadali may date ba kayo? Ako, wala akong kadate.
Pinagbababato kay Emma, no? Plant lang kung plant. Yun lang ang kailangan natin. Huwag natin iintindihin dito kung anong mga pwedeng ibato dito nila. Symbol, Brain Freeze, sabi 8K, there's also hot sauce. Imagine yung mga utilities na to clear out corners. Pero babalik tayo sa replay. Biglang ginantiman talaga ng buong APH dito si EG after getting in that kill kay M&FES. They were in an eco, yes, we gotta say na mahirap nga talagang makakuha ng mga pickoffs na to. Pero fortunately enough for them, they were able to constantly get in those kills na kailangan nilang i-implement dito for APH. Hindi pa rin naman nagkakalayo dito yung scoreline natin. 3-4, still in favor of APH, but this time, parang nakakatakot makita yung KDA ni EJ dito. Ray 13-6-1. Ang laking bagay nito, lalo na ready lahat ng mga ultimates dito ng Action PH to make sure na ma-shutdown nila ang duelist na ito.
Talagang medyo nagpa-pop off na rin naman si Batman ngayon with the skill joy. They're getting the trades, looking at it. Mas equally distributed yung puhunan ng APH versus Bren, but Bren on the other side. Okay, Georgie. Quick pick-offs once again. Pero nga lang, expected na siya ngayon. Kita mo, na-super sila eh. So, talagang ang daming buy time mula sa side ng Bren. Sa side ni Javi.
Enemy mark.
Hindi nila natagpuan yung nasa yellow, pero at least nagbabato pa rin naman sila ng mga utilities dito in case na wala ngang nakakuha ng info that we... Pero with that being said, let's see kung ano ba ang dito nila Georgie to control that pressure, that momentum na laging pumapabor dito kay EJ. Look at that! Hesitations is key for victory. APH, dinaabangan nila si EJ na mag-pick at yun kasi ang nangyari kanina, especially sa mga nagiging trade-offs nila ni Heavy 80. And now back away na lang muna si EJ. Hindi pa rin siya umalis dito ng yellow. Batman dito hindi pa rin siya nakikita, pero last resort niya na lang din talaga yung paggamit niya dito ng dash. And we have your APH to stand in the spike. The problem is we have a lot of ultimates. Lockdown versus lockdown. Hunter's Fury after Hunter's Fury. We have so much to do to cancel out all of those lockdowns. Georgie dito makakapitas ng EJ. We have her the buy first fit, yes, but the problem is paano mo mababantayan yung pagre-retake dito ng kabilang team. Red Esports, they need to make sure na makakapatay sila dito, pero layo ng focus. Georgie gets in brain freeze. Heavy 8K is also down. Eman FPS for hot sauce, and now it's all up to Symbol, who was able to go in for one tap to the head of Eman FPS, but the problem is the Viper Spit, it doesn't have any vision. It doesn't have any information kung saan niya makikita dito ang natitira pang members, and now magsisave na lang muli si Symbol dito mula sa casualty natamo nila sa APH.
Ang lalim nun ah. Natamo.
Natamo.
Yan yung kanta ni ano eh. Ay, hindi pala. Pagsamo pala yun.
Close enough. Out. Naisip ko rin kung anong kanta na may title na natamo.
Yan. Alam mo ba, fun fact, crush ko talaga yan si Arthur na yan. Wala lang, ang nakakagwapo.
Ang sarap lang i-admit.
Oo, di ba? Paano pag kinakantahan ka yan, di ba? Pag ako kinantahan yan, hindi shot puno. Pero,
kahit hindi heartbroken. Shot puno.
Oh, ayun. Oh no, also still gets the tap. Ooh, pero nga lang, press W. Ang mga taga-EP here in D-side, hindi na sila nagtaka pa. Pero ako nakapagtataka nga talaga kung bakit kanya iniwan after ng free trial nyo ng 3 hours. Pero to, Bren tries to take the retake, pero ako nakita sila, ang ganda na position, post plant pa lang, panalo na. And he only have Symbol all by himself. He gets one trade of my M-man. And it's gonna be 3-6. May kamuntikan na akong pangalan na masabi. Buti na lang M-man lang ang nasabi ko.
Bibigyan na sana natin ng pagkakataon ditong damdamin, nire-ray lahat ng mga wordplays na binibigay nila dito. Siyempre, ang ibang klase rin ang APH ngayon. Ibang klase yung ginagawa na ng pagiging agresibo dito. Sabi mo kanina, dire-diretso lang. They were all over the place laban sa Bren Esports na hindi nakakuha ng magandang post plant and na retake here in B. Dahil nag-plant agad si Georgino Spike. EJ dito, high risk, high reward with that placing. Nice recon to detect and EJ, so now reposition na lang din. He doesn't know that there is also one waiting for the trade, and now ibibigay na nila dito yung pagkakataon na ilagay na nila kaagad yung Viper Spit and delay all the members of APH from trying to get inside of A.
Talagang meron pa kaagad pang deny with the ultimate coming in from Javi just to somehow confirm. Pero magkikita ba sila? Merong harang may pangharang. Pero naghihintay lang sila ng press W nila. May flash, walang flash ang APH, pero may pang slow naman kasi. And after that, wala pa namang nadedetect. Tahimik lang yan, parang si Mark.
Dapat lang, no? Para at least, ang isipin dito ng APH, nako, kapag pinol dito ni EJ yung trigger, he can shot and 2 members na magla-line up na nga dito all the way from the Poison Cloud. All na naman ng mga members dito from Action PH Ma-action. Ang lahat ng mga nilulundag nila ngayon na Brain Feast gets in one. Unfortunately ngayon, that is the finisher already for one more member from the side of Bren Esports. 3v3, even though na meron tayong brain freeze sa Viper's Pit, makakapatay pa rin naman sila dito. Unfortunately dito kina Eman, hindi sila nakakuha ng magandang post plan. That is the reason why you don't wanna push, you don't want to commit into a side kung alam mong toxic na makita yung Viper's Pit na ang laki ng sinesecure nilang space dito bago nyo ma-plant in yung spike.
Ooh, a lot of securities is out there. Pero, Brain Freeze takes it to one. A Batman all by himself tries to get at least one. Pero, Simple denies it. Pero, dito pa rin kasi sa APH, Honey Glaze, kapag naging confident na si Batman, I think this is where it starts to heat up na eh. Especially with that Killjoy, we all know Batman. Kamukha ni Killjoy yan. Nakita ko na sa personal si Batman eh. Parang pinaglihi siya kay Killjoy. Pero nga lang sa Bren, kapag, ayun, hindi mo sila ina-expect. Ganyan sila. Diba? Imagine they just pushed here. Si Brave is to carry with Abby. We kinda know there's at least someone caring for the flank that's gonna be the doctor and punish na naman siya ngayon.
Sana all tinitake care. Yung flanks natin, dalawa yung nagpo-push. We have Brain Freeze and even have your Sabi 8K. Pero ang problema dito is paano nila makukuha yung post plan. Napasok na dito sina Eman, they have the top already ticking. Or they have the bomb already ticking. We have here the problem for APH kaya that they will facing into lockdown. Kailangan nilang lumabas ng site at dalawa ang makakatapat nila. It's either Brain Freeze with his duels or even have your Sabi. But now, looking back, we have here the run of Eman FPS na kailangan niya dito. Umexit nga talaga all the way from backside. But that is so much of a good flank, so much of a good holds. Napakaganda ng ginawa dito ng Bren Esports to have that left down force out APH out of the site at nakatapat pa nila dito sina Brain Freeze at Sabi 8K. Walang napatay sa Bren Esports.
Bilis, fast game, nagmamadali talaga. Ano ba papanoorin nila? MOM, Multiverse of Madness. Pero,
one enemy remaining.
Spray transfer pa ni Brain Freeze. Malinis.
Sila ng Samgyup.
Sana all.
Sana all. Pero alam mo, mas may maging favorite na ako, Honey Glaze.
Ayan.
Hotpot.
Pwede rin mag-partner sa ano ba? Sa Samgyup?
Pero mas magaan sa feeling kapag kumain ka ng hotpot versus sa nag-Samgyup. Siguro dahil yung oil nga. Pero the doctor.
Oh my gosh.
He just thinks at least pero mo sumilip lang. Parang nagpikabo lang, parang si Sadako, natatakot tuloy ako. Mag-isa lang ako dito sa bahay ngayon eh. So, medyo ayoko magsabi ng mga ganon. Kami lang dalawa na aso ko.
Ingat!
Are you?
Maingat naman din.
Always check your core. Ay, naku po, na sinasabi ko sa inyo. Kailangan maging mapanuri.
Mapamatsyag.
Baka akala nyo kayo lang, yung pala tatlo kayo. Ginawa kayong ABC choices. Ginawa kayong collectibles. Pero, ang ginawa ngayon ng APH, gusto man ni Georgie mag-dash out. Yan ang paborito niya, hindi dash in, kundi dash out. Discipline is key. Pero may magka-cut off back agad si Brain Freeze mula sa flank. Or meron pang, magandang retake sana mga taga-Bren. Pero nga lang, Batman spots off Happy. And Brain Freeze, hindi siya magpang-cut eagle. Tapos si Georgie talaga, sige, try natin the second time around. Pero kung ako kayo side ng Bren, save ko na lang para sa next round.
You will not kill my ally! Nag-resurrect pa dito ng isa eh. Si Symbol pala itong natitira na lang for Bren Esports. And very unfortunate na hindi na ito napanapos for them to take in 6-6 scoreline, 7-5. Parang mangyari na to nung Haven map ha. It's a deja vu, Ray. Action PH still has it. Nag-iinit na ulit dito si Georgie. Sabi mo nga kanina nagmamadali. Kuya mo Georgie, pumasok agad ng site, nakakuha ng pick-off. Hindi siya in-expect ng Bren Esports. But still, pwede niya pa rin makasama dito si AJ. On point pa rin naman si AJ with his positioning. Nadali lang talaga siya dito ng pagbigla ni the Doctor from mid. Gets in that kill. Naka-operator kasi dito si AJ at hindi siya naka-react on time. And that is already a good half indeed for Action PH. Pero mangamba na sila sa pagkakataon na makapag-comeback ang Bren Esports.
Pag nanalo nga ang Bren ng pistol, kailangan panatilihin ng APH ang kanilang resistance. Pero with that double sentinel, I think that's gonna be making a huge impact sa kanilang defense. And I think George is back on track, but I think si EJ talaga he's
EJ,
really
no? Oo.
confident. At kita mo naman si Javi with his amount of flashes. So, napakadami. Talagang happy ending yan. Diba?
Di bali nang hindi makapali si Savi 8K, basta si
gets
EJ
the
naman
evidence.
yung ready for him.
Uy,
Yun
sana
ang
all
synergy.
ready.
Sana all.
Nerd. And I think what's huge also here is that si EJ, assist na assist talaga siya ng kanyang mga teammates Parang protect the queen. Ganon. Well, sa side naman ng sa side naman ng APH, I love how Abat is able to save the day for his teammates every time he gets the trade. Very particular yung kills. Talagang pa-pop off siya. Pero ngayon na 5-7, sabi mga close ka to, naniniwala ako unless APH can somehow get a good style about it against Bren. Pero sa mga nanonood dyan, big shout out sa inyo. At comment nyo lang. Magpa-shoutout na lang kayo sa amin.
Actually, kaya pa nga dito ng APH, no? Kasi sa defending,
laban lang yan.
No, dalawa yung sentinel nila. Tapos si The Doctor, parang ultimo ahas siya kanina. Laban dito kina EJ. Even though na ganyan yung KDA niya, ang laki ng impact niya dito as the ones defending. Since pwede siyang lumungga dito na parang ahas. Na hindi mo ina-expect na bigla kang tutuklawin kaagad. Parang yun yung nangyari kay EJ, kaya siya napatay from that time. Na rumorotate siya from mid with that operator, na pick off siya kaagad. At finally, this is 2 rounds lead for APH. Technical pause lang tayo for a bit para ma-secure natin yung connectivity of our teams. Pero back in the ball game kaagad dito. This is already the second half. Ang Bren Esports, they have what it takes to be aggressive enough to give EJ those space. Meron tayong dalawang initiator. Tamang usage lang talaga ng utility dito for Bren Esports to make habol laban sa Action PH.
Naging konyo ka na, Seb, XD.
Ano ba dapat ang term ng English ng habol? Chase? Chase.
Chaser.
Tama ba ang magmahal?
Ay, sorry.
Iba na yun.
Mali, iba pala yan.
Ibang habol yan.
Iba pala yun. Iba. Sorry sa akin. Pero,
Plant the spike.
dito sa Bren, they're just trying to clear something. Pero Eman is gonna be giving a huge impact just in case. Nakita na nga din nila. Alam na, pagka-reveal na to, alam na nila kung saan most probably nila i-expect ang mga taga-Bren. Pero hindi pa sila nagko-commit kagad ngayon. Ang layo pa kagad ni The Doctor. Wala sila ganong naririnig. Pero pagka-plant, alam na, tatakbo na yung mga yan. Punta ngayon, and Eman gets the frag. Happy is gonna be giving that good trade-off. 4v4. Kailangan na lang i-push to. Meron pa bang counter goal kay Eman? Wala na. Kailangan talaga na kunin to. Pero nga, nag-audition sila kay Steambo na Batman gets the kill. The Doctor na lang together with the Batman. Pero i-expect pa niya Batman na meron na sa may yellow na nagtatago sa may Gedli. Kaso nga lang, pinapakigil sila on the Doctor. Low on HP. Pero oras. Apaka-importante ng oras ngayon. Nabi, sabi niya, paping! The Doctor is go down! And nararamdaman ko na tong 7-all talaga. Ramdam ko na.
Ramdam na. Bay pa ng Bren Esports. Kung gagawin ng Action PH, yung ginawa nila kanina, nag-anti-eco sila, pwede silang makakuha ng edge. Pero this time, nakita naman natin kung gaano kapulido yung naging post-gun positioning dito. Especially yung pumapor dito kay Symbol na nakakuha siya ng kill from that corner na nakipag-chacha lang siya dito. Counter strafe to have the crosshair already placed in the heads of the members going in for trying to get in the retake. But this time, hindi talaga sila mag-aalangan bilhin yung mga Vandal, bilhin yung mga Bulldog. There's the wall, there's KO trying to get in info, pero no one was already picked off This one is also a good pick-off na ginawa ngayon ni Savvy 8K dahil si Eman FS talaga dito walang makakapag-deny ng pag-plant nila ng spike pero yung spike ay nasa loob pa or nasa labat pa ng site. Gusto muna dito ng Red Esports na makakuha ng dalawa pero will they be able to dahil nandito na si The Doctor magpipicture pa nga Savvy 8K naman dito sa pangatlong hero or pangalawang agent na mapapatay niya. One member remaining, it's all up to a Batman na nakakuha pa nga din ng pick-off gamit lang na classic. Mabablind siya ngayon pero habulin siya ng symbol. No survivability rate for APH from that round and it is the 7-7 scoreline.
You win the pistol, you get the tie. Yan ang sabi ng Bren. But then, tie score, it's gonna be a full buy from APH. They lose this, most probably 9-7 ang mangyayari. Pero kailangan na nila parang biglang na-shutdown, namig na naman yung start ng APH. Second half, pero parang nag-reset sila papuntang next map. Kaso wala na next map to dahil it's now or never. At sabi ko nga, importante ito sa Bren. They win this, then baka nangangamoy SB pa or either RRQ. Pero depende pa yun. Pero sinabayan na nga kagad ng ultimate coming in from Abby. Tries to pick up at least one pero wala pa naman nagpapakita mula sa side ng Bren dahil disiplinado sila yun to actually give the side and go for the retake instead.
I cannot use that. Deploying drone.
They still have the utilities here to get an info. With that Aldron, pwede silang makapick off at makapagbigay ng diversion. Katulad na lang din ang ginawa dito ni Georgie, taking down Savvy 8K pero napatay niya kaagad dito si Batman. One member down already for either of our teams but the Riton Bolt can spot in everyone. Timing and reactive time and decision making for Georgie to survive. There's also the Doctor and Aryu for the trade-off para makasurvive dito si Georgie and Georgie was able to take down Hansos all the way from up top. Georgie goes in for 3 with a clutch, with a round. Magastos nga lang kasi dalawa na lang ang natitira sa kanila pero good enough for Bren Esports. Kung gusto pa nila mahabol ito, even have their good placing in our leaderboards, kailangan nilang makatalo dito ang APH. 7-8, they have the advantage para ragasain agad dito ang APH dahil medyo crucial yung mga buys nila.
Aside from the crucial buys, Bren, nalamangan lang ng APH ata ang kanilang mga baril kanina. Pero ito, importante nga, gaya na sinabi mo, it's either 9-7 in favor of Brent or 9-7 in favor of APH. That's just it. Dikit na dikit. Mas malagkit. Pero, somehow we get the information ngayon kung meron ba silang i-expect. Kasi pag lumabas sila dyan, naku po, mabibiki pa talaga sila ngayon ni Eman.
Good enough for this guy para maging ready to get in that kill. He was traded off, yes. Pero at least worth it na sa isang kill niya with that Spectre. Eman FPS, naku, nakatalikod siya. Timing na lang din. Hindi siya nakita ngayon ni EJ. Pero naramdaman na nga siya. EJ is very low on HP. Pero at least he was able to get in members from APH. They have the numbers lead. Pero mas magde-decide sila ngayon mag-retake dahil nangangamba na nga dito ang Batman. And Naos nakita yung nguso ng barel, yung ulo ng Vandal dito ni Batman. One member down again for APH. 4 pa dito sa kabila and now it's all up to Bren Esports. Kung makakasurvive ba sila dito kay Aryu or iisa-isahin
30 seconds
sila.
left.
Isa, magpapa-audition. Ang crucial kasi nung aggressive na sila dito sa
last player remaining.
Sometimes it's just not gonna be favoring you, but it's all up to Georgian. Layo niya. I think it's much better if he saves this or maybe go for the exit frag.
Probably and possibly mas magiging maganda ito kung kuha siya ng pick-off dito kay EJ. He's already on the flanks, checking in kung ito ba ang gagawin ni Georgie ngayon. He's all the way from A main. So, he needs to be careful kung bigla ang umexit dito sina EJ to try and hunt him down. Pero tingin ko naman, mag-iingat na rin dito yung Bren. Hindi sila pwede makampate dito na 8-7 or 8-8 na yung scoreline natin. Hindi na nga dito kukuha pa ng clutch si Georgie. Pero kasi ang Bren Esports dito, meron silang advantage pagdating sa mga comeback potential na katulad ng ganito eh. Nag-init si ng EJ kanina. So, hanggang ngayon, nakikita natin ito dahil 16 rounds nang lumilipas ang Icebox and it's already 8-8 scoreline. Still in favor kanina ng APH, pero at the least, we have your Bren Esports with a double initiator setup gives off a lot of pressure kahit dalawang sentinel pa ang composure dito ng APH.
Composure? Ang kailangan talaga nila. Pero ganda ng trades ni EJ doon. Low on HP, very important. Pero dito sayang kasi walang ka-trade si Doc. Si The Doctor siguro may isa pa siyang kasama kasi. Siguro that is okay. But then, Bren, they are suddenly gaining already a lot. And tatandaan nyo itong Icebox matches nila are usually very close. Pero they usually turn the tables. So that's something that APH needs to take care of. Itong lineup ng APH, this has been something we've been practicing for so long. But let's not forget na ang APH ba kailangan lang nila ng onting confidence talaga. Hindi na naharangan at all ni Eman with the wall. Pero nga lang, EJ! Man!
Minadali, ulo ni Georgie. 4v5 na kaagad, makakapag-plant na kaagad sila ng spike. The wall is already placed in, pero makikita nyo dito yung ulo na dumudungaw from the Doctor. Pero the Doctor crouching to get the better angle from EJ. Great freeze all the way from the back. Hindi magkoconnect for a bit para at least sapatay niya dito si Aryo. Batman with that wide swing goes in for 2. Low HP na dito si Abby. Down to 1 member remaining and it's all up to the Doctor. Ooperahan niya ba ulit dito? Makukuha na natin from Bren Esports. But unfortunately, hindi. Dahil nandito naman na si Savvy to go in for the spray and pray. 8-9 na Ray. Napakalupit na ulit dito ng Bren Esports. Nakakakuha na tayo ng comeback. Nakakaamoy na tayo ng possibility ng Bren Esports ang makalinis dito laban sa APH.
Man, si Bren Esports. Alam mo ba? Ano ang kabaliktaran ng Bren?
Kabaliktaran ng Bren?
Oo.
Ano?
Nerve. Check lang. Okay. The Doctor gets happy. Ganda na timing ng kanyang Viper's ultimate. Hindi nag-work yung flash eh. Yung flash umabot parang naging ano lang eh.
Pabor
naging
pa, no?
berde ba? Berde.
Yeah, berde.
Yun. At ang APH nagamit nila ng maayos.
Grabe!
Ginawang Team Labs na naman nag-take out ng Recon. At 3 kagad isang snap mula sa side ng mga taga-Bren.
APH dito, no? Kung i-adjust at i-calculate natin dito yung mga headshot angles percentage dito for APH. Most of them siguro mapupunta kay RU. But speaking of, RU is already down. At least 4 pa ang natitira dito. At complete dito yung kanilang mga ultimate hats on all the way from the back. He's all the way from the kitchen. Pero he needs to step it up. Yung position ng spike is already compromised. Pero wala siyang idea kasi kung nasaan si kuya niya Georgie. And Georgie is just waiting to go for the picks. Kailangan niya mag-ingat dito. It's either to go for the save or even have the advantage na makapatay ng ilang agents din, ilang members din from APH. Dahil ngayon, with that wide swing of Georgie, mapapunish siya truly. Even though that we have here the snake bite. There's also one all the way from window, all the way from up top, pero he can still go in for the clutch. Kaya naman Evan FBS, nag-decide na lang siya dito. Umalis, hindi magpakita. There's the swing from Hatsos, pero patintero na lang din dito for Eman FBS laban kay Hatsos dito. Unfortunately, hindi nila makukuha yung 10-8 scoreline. Equalize na naman ang ating team.
Biluin mo? Kung may oras lang, sana ang mga taga-Bren. Panalo na siya eh.
Oo.
Ang init ni Hot Sauce. Lahat, yung Killjoys ata natin yun. Ang init eh. Batman versus Hot Sauce. Kaso nga lang, 9-all tayo.
Get out of my way!
Glaze. Wala pang team na mas malaki ang kalamangan at mas may pag-asang maipanalo nga ito. Pero, APH?
You should run.
They try to play with it. Sinabayan din kaagad ng lockdown para lang mapigilan ang APH sa pag-anchor sa mismong site. A good way for them to actually just just claim it. At sinabayan din. Pero meron pa
daming
din.
nangyayari.
Hunter's Fury may lockdown. Kaso nga lang, walang na-detain na dahil Batman is gonna get picked off.
down A.
And there's the trade. Are you the doctor? Magboga nga sa mukha, pero EJ is ready with those Bladestorm. Talaga kapag naka-Bladestorm yan, kumakapit talaga yan sa ulo. Pero si Ayo kasi talagang nilabas na sa kagad ang headshot. Pero Eman, who's all by himself, is being denied ngayon. As si Baby kinagat. Dinura. And Bren takes this into a one-round lead against APH.
Ray 10-9 na kaagad dahil lang sa pagkakataon na nakomit nila yung Viper's Pit. There's also the opportunity na makakuha sila ng mga pick-up dito. Pero with that being said, sabi mo nga kanina, kapag nag-laser na dito si EJ, ultimo parang magmamadnet ito sa ulo mismo sa mga members from APH. Mainit ang labanan ng dalawa, especially the fact na naunahan nila ang APH dito sa mga utilities. We have all of the ultimates given. Naka-reserve yung kanilang Hunter's Fury para makakuha ng pick-up. Pero with that being said, this is a good decision made by EJ. Ready siya together with Savvy. There's also the ultimate as well. Activated already. Alam nito, naka-eco lang dito. APH kaya naman, dire-diretso yun nila yung A side dito. Opposites in the kill. Batman naman dito, labag kay Savvy. And it's all up to MNFPS with just the Sheriff. Mabubuhay pa nga nila dito si Savvy para may enough eco pa sila to begin with in the next round. For that match point, 11-9. Ray, they are just doing it. EJ with a 24K.
24K, 24 karat magic in the air. Pero APH, they lose this round 21. It's just gonna be Bren making the most out of it. Pero sa action PH, dapat hindi sila ma-pressure ngayon. Mukhang ano eh. Yung Qeon kasi nade-deny niya parati. Yung possibilities ni RU na makapag-kuha. Pero buti na lang si Batman may deny. Hindi nga ng labat, EJ. 6 HP, pero buti na lang. Nagdaan-daan lang sila. But simple takes one. At si na doctor na lang pala kagad na natitira.
Kapag dash in pa nga siya all the way from the site, EJ dito, alam niyang sneaky and steady dito si the doctor. Kaya naman hindi siya agad-agad na magpa-plank. Hindi siya kaagad na may ibibigay yung position niya dito dahil iniintay niya mismo si the doctor. He still has time. Nabawasan lang sila dito ng members dahil kaya Batman na nakaposition dito all the way from top side here in orange. But now, as look, kung makakaligtas pa siya, nauluhan pa rin dito si EJ. That's all up to simple. Nakita na niya yung position niya, the doctor, kung ano na lang din ang pwede niyang gawin dito is just pick him out. He needs to be aggressive dahil baka i-play 4 times siya dito, the symbol. At yun na nga ang ginawa niya dito. Nice decisions made by the doctor to have also the double-digit score na really parang naaamoy ko na, nalalangkap po na ba ang overtime?
Oo, talaga to. And that's the Republic of Gamers clutch moment. Yeah. Alam mo, Honey Glaze. Talaga. Ang gabing to. Hanggang kailan kaya tayo matatapos?
Meron pa
Sabihin niya na lang, meron pa tayo ni... Yung boses ko! Tapos 2 series pa ako bukas. Mahinga malala. Mamamahinga na ata. Oo. Ang ganda ng gising ko. Wala pa 1 oras talaga eh. Pero...
bawi na lang.
Oo. Bawa. Uy! Wow!
Wala nang bawi-bawi, sabi ni Hobby.
Laban-laban. O bawi-bawi ka naman talaga doon, Honey Glaze. Malaking opener itong wala sa side ng Bren.
1 member down at si Georgie pa, yung nawala sa mapa. 5 pa rin at kompleto ang Bren Esports. They can go and take in B. Wala silang kasama ditong utility or wala silang makakaharap na utility rather from that killjoy to have the info na meron na pala ditong magpupush at magko-commit into B side. There's also 4 pa rin naman from APH. Lahat ibibigay na dito ng Bren. Makakapasok na sila ng side, pero this is a good advantage for APH na meron silang siege. Meron silang mare-resurrect, kaya naman ngayon it's a 5v5 for the retake. Iiwan na nila kaagad dito yung A. Makakapag-retake na sila dito against APH or against Bren Esports. So it's all up to how Bren Esports play in the post-game.
Pero, Batman, get aggressive, pero nga lang, EJ will be denying him. Malilitik pa ba ito na APH?
Nice lock.
Oh, nice one coming from Army pala. Napakagat for the post man. Pero si Emma, talaga tinedebis. Hindi niya binibitawan. Sige, hindi ko tinedebis. Pero kalahati ka 3. And tinundan na kagad niya. Wala ng oras. May pa-line up lahat na pick-up. Nakita ni Atsos. And that's it. Match point mula sa mga taga-Bren.
Vote 10. All in favor of Bren dahil sa 3K na ginawa ni Ravi 8K. May kasama pang clutch para malabanan nila dito ang APH to try and get in the overtime. They were trying to equalize in everything that they can laban dito sa Bren Esports. Hindi lang naging pabor dahil napatay kaagad sila dito nila Savi. 3K for that guy. Tapos si Abatman pa dito hindi nakapwesto at yung lockdown, ang laking advantage nun na hindi nila ito kaagad na ginamit. Nagplant muna sila before using it para mas madali pa dito ang Action PH rather to have the retake happen. But this time mapapawasan na agad sila ng isa. Ray, look at this, the Doctor with the shotgun. Dalawa kaagad ang nawala and it's down to a 3v2.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Harvey! Isang damage ng lakas parang si Superman.
Attackers win.
It, Bren! After kaya babang match na almost 4 na oras ata. From an OT, 14, 12, 13, 10, 13, 10, Bren secures it.
Cutie.
And may pag-asa pa silang papunta sa actual playoffs. May laban pa naman sila kalaban ng mga tito, pero congratulations sa Bren Esports.
Yeah, Bren Esports really did it finally. Coming back up into our leaderboards para, sabi nga ni Ray, makapasok na sila in the playoffs. Ilang araw na lang din ang natitira. Pero I gotta say, chillin pa rin naman dito ang APH. Even though that they lost the rounds, they lost this series, they are still up and kicking into the upper half. Papasok na nga dito ng ating playoffs. Nakikita natin kanina yung pagpupursige, yung pressure, yung pagwawala ng Bren Esports after knowing that they won the series. Humihinga pa ang Bren. Bren pa rin malakas dito in the later run. Tingnan natin ngayon ng post plan na pumabor nga dito sa kanila yung lahat ng mga damage, pero look at those headshot angles percentage na pumabor lahat sa APH.
Talaga nga close matches ang meron tayo today.
Iba yun.
Walang gustong mamaalam sa mga teams. So, syempre, kailangan mag-igip pero good performance coming in from EJ. And I love the performance ni Javi as a KO here in Icebox. I don't usually see this, promise. Pero I'm glad that Javi is quite confident already in finishing those rounds. Ang dami niyang naging impact on the last 4 rounds against APH. But overall, Batman also really stood up so much. At nakakatuwa, na dati a lot of people are quite doubtful na kaya ba nila to? Pero, ayun na, safe tayo. A lot of good rounds din talaga mula nga kay Batman. Shutdown lang din talaga si Georgian. Yung meron kapag sa defending side nag-start yung Bren. That KO, when you just get that perfect knife against Georgie, titigil talaga siya.
Hindi siya makapag-push eh. Lalo na nakita na yung info kung saan siya manggagaling, kung ano ba yung i-commit nilang site. At sabi nga natin kanina, yung tamba ng Savi 8K and EJ, sobrang laki ng pakpak na nililipad ni EJ dahil lang kay Savi dito. Especially the times na nakakuha siya ng ace. Sobrang commendable dito ang Bren Esports sa mga times na nagkakaroon sila ng magandang synergy between each other. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na wala ang APH doon dahil we have here the Doctor, we have RU. They have amazing individual plays. Pero this time, nanaig kasi dito talaga yung team play ng Bren Esports. And look at those cheers. Talagang nagwawala sila dahil they need to win this series to remain up top in our leaderboards at makapasok sila sa ating playoffs.
Hopefully, we'll get to see those, sino ba? Ang 6 na teams na pupunta na playoffs. So, ibig sabihin, wala pa talagang maisusulat. Sino ang isa na mamamaalam here in group stage. Pero, guys, tapos na ang second series at pupunta na nga tayo with RQ together with Oasis Gaming. Once again, ako si Riri. Kasama ko dito si Hannah Glaze, guys. When we come back, it's gonna be the panel. Then kami muli ang magkakast.
My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Welcome back to VCTPH. You are back here with us on the panel. Mika, Fabs, Fluffy, and a G10. And we are finally done with the second series of the day. And it is Bren Esports taking the win with a 2-1 against Action PH. And this was indeed such an action-packed series. Let's actually jump into our highlights. I feel like I've lost my card. I have to jump a little bit over there. I got a little OC there. I got a little OC for a bit, but yes, our highlights for the day, because this was so much action here. I actually felt like this was almost like a highlight reel because we have such amazing duelists on both sides. And Fluffy, we talked about how this match had so much bearing, especially on Bren Esports. I think they have a little bit more of a sigh of relief at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first map for Bren Esports, they really were going into it, going for the W, but unfortunately for them, Action PH really put the action into their name. The duelists that you mentioned, we see EJ and Georgie both on that jet, but EJ dropping an amazing 37 kills on the first game. It's such a high number, especially even on the professional level. I feel like it just makes it even more impressive. And we are now moving on to the second map, and as you can see on the screen, we see Breeze, the map that finally Bren takes their first chink and hit at the opposing team, Action PH, before their eventual series win.
Yeah, and you mentioned EJ and Beat, and just looking at this highlight, for example, he had, I think, as I mentioned, I was trying to look back, he had 90 plus kills throughout this whole series. Pretty amazing stuff.
91,
yeah.
Yeah, 91, insane.
Yeah.
You'd never get that. You never get that into play unless it's EJ, and unless it feels like it felt like the series went on forever, honestly.
Yeah. And it's Breeze and Icebox, and this is really where we saw Bren shine with EJ, yes, and Safi as well. And I think that once they got that momentum, once they would go off of the once they would go off the duelists carrying those frags, it felt like Bren Esports was really riding on that high, and you could see it all the way here, right here, onto the victory screams. I feel like that sweet spot is really where Bren Esports shines, and where this team really builds their identity around that. And this amazing ace right here, G10. This was a pretty incredible ace.
Absolutely. EJ, man, he had so many great moments. That ace was one of them. That 3K was another. My God, this guy is just super cracked. He shows up when Bren needs him the most. It did feel like, game one, even though he dropped most kills there, 37 frags, it did feel like Bren was just starting to warm up, because Action PH, they did win that, although it was a very, very hard fought win. The next two maps, though, really did feel like Bren Esports. They were firing on all cylinders, and Action PH, they really were trying to fire back the hardest they can. And it was incredibly close, such a nail biter all the way through. But eventually, Bren Esports and EJ, they were able to take that win. 13-10s on the last two maps, and of course, EJ with 91 kills in the series will take the MVP.
I'm smiling right now because I can see him smiling like he's so proud of himself. I see you, my guy. I see you. Yes, indeed. And I mean, I think there was no doubt about it. And so far, I believe, Borkum a little earlier during the team secret match did have a very high ACS. This right now tops it. I feel like I want to look back, like, as we close the playoffs to see who has the highest indeed. But this is definitely, this sets the bar very, very high indeed. And speaking of our MVP of the day, let's bring him on board. He's been grinning from ear to ear over there and waiting for his turn. EJ, thank you so much for taking the time, and the rest of Bren Esports as well. I can tell that you guys are so happy about that win, and you had an amazing game, obviously. 90 plus kills all throughout the series. Can you, personally, can you take us into your mindset today? Like, how did you personally prepare for this matchup? How were you able to, get into the right mindset that you knew that you were going to deliver for this series?
So today, yung game plan lang namin is just to parang peak lang, fight with the team. Pag gusto mong pumik, like call someone, call utilities, and yung sa akin part din, di ko alam yung yung di ko talaga alam, parang nag-pop off lang talaga ako dahil sa mga teammates ko, like binuboost nila yung confidence ko, yung kung hihingi ako ng utilities, binibigay nila, parang sila lang talaga din yung, I mean dahil din sa kanila, dahil nagka 91 kills din ako this series.
Oh, that does explain so much because we can see it in the way that you guys are together. Once somebody pops off, it's so infectious, diba? Like, as we say, nakakahawa siya. So, you guys, though, struggled a little bit during the past days against, like, for example, Oasis Gaming and Alpha Esports Pro. How were you guys able to not let that slump get you guys down, especially for this match that meant so much?
Wala, parang vinod review lang namin yung mga other matches namin. Like, study talaga namin ano yung mga mistakes. Then, sa ngayon na match din, parang binago lang talaga namin yung game plan, ay yung game style namin, yung mga pick namin. Parang natatakot kasi kami, parang natatakot kami matalo. Parang dinimove namin yung mindset na parang okay lang talaga, bahala lang matalo. Basta nag-enjoy lang talaga kami.
Removing the fear of failure, just making sure that you guys were okay with any outcome. And that's when you guys were unleashed into the beast you guys are today. So now you have your match against Southbuilt Esports tomorrow. It's another big one. Right now, I know you guys are feeling very, very positively, but can you run us through how the team is feeling for tomorrow, the last day of the group stages?
So sa SBE naman, parang parang stick lang kami sa game plan namin, di lang kami matitilt, have fun, parang same lang yung ginawa namin today, yung mga mindset namin, parang ganun lang, para matalo lang din namin yung SPE bukas.
Awesome, amazing, and I think you guys are on the right track after finally finding that, you just let the fear of failure just, wash away, and you guys will do fine. Last but not least, do you guys have any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Shoutout pala sa mga namin, fans, supporters, and sorry pala sa yung nangyari, yung middle finger ni brain freeze. I mean, nadala lang talaga kami sa emotion, so sorry talaga sa mga fans sa Alpha Esports, sorry talaga. And I mean, thank you din sa nagsusuporta sa amin. Thank you sa boss namin, sa sponsors, and sa kay Coach Evo, and sa girlfriend ko pala, si Raya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, EJ. And thank you so much for clearing the air as well. We wish you the best of luck. Very, very excited for you guys tomorrow, and hope you guys rest well. We'll see you on the last day of the group stages.
Thank you din. Bye-bye.
Oh, you can tell that these boys are just having the best time of their life in G10. I guess it was right. These guys really thrive on that infectious kind of like momentum that each one gives the other.
They do. I mean, sufficient to say that Bren Esports, man, when they get rolling, they all get rolling. And really, EJ was the ball, the small snowball that really got the
Start of the
rolled down the
Katamari.
mountain.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then it started picking up steam, picking up more snow, and eventually it did lead to that win. But you did see how Bren was kind of in that interview, and I picked up something very, very interesting from our boy EJ is that they were doing VOD reviews of themselves more than they were doing VOD reviews of their enemies. They're more focused on their own strategies now and their own strat book than they are trying to anti-strat or try to think up of compositions for other teams. And I think that is what quite a few teams have been lacking this VCT, really focusing in on their own performance, on their own play. And we have discussed this, Fluffy. Sometimes teams are a little bit too busy anti-stratting to really solidify their own strat book. So seeing that Bren has really shifted their focus there, I think that is a signal of good things to come. But, we can only see tomorrow in their last game.
Yeah, for me it was the removing the fear of failure, because I feel like that's such a life lesson in itself. Once you're not afraid to fail, that's when the magic really begins. And if Bren Esports has unlocked that, good things to come for sure. But of course, we have another series on the way, and hopefully it means better things for everybody here at VCTPH, because we have our final series of the day coming right up: RRQ versus Oasis Gaming.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Hi, this is Omar Lopez, more commonly known as Coco, from Oasis Gaming. I'm looking forward for the teams that will participate, because I think it will be a good fight for all the teams, because all of us are really working hard and we will do our best. I think our band as a team, and we enjoy playing with each other, and we're comfortable all the time. I'm looking forward to play against Team Secret again, because playing with them is really fun, and it's not easy, but it's so enjoyable playing with Team Secret. I think the one to beat is SBE, because they beat us last VCT and we want a revenge. To all the fans and supporters, thank you for supporting us since day one. Keep on supporting us, and thank you so much. Again, this is Coco from Oasis Gaming. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Just realize two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your male size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back, guys. You are still watching VCTPH Stage 2. You are back here on the panel with me, Mika Fabs, with Fluffy, and with G10. And that was Bren Esports taking the second series of the day. I still feel the need to lean into my name over there. It's all the way over there, but yeah. We are down to our final match of the day. It is going to be RRQ and Oasis Gaming. It is the final match as well for both of these teams and their last chance to try and climb as high as they can in the standings, hopefully securing a better spot in the playoffs. So let's start with the King of Kings. It's going to be RRQ. A team that narrowly avoided the jaws of elimination yesterday, but they are still trying to get as many wins as possible to get out of the danger zone. For RRQ, this is a fight to ensure that playoff spot no matter what might happen with the rest of the matches. G10, as we saw with this team's journey, one series can send you all the way up or tumbling all the way down.
Yes, absolutely. Right. RRQ, I feel like lately we've been singing their praises, but it wasn't always like that. They were at one point 1-3, but then they did manage to come back in the past couple days with a couple of very, very convincing victories on Naos and Alpha Esports Pro. So they are looking strong as ever. And we have discussed that RRQ is kind of a momentum-based team, and right now they have all the momentum, all the confidence for them. You got your Kelly S, who just absolutely showed up yesterday. Rabbit, the brains of the team, Draxi and Nexi, that ever living combo that you just never can separate, I don't think. At least I hope not. I hope these two always stay together. And, well, ideally Flash, but we just did get news that Flash is probably not playing today, unfortunately. I mean, how can we ever feature the guy if he never plays? But it will be Tuge, who is rolling up, which is still an incredibly solid squad for RRQ. I have high confidence in them coming into this matchup, but Oasis, man, that is a very tough team to beat still.
Yeah, RRQ could be a dark horse in the upcoming playoffs, but they will be facing Oasis for their final series here in the group stages. Also, the last game day of the group stages. Let's take one more look at this roster. Riding the momentum from yesterday's win, Oasis Gaming are now currently right up there next to Team Secret in the standings. Much like Team Secret also, they've been part of the scene for such a long time, since the beginning of the VCT. It seems like Oasis Gaming, though, is like always the bridesmaid but never the bride here at VCT. And Fluffy, everybody knows they're good. Everybody knows they're one of the strongest Valorant teams here in the PH. But when will their day come?
Yeah, well, hopefully soon, because speaking of days, Oasis Gaming, since day one of this entire event, has had a kind of shaky start overall. They started out very strong, dipped a bit low against Team Secret, taking out Naos Esports in their game, and then taking out the Bren Multiverse, at least the rest of them, 2/3, but faltering against Alpha Esports Pro. They've shown a lot of potential throughout the years, and now with this configurations and how much time they've had since stage one, looks like to be a very promising team. There's still a bunch of hidden gems that they still haven't necessarily revealed yet, much like Flash on the side of RRQ, courtesy yet to see the stage. But the 5 that have seen it have made their mark, and currently they are sitting at a pretty comfortable spot in the leaderboard. So although this match won't necessarily directly affect their standing as much as in terms of safety for moving on to playoffs, it does have a ripple effect to other teams, such as I believe SBE, moving forward.
Yeah, I love how we talk about the ripples here, because G10, as we saw from the earlier series, what affects one team might affect another, and everything either goes all the way up or tumbles all the way down, even
That's
if
right.
that team is not necessarily playing in that series.
Yeah, that team may not be playing in this series, or may not even be with any relation. They may not have any relation at all to anything that's happening to Oasis, but it can still get affected. And that team that I'm talking about, we did say, is SBE. So we were talking with with Black and Blue earlier, and he did give us the little tidbit that if Oasis Gaming wins here, that puts him in a little bit of a difficult position tomorrow in their game against Bren, because then it will possibly be, a 3-way tie between RRQ, SBE, and Bren Esports for the 7th place slot. And that does bring us to a little bit of a weird ruling where it's the round differential that will set your placing, your seating in that order. But if Oasis Gaming loses, however, RRQ wins, they get 4 wins. Then if it does tie tomorrow, it's only going to be a 2-way tie with Bren and South Built. And if that tie does happen, that means that South Built won. And in that head-to-head, they also get the win, meaning that Bren, if they lose tomorrow, could be going home. And SBE, man, a lot of their playoffs chances, they unfortunately ride with everyone else, which is, as we were saying, an unfortunate position to find yourself in, where you can't really affect much of your chances, especially when it's like these 2 matches front to back that we've just seen and that we're about to see right now.
Exactly. It's like everything seems to be leading up to that one series tomorrow. It's actually kind of exciting. Everything seems to be affecting that. So before we get into that, though, before we get ahead of ourselves, of course, we have this series coming up, and we have this head-to-head coming right up. Now, Fluffy, you insert a little interesting tidbit over here, because our head-to-head is indeed a Rabbit and Envy. Just making sure we got that right. There's a lot of discussion a while ago and got a little bit lost. But these two, they do have history.
Yeah, so both Rabbit and Envy and their respective teams play primarily that initiated role, dictating the pace of how their team progresses and works throughout a certain map, how they take space, and for the most part is also the one that assists the duelists at the forefront of the attack or defense. But yes, they also have history personally together. Both of these players coming from the former SV Empire roster, they're actually former teammates, so maybe there's something that they know about each other, or their play styles are a bunch of weaknesses or habits from them olden days that they can apply now.
Yeah, but of course, it's like everybody is still evolving here at VCT, and of course, like what somebody might have looked like on stage 1 might not necessarily be the same going into stage 2. And G10, we've certainly seen a lot of evolution from these 2 players, especially as they assimilate into their new rosters.
Yeah, I mean, I think evolution is the right word, not just in terms of player, but in terms of teams as well. I mean, these 2 players, of course, since their their days as teammates on SV Empire, it has been a little bit of a diverging road, and they have had some personal growth, some personal changes in their own playstyle, in the way that they play with their teams as well. And that's kind of seen in the stats. Rabbit taking a little bit more of a backseat role as the IGL, and Envy, the kills that he's been able to rack up, the ACS he has, the effect that he has in anchoring the team of Oasis Gaming just cannot be understated. There have been multiple rounds where Envy was the standout star that gave Oasis the round. And for Rabbit, that's been a little bit less, noticeable. He's been a little bit more quiet, but he does influence his team in a significantly different way. So this head-to-head is a little bit tough to call, but I think, it is a very interesting thing to note going into this match.
Right, and jumping into our map vetoes, we're going to see how much these players can impact their respective teams. And, as we mentioned, Rabbit a little bit more on the backside, while Envy, we have seen exactly what he can do, and acting as this young demolisher of other of their opponents. And jumping in here, Fluffy, we're gonna start with our map videos over here. Obviously on the side of Oasis Gaming, which maps do you think should be coming out and should be favoring Oasis?
I feel like Haven is one of those maps that will Oasis, either Haven, Icebox, or Breeze are the 3 maps that Oasis have been doing really well in. Very smart for them to ban out that split, as we know that even though it's not RRQ's comfort pick, it is one of the strongest maps that they've had the most success with this stage. And conversely, on RRQ side, for their first map veto, taking out Fracture, which we've seen Oasis Gaming really have the mastery of having 2 slight variations of the same comp that has played well into their last 2 games against Southbuilt Esports and Bren Esports. And of course, for the first map, as kind of predicted, there is going to be a Haven game. Haven, there's a lot of team compositions that Oasis Gaming can bring out, as well as RRQ. I'm expecting to see a fade in either one of these teams played on Haven, when our next map also that is picked by RRQ will be Ascent, with Oasis picking defense for that map. Ascent, not a map we've seen so often this stage. A very 50-50 map because it's kind of basic in terms of mechanics that you have to master in a team. But if you really do master it, you can turn the tide on that map. The final two bans we have is Bind and Breeze. Bind, I think, is a ban that I just think they just don't want to play Bind because I think it was their permaban this whole stage. And Breeze is isn't like a anti-ban against Oasis Gaming specifically, just because of their strong showing on Breeze this stage. So a lot of research done based on the bans from both teams, checking out where each other team is strong at. Not necessarily playing to their strengths, but I feel like this specific map veto really shows that the teams are learning more about each other.
So you think that this current map selection is very targeted and for RRQ?
For sure.
I'm so happy, by the way. I just realized it's been a long time since I've seen a game on Ascent. I feel like this whole week I haven't seen Ascent.
We haven't had one all week. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
There was one last week, I believe.
Oh, it's been a while. Huh.
Yeah.
It's kind of you take it for granted.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the Ascent map itself. It's just because it's 50-50 as a competitor, you don't want to take a 50-50. You know, maybe if you're playing ranked or something, 50-50 is fine because, you know, what are the odds? But if you can really master a map that other teams cannot, like you go to a more advanced one like Bind or Fracture, then you must favor that one since that's the one that will give you the most advantage and take the most maps in a series.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that we've been, you notice, and I want to point out and I want to dwell on a little bit, is that Oasis and RRQ, they have been studying their opponents very well. The split ban, very, very targeted. I mean, RRQ, they have been the kings of split lately. That's where they've been showing the strongest. And Fracture, that is Fracture Breeze. That's kind of where Oasis has been having great showings as well. That Breeze ban, very, very timely here. But I think in the thick of things, in Icebox, where we likely will go, I think, because while Ascent is a 50-50, I would put RRQ just at maybe a 60-40 against Oasis there. And if we do go to that game 3, that Icebox is... I would want to say it's a 50-50, but really it's in Oasis's favor. I think they've just been a beast on Icebox this entire stage. So it probably is going to go the way of the fluff here. Icebox 2-1 maybe? Oh, sorry. Oasis 2-1, not Icebox. Icebox is a map.
Icebox is not playing. Icebox is not playing this one. But yeah, I was actually wondering, Fluffy. I mean, like, from of course a pro play perspective, when you do have the mat bans and you do see, of course, one team picks one team picks the other, and then when you do have the decider map and you know that it's favoring you, you kind of like know where you can push and pull. You know where you can exert maximum effort, and then you know where you can hold back a little bit and save it for that long run, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every map that you go into a series like this, you put in maximum effort regardless. But, obviously, subconsciously, there is that certain safety net knowing that statistically we're better at them at the end, especially if it's one of those very swingy maps. Like if the third map is, for example, Haven and you get to pick attack, or if it's split and you get to pick defense, for example, then you can feel a very, very big sense of comfort. But that doesn't stop teams from adapting, learning, and playing the map correctly that might shut down your dreams. So you don't want to look too far ahead, and you don't want to look too close that you might tunnel vision. You just want to play every round to win, regardless of the scoreline. I think the first map, which I believe is going to be Haven, is going to be a very strong Oasis map, especially if they run that kind of Omega Brain comp that I think Naos first brought up for this...
Triple Inish?
This stage, yes, the Triple Inish one. I think it was Chamber, essentially like a duelist, Fade, Breach, Sky? Sky, I think, yeah. And then Smokes with the Astra. So I think that's very good. And for the second map, I want to say, normally I'm very... I'm not very optimistic with teams. Like I always try to go 2-1 because the teams are so close in skill. But I have this weird gut feeling that I feel like Oasis can take this one 2-0. But if they do make it to that third map, I also think that they'll win on 2-1.
Well, there you have it. Some predictions from our panel. But as Fluffy mentioned, it's they do have that safety net. But I think that RRQ, with their style of throwing out all of the books, is ready to throw out that safety net as well. Let's get into the final series of the day and the final games for these two teams: RRQ versus Oasis Gaming.
Isang malagkit na series na naman ang pwede natin maabangan dito sa laban ng Oasis Gaming at ng RRQ. They have been really sticky with their situations na nakakuha sila ng 2 rounds na, ng 2 series na in a consecutive wins. Pero this time, sino nga ba ang puputol nito? I'm Honey Glazy the Double E, kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray at kami pa rin naman ang hugot tandem na makakasama nyo throughout the last and final series.
Ay, di ko na alam yung hugot, guys.
Ay, hindi na yun. FS na tayo.
Oo, FS. Pero, anyway guys, we are now here at nakita na natin yung set of games that we have. Pero sabi nga ni Fluffy, sabi nga ng panel natin, I think this is most probably going into the 3rd map. But we're still not sure yet, of course. But all I can say is that when it comes to Oasis here in Haven, it's really scary. But let's not forget RRQ. At alam mo, ito yung meron about this, Honey Glaze. Sa feeling ko lang if nanalong RRQ ng Haven, they'll definitely get this into a 2-0 against Oasis. And malamang sa malamang, ang SBE is on a pinch.
Well, hindi ka nagkakamali doon, Ray Ray, dahil nakikita natin Oasis Gaming has been doing a lot of plays here in Haven. I saw the preview series na meron sila before against Alpha Esports, or I think it was Action PH, na 3 yung initiator, at ito na naman muli ang gamit nila. We have Fade, we have Bridge, and also have here the Sky. Imagine all of the utilities na binabato nila dito to cancel everything out laban dito sa RRQ. Speaking of RRQ, double initiator naman ang kanila. They won't be giving enough safety nest for the side of Oasis Gaming dahil may panghabol sila. They have the mobility, they have the jet. So let's see kung magiging wording nga ba dito si Marky as the ones na makakapagbigay din ng pressure dito sa RRQ. Tandaan natin na sabi nga ng mga panel natin ngayon, it all matters to one series kung ano yung mangyayari sa ripple effect ng kanilang standings ngayon in our group stages, dahil sobrang halaga ng araw na ito dahil final day na ng group stages natin and the next one's playoffs na.
Talaga nga namang special to sa Oasis and RRQ, pero I think ang game changer talaga ngayon na Honey Glaze is going to be on the side of RRQ, but let's see. Oh my goodness! One take me! Ganon ang sabi ni Reaper! Oh my goodness! Wala bang nangyayari pero may ginawa na kagad siya!
Walang nagkaroon ng idea kung ano ang nangyari. Collat after collat after collat. 3-man push ng defending side natin. Oasis just did it all doon sa nagawang decision na mag-push all the way from Silong. And ayun, Ray, 2 na lang ang natitira. Si Rabbit dito kung saan-saan na lang din makapunta para at least makapita siya ng isa. Pero it's all up to Nexi. Na Nexi, very low on HP pa.
Nasa iyo na, Nexi, kung kagagalawin mo ang baso o hindi. Pero, as for the guys of Oasis, this is a good momentum that they can actually start on.
Hindi ko nakasama dito. 3 ang nag-aabang. The spike has already been compromised. 3 ang wave for the crossfire here of Oasis, and that is such a good amount of decision making. Imagine all of the coincidences na pwede namang ibang site yung i-push dito ng RRQ, pero lahat sila dito pumunta ng Silong. At dito naman, yung Oasis Gaming naging aggressive to get in those pick-offs. Imagine imagine sa lahat ng mga tumumba, walang naging magandang trade-off. And ito yung replay natin ng kung saan they lined up for Reaper and Mark to secure that pick-off. At ito na lang din ang masasabi natin ngayon. If mapanimulan ulit ito ng Oasis in this defending half, mahihirapan talaga Ultima or RQ sa pag-defend in the second one.
Talagang Oasis. How? Nagulat ako. Ang daming kagulatan na nangyari doon. But, all in all, it's just a pistol round. Mas importante pa rin yung mga susunod na rounds ngayon against RQ. Tekpos.
Kasi hindi gumagana ang Honey Grace Magic. Wala tayong Honey Gracia na pwedeng i-implement sa mga series natin. Technical pause, magandang pangitain.
Ang ganda pangitain. Good day.
Good day indeed.
Ang saya-saya. Ang saya-saya talaga sa feeling, guys. Pag ikay pinili niya. Haha, XD.
Ikaw pinili ng tech pause, no? Nung timing talaga. Now, no buys here for RRQ dahil nga ilang beses silang nadali dito ng Oasis Gaming. This is the full-on buys from Oasis. Ito yung nangyari way back then na SBE ang kalaban ng Oasis. Tatlong initiator, gusto man nila mag-retake dito nung first half as attacking dito yung Oasis, hindi ka na kaagad makalapit. Ang aggressive nila to the point na kahit defending din sila, hirap na hirap din for the cut-off rotations ang kabilang team. Imagine yung mga utilities. There's the hunt para sa info. Kung wala siya makuhang info, meron naman ditong guiding light. At yung guiding light na yon, hindi lang info makukuha mo, kundi mabablind mo pa yung kalaban mo. We have also as well is Coco na pwede maging reserva pag gusto na nilang makakuha ng post-plant situations. And still, with that being said, yung mga executions na to ay excited na ako makita in the following rounds pa na galing magsigsag ng director natin. In the following rounds pa na pwedeng maging laban dito ng RRQ. Pero let's see kung magagantihan nito at RRQ did their research here in the series.
Gumaganon pa, umiilag-ilag pa eh. Ilag pa more sa Gedli eh.
Up, down.
Boxing.
Kaya kamado ako dito sa
Ano
dito sa Haven.
Ba't ka naman kinakabahan? Huwag ka kakabahan.
Pangatlong tech post na itong naranasan ko in Haven.
Ngayon? Ako din.
Nung simula ng first week, iba yung tagal nun. Nakalimutan ko kung sino nagkalaban nun. I think RRQ and Bren Esports yata.
Wala ka sasabihin, dili ako mag-talk.
Oo nga pala.
Ay, very person. Tech pause! Ano na? Di pa nga ng first nangyari pa to.
Ala, lahat Phoenix yung spray nila.
Ala, ang cute.
Ang Welcome to the podcast.
Podcast talaga to, guys. Di nyo ba alam? Ito ay VCT Watch Party.
Pasensya na, guys. At kahit kami nauubusan na sasabihin kung ganito talaga may tech pause. Nangyari pa kanina, kaya haba ng break. Pero syempre, hindi naman tayo maubusan ng prediction dito. Oo.
Dalamhati, pighati, sadness, kirot, lumbay,
yamot.
Hindi ka na niya mahal. Ay, sorry, akin.
Kala ko one word lang eh.
Sadness. Kamukha ko daw si Sadness. Yun yung isa sa mga trend dati nung first time ko mag-cast dito sa PPGL. Sobrang lakas talaga ng trip ng mga viewers natin. Pati nagkaroon na ng sadness sa
tapos nakasalamay ka pa.
No! Angas, diba?
Feeling ko dito sa pag-iikot natin with our prod, makikita ko na yung mga dapat na hindi nakikita.
Uy!
Charis. Yung kahit yung mga teddy bear na naka-place dito in Haven. Parang may nadidiscover akong
Parang natatakot
Or-
ako dyan ah.
Yung RR.
Promise, natatakot lang talaga ako para sa'yo ah. Pero... Ay, nako. But all in all. Pag dito sa Haven, maraming pwedeng puntahan dito eh. Alam mo ba, na ito yung ano to eh, temple to eh, no? May sakura. Ano ba to? Japanese ba to or
I think this is Chinese.
No?
Most likely. Parang Taiwan nga yung ano eh.
Ay, alam mo ba?
Design
Share
ng
ko lang.
ano eh. Oo.
Pumunta na ako ng Taiwan.
Wow!
2017.
Tagal na.
Tagal na din. Siyempre, nag-lockdown eh, ng 2020.
Oo.
Dapat mag-Japan kami ng 2020. Pero yun, pumunta nga ako ng Taiwan. Sobrang ganda doon. Ano siya? Hindi ko
Ganito din yung mga
masabi
bubong?
exact. Ganyan? Hindi naman. Actually, nasa modern kami. Sa city kami, sa may Taipei kami.
Wow.
Pero yung mga historical places nila doon, may pagkagantong hawig nga din. So maybe ganun yung reference niya.
Oo nga.
Pero hindi ganito ka-old. Parang, eto kasing old na ganito,
yung parang nireserve na, no?
Oo. Parang
Ganun,
museum
surf
na
na,
ewan eh. Oo. Share ko lang. Wala akong Japanese word of the day eh. Hindi ako sa tulad ni Taylor na maraming alam sa German. Sorry, ito lang ako.
Dito
Sorry
rin yung
po.
mapa na yun na experience ko, yung German word of the day. Sa hinaba-haba ng tech pause, imbes na German word of the day, German words of the day. Nakadalawa yata kami ni Taylor doon. 2, 3. Pero shoutout na lang din natin dito. Yung mga viewers natin yan. Masipag na masipag. Panoodin ang final series na ito between RRQ and Oasis Gaming. Nararamdaman nyo na rin ba? Ramdam nyo na rin ba? Na dikit ang laban na ito ng mga players natin. Since kung babalikan natin yung history ng mga teams, hindi pa nagkatapat dito ang Oasis at ang RRQ, pero alam na natin kung paano sila makapagbigay ng magandang place inside of this map. Dahil Oasis dito, they have been playing so beautiful here in Haven with that triple initiator setup. I think week 2 lang din natin napanood at na-witness yon. Kaya dito natin nakikita na sila yung nagkakaroon ng momentum. Tingnan mo naman, nakuha nga nila yung first round kaagad doon sa buwelong ginawa nila from the push in Silong na hindi in-expect ng RRQ.
Marami talagang unexpected tendencies right now. Pero hanggang kailan kaya itong technical pause? Sige. Ano ba magandang... Ayun na humugot eh. Ano ang pinakamasakit na nangyari sa'yo sa Valorant?
Yung recent lang. Parang na 9 triggers kami noon. Totoong-totoo pala talaga siya.
Ay.
Isang round na lang talaga. Nung nag-second half, nag-win streak yung kalaban. Parang naging 12-3 pa yun. Tapos hindi pa rin. Yun lang talaga. Yun lang ang
19.
pinaka-naalala ko kasi recent lang eh.
Alam mo,
may masakit bang nangyari sa'yo here in Valorant? Bukod sa 9 tweakers, Ray?
Ay, oo, meron. Lose streak talaga, malala. From Diamond 1 down to Platinum 1 eh. Pighati eh. Pulang-pula. Literal.
Aray, yung kahit anong buwelo mo, kahit anong pahinga mo, hindi talaga pumapabor sa'yo. Pero, ayun na, naririnig ko na, papasok na tayo. Round number 2, save for RRQ. Pero look at this, hindi pa rin naman mauubos yung kanilang confidence. Papasok sila ng B. Makakapag-plant. There's the smoke. Kelly S waiting through that. Crossfires na lang mag-aabang sa kanila. Right click from Kelly S gets into Marky and Reaper. Matutumba na dito. Coco and Wild Oreo naman dito for the trade-offs. And now, 1v2 situation. Spray and pray from Coco over here. Nexy Sexy, where are you? Nandito siya all the way from A-Link at walang idea dito si Coco. He has the Headhunter pero may advantage kasi si Coco dito with the run and gun pero he has the one-tap capabilities but with that blind, I think this is the end for that round. 4K for Mr. Coco with a 2-0 scoreline sa OAS.
Clutch. Lagang buti na lang na-clutch ni Mr. Coco. That's a ROG clutch for you. Pero still, good eco yon sa RQ side. I think that's really big. Finishing out just one left. Munti nga pa maklatch ni Nexy the Sexy. Pero, usually, kita natin siya dito. Nagkikill siya ngayon. Naka-chamber. So, yung dalawa ni Mark. Oh! Okay, wait. Sorry.
Nexy, Sexy,
Yung lineup ng Oasis, lineup ng Naos to. Tama ba ako? Yeah!
Triple initiator?
Yeah.
Wow. Tapos ngayon, mas
Sky si Kakarot. Ay, hindi. Ang napalitan. Ay, ginawa din nila to. Sky si Kakarot. Bleach si Delicious. Tapos, hindi sila nag-fade. Instead,
Sova.
Hindi sila nag-Sova. Si Blast yung nag-KO. Yun ang pagkakaiba. Ang kinagandahan kasi dito, sa Oasis, is yung fade nila. Literal. Baka kabangon ba si Kelly's? Hindi ba siya lock in dyan? Makukulong siya dyan sa utilities ni Invi.
Sakit.
So, ganun lang. Well, yung art more standardized to, Philip Wad Oreo, hindi, mali yun, kapatid. So, dahil si Tuge at si Nexy, nakatingin na sa'yo. May happy ending pa.
Guardian na lang yung panghawakan dito ni Envy. Nice usage of the Qeon to get an info. But unfortunately, with the Guardian, isa lang ang makukuha niya. Sprays from to get info po. But unfortunately, kahit mag-anti-eco pa dito ang Oasis, sila ay matatalo. 3 rounds in the making. Ang pabor na nga dito with the lead is Oasis. Pero with that buys, RRQ dito makakasave up. 4 ang natira from that round. Makakabili sila ng mga rifles nila. Let's go back into our instant replay kung saan nagbaka sakali kasi dito ang Oasis with the blind. Hindi nga lang dito nagpatuloy yung opportunity niya makakuha. Na-pick off dahil ready. Sabi mo nga ready dito sina Nexy, sina Draxy for those picks. At ngayon, punishment sa Oasis. Sheriff lang mapanghawakan nila. Pero I know this is one of the teams na ang ganda ng mga placing nila with the Sheriffs and even in the eco round.
Oo. Pero mo yung mga yan. Gagaling yan eh. Kakatitamutok eh.
Sana all, no? Kahit
Sana
Sheriff
all.
lang, Headhunter, no?
Siguro kung magaling lang din ako tumutok. Siguro naging pro na din ako. Sasali ako sa pwede.
Ang surap nun.
Anong
Crispy.
Crispy
pata. Coco with the one-tap. Tuge with the patience. Nakaramdam naman na dito si Marky and Marky on down. Very low on HP. Matotoge naman dito yung dalawa. We have here with the 3K off Tuge. That is a cool and a wonderful finisher for a 2-2 scoreline for RRQ. Broken by tuloy ang Oasis.
Masakit to Masakit sa Oasis muli si Tuge, nakakatakot itong Astra niya. Ako natatakot na ako pag si Astra pinili na si Tuge Pero on the other side, it's still 2-2. Alam nga natin that it's gonna be a huge advantage of RRQ if they win this Haven. But yet, tong Oasis, anong next plan nila ngayon? Will they finally cut off ang RRQ and this a full buy? Or yet, RRQ pa rin talagang mananatili to get those remarkable playstyles?
Lineup kasi pa lang nila, Riri, mukhang pabor na as the attacking side, more on instead of being defending. Pero look at that. Naging diversion play nila dito yung Trailblazer para makapag-pick through si Kelly S. One member down, si Marky pa ito. So walang makakapagbantay ng anti-flank or even the rotations here of RRQ. But speaking of, they are already here in a lobby. Makakaramdam naman din dito si Envy in case na pumasok na kaagad sila. Plant in the spike. RRQ kasi they are cheeky enough to wait patiently para makapasok na muna at makat off nila yung possible rotations at feeling ko rin dito, delikado ang buhay ni Envy dahil 4 ang mag-wait sa kanya dito. They have the blind, they have Rabbit with also the additional firepower. Pero look at that Envy dito, walang kamalay-malay. There's also the Rolling Thunder. Makakapasok na kagad dito si Noel Oro. Coco with another kill. Next na lang din for the trade. 3v2 na lang din. Agad ang laban natin. But still, we have the Seekers. The smoke's already in favor of Rabbit, but this is really huge play to make for the side of Oasis. 3-2 na ang scoreline in favor of RRQ.
Yun. RQ! Basang-basa nila itong triple initiator ng Oasis. Ito yung nakakatakot. Tatandaan nyo yung laban ng RRQ tsaka ng Naos. Basang-basa rin ng RRQ tong triple initiator ng Naos sa Haven. Although close close yun.
Kailangan maging malaki ang lamang ng RRQ in this half. Especially kapag lumipat na tayong Oasis naman yung atake. Hirap na ito para makadefend. Pero that is a good swing from RRQ. 1 member down already. Draxi makakapangalawa pa nga. We have the Recon to spot in 1 all the way from the back. They can still commit into C. Reaper dito, very low on HP, won't be connecting into Shadow Shots laban dito kay Draxi. But now, meron dito makakoncaster is to get for the finisher. 2K for this guy. And who's just really doing it? Si Astra na mismo talagang pumili kay Tuge.
7-2, silang dalawa ni Nexy Sexy.
Oo. Kahit hindi na gumalaw daw si Kelly S.
Oo, Kelly S kami na bahala. Yung Astra na entry na. Astra nyo entry fragger. Pero, Astra nyo, duelist na oh. Kita nyo naman. Pero, grabe naman yung spectate na yan. Mala parkour ah. Pero nilabas na nga din kagad ngayon on 2-4 ni Marky. Will he be able to actually punish one together with Nexy right now as he tries to dash in? Sinabayan na nga din kagad ng Hunter's Fury. Meron ba mapipick off kagad? May ilagan ba to na katulad ni NVES na ilagan? Pero kailangan nila mag-crossfire sa Valorant dahil may kita na nga ni Reaper. Pero sinabayan nila na ito. Wala ka maririnig talaga. Pati ka, hindi ko maririnig. And speaking of, Coco was able to take out one. Pero nga na si Nexy takes him out. And Reaper on the other side takes down KLES. Nexy to get. And Rabbit na lang ang natitira. They need to like... Oh, buto eh. Pero someone is waiting sa kanila. And that's Marky. Gonna be Marky. May papa-audition ba siya ngayon? Oh, wala. Safe. Buti na lang. Ay, meron. Aray. Sige, aray ko. Sabi nila. Now, alam na nila yung posisyon. Because the Marky! Next, audition talaga. PK and a dream. Marky starting it. Tahimik lang si Mark. Pero nakaka-3K yan. And Oasis wins that round 3-4.
3-4 with that huge advantage of the numbers dahil si Reaper nakapag-stay in place all the way from that corner. Ginamit niya yung advantage ng star niya, ng smoke niya dito to eliminate in the attacker side vision para makaligtas siya even though na mawala at mapatay dito si Envy. They faced off a lot of ultimates din kasi from RRQ. Imagine yung Hunter's Fury, yung Recon Ball to spot in 1 all the way from the back. But this time around, the Marky, may papanghahawakan siyang operator. He needs to make it worth it. Nakaabang na dito si Draxi. Nexy naman dito, on the other hand, is also patiently waiting. At nakita niya na may trade-off. Trademark. Let's see if this is a good play between our two. Dahil si Marky dito, aggressive yung push at si Draxi na lang, si Coco na lang ang bahala for the other trade. But unfortunately, with the timing na lumingon papalayo si Marky. Or rather, si Coco, wala tuloy nakatrade. Hindi tuloy nakalikas si Marky from that push na ginawa dito ng RRQ. 1 member down for Oasis.
Nag-anga 1 member down. Ang bilis na naman ang kickoff against him. Pero here it is. Reaper. Nakapag-meet up. Is ready for the Reaper once again. Coco sumatot pero nga na si Tony Prowler. Meron siya nakita pero nga lang Nexy is ready for that. And oh, that one on one fight. Sky Deep. Nilabas din kagad ang mga Recolio. Nakita niya kagad. Oh, Water is doing it. 4-4. Sky mataas. Sky is the limit. Sky SG. Some player from MYSG.
Maklase ang habol, ang dikit ng laban na ito. Mga utilities at ultimates nila dito ginagamit na laban sa isang natitirang member just to have the advantage.
One enemy remaining.
Si isa ang natirang from either of the teams. They were able to secure themselves the equalized scoreline. Oasis with the Seekers of Wild Oreo. Even though na nawala kagad si Marky in the early stages of that round, meron pa rin naman silang Wild Oreo to go in for the comeback. We have the push na nangyayari na ngayon here in mid. It's either B, it's either garage. Pero naririnig natin ngayon ang sound cues with the Trailblazers already inside of C. Nakita nila dito si Reapers. So, with that info, ano kaya ang pwedeng maging adjustments dito ng RRQ?
Talagang pinaghahandaan ng Oasis ang envy sana nila, pero nga lang, it's just envy sila. Envy ka, envy! Oh my goodness, that's envy for you! And we only have one. Si Nexy na lang. Nexy sexy ba to? Hinahanap na siya. Pero, alam na nila kung saan nila i-expect si Nexy. Pero pag na-clutch niya to, siya na ang pinakamaangas. Nasabi ko sa inyo, takes down one, goes with the flash, makuha niya yung spike, hindi. Dahil nasa kalaban.
30 seconds left.
Crossfire na lang din ang magaganap dito, Ray. Nangang baba pa tayo, makagat siya ng aso, makagagat siya ng 7 Lions, pero Coco with a wide swing will be finishing him off. Laging napapatay agad si Marky in the early stages of time. That is also a good trade-off and a good message of the hunt. Look at that! Ang dami na nagkakita from RRQ at lahat sila nagambala from trying to get in the side. Planning and even the spike. Pero unfortunately, hindi ito naging pabor sa kanya dahil Envy was able to get in the tree. Sabay-sabay nagpa-pop off dito ang Oasis Gaming and tama lang yung timing to call for a timeout para maputol nila yung running off momentum, yung pag-iinit ng mga tutok dito ng Oasis and RRQ. They don't, well, some of them have the eco to buy in their rifles, but will it be enough?
Siyempre, magiging enough yan. Kaso nga lang, RRQ, nahirapan nga sila ngayon. May nagko-comment, hindi pa rin pala tapos. Oo nga eh. Tama, correct ka dyan. Correct, babe. Kaya niyo pa ba? Kaya pa ba today, guys? Laban lang. Ako nga, nilalaban ko. Ilang oras namin nagkakas ni Honey Grace. Anong oras tayo nagkas Honey Grace? Alas 12?
Oh, alas 2? Mga 1? Ganun?
Tapos hanggang ngayon, nagkakas kami. 2,
mag-alas 8 na.
5, 6, 7.
First game pa lang to. Game, ano to?
I love Tech Post, pare.
I love Valorant, pare.
Mahal ka ba? Oo eh.
Mahal eh.
Mahal ka. Sana naman. Sana all minamahal. So, ako minamahal din ako ng mga friends.
You want to play? Let's play.
Sa special sa heart ko, pero yes.
Okay. You're in. Next with the Tour de Force.
Kaso wala eh.
Ay, wala silang nakita eh. Mas nakita pa sila kasi may nag-trailblazer na from the defending team. Pag nag-pick talaga si Marky, siya na naman ang unang mapipitas. Tour de Force by Nexy. Tama lang din yung paglabas dito ng Aldron, but unfortunately, mas lalabas na rin na dito si Reaper with that kill. Goes in for 2, goes in for the possible 3, but okay, hindi niya na ito ibibigay. Concuss man dito si Draxi, but unfortunately, hindi na siya makakaligtas. Kalahati ang buhay ni Wild Oreo. He can go in for the push. But Elias is just ready for him. He knows that he's there. With the pre-fire, tingnan natin kung makakaligtas na rin dito si Wild Oreo dahil wala siyang even to defend himself even though he is concussed. Dalawa ang napatay dito na ngayon ng RRQ and now it's all up to Envy. Meron siya ditong full-on ultimate. He has the hunt. Pwede niya makuha dito yung dalawa. Pero tama lang din yung decision ng RRQ. Tuge and Kelly S. They're running away from the casualty.
Alam nila eh na si Envy ang natitira.
Mainit pa naman to.
Oo. At alam nilang gagamitin yung Nightfall. Yeah, that's a smart way of RRQ
Spike planted.
to actually get it. Oh my God! Yung swing ito, speaking of, makikita lang nga niya kung nasaan ang last member ng RRQ, which is going to be
Nahanap niya pa rin.
Kelly S. Wala, hindi niya makikita. Wala dyan sa likod mo, Envy. Nasa silong.
Sa pocket pa. With that pick, he goes in for half. Fortunately, di pa rin ito magiging sapat. Buti na lang talaga, nauluhan ka agad ni Kelly S. Ito, sinaglit na lang si Envy. It was a good struggle for Envy para ma-equalize niya to a 1v1 situation yung pangyayaring yon dahil ang layo na nilakbay ng RRQ eh. So now RRQ, they are rewarded themselves with a 5-5. Equalize na kagad ang scoreline natin pero hindi equalize yung ekonomiya. Oasis Gaming, they are in a broken bye. They need to win out this one kung gusto nilang makaabot to a 6-6 scoreline dahil kahit pantubos nila dito, walang-wala na rin talaga laban sa RRQ. But speaking of, we have here the fault lines. Bulaga mula sa guiding light ni Graxy. There's info already. So now let's see for, at the very least, ano yung magiging reaction ng Oasis Gaming.
At the reaction time is there, pero fast games mula sa Oasis together with RRQ. Kaso nga lang, there's Wild Oreo, tries to pick off. Dalawa ang nakatingin sa kanya. Magandang info talaga. Kaso nga lang, playing slow yung RRQ eh. Sobrang disciplined nila kasi alam nilang sometimes Oasis gets so aggressive na kaya naman pala nila makapatayas on the early rounds. And speaking of, di ba? Si Wild Oreo. Pero buti na lang, disiplinado na din siya.
Siya lang muna. Tatlong initiator nasa loob ng AO. Yung fault line, aftershock, delay. Wild Oreo needs to get in that kill. But unfortunately, dalawa kasi yung nakaharap sa kanya. Fault line to delay. Guiding light for one. Don't Slaughter makakagalgat ng isa. But we still have here the Cosmic Divide to hold on to the attacking team. Smokes already placed in. The Recon won't be spotting in anyone next. He is already low on HP kaya mapipick through siya ni Morty. 30 HP na lang din pala ang nagtira dito. Marky and Ripper has the advantage and they will be getting it. 6-5 is our scoreline, still a favor of Oasis. That is a good lead and amount of composure para mahabol nila itong momentum na ito na ride through ng waves from RRQ.
Ride through the waves and Oasis is doing it. Ito mo, equal yung distribution nila ng kills compared sa RRQ. Alam mo, naisip ko lang, paano kaya ako nag-KO dito si Draxi? Hirap talaga. May posibilidad may hirapan si Marky dyan. Pero, itong composition ng RQ, nakakatakot rin. Especially, you have to get Nexi popping off like that. Really. I'm expecting a lot from them once na nag-switch tayo ng sides. But we gotta be careful also sa side ng Oasis. But, may timeout. Para lang siguro talagang ma-steal nila yung 1 round and at least get the 2-round difference between them and RQ.
Hindi lang istall eh. Yung running of momentum dito ng Oasis is just really hard to compete with. Pero we're looking good naman for RRQ. They have Nexi. They have to get, as you mentioned earlier, basang-basa na ng RRQ dito yung triple ini setup from Oasis Gaming. Ito yung naging setup din pala ng Naos from way back then. Kaya alam ng RRQ kung paano nila ito ika-counter. They did their assignments. They did their homework to research upon the following teams na natitira nilang maharap nila dito in the last week of the group stages. At titingnan na lang natin kung talagang execution at the finest na lang ang mangyayari dito. But with the top smoke, they can potentially reposition themselves. Makukuha at makakagat sila ng C's. There's the Hunt. There's also Kelly. Very low on HP. Makikita natin si Marky immediately rain the out. Meron ditong natitira na din all the way from Wine. Pero at least they need to reposition themselves. Walang guns dito ang attacking team. Very little lang yung part ng economy nila. Let's see kung ano yung magiging survivability nila dito here in C.
Talagang look at how RQ tries to get that full control. Ang ganda ng ecoms. Pero nga ng Draxi picks up against Marky. At may follow-up pa ata na counter flash. Pero nakilagan Sinagat
Wow.
na yun, pero sinabayan din kagad ni Rabbit ang ganda ng kanya ng Hunter's Fury. He takes down Wild Oreo. Coco Martin na lang. At si Envy. Going up against 4. Oh, I love the post plant ng RQ. Very clean. And good to
Plenty remaining.
pero medyo nag-far to stretch na si Evie, thinking that he can actually pick up at least one. And the next he takes down Coco. And sobrang close na rin. Diba? It's gonna be 6-6.
Switching sides.
6 scores. Gotta say, RRQ has been doing it with Nexi and Tuge popping off with those
Out of charges.
shots at hand. Simulan sila ng explosive round, pistol round dito ng Oasis, pero hindi nila pinagbigyan na hindi sila makakagante. They had the numbers advantage, kaya nagkaroon ng deficit dito upon trying to defuse and that spike, upon trying to clutch out that round. 6-6 is still our scoreline. Nasa taas ng food chain natin ngayon ng RRQ. Nexi, Tuge, and Kelly S. They have been doing their jobs fully. At kahit sabi nga natin kanina, di ba, parang Nexi and Tuge, they just make Kelly S some space. They just create some space for Kelly S to get inside the site, get info, tapos kami nang bahala for the finishers. Problema na lang dito from RRQ is this is the lineup ng Oasis. Ano kaya yung magiging possibility or magiging performance nila as they go in and prevent themselves, counter themselves with the triple initiator setup dito na meron ang Oasis Gaming?
I think pagdating sa second half, this is much more dangerous when it comes to RRQ. Hindi dahil sa Oasis is trying to pop off, but at the same time, I think RRQ is much scarier sa defending side nila. Dahil nandito si Nexi.
Oh.
And he's really popping off. And Kelly S, when he started like that, I'm sure he'll get those highlights. I'm sure he's gonna get those takedowns against Oasis. So, those are the things na kailangan i-consider dito ng Oasis. At malaki nga ang posibilidad na pwede pang ma-shuffle to ng RRQ into their hands. Pero if Oasis won't be careful, then you know that what can happen sa Ascent map.
Tama ka dun eh. Kasi kung alam na ng RRQ kung paano i-counter out dito ang triple initiator setup, makukulangan tayo ng firepower for Oasis to come back up stronger in the following map. They are already set in here in a possible naman ditong mak-dominate nila kaagad ang A site, especially we only have here Rabbit and Nexi waiting into
find
the
you.
surface na pwede nilang pasukan. But with those on, sila ng Smoke Knights, Recon Bolt to get an info. Nexi dito, on the hand, hinaabangan siya nila Marky, and Marky gets in that kill. No Defroller dito, gumagapang na nga para makagat na lang din ang isa, pero we still have here the frenzy. Protection bago umaksyon, laban dito kay Rabbit. They have already possession themselves here in A. Plant and the spike, kompleto pa sila, tatlo na lang din ang natitira.
Pistols are very important if you want to get that advantage. Pero Envy takes down one. Draxi na lang together with Tuge ang natitira. Kaso nga lang. Oh, there's still the wall back on toss. Pero Tuge still gets the shot. Winnable. Very winnable. Kailangan lang nila mag-file ng oras. And only 1v1 and Marky suddenly finishes him out. And still Oasis gets the round to get! Ano to? Patang init?
Even though natalo ang RRQ sa round na yun, Oasis still had it. 7-6. And Tuge just really did it. Muntika na siyang makakuha ng clutch in a very crucial number advantage ng RRQ. Pero ang masasabi lang natin dito is that Marky is just waiting into the sidelines para makakuha din ng pick-off at kahit mapatay dito yung isang member niya or isang player niya dito, at least, mati-trade off niya in a 1v1 situation. But now, hindi pa rin tatantanan ng Oasis ang A-site. FIL Blazer to get an info. Wala siya makikita dito. Ibibigay na lang kaagad ni Rabbit. They don't have the eco. They don't have the firepower. They don't have those utilities. So they can only hope for the best for the F6 crowds or even can just deny in the numbers ng RRQ or have in those pickups na hindi inaasahan dito nila Marky and Marky. He already knows it. Marky goes in for 2. potentially pops in for the 3K, but hindi na ito ibibigay pa nila Nexi dahil Nexi is waiting in for him. There's the TP out. Envy is already down. 3 members na lang. We have a Wild Warrior to eliminate in Rabbit at nag-isa na lang dito si Tuge pero wala na siya may iso-survive pa further sa pagraragasan na nila Reaper sa kanya. 2 rounds lead for Oasis Gaming.
This is really of an advantage sa Oasis. Biruin mo, ano ba namang hinawakan yung Marky? Bakit ako dito matama? Sa akin hindi. Bakit si Nexi din tumatama? Sa akin hindi eh. Trinay ko mag-shaver, parang na-olat lang ang mga kasama ko. Sorry ah.
Kahit yung operator, hindi ko rin kayang itama eh. Parang para saan yung para saan yung chamber sa amin? Controller na lang ulit. Pero speaking of
controller.
The controllers are already placing in the stars. All the way up in the heavens. Mamamatay na nga dito si Draxi by Marquis Vandal. They have what it takes to get inside the site. Pero ang decision nila, mag-rotate na lang din muna para magkaroon ng confusion dito. Oasis Gaming kung paano sila sasagutin or rather ng RQ. We have Wild Warrior to get in that info. This is a good spot to take. Nightfall ready enough for Envy to use. They have already inside the site. They have already B. They can plant in the spike. The smokes are already placed in. Papasok na dito si Kelly S. Marky goes in for the kill. Tuge with the wide swing. Envy with the kill of Kelly S. Dalawa na lang ang natitira dito. Isa na lang pala. It's all up to Nexi. All the way from the back. 3v1 situation. Phantom ang hawak niya. He goes in for the spray. Goes in for 2. Bold enough to go in for the possible 3K. Pero hindi pa rin pala makakaligtas dito si Coco with the ROG clutch by Nexi in the hands of Oasis Gaming. They still have the lead against RQ.
My goodness!
Nice.
Bakit kayo nag-audition next?
Last player
Next yan, nakikita tatandaan yung next sexy yan.
Enemy remaining.
Zeroin mo pinag-audition.
Clutch.
Wall, nang wall bang lang siya eh. Ang tamis nun.
Oo.
Ang spicy nun.
Spicy talaga next. Biruin mo, nasa 9-6 na sana. Nice score na sana. Naging bato pa. Oo. Sinasana eh.
Pabor sa rounds ang Oasis Gaming. Pero kasi pag nagpa-pop off dito si Nexi, kabahan na ang OAS. Nexi, isa na lang yung orb na kailangan niya dito even though that they are the ones or even though na medyo dehado sila within the rounds and even the lineup of the attacker setup dito ng Oasis Gaming. We're just going to rely on the holds and composure dito ni Nexi. Sobrang commendable niya talaga sa round na yun na hindi siya nangamba. Makalaban dito ang tatlong natitira. Oasis Gaming, they need to step it up kundi may equalize na to ng RRQ. They have everything that they need to secure in those potential rounds. But unfortunately for them, broken by Spectres, half an armors. We have the Bulldogs. So let's see if this is going to be worth it. Dahil mag-rush into A na naman dito. Magiging pastor na muli dito si Nexi with that tour de force at nakakaramdam nito ang Oasis kung sino ba ang nag-aantay sa kanila here in A.
Sino bang tunay?
Sino bang tunay?
Sino mas lamang? Sino mas high?
Scout just
Face off. One like equals one prayer. Ayan, usually nakikita natin. But bumili pa rin yung OAS kahit natalo sila sa round na yun. Interesting. I don't usually... I don't usually...
Buy?
See that. Pero kasi marami din naman sila naipon na pera eh. Kaya ganyan. Big risk yan sa side ng Oasis.
Patang naka-hold sa iyo. Kumukulit ka pag nag-init talaga si Marky. Di ka tatantanan yan. Pero si Keles dito, hindi tinantanan si Waldorio. Marky goes in for 1. Goes in for 2 naman dito si Reaper for the trade-off. Nice position by Nexi. Sexy goes in for 2 members of Oasis. Ang dalawa na lang tuloy ang natitira sa kanila. Hindi nila inasahan na 4 pa lang magbabantay sa site na ito. And currently in favor of them right now. Since with the sprays of Nexi goes in for wallbang, goes in for 4K. Another clutch, another multi-kill for Nexi. Sheesh!
Kabahan na kayo!
Kabahan na talaga.
Oasis. At sa mga nag-aabang ng team, sino ba talagang makakapasok pa po sa playoffs? Kita nila, no? Kelly. Yes, is doing it. Nagpa-audition. Meron kasi maganda na sana, kaso nga lang, na-trademark sila eh. Ganun lang yan.
Na-slow sila eh.
One enemy remaining.
Hindi kanina nung pagpasok sana nila.
Teleport's ready.
Aray ko na. Na ano ko yung pilik mata ko. Aray. So, mukhang
Slow?
Oo.
For RRQ?
Most probably. Slow play lang. Slow play.
Wala na sila. Tapos pasok A. Oh, hindi talaga nila tinatanan dito. Ni Kelly is katulad na lang din kung paano niya puruhan ang Oasis from trying to get inside the site. They can secure in garage, pero ang problema dito is tatlong nakaabang na kaagad sa kanila. They're just waiting in for the patient game. Next dito, they only have the Ceres, pero magbubulagaan sila dito. Ni Kelly is with
One enemy remaining.
Goes in for the first one. Pero dahil ako na lang po ang bahala sa'yo. We have to get to finish things off. 9-8 scoreline. I'm really confused kung sino mapupunta, kung kanino mapupunta yung lamang, kung kanino mapupunta yung win condition dahil sobrang equalize sila. Pantay na pantay ang laban, really.
Good equalizer ang meron ng mga teams, pero nga lang,
Spike down.
Yes, palong-palo. I think ang ganda ng performance ng RRQ ngayon dito sa Haven, ha?
Pulido. At dahil doon, lahat sila may, or rather, apat sa kanila ngayon, ready na yung kanilang ultimates. As they are the ones defending, this is a big advantage. Nakabahan na kahit dito nakapag-save ang Oasis for their rifles, full-on utilities. It will be ultimately hard dahil pang ilang ultimate na ba ito ni Nexi? Pang ilang
Para
tour de force
nilang
na ba
may
ito?
ultimate si Nex. I think ever since we started seeing him play here in VCT, sobrang hindi siya nag-underperform. He's always been that consistent type of player.
Improving lagi.
Yep, he gives the most impact kills. He has a lot of clutches also. And package talaga yung Nexi Draxi ngayon.
no?
Napakalaking tulong sa roster yan ngayon ng RRQ. But on the other side naman sa Oasis, how can they actually climb once again here? Kasi mukhang basang-basa nga sila ng RRQ. So there's nothing much left kung hinayaan nga nilang RRQ to just win and win.
Blocking vision.
This time around, it's the same play. We have the guns, Oasis Gaming, focus on one.
Enemy
To
remaining.
get dito with a huge 3.
down,
Oh my gosh! Hiso down to 30 HP. Marky dito. Hindi nila alam kung saan siya manggagaling. Pero at least with that huge amount of kills from Tuge,
Kahit si Nexi Sexy has always the highlights, si Tuge na lang din dito ang gagawa ng sarili niya. And also up to Marky with no utilities given. Headhunter lang ang meron siya ngayon and this is a big problem. Nag-ipon sila Ray para sa mga rifles, sa mga vandals, sa mga phantoms nila. Pero ano ang nangyari? Nag-spray lang through smoke si Ripper and down. Or rather si Tuge down. 2D smoke and this is really huge. Pero at least nakapitas na rin naman ng isa dito si Marky. Goes in for the isolation play but unfortunately with the wide swings of Tuge, di pwede si Nexi lang ang sexy. Tuge goes in for 4. Now finally with a double-digit scoreline and 2-point lead.
This is so dangerous. Dangerous.
Enemy remaining.
Napaka-cold ng mangyayari sa Oasis if they won't be able to survive this all along. Dahil itong mga rounds na to na nagkakaroon ng lead ng RRQ, kita mo, may pag-asa pa ata maging match point to sa RRQ side if Oasis will be losing the next round and this round. So, kailangan na nila mag-ingat dahil Ascent yung next one. But I haven't seen much of those Oasis match ulit in Ascent. Tagal ko na silang hindi nakikita sa Ascent.
Tagal na natin hindi nakikita ang Ascent. Over in general na rin talaga, walang pumipili ng Ascent. Kasi sabi nga ng panel kanina, you you don't want to have the 50-50. You'd either have your advantage with your map pick. So really is an exciting part to wait and look forward to. Kasi Ascent, napakatagal na nating iniintay ito. But now, nag-iintay na rin si Nexi for those picks. Napakanipis ng inaabangan niyang angulo dito. He's just waiting for it. That is a good jiggle pick. Pero at least, natag-in niya ng kaunti bahagya dito si Marky. There is still the opportunity for RRQ to defend and delay them further. And Oasis, they have those initiators. They have what it takes to get inside the sites. Pero speaking of, they will come. There's the Cosmic Divide. There's the cut-off rotation dito ni Marky, and he needs to play
30
together
seconds left.
with the rest of the team dahil wala silang maasahan dito kundi ang dalawang may Vandal. Marky goes in for one. Laban dito kina Kylie S. Nice pull for Reaper. Draxi on the other hand goes in for the trade.
Face your fear!
Hindi ka nang magkaroon ng fault line dito, but we have here to get facing a lot of
Spike
difficulties
down,
trying
B.
to delay them
Last player
from planting
standing.
in the spike.
10
Next
seconds
lang
left.
ang natitira dito with the hunt. He already knows where he is
planted.
coming. He's still full on HP pero ang problema dito, numbers advantage na talaga ng RRQ ngayon or rather ng Oasis Gaming, and this might be a crossfire na gaganapin nila here in B.
As for Nexi, will he make the clutch once again? Oh no! Don't tell me! Okay, Coco sprays right through. Oasis still wins this round. A perfect time so that they can actually buy this. And kailangan nga nilang mapanalo yung round na yun, di ba? Napaka-importante talaga yung mga round na ganong in-install ng Oasis in favor of them. A good crossfire, good lead. Saan magkukumit ang mga taga-RRQ? Although
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Kasi napakalaki nga ng kanyang chance to actually get the clutch. He's there. He's alive. And now, it's just one round muli ang pagkakaiba ng Oasis between them and RRQ. Oh! Kelly! Palo! Kaso di natin nakita. Sayang.
Naiingit siya eh. Kasi si Nexi, lagi na lang siya yung nananalo dito sa mga highlights eh. Low on HP na kagad si Kelly after punishing here the numbers of Oasis. We have the Rolling Thunder. They have the opening here in A. Pero the possibility is just truly here for Nexi to get this one. Nexi is already down. 3 members remaining. 5v3. Low on HP si Rabbit. He can still revive himself, or he can still survive himself from the following casualties as he reposition himself away from the Oasis Gaming, who hasn't been able to plant in the spike dahil si Kelly as ang nag-aabang dito all the way from top side. There's the smokes. They know where to find Oasis Gaming. But still, it is a problem kung paano nila ipaplant in the spike. Nice kill for Marky. And now down to a 3v4. Still doable for our attacking team. Pero they need to be careful of the angles. Reaper, he needs to be stable enough to survive. Dalawa na lang silang natitira. And that is what he could kill for Kelly. Isa na lang din. Draxi goes in for the wallbang. Nice finisher. And that is already our 11 point. One more, Rady. At makakakita na tayo match point for RRQ.
That was a nice hold. Really? Alam nilang lugi sila sa flash. Alam din nila na yung Rolling Thunder is really gonna give them at a disadvantage.
One
but
enemy remaining.
Them pulling off that sa side ng Oasis yung Rolling Thunder, medyo nasayang eh. Kasi yung mga taga-RP, nakaalis lang din sila. And na-predict din nila saan gusto mag-plant ng Oasis. But here it is. Mark starts it off kagad with a 2 force. Pero may tatama ba? May tatama ba kasama ang kanyang 2 force or talagang malalamigad din ito? Pero
Bring them down.
sa RRQ side naman, isa na lang. Match point na against OAS, and looking at that, they also have that refrags, and they also have that 2 force. Meron pa silang Cosmic Divide. So, tapos kapag si Rabbit naka-pick off pa siya ng isa, may kasama pang Hunter's Fury. So, it's really putting a lot of toll sa Oasis, especially this time around na walang Nightfall. Si Envy.
Hindi nila ma-secure yung site, no? Pero may third force naman dito, Marky, Wild Oreo as well with the Seekers. Pero this is another problem pala, Ray. Broken by ang Oasis. They need to save up for the next round if ever naman may ipanalo nila ito. And RRQ just really have the rounds to lose.
I've got your
The stars
trail.
are already placed in, Seekers
30
already
seconds
activated.
left.
They are running all the way from Garage. Draxi goes in for one. World Order is already down. The Seekers will be getting in the information kung sino bang nag-aabang. Pero Draxi is hit with the pick all the way from the corner to Coco naman dito for the trade-off. Coco is really low on HP. Alam na ng RRQ dito kung saan siya magagaling. Pero nice time for Marky. He doesn't know where Draxi is coming from, and the lines will be giving a lot of disadvantage for Marky to survive. No time remaining for Coco to try and even touch this one out. Mapapatay lang siya ngayon ni Draxi with the wall bang and with the 4K.
Match point.
Dito, they just really want to highlight. Lahat sila ngayon may ultimate rating.
Lumamig yung Oasis. What happened there? Nasayang din kagad yung ibang ultimates. Looking at that, there's no available refrags. May kanya-kanyang mundo sila bigla. And even if Marky tries to get those kills, alam naman natin na somehow, there's also a disadvantage if they're using that chamber instead of an actual duelist. So, ngayon, they have to face this against RRQ. This match point, magiging OT ba to? Or talagang the resistance itself? RRQ needs to nakakuha na nga sila kagad ng information, pero nga lang may punish sila nakukuha. Next takes them out. And wala, nabibitawan nila kagad yung mga utilities na tinatapon sa kanila ng RRQ.
Defenders win.
Nakahabol na ang OWAS. Nagkaroon pa ng kalamangan, but the steadiness that RRQ has even starting. Kelly S, Tuge, Rabbit, Nexi, lahat sila. Ang ganda. Ang sasaya nila dito. Napaka-on form nila. Nasa form talaga sila ngayon. Honey Glaze, imagine they were able to knock down that triple initiator na hold off lang nila with those counter utilities and how Nexi anchors so much in a sight. Ang ganda ng performance ng RRQ here in Haven.
Kinabahan na tayo na sobrang magiging dikit ang haban. Ang laban na yon, Ray, pero nakita natin well executed as the ones defending here from Haven. Gotta give it all to Nexi, Kellyes, there's also Draxi as well for the highlights. Pero balikan natin muna ulit ang mga pagkakataong mapag-aralan natin kung ano ba ang naging lamang ng RRQ. Well, it's all up to them to deny the triple initiator setup na akala natin gagana muli for RRQ. Pero once the research did happen and was also witnessed from RRQ na kaya nila itong i-counter. Look at this. It's just the defending half. Sila mismo, ultimo plant ng Spike, hindi ito nagawa ng Oasis. Let's look back into the stats din na makikita natin ngayon. Nexi as our top MVP of that game for RRQ. Nakatapat niya dito si Marky. They were also in par with each other. Pero nakita natin kasi yung difference between having a duelist and having no duelist setup. Yes, madami nga kayong utilities. Pero without any mobility to get inside the site, at nakikita natin yung RRQ dito, ilang beses silang nag-hold ng site altogether. May it be 3, may it be 4, tapos retake na lang yung gagawin nila in the next runs. At dito na talaga nahirapang huminga fully ang Oasis Gaming sa mabilis na round na yun. Laban dito sa RRQ.
Down, C.
A lot of opportunities is up there sa side ng Oasis. Yet, yung important rounds like Nexi winning the clutch. Tapos, they have their own separate ways sometimes. Although the post plants kind of work, the retake rather ng first half, yung post plant nila sa second half, sobrang makalat. Siguro kailangan pa nila i-formulate yun, how they will handle yung mga minimal mistakes and yung post-plant nila. Kasi dito, it was just really Nexi winning that round in a way na medyo naging makalat nga sila. And that's the problem about Oasis sometimes. Kaya may mga teams na natatalo sila. When it comes to the crucial situations, like get that upper hand momentum, biglang nag-shut down. And yung RRQ, sobrang nag-hold lang sila. Hinihintay nilang magkaroon ng minimal mistakes ang Oasis and they use that against them also, diba?
Imagine, diba? Ang dami ng lahat na binibigay ng Oasis pero hindi pa rin pala sapat. Kaya kailangan, estimated mo, calculated mo kung ano yung dapat na maging mangyari dito for your favorable moments, and that is just really overwhelming to see. I love casting for that game. Sobrang ganda, pulido ng mga ginawa dito ni Nexi. But in the end, this is just game number 1. May next map pa tayo. Series na ito ay pinakahuli na for this day going on. Pero makikita natin kanina, Oasis Gaming had also their struggle. Makikita natin yon kung magkakaroon pa ba sila ng momentum in the next ones. I'm Manigay si Dodawali, kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. Magbabalik kami muli ng ilang sandali para sa ating map number 2 in Ascent.
Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction, fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from me. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
What's up, guys? We are now back here in the last series between Oasis Gaming together with RRQ. My name is Ray Ray. Join me here sa Honey Glaze at nakita na nga natin yung pinakaunang map, which is supposedly akala natin it's gonna be into the side of Oasis Gaming as they got the lead. But biglang ang daming mishaps on towards the last few rounds na nakita nga natin kagad, Honey Glaze. But as for you, here in Ascent, I really do think this is one of the memorable strengths ng RRQ. At na-miss ko na yung Ascent. Kailan ba ako huling nag-cast ng Ascent? Wala pa. I think wala pa ako na-cast na Ascent. Wala pa talaga. Wala akong nakas na Ascent ever all throughout. Puro Haven. Hindi na nawala. All I think, dati nagsasawa ako sa Ascent. Ngayon nagsasawa na ako sa Haven. But now seeing this Ascent, nakita ko yung performance ng RQ dito last time. They got the fade. It was really awesome to see how they played so good last time nga sa mapang to.
Yeah, nice notes there, Riri. Dahil ito yung mga possibility na yun yung lineup na kukuhanin nila in this second game para ma-secure nila yung 2-0 laban dito sa Oasis Gaming. Speaking of fade, ginamit ito ni Envy kanina pero hindi ito naging sapat dahil sabi mo nga nabasa na dito ng RRQ kung paano sila i-hold off. We have the triple initiator setup, so ang naging sagot ng RRQ kanina in Haven is to wait inside of the site at maging 4-3 man sila dito, they can just win out the retake from the other side. So once na rumagas at pumasok na dito yung Oasis Gaming with the triple initiator setup, they might have the blinds pero at least ready si Nexi for them to execute and further at hindi sila nakapag-plant in the spike. But magiging same story nga ba ito for the next runs here in Ascent? Parehas sila magaling dito, so parehas sila may malakas na firepower. Sabi nga dito ng panel, it can either be a 2-0 or it can drop down in a 2-1 pero hindi natin pa sigurado sa amount ng execution sila. Pwede nga ditong makakuha ng game number 3.
Maraming possibilities. Minsan kasi it just takes so much time sa pag-init ng katulad ng Oasis, diba? We usually see them first map, it's gonna be into the hands of their usual na nakakalaban. Like last time when they went out with Naos, when they went up against SB, if I'm not mistaken, diba? They usually lose the first map. Parang sila yung nasa APH curse last time ng stage 1. Na they lose the first map, but they make those great comebacks for the last 2 games. Yun yung meron naman about Oasis, but I really do think there's something about RRQ. We have the Texi-Draxi tandem. They always make sure that every time it's a VCT, they go into the playoffs, or if not talaga, they usually have the perfect standard of performance, and maybe this is the time na pumasok naman na sila muli sa playoffs versus Oasis. Pero napaka-crucial nga talaga ng laban na to. The RRQ wins this, then it's really gonna give trouble sa side ng SBE. So marami talaga tayong scenarios right now. But then, there can only be one once again. Pero I really do think here in Ascent, baka meron ding something about Oasis here. Remember, Envy, nakita natin siya maging particular dito. Pero mukhang hindi si Envy maglalaro ngayon. It's gonna be courtesy himself. But then, let's not forget Marky with his jet here. Pero magkakaroon ba tayo ng changes? Are they gonna be using Chamber? Is Wild or gonna be using Raze? A lot of question is at stake ngayon, Honey Glaze.
Yes, and Ascent, ang dami rin kasi talagang possibilities dito with their changing of face sa mga players pa lang, sa mga roles na gagamitin nila once we go into the draft. Ang inaabangan ko dito is magkakaroon pa rin ba ng fade or magkakaroon tayo dito, syempre, ng paggamit pa rin ni Marky ng kanyang chamber. But this time, it all relies kung makakapasok sila ng side. Sabi mo nga, they can either go in for the duelist setup na. Since hindi nila ito ginamit kanina, they can potentially have their firepower here in the second map para makapush tayo in a game number 3. At sabi mo rin nga na mahirapan ng SB dito to climb back up in the leaderboards. They are the ones reigning over stage 1. Pero this time around, sila yung nasa bottom of the food chain. They have to have a lot of struggle. Last day na natin bukas. Let's see if what will be the executions are, the performance are for both of our teams dahil parehas nagiinit ang mga atoms na ito. At lalo na si Nexi talaga, lahat tayo nagkulantang sa mga multi-kills nila. Pero finally, we are going into the draft. Ascent dito ang magiging mapa natin for the second map, for the second game. Oasis, they are now holding into Marcus Duelist now. They have the Jet. Wild Orion naman, Chamber pa rin ang gagamitin. They have no lockdowns given dito unlike RRQ. Flash is already inside of the draft. Kelly S naman pa rin for the duelist setup with that Jet. Makakasama niya dito double initiator, Sova and that KO. So much info to gather themselves up pero nagkakatalo na lang din kasi tayo dito pagdating sa kanilang mga Sentinels. There's no Astra given na ang ganda ng mga plays nila kanina earlier in first map, first game. But in the game number 2, will it be still the same storyline in favor of RRQ na magwawala pagdating sa defending side? Or Oasis Gaming, sila naman ngayon ang magkakaroon ng edge? Lalo na't ngayon, this is a different change of pace. Jet with the mobility, there's also Wild Oreo with the chamber, RRQ, Sova, KO, and that Omen for them to secure in this 2-0 para makapag-stay sila dito in the leaderboards. This is waiting for Riri na makabalik na rin dito in our broadcast. But let's look back into the lineup. Let me know kung ano yung inyong mga decisions ba, kung pabor na ba ito with the changing ng players from Oasis Gaming or RRQ. Sinabayan lang din naman nila yung mga changes dito from Oasis. Really excited kung anong mangyari dito sa Pistol Round dahil kanina sobrang banger yon, sobrang explosive nung panimulan ng Oasis. But this time around, I think this might be in favor pa rin of RRQ dahil kanina they gathered themselves so much momentum, they gathered themselves so much read sa mga naging plays dito ng Oasis. And speaking of Oasis, they are still the ones defending on the sides. Na-miss ko talaga dito ang Ascend. Not gonna lie, for real, taga. Dahil nakita natin ito way back then na ito yung usual na map na pinipili ng ating mga players, ng ating mga teams from the previous stage. But look at this! Kung banger ang panimula ng Oasis kanina, it will be a huge banging kills on net for RRQ to make as they go in all the way from Cubby, one member down. Courtesy ang nakapitas ng isa. But finally, we're down to the numbers advantage ng RRQ. 4v2 situation. They still have the smokes. Utility already set up. Rabbit dito, ready na ang kanyang outdrawn to spot and anyone to try for the retake. Hindi nila sa spot ng si Oreo. Nagkasalise, pero nakita naman natin yung Headhunter. Hindi kumo-connect. Rabbit dito with trade-off. Courtesy na lang ang natitira with that Sova. And now with the jump picks, the right clicks dito, wala na rin yata siyang magiging kawalay. It's all up to the isolation plays, pero hindi niya alam na may nasa likod niya. Flash! Finishing off that round in the pistol for the side of RRQ. 1-0 na in favor of the side of RRQ as they go in forward in this series sa map number 2.
Teleport's ready.
Going back into our replay, ito yung mga banging kills talaga. Hindi natin ito i-expect all in favor of the side of RRQ. Dahil imagine, tatlo silang nakaabang dito in mid. And usually, nakikita natin yung mga rushes ay manggagaling in aiming, not in mid. So, vulnerable talaga Riri pag mid control ay hindi ito naging pabor sa defending side.
Talaga namang hindi papabor sa defending side yung pag-retake ng Oasis against RRQ, but looking at it, Rabbit pulls this out, pero nga lang, through the smoke. Galing!
One enemy remaining.
Halaga naman ang paranoia ni Kuya mo, Draxi. Pumalo against Oasis. What was that? Biglang naglaho, dumilim ang paligid na naman na Honey Glaze.
RRQ, they just went in for favors na kaya nilang makapag-PR dahil walang vision na panghahawakan sa kanila dito ng Oasis Gaming. At lahat sila nakakuha ng kill. Flawless round 2-0 for RRQ. I think this is really wild for the start off in this half, in this map, na parang hindi na natin nalalangapin yung possibility ng Oasis na makakuha ng game number 3. Pero bumanda yung Swarm Grenade. This is an opening for Kelis to get inside the site, but unfortunately he was picked off by Courtesy with just the counter straight that he connected with the Vandal. One member down, make it 2. Marky goes in for another one. Courtesy make it 2 for this guy. And now it's all up to Mark. Oreo and Marky just did it all for Espunan in favor of the side of Oasis with their buys. Napaka worth it nun dahil isa lang ang tumaba sa kanila.
Ang linis, nakapag-reset kagad ng napakabilis ang katulad ng OWAS, si Marky, si Courtesy. Uy, by the way, na-miss ko nga pala si Courtesy maglaro. Lakas mo na ba ang OWAS na si Courtesy ang naglaro, Honey Glaze?
Actually, hindi pa nga eh. Butit na-mention mo kasi this is the first time na ma-mention ko na pro-pronounce ko yung name, yung IGN dito ni Courtesy.
Alam mo pangalan niya, Kurt?
Parang hindi.
Kasi naman, Courtesy, di ba?
Naisip mo ba yun? Nakala mo.
Ang galing, di ba? Kala ko mauuto kita eh. Matalino.
Mabilis,
Commendable,
mabilis.
commendable ka, Bes. Yeah, mabilis. Speed. I am speed. Mula sa... secure kasi with love.
Kailangan magpahinga
Bango
ngayon ng
ng ano?
Oasis, ha?
Shawarma. Ano eh. Grabe pala tong... Ilang oras na tayo nagkakas? Mga 6 na oras na.
More than. Baka more than pa nga eh. Kasi nagsimula tayo, 1:00, 2:00. Sheesh.
Sheesh. Shishable eh.
Shishable eh.
Hihi
Pero
na lang talaga eh.
worth it din yung mga teams na umabot ng game number 3. Kahit na mahaba yung mga technicalities nila. Pero at least, nabibigyan naman nila tayo ng good show. At hindi ito
30
parang
seconds left.
sayang na mga games na paborsahan na dito for one team kung hindi lang naging magandang performance nitong player na ito. Pero speaking of, the players are already raging here inside the sides. May blind dito makakasama dito all the way from Coco. Flash naman na makakapit sa kanya. 1-to-1 is the pick-off, is the trade. We have Kelias for another one. Pero nice headhunter pick-off by Wild Orgo. He will be tagged out by Draxi. Pero hindi titiisin dito ni Marky. Hinintay niya mawala dito. Yung fragments, we have the recon, not spotting in anyone. Pero makakaramdam siya dito. Nag-reposition na kaagad si Flash. 2v2 with a great one. There's the aftrap, nakakaramdam, nag-iingat lang naman si Marky dito kung saan ba sila nakatungo. Courtesy goes in for one. They know for a fact kung saan manggagaling dito si Flash. Flash needs to buy some time for the defuse or for preventing it the defuse of the spike. Kaya naman ngayon ibabatay niya yung kanyang swarm grenades. It will be in favor of Flash and the nick of the time na kailangan nilang pigilan dito. That is given to us by the ROG Clutch.
RQ. Ano to? On a roll! Uy, si Flash nga pala. Alam mo, Hadig Babe.
Uy.
In-interview namin yan.
Si Flash?
Tapos tawa na ako ng tawa nung siya yung in-interview namin. So, hindi pala naglalaro si Tugay ngayon. And I really do think Flash has been giving so much with that Sentinel. We've seen him played sa Zills, sa 6045 Pirates before. And I loved how he's really performing with that Sentinel. Unfortunately, kasi si RQ, they also have that 6-man rotation. So, na ba yun?
Yeah, sa mga hindi kasi nakakaalam sa mga viewers natin dyan, na
Syempre,
syempre
may... si Flash.
Oo,
usually,
siya kasi din eh. So, parehas tayong may rotation ngayon with the players. Mahalaga rin kasi na may comfortability yung ibang mga players dito kung ano yung mapa na kailangan at gusto nilang laruin. But now, nilalaro na lang nila dito ang Tadana RRQ. They have what it takes to plant the spike, commit into A. Nasira na kasi yung gate dito, so there is the possible setup and retake for Oasis Gaming. But unfortunately, they don't have the guns, they don't have the firepower. The smokes are already placed in. Dispersed. Nexi, will he be getting in the info? And yes, indeed, dalawa ang nag-aantay all the way from above.
At ngayon, nakita mo naman, will they be able to get this? Oh, yung oras. Ang kailangan na nakabulit dito, pero walang they are just gonna be the line of yung pag-handle ng post-plant na naman ng RRQ, the retake won't work while Oreo tries to kill with one. But no, it's not gonna work. Oh, anyway, si Wild Oreo yung nag-chamber. I'm expecting him to like something. No, I'm parang in-expect ko sa kanya mag Sky or Jet. Tapos mag-KO si Marky. Well, yun na. Ganda naman ang ginawa niya eh. Pero the time, ang tagal at layo din ng rotation. Parang umikot sila sa buong ascent, umabot sila hanggang Intramuros. Ganon kalayo.
Kala ko sabay eh, pero iba yun. Layo nung inaabot nila doon. Info will be gathered all the way from mid lane, and the shots are already fired. Here, Marky already has the firepower of that operator. Half an armor lamp para makasecure siya dito ng punishment naman dito sa Oasis. Or rather sa RRQ, pero this is a quick kill. Draxiwa naman with the trade-off 1-to-1. Blinds won't be connecting into anyone, pero at least Wild Or is just waiting patiently here in mid. trying to get an info.
That's a good spot.
They still have Kelly S para makapasok inside the site and they can potentially gather themselves up here. Tama lang din yung pakiramdam dito ni Ripper na i-place niya kaagad yung smoke niya. Pero kasi with the delay of the CDs, the cooldowns dito ng smokes, it will be a problem kung once na kailangan niya dito yung crucial smoke, hindi niya ito maibibigay dahil nga nagamit niya na. But speaking of, magagamit na rin naman na nila dito yung fragment, there's the alarm bot na wala naman maririnig or wala naman na madedetect all the way from B dahil patiently waiting dito si Marky, very cheeky into that corner. He needs to stay put para
30
kumonek
seconds
yung mga
left.
shots na dito laban kina Flash. And now we have here the waiting game. Nakapag-pick through nga dito, si Marky hindi magko-connect. There's the smoke, there's everything na yung wala na nga dito here, all the way from B, pero mag-uulanan na naman na ng pangkapas ng Logadog. Courtesy gets in one. Makakapag-planted sila ng spike, yes, but this is not the advantage and the cut-off. Kelly, yes, goes in for 2. And now it's all up to one remaining member all the way from Market na makapag-tatas din naman laban dito kay Marky or laban dito kay Kelly S. And Kelly S is already down. Marky all the way from City. He has already activated his Blade Storm. Will he be getting in the pick-off? Dalawa sa dalawa ngayon from either of the teams. Recon
Last
won't
player
be spotting
standing.
out anyone, pero Marky with the Blade Storm and goes in for 3. May kasama pang foul. That is Marky with the
Defuse
clutch.
spike.
Finally, another round. Dalawa na lang ang kailangan nilang habulin ngayon laban sa RRQ.
Good call. Coming in from the support of Courtesy and making Marky go with the angles. Was buti nakapag-retake sila. I think they just need that They just need to be reminded of the time. And that's
Spike
what they
down
lacked
mid.
against RRQ sa Haven. Pero ngayon it seems like they're back. We have Courtesy here. He knows
enemy
how
remaining.
he's gonna be getting with the trades kung sakasakali. Inunahan na niya. Just in case na ma-pick off siya. And looking at that, itong Oasis, unti-unti na silang nagigising. But the Wild Oreo, ito nga sasabi ko, alam mo yung comp ng RQ? Akala ko yan yung comp ng Oasis. Tapos si RQ yung magko-comp ng Oasis comp.
Pwede magkabaligtad, no? Pero kasi, favor sa kanilang dalawa sa parehas na teams kung magkapalit sila ng mga agents dito. Pero, it really depends on whoever is playing dahil we have your Courtesy, as you mentioned earlier. Akala mo siya yung isa sa mga magiging crucial players here, nagagamit nga ng Initiator. Pero Initiator pa rin naman ang gamit niya dito. Pero we're hoping for the Sky or anyone na pwede maging aggressive enough for Marky to have that follow-up. And speaking of Marky, he is doing his job as the Jet para makakuha ng mga trade-offs with that operator. He was able to get in for 1, clutch that round out, 2 to 4 na ang scoreline, 2 more rounds para makahabon na nga sila dito laban sa RRQ. And broken life for RRQ, by the way. Those Shockers will be dealing a lot laban dito kina Flash. Pero this is very crucial to get in those pick-offs laban kina Courtesy dahil they might have a very huge problem kapag napanalo naman nila ito ulit. That is a good decision. Good goal for Marky. While Oreo with the use of just the Headhunter with the 2K. Kelly S naman dito makakakuha sa dalawa with the lockdown. Makaka-create naman sila ng space. Makapasok sa ng strike. Pero oh my gosh! Marky with the 2K. With the operator, pero that is a wide swing from Nexi. Nice dash from Marky to survive 1v1 with the Great One, and he doesn't know where the spike is. Marky, mapaglalaruan na naman yung positioning niya ni Nexi. At Nexi, si amazing Nexi will be rotating back into A.
Nagahanapan sila ni Marky.
Naku.
Ay, naku po, dyan pa po si Nexi. Ay, hindi. Buti na lang.
Okay pa.
He's playing mind games. 38 seconds till. Ay, ang ganda sana kung nag-mid si Nexus. Bumalik siya ng market. Expected siya. Oh, what is this? Oh, the ROG clutch! Nexi! Nahuli si Marky dun! What? Akala ko si Marky na pero na-stop! The bundle bomb! Marky! Blaze! Blaze! Oh my God, ato. Right. Paano pa lang siya eh? Pa-scope pa lang.
Oo.
Ang galing. Ang galing niya, Nexi.
At least nakapag-react agad dito si Nexi, di ba? We've always been mind-blown here by RRQ players. But unfortunately, half an armors lang ang committed sila ngayon. Pero it's not that unfortunate. Hindi katulad dito ng Oasis na panghawakan na lang nila dito is their Spectres. We have the Frenzies, Classics, Sheriffs at hand. They have the utilities pero they need to make it worth it. Sobrang laki na kaagad ng lamang dito ng RRQ. RRQ dito, talagang kahit Spectre, pipilitin nilang bilhin,
Right,
makalamang
out of
lang
charges.
din. Even though na meron silang 3 rounds advantage, hindi naman sa parang gusto nilang manalo agad, pero kasi nire-respeto nila yung lamang ng possibility
Out of
dito
charge.
ng Oasis na makakuha ng comeback. Wide swings, jiggle picks, Marky. Kakabahan na yun ng kaunti with that recon. He won't be spotting up anyone, pero that is a good call with the Hunter Fury to get into. Matatag-in nga sila, hindi mamapatay. We have your Marky trying to go in for the spray and pray, pero next is just close enough to go in for the waiting game. Smokes are already placed in. Paranoia para makapasok na dito Valorant, pero he only has the Headhunter. Rabbit, ang dami commotion here in A.
One enemy
Apat pa rin ang
remaining.
natitira dito for the side of RRQ. And now it's all up to Coco na. Lumamang na naman dito si Rabbit with a 3. Lumapit siya sa crosshair mismo ng Sova ng RRQ.
Talagang iwas na iwas. Ang
That's not ready.
RRQ. But then, Kelly is, I love the work he's been doing.
One enemy remaining.
Itong, I think, maraming tataka nung una, will RRQ actually make it, di ba? Pero the amount that they've been doing so much, how they're really connected right now, is really something to commend. Ang ganda pa natin ng refrags nila. Yung mga dati nilang mistakes sa mga teams nila before, hindi na nila ginagawa ngayon. And yun yung something na surprising about RRQ. Pero Oasis on the other side, cut off talaga sila ngayon. The KO isn't working so much pa. They need to take time to finally get that hit. Pero maybe after this timeout, baka mag-iba ang pacing Honey Grace.
Really big timeout, definitely, for Oasis Gaming para mapigyan nila dito. RRQ kanina pa nagwawala. Kelly S, next C. Even Kelly S himself is already popping off. Ang problema nila dito is paano nila masya-shutdown dito with the Marquis availability with those dashes. Nag-iba talaga yung pace nila eh. Mula doon sa passive aggressiveness na meron sila with their lineup of the triple ini. Ngayon, hindi ito nagiging pabor even though that they have here the dashes. But look at this. The crawl all the way from mid. Apat sila dito. KO using in already his ulti. Makapasok dito si Nexi. Kelly S naman, wala siyang idea kung sino ba yung mag-picture sa kanya. Will it be KO and KO? Oh no, Coco is down while the Oreo for the trade. There's so much pressure at hand, at stake of Oasis Gaming to win this one out. We have the smokes already placed in, pero tatlo kasi yung nagpa-flank. Naipit sa loob ng side courtesy for one. Kelly is already down. There's the Aldo to get an info and will he be getting it? Dahil nandito pa rin naman sila Nexi. Paranoia, and just in timing. Nexi dito with the G.
One enemy
Goes in for
remaining.
the trade-off naman dito si Rabbit, and that is a good execution with the post plant in favor of the side of RRQ at the very moment. 5 consecutive rounds laban sa Oasis.
Oh no! Is this going to be yung tutan na naman?
Yung tipong gusto mo maging professional na parang maging mature, pero kasi pinanimulan ni Vil ang 210. Hanggang ngayon, dalang-dala ko yung pagtawa sa 210 na score.
Ako wala lang. Natawa lang ako. Pero, ano ang balak ng Oasis ngayon? Dahil thrifty round sila ngayon. Eco rather. They have the ultimates ready. Pero will it actually be worth it to contest this against RRQ? Kaso, yung hold ni Kelly S, nakapag-stretch na din siya kagad ngayon. Waiting lang sila for that perfect timing. Makakapag-defensa ba ng sobrang maigi ngayon ang Oasis. Pero magandang stock nila ngayon, ha?
Oo.
Kakontest nila. Ang ganda ng flash! Oh, still rather na may maraming ganyan. Sakto! Nexi S connection! At Wild Audio na lang natitira.
Spike planted.
Alam mo, ang dali-daling big kasi ng IGN ni Nexi, kaya sobrang sarap makita. At ikas dito si Nexi goes in for those clutches. Multi-kills, another round for them to secure RRQ. Viva RRQ, they're just doing it for an 8-2. Walang follow-up na naganap. Oasis Gaming, sabi natin kanina, maganda yung stock-up nila dito since they only have the frenzy. Pero nakatapat kasi nila. Because every angle na ginawa ni Nexi Kilies combo. Really hard to see the possibility na magkaroon ng comeback dito ang Oasis dahil sabi mo nga, pwede tayo magkaroon ng 2-10 pero ngayon courtesy talagang hawak patalem with that Odin. He will be spraying in forward. Hunter's Fury. Kelly S gets an info. Makakapasok na kagad ng site. Kahit iwan mo na lahat, pati pamilya mo, RRQ is just left behind. Oasis with Coco skill. Laban dito kay Rabbit pero apat pa rin naman sila. We have your one waiting all the way from Logs. Alam niyang may manggagaling dito in main kaya naman hindi siya agad magpaparamdam. Pero Marky dito making some move but unfortunately it's not enough. 9-2 with just a numbers advantage and with RRQ.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, RRQ on a roll. Sabi ko na eh. If hindi mapapanalo ng Oasis yung first map, it's really gonna be dangerous. Pero, itong Ascent map, malay natin, ma-2-10 curse yung RRQ. Pero, knowing how popping off these guys are on the first half, isa to sa mga teams na sobrang hirap i-shutdown ng momentum. And alam mo naman na pagdating sa players nila, ganun kainit. Based lang sa mga ganawa nila. But LES, hello? Nakapasok na siya na ganun kabilis. Pero parang this is not coming from Wild Oil. And right now, just also the flash na nga lang nahabol din ni Coco. Beautiful retake coming from Oasis. Baby, ito ng 90 curse na hinahanap ng lahat. Pero Nexi ka na Nexi! Now it's gonna be 2v1. Hello? Drop the Nexi connection. Marky, sinasabi ko sa inyo. And Marky, hindi mo natakpa dyan. Nagpapasok sila sa Valorant. And still, magiging 2-10 to. Akala ko na
Switching sides.
Hindi pa pala. Ito na. Ray almost with a 9-3. Ano ang nangyari? Marky, Oasis Gaming had the opportunity with the numbers advantage and RRQ. They failed to make it worth it na sobrang layo na pinasok ni Kelly says inside the side. Pero unfortunately, again for Oasis Gaming, it's just Nexi na natitira. Huwag niyong hihintayin na si Nexi yung matira dito. You need to shut them down immediately before even they go inside the site. Hayaan nyo na si Kelis dito kumuha ng mga pick-off, makapasok inside the site, get an info. Basta't mapatay nyo si Nexi dahil he is the one player na pwede mo mataan, na pwede makaklatch even with the numbers advantage with the other team. But this time, hinga munang malalim, 2-10 ang scoreline in favor of RRQ. On the top of the food chain is just Nexi. Oh my gosh, hindi ko kaya dito yung player na ito. Someone needs to shut him down. Kung hindi, talagang maglalandside dito ang Oasis from our second half.
At ano balak ng Oasis to actually stand up from this? Although they kind of have already yung slot going into the playoffs, but still, di ba? Maraming teams ang nanganganib kapag nanalo ang RRQ. It's kind of just gonna give a much more impact for tomorrow's set of games. We still have Bren versus SBE. Very important. It's a do or die. Team Secret versus Alpha Esports Pro. And I think yung APH tsaka Naos. I think APH, I mean, siguro para sa gandang seeding, kailangan manalo pa rin ng APH nun against Naos. And, yeah. Honey Glaze, anong reset kaya ang balak ng Oasis ngayon? Sobrang hirap talaga i-shutdown.
Alam mo, parang tama ka rin sa mention mo kanina na kailangan nila ng Sky for Marky to have his wings to fly. Marky, he really did his job naman as our duelist at the point of time na nanda siya shutdown niya at some point ang RRQ once they go inside the site. Pero this time, he needs those wings.
Revealing area.
Will it be enough for Coco to give him that? Dahil yung mga 0 point niya dito to get an info, will it be enough? Yung mga blind niya dito, talagang alam natin na situational yung mga advantages na magkaroon ng space dito for Marky to get inside, to get in those pick-offs. Pero walang ka-idea si Kuya mo. Nexy, makakapasok, mapaparanoia. Marky just goes in. Frenzy, laban sa kanyang muka. One member down already. Makukuha nila yung spike. Ay, makukuha nila yung site. Walang kaalam-alam dito si Flash.
Down A.
All the way to the heavens above. Marky just gets it on two. Flash naman dito with a trade. While the Oreo, spicy up the kill with a headhunter. Draxi naman ang nakapitas din sa kanya. Down to a 3v2 scenario. This is good for Oasis Gaming. Lalo na't kailangan nila itong round na ito. Coco, bingit na kamatayan ngayon laban kay Rabbit. And it's being pinned down already. But thankfully enough, he has the frenzy at hand. Goes in for the spray and play and even the counters. 50 to 10. 7 lang naman. 7 lang naman ang kailangan habulin ng Oasis Gaming dito sa half na ito.
Teleport's ready.
7 lang naman.
7 lang naman.
7! Bailey!
7!
7! Hep hep!
That's a good spot.
Hep hep! Hooray!
That
works. No way! Eto nangyayari pag 6 hours mahigit ka na nagkakas yung boses ko. Unti-unti na talaga nga eh. Pumapalo eh. Depressed. Surprise. Kaso ka lang, Mark. Press W. Ito na nga bang pagganti ng mga naapi. Owas. Owak. Owak. Ano yung owak? Diba hawk ata yan in ano?
Uwak.
Uwak!
Crow.
Ay, crew! Pero ito na. Rapid na lang together with the game of Flash. They still got some kills. Still, Oasis. Comeback is real na ba?
Will it really be? Dalawang rounds na ang pumabor sa kanila dito in the second half. Pero the problem is ilang members din yung namatay sa mga kamay dito ng RRQ from that previous round. 4 to 10. 6 na lang. 6 na lang habulin nila. Pero let's see kung magiging comfortable pa rin ba ang Oasis ditong makapasok. Lalo na't ngayon, Phantoms at hand, rifles, full on utilities, Rabbit. He just needs to get in that certain point of time na magamit niya yung recon bolt niya. Makakuha siya ng kanyang info for the push na pwede mangyari na nga dito in favor of Kellyes and even have your Nexy. Nexy, speaking of, he's still here playing in Kobe. So, abangan na lang natin dito kung tama yung pwesto ngayon ni Wild Oreo to get in those pick-off. Nakita natin yung mga 1,000 to the head ni Wild Oreo. But Nexy is just waiting up for him. The timing is just too off. Pero Nexy over here, just patiently, kahit nangangamba ng pumasok agad dito, ang Oasis Gaming here is A. And now with the fragments, with the smokes, buti na lang na ilabas pa dito. Si Draxi yung smoke niya. Makapasok agad si Marky. Goes in with the wide dash. There goes Marky with a kill. Laban dito kay na Draxi. Coco naman dito, just surviving any further. But Kellyes, that is a good kill. Laban dito kay Marky to eliminate him. They're double but tagin dito yung isa. Nice read for Kellyes para matulungan niya dito si Rabbit to go in for the retake. He covered the space. Rabbit goes in for 3. Kellyes makakapag-finish up off. And now Nexy as well for that 11-point lead. One more for the match point and it is all going all in favor of RRQ.
Nag-i-English tayo ah! English broadcast na pala to guys. Sorry amin.
7 hours.
Napapa-English na tayo. I think we're really leaning towards into speaking in English. Did we just leave the pitch broadcast to Bill and Taylor? Nah, I'm just kidding. Pero ito na nga, tatandaan nyo may added na tayo dito sa ano natin, di ba? Current map, asset. Tapos pag may logo, yun yung team na nag-map pick. Tapos yung previews yung Haven.
Get out of my way!
Oh, galing, di ba?
Yeah!
The more you know! Okay. Ang sabi ni Shete na naman. Sabi! Shete! Nung mansari ng mga tao. Pero, ako, never ko na-ban. Ano ba mga naging mansari? Okay, alam ko na. Natandaan ko na. Meron din kami Mansari ng walang label. Charot. Pero, joke lang. Kung ano yung isipin nyo, minsan gawa-gawa lang talaga ng Illuminati to. Pero as per RRQ, hold lang sila. Keep holding on by Avril Lavigne. And, makikita sila. Present detected. Oh!
Mexico to pa to. 0-point fragment. Makakapasok pa rin easy. Isin. Lulusubin pa rin ni Wild Oreo. Makapasok sila in A. Kalias with the kill. Courtesy at tumaba. Wild Oreo naman dito para sa trade. Pero Nexi nagwawala pa rin talaga. Ray, dalawa na yun ang pick-off niya. Dalawa na lang din ang matitira dito sa Oasis. Tagalog yun ha. Makakapasok na sila pero yung spike na iwan sa labas ng A site. Hindi pa nila alam kung saan nakapwesto dito yung tatlo. Nag-aabang sila here in heaven. Pero what are they going to do? Dalawa na lang sila. And this is still winnable, yes. Pero kasi with these certain points na nang delay lang dito ang RRQ talaga magiging problema. Problema kasi. Problema ng Oasis ito once na pumasok na ulit dito ng site ang RRQ and one flank all the way from A main. Suppress sila, yes. Pero at least with the dance. Nagchachacha na lang sila dito. Laban kina KS. Idea si Flash all the way from main. Natabulin na lang dito ni Nexi with GK as well. Match point for RRQ.
This is how it's really harsh to cut off Oasis momentum. Hindi sila makabangon at all. Medyo maging malamig. Katulad niya sa side ng Oasis ngayon at wala sila ganong pera. Dati, nakita natin ganong palong-palong Oasis sa Ascent, diba? I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're really one of the teams that you can commend in APAC, especially nung time na they went up against a lot of teams also. Pero ngayon, parang it somehow changed in a different way because of the current meta. Changes sana sa specialization nila na map. And RRQ, I think they're one of the teams that you really need to watch kapag dating sa Ascent.
Ito na rin talaga yung statement eh. RRQ, even though na kanina it's just the attacking half, kayang-kaya na talaga nila ditong lusubin lahat ng mga pagkakataon ng Oasis para makakuha ng comeback. One member down already pero Wild Oreo with the tour de force. One member down then for RRQ. They can secure in the side, they can plant in the spike. Nice take off the space here by Coco para hindi basta-basta pumasok si Kelly S and he's just waiting in for the rest of the members of RRQ for the retake. They can still win it out dahil meron ditong ultimate si Nexi and this is a huge problem. Lahat ay binabato ng nila ngayon. Kelly S, nice lead. We have the blade storm already up and kicking. Nexi and Flash goes in for 3. Wild Oreo win the right click. Wala siyang ibang mamasa dito kundi yung classic. And that is the finisher for RRQ for this last and final series. Ascent is just all in favor of RRQ. 13-4.
Defenders
Wala ni isang round ulit itong naigapang ang Oasis after getting in one round. In this half, it's just all about RRQ clean 2-0.
RRQ, fast. Ascent map. Sobrang, I have no words. I think this is one of the games na sobrang linis ng RRQ. I love their performance here in the set. Although, nakita ko na to, last time they had their fade. It was really awesome to see them pop off with that type of comp. But somehow, I think ito din comp na meron sila ngayon. It's just gonna be going like a little bit back to the first stage meta. Actually, stage 3 meta. Pero I think, yeah, tama. Stage 3 meta last year. Pero all in all, hindi siya stage champions, diba? Or masters, but overall, ang linis ng takes, ang linis ng kanilang attacking side. I think that's what I really love the most sa attacking side ng RRQ. Everything's so well connected. Drax has been popping off. The Qeon ni Nexi, I love it. Good choice na si Flash yung nilagay nila. And kita mo yung KDA ni Nexi, 4.4? My goodness. This guy, I have no words talaga kay Nexi. He always exceeds my expectations.
Yeah.
And I'm so really happy na ganito yung pop-off ng Qeon na nakita ko. Lahat may impact. yung utilities na gamit just to deny Oasis sa first half, lalong-lalo na.
Especially in the first map, di ba? Napakalaki ng advantage ni Nexi doon laban kina Wild Oreo. We gotta give it up to Nexi. Talagang sabi nga ni Dax in his tweet na give this guy the APAC title. Pwedeng ready at sobrang deserve dito ni Nexi kahit saan mo siya ilagay ni team. This is just really the opportunity for RRQ to make it all happen for them and his team. Let's look back in the highlights real quick. Nabubulol na ako, di ba? Ilang hours na tayo nandito. Marky, with those operator shots, there are always the flaws. Yes, hindi talaga natin ito maiiwasan. Pero kasi, mas nakapag-implement kasi dito ang RRQ with wise usage of their numbers and even have their utilities as well. Kahit na may times na nakikita natin na talagang nagpa-pop off na dito sina Marky as they are the ones attacking, nahihirapan naman sila pagdating sa retake or rather sa post-plant. Dahil naman si Nexi na lang lagi dito yung natitira and there was just all good of the openings here for the pop-off potential dito ni Nexi. And nakita nga natin doon sa mga frag wins, it's just all in favor of RRQ. Kasi kahit na tinatry nang pumasok dito ng side ng Oasis Gaming inside the site, hindi ito nagiging sapat dahil nga they are facing in the Great Wall of Nexi.
Great Wall of Nexi. Nexi Sexy is always that guy.
Kotang-kotang.
Ang dami ng title ni Nexi kasi he's always consistent. And that's what people love kay Nexi. Pero guys, ang daming oras na kinas namin ni Honey Glaze together. And thank you so much sa panonood, guys. But once we come back, it's gonna be the panel and an interview with the guys of RQ. Once again, ako si Rick, kasama ko si Honey Glaze, guys. And see you sa last day ng group stage.
Welcome back. You are watching VCTPH Stage 2, and RRQ just continues to shock and surprise everybody, just continuously gaining momentum. It is a 2-0 for RRQ versus Oasis Gaming. And I have to say, oh my gosh, Fluffy, first of all, I'm so sorry, but this RRQ looks so ready for playoffs. Everybody was just popping off, and we finally get to see Courtesy and Flash play.
Yes.
Useless individual. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Clutch.
Oh, well.
I think Fluffy is speechless at the moment. I mean, that's very, very understandable, of course. But
no, he was communicating with us telepathically.
Yes, that's right. That's right. We could feel his pain.
Yeah, so anyway, that was a monster of a series for RRQ. Oasis, they had quite a few things that went wrong for them, and I think Fluffy can really elaborate as we watch these highlights.
Yeah, for sure. Fluffy, I think we have you back now. I think
yes,
process.
I'm back. Hello, yeah. So I'm looking at the series highlights. I was saying that it's a kind of sad day for Oasis gaming fans out there, but RRQ playing so well, showing the flexibility that they have in their roster as well as in Oasis gaming, bringing out both of their 6-man, especially for RRQ, because when the pressure is on, the whole team with all their practice and including their swap in at the second map really made the big difference here, putting a commanding lead on the second game for 13-4.
Yes, indeed, and we have our MVP. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious who our MVP of the series is. It is going to be Nexi with, and I think this ACS, I think that beats out EJ.
Yes,
from earlier by 2 points, right?
2 points. 344 versus 346. Nexi with the highest ACS out of our MVPs today, I believe. Sexy Nexi, indeed.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, it was pretty obvious, of course, from the performance. And we were talking about this backstage where it seems like RRQ just seems to be like, okay, so who's gonna pop off today? Is it gonna be you? Is it gonna be you? Okay. And I think that's how they get to conserve actually their momentum, because it's like they're taking turns actually, really pushing for the team and making sure that you know how if you are in like a biking group or like a cycling group, you have somebody who's like leading so that the rest can just like follow. That is what that's apparently what RRQ does. So for today, it was Nexi doing that, and he is our MVP, and he is our interviewee as well. We can welcome him onto our panel for the first time, I think, that Nexi is going to be representing the team alongside Flash. Hello, gentlemen. Hello. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Of course, we can see the rest of RRQ. Very, very hyper. Aw, look at that in the back. So I have to ask, how are you guys celebrating? Or is there no celebration, and are you guys just going straight to preps for the playoffs?
I guess celebrate kami onte, pero within the next few days, back to practice na kami.
It's back to business, of course, because the playoffs are not that far away. So this question is for Nexi. I think we asked this earlier, but we have to say it. Nexi, why are you so good? What happened today? How did you prepare for today? Where did magic come from?
Kumain po ako ng pancake nung umagahan.
Okay, that is the magic. That is the secret sauce of RRQ today. And actually, this question is also for you, but it is about the gentleman next to you. So we finally see RRQ with Flash. So Nexi, how different is the dynamic when Flash is there playing with the team?
Kapag naglalaro po kasi si Flash sa team namin, parang na-hype po yung team namin ng sobra. Kaya ganadong-gado po kami maglaro.
I think we can tell definitely that a lot of the energy comes from Flash, especially with what we're seeing right now. RRQ there for one big family picture. It is the perfect time also for all of you to give your shout-outs, especially since this is your last game of the group stages. The floor is yours.
Okay. Shout out to Boss AP, Boss Ricky, shout out to Zen, Sir Lan Regatas, Dad, shout out Jim Tuano, shout out kay Ate Migs, and then shout out kay Kuya JC. Parang sa girlfriend ko.
Shout out kay Ate Sel, Carbonara Buff.
Ali, love you. Oops.
All right. Okay, all right. So we do have the pancake buff, we do have the carbonara buff incoming as well. Maybe they're reserving that for the playoffs. RRQ, thank you so much. We are looking forward to seeing you at the playoffs. Congratulations and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much
po.
po.
Look at this, so cute. They even post for a group picture.
Oh, that is adorable. Man, RQ, they just they seem like such a wholesome team, well synced with each other. They have such synergy. But with their win today, guys, it's sorry to bring us back to the serious side of things, but that does open up a couple of questions here that we have had our minds on, like how many men in RQ have girlfriends, and does it really help? What are they going to eat in the playoffs? And the most important question, I think, is Nico going to be sleeping on the couch tomorrow? Because Bren versus Oasis is going to be the
Bren
kind
versus
of a nail
Southfield.
biter.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Bren
Oh my
versus
gosh,
Southfield.
that is right.
It's
Oh.
Black and Blue, man. Black and Blue is going to have a little bit of a rough time of it tomorrow, because whoever wins that game, whoever wins that match, will be going to playoffs, and whoever loses does not. That is the highest stakes group stage match I think that we have at the moment.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's another this whole discussion that we can have. I'm like
Tomorrow.
correlating. Oh my gosh. I'm just like thinking of like, of course, like the behind the scenes. I'm like, oh my god, it's be so stressful. But yes, we do have our results for the day. Of course, we have Team Secret. Again, no surprises there. And then Bren Esports and RRQ. All these teams, Fluffy, showing us that they are ready and they are hungry for the playoffs. I think I think Fluffy's still taking the Oasis loss to
a little too hard.
Too hard a little bit,
Yeah.
yes. But yeah,
But if he
G10.
was here, I think he would be saying that the Team Secret, they have been in playoff form. They're not letting even Naos dull their shine at the moment, and they still have gotten a win, even though it wasn't as dominant as we have seen in the previous days. Naos gave them a really, really big fight of it. The other two games, nail biters as well, especially RRQ. Man, I really thought that was going to go to a game 3. So did Fluffy, but ultimately RRQ, they're just a little bit too. What is the word for it? Snowbally? They're a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're a little bit too good.
I know snowbally doesn't sound as intense as it actually is, but I get you. I know what you mean. And yes, our schedule for tomorrow, and we have this very, very interesting game with a lot of stakes, including somebody possibly sleeping on the couch as our first game. And we have Alpha Esports Pro and Team Secret and Action PH and Naos Esports. It's gonna get really dicey right off the bat, G10. And as we mentioned, I'm gonna keep my eyes on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah, tonight.
Definitely. I think that's where a bunch of the action in this game is gonna be. Not gonna lie, but memes aside, guys, Bren versus SBE. This is sudden death for both teams. This is, as I said, the highest stakes group stage match. The result of this literally decides who is going to be going home. Team Secret versus AE Pro. Now that, I think, is a matchup we've had our eyes on ever since I think AE had their second win, or also when we first got Coach Fade on in the interview, and then he did compliment AE Pro for being one of the more consistent teams on the bracket so far. And the last match, still no slouch. We did see them come off a fantastic win today. Yeah. Man, maybe we can see a little bit more versus Naos. Action PH versus Naos is our last game.
And speaking of Naos, they did put up quite a fight against Team Secret today. So actually hoping that they go out with a bang, tomorrow in the last day of our group stages, because that was a really, really good fight that they gave. I think that like the moral victory actually went to Naos for that series. But yes, as we head on over into their standings, Fluffy, yes, are you okay? Have you?
I believe
have you
so. Is everything all right right now? So I
Yes.
think me and my microphone as well was still shocked from the results of the last game.
I think your microphone took the Oasis loss.
It took it
really hard.
personally.
But
yeah,
yes, indeed, our standings.
So overall, we have Team Secret still very strong on the top, one of the best teams in the APAC region, currently 6-0, the perfect score that you can have at the moment. RRQ and Oasis Gaming is already set in stone with the 4-3 standing for both of the teams, and I believe that this current standing includes the tiebreakers, meaning that RRQ will be the second place and Oasis Gaming third. We have the battle of the middle of the pack, the 3-3 scores, Bren Esports, Alpha Esports Pro, as well as Action PH, battling out to see which is an important factor, because going into playoffs, your position does affect which group you're going to end up being in the the quarterfinals, I believe. And of course, unfortunately, for the bottom half, we have South Belt Esports and Naos Esports, who currently stand at the worst resulting teams for the VCT Stage 2. But as Jitan, I think, alluded to earlier, the Bren and South Belt game tomorrow will be one of the most dicey games, as this will basically depend, the result of that game will basically equate to one of the team's tournament lives.
Yes, and as we can see from the standings, I'm still so amazed at how far RRQ has like jumped within
True.
like just a couple of days ago we were actually saying oh, RRQ, they're about to be eliminated and everything, and now they're right up there, Jitan, with Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this week, it was no surprise that RRQ was kind of on the bottom of our power rankings, so to say. But they really did show up, and it comes to, I think it shows how much a team can change in a week's time with the effort and the right concentration, the right focus in training. They really can show their stuff. Either that, or maybe they had a little bit of the SBE blues, had a little bit of group sickness, and then went into that playoffs mode a little bit later. But we are still waiting to see that from SBE, which, case in point, gives a very interesting scenario as well, because SBE, they're the only teams at 2-4 right now. But tomorrow, it is very, very possible, though not likely, that we'll be seeing quite a few teams stuck in 3-4 scoring, with Action PH and Alpha Esports Pro, I think, are still 3-3 in their games. But I think Action PH versus Naos, that may be a little bit of a foregone conclusion. I'm going to say it right now. Action PH probably going to move up to 4-3. But AE Pro versus Team Secret, now that could be a little bit of a stumbling block for SBE or Bren, because if SBE do win, that may be, if Team Secret is still unbeaten, that could be a 3-way tie for for 7th place, and that can make things a little bit dicey in terms of determining who actually goes forward. So another condition for SBE to secure the playoff slot. Now it's just getting tougher and tougher and slimmer the chances for SBE here to get into the playoffs, but that is just another condition that is not in their hands. So in order to get into the playoffs for sure, SBE need to make sure that Action PH win, Alpha Esports Pro lose, and they win their game against Bren Esports tomorrow. So that is like 3 match results, and they're only influencing one of them, which is the worst feeling in esports, I would say.
Yeah, I think with small chances like that basically slipping out of your hands, not a lot of control there. So the best thing every team, including South Built, can do is really just focus on each round, do each game, and just do your best, because it is your last shot. You can't really control anything else. But I also want to highlight something small about RRQ. We talk about Nexi and Draxi a lot from the previous series, and though their group stage run is finished, that means that they for sure make it into playoffs, which is what they're kind of known for, being one of the two of the two players who have always made it to that level of gameplay. So I guess they really didn't want to miss out this time.
Yeah, put a medal on these honor students, man. They have not missed out.
Perfect attendance. Perfect attendance so far. But that also means that it could be that the best is still yet to come as we head into the playoffs. We have still got our last day, though. So stay tuned for that. We would also like to thank all of our sponsors for making the Valorant Champions Tour happen here in the Philippines, such as PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country. Together with Riot Games, they are the reason why we are here today. And of course, the VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $29.99 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, to end our sponsor role, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less, Mika's favorite word today, bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience that you deserve. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGX VCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16.
I learned bezel-less today. I learned punctilious care of one of our casters, Raph. Yeah, I like learning new words here on the broadcast.
New word. Is this vocabulary time for Mika?
Yeah, I like it. I like learning, of course. Well, of course, we have come to the final day of the group stages. Don't miss it tomorrow because it is not over until it's over. On behalf of the prod team, the casters, my co-panelists, Fluffy and G10, thank you guys once again for tuning in. Let's find out together who our top 6 teams will be tomorrow. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you guys same time, same place for VCTPH Stage 2.
See.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.